its styling stood out, and its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullet. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile-per-gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for NBC News, New York.
A young cancer survivor is using a sweet talent to pay it forward. Emma Cranston received life-saving treatment at Dornbecker's Children's Hospital in Oregon. The 9-year-old started her Emma's Donuts venture, and she's now selling them at Fred Meyer's grocery store with 100% of the proceeds donated to the hospital.
Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up on the Today Show, Jazzercise might be making a comeback.
A busy day ahead in Trump world as his former CFO pleads guilty in a tax scheme. His former vice president says he'd consider testifying before the January 6th committee. His former attorney having just testified about election fraud allegations, and the judge who okayed the search of Mar-a-Lago may decide to release the full affidavit.
CDC overhaul. The nation's top public health agency is getting a top-to-bottom makeover to focus on accountability, collaboration, communication, and timelines.
The survivor of a lightning strike near the White House that took the lives of 3 others is sharing her story this morning.
The incredible backstory of the Notre Dame star football player involved in a catfishing hoax, now a revealing documentary.
And newly revealed details from an FBI document about an alleged 2016 mid-air altercation between Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. It's Thursday, August 18th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Former President Trump is feeling the heat from more than just the summer sun. He is caught at the center of a wide swath of investigations stretching from New York City to Washington, D.C., to Georgia and Florida. And today we will see major developments in 2 of those probes playing out 1,200 miles apart. In New York, one of his top executives is expected to plead guilty in a tax fraud case. And in Florida, we could learn new details about the FBI search at Mar-a-Lago. NBC's Susan McGinnis is in D.C. with all of these developments. Susan, good morning. A judge is considering whether to unseal key documents today.
Good morning, Philip. That's right. A Florida judge is going to decide today whether to unseal the affidavit that details why that search of Mar-a-Lago was okayed. Now, last week, FBI agents obtained a warrant. They entered the estate and took 11 sets of classified documents. To get that warrant, the Justice Department had to lay out probable cause for the search, and that's what this affidavit would reveal. Now, the DOJ wants to keep it sealed. They argue it could jeopardize the entire ongoing criminal investigation. The former president and some news media, Republicans, have all called for the release of the unredacted affidavit for transparency purposes. Trump supporters have rallied around him in the wake of the search. The Washington Post reporting his political fundraising topped $1 million a day last week. But it's also raising safety concerns. That judge who approved the warrant and who's looking at the affidavit today has faced threats and also had his address posted online. Meanwhile, in New York today, the spotlight is on Trump Organization Chief Financial Officer Alan Weisselberg. He is expected to plead guilty in a wide-ranging, long-lasting tax fraud case. And while sources say Weisselberg will not testify against Trump himself, his plea deal will require him to testify against the Trump Organization in an upcoming trial. Here in D.C., the committee investigating the Capitol riot could one day have a new star witness, the former Vice President, Mike Pence.
If there was an invitation to participate, I would consider it. I would have to reflect on the unique role that I was serving in as Vice President. The American people have a right to know.
And in Atlanta, Mr. Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, testified before a federal grand jury for 6 hours. It is unclear, though, because it was behind closed doors what questions were asked and if he answered them. Giuliani helped spearhead the president's efforts to overturn the 2020 election results in Georgia. His testimony came just days after he was told he is a target in that criminal investigation. Overnight, Trump weighed in on that investigation, saying, if you want to challenge election results in Georgia, they will charge you and put you in jail, he said on his social media platform. He ended the post with the words, a perfect phone call, likely referring to that conversation he had with Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, asking him to find votes to help overturn his election loss. That, of course, Philip, is what led to this loss.
This is there's a lot to keep track of. Susan McGinnis reporting this morning. Thanks for starting us off. Susan, thanks.
As COVID-19 continues its deadly spread across the nation, the CDC is announcing a major overhaul. The agency has faced widespread criticism throughout the pandemic for its slow responses and often confusing messaging on things like masking and other mitigation measures. Dr. Rochelle Walensky now saying, quote, in our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations. The sweeping reorganization includes a new executive council, a new equity office, and a more streamlined website. This comes amid the rising threat of monkeypox and growing concerns of a polio resurgence.
More than half of the people infected with the Omicron variant of the coronavirus may not know they have it. That's according to a small peer-reviewed cohort study published in the online journal, the JAMA Network Open. 210 infected patients and employees at Cedars-Sinai Schmidt Heart Institute in Los Angeles were monitored during a regional Omicron surge, and 56% of them reported being unaware that they had the virus. All of them were vaccinated. The study concludes that the lack of symptoms likely fuels surges and recommends more rapid testing to reduce rates of transmission.
Florida Senator Rick Scott has gone to the unusual step of warning Americans against applying for recently announced jobs at the IRS. The GOP lawmaker and former Florida governor said in an open letter that Republicans will, quote, defund those positions if they retake control of Congress after the midterms. The Inflation Reduction Act, recently signed into law by President Biden, increases hiring at the IRS. In his statement, Scott made the unfounded claims that the IRS was recruiting a super police prepared to, quote, kill fellow Americans with the law's $80 billion in extra funding. Roughly 86,000 people could be hired by the IRS over a decade.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney may have lost one political battle, but she is vowing to win a war against Donald Trump. A spokesperson tells Politico that Cheney is launching a pact to mobilize an effort to oppose any Trump campaign for president. And in an exclusive interview, today's Savannah Guthrie asked Cheney if she has any plans to run for the White House.
I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it, but are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months.
And a source has confirmed to NBC News that President Biden called Liz Cheney on Wednesday after her primary loss. Neither the White House nor the Congresswoman have commented on that call.
3 people were killed when lightning struck a tree near the White House 2 weeks ago, and now the lone survivor from that tragic incident has opened up about her recovery. She spoke to Amy Cho with our D.C. station.
If you had asked doctors just 2 weeks ago, they weren't sure if Amber Escudero-Contostathis would survive being hit by lightning. Yet here she is, making big strides in her recovery.
So I'm not sure why I'm the one that pulled through, but I'm definitely grateful, and I'm not going to waste my second chance at life.
On the night of August 4th, she was standing near the White House trying to raise money for refugees when a storm rolled in. Amber took shelter under a tree. Moments later, it was hit by lightning. 3 other people next to her were killed. James and Donna Mueller from Wisconsin celebrating their wedding anniversary, and Brooks Lambertson from California visiting D.C. for work.
It breaks my heart. I mean, I think about it every day. I think about the families that don't have their loved ones there, and that's just... It's tough. Going to be working through that for a long time.
Amber says bystanders likely saved her life. Secret Service agents and nurses who happened to be there on vacation, all rushing to do CPR and restart her heart. It's what kept her alive long enough to make it to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, the only burn center in the D.C. area.
What she went through is so rare and so often not survived. There's no textbook chapter about what to expect after you've been injured by lightning.
Amber says her burns are starting to heal, but that she's still in constant pain.
The only way I know how to explain it is like 10,000 grains of sand moving through a single pore, but it's happening through like my whole body from here down. That's like the worst of it at night.
Through the pain, she's held tight to a purpose. Amber says she looks forward to getting back to work with the International Rescue Committee, helping raise money for those in need.
But I just want to be out there advocating for people that aren't as lucky as I am. I'm getting so much attention and treatment and help.
A survivor moving forward on the road to recovery, while also determined to give back. Amy Cho, News 4.
Just an unbelievable story. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman now. Good morning, Michelle. How are we doing this morning?
Good morning. Good to see you both. And we are looking at the chance for storms. Could see some gusty winds. Also the chance for some hail in the southeast. So that's the main threat for storms today. Also looking at the chance for monsoon and moisture joining forces with an area of low pressure, bringing rain to the southwest. But for the southeast, we're watching this slow moving front. We've been watching it for days. We're going to continue to watch it tomorrow as well, bringing those showers and storms from Texas all the way to the Carolinas. And we're looking at the chance for heavy rain as well. Kind of a repeat performance tomorrow as that moves very, very slowly. But here's the rainfall totals up to 2 inches in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperature's not quite as hot in the southern plains. Still warm, though. 88 degrees today in Dallas. Could see a shower or two or a storm. We're looking at temperatures in the low 80s in parts of New England and could see some rain in portions of Maine. All right, guys, we'll talk about today's forecast and also take a little peek at the weekend in just a few minutes.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. Papa John's has people talking about a new menu item. The pizza chain announced their plans to dish out a crustless option called Papa Bowls. So it's essentially pizza toppings without the actual pizza. Coming in 3 flavors: Italian meets trio, chicken Alfredo, and garden veggie. It'll cost you $7.99. Customers can also create their own bowls, and they'll be served nationally beginning August 22nd.
We are back in just 1 minute with the $650 million settlement involving CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart.
Plus, rapper A$AP Rocky back in court.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
New this morning, 3 major U.S. pharmacies and a major ruling in an Ohio opioid lawsuit. The judge ordered CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens to pay $650 million to 2 Ohio counties, saying the company's roles in distributing opioids contributed to the public health crisis. It is the first ruling by a federal judge to impose a set fine against pharmacy chains for their liability in the opioid crisis. The judge ordered the companies to immediately pay nearly $87 million as part of the fees. The three retailers will appeal.
Rapper A$AP Rocky was in a Los Angeles court Wednesday, pleading not guilty to 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, stemming from a confrontation with a former friend last November. Prosecutors allege the rapper drew a handgun and shot twice in the direction of that former friend, who suffered a minor injury in the altercation. He was arrested in April and later released on bond. The rapper is due back in court on November 2nd.
Right, and still to come, Manti Te'o steps back into the spotlight, opening up about the fake girlfriend hoax that made headlines.
And ahead of former President Trump's surprising endorsement of a New York lawmaker.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Coming up on Today, a look back at jazzercise. Remember that fitness phenomenon? It dominated the 80s, and of course the outfits. It could be making a comeback 50 years later.
They weren't even kidding with that either. All right, this was a story that captivated the nation, and now a decade later, former college football star Manti Te'o is opening up about the catfishing scandal that happened when he was at Notre Dame. It's being featured in a new documentary. NBC's Stephen Romo has more.
Football star and Heisman Trophy finalist Manti Te'o is back in the headlines.
How big of a star was he at the time? There aren't many household names in college sports, but he was one of them.
The former college football superstar and NFL linebacker speaking out in a new 2-part Netflix documentary about the infamous catfishing scandal that shocked fans a decade ago.
It just seemed like there was more to tell.
The documentary coming out after a lengthy saga of drama, death, and deception. Te'o says he started exchanging messages with someone going by the name Lene Kekua on Facebook back in 2009.
We would talk often. She would talk about her family, her faith. And through those conversations, I started getting to know who Lene is.
But a few years later, Teo says he finally realized something was amiss.
I'll be like, I can't see you. So I can't see you. I say, why I can't see you though? I don't know, maybe your connection's bad. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe.
Then what seemed like a tragedy. According to Teo, his grandmother, Ann Lene, died the same night in the fall of 2012, leading him to publicly dedicate his season to them.
6 hours ago, I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, you know, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, I love you.
But Teo's dramatic story began unraveling when Deadspin started looking into his girlfriend and her supposed death. Teo says he got a call saying the girl he thought was dead was actually alive 2 days before this moment.
I'll never forget the time when I found out that, you know, my girlfriend passed away. And
Teo went to the athletic department, but school officials told the documentary they advised him he didn't need to say anything right away as they tried to figure out what happened. Tweets began circulating skepticism about Lene. And Deadspin reporters found the real woman pictured in Lene's profile, and she was not involved. In January of 2013, Deadspin broke the story.
The Manti Teo story isn't real.
What started as an inspirational story deteriorated into a cruel, twisted hoax.
Teo says that's when he found out Lene was in fact a catfish, where another person hid behind a fake social media identity.
Is Manti Teo in on this elaborate hoax?
When some of the facts became known, I think there were a lot of folks that felt duped.
Teo went from beloved athlete to the butt of endless jokes and ridicule.
You stuck to the script, and you knew that something was amiss, Manti.
correct.
Why?
My whole world told me that she died on September 12th. Everybody knew that. This girl who I committed myself to died on September 12th. Now I get a phone call on December 6th saying that she's alive, and then I'm going to be put on national TV 2 days later, and they ask me about the same question. You know, what would you do?
His supposed girlfriend was actually Ronaya Tuisasopo, using photos of someone they went to high school with.
Were you in love with him?
I mean, yeah, if as twisted and as confusing as it may be, yeah, I mean, I cared for this person.
I don't think that they like the idea of that media coverage kind of being the period at the end of this like pretty long sentence.
The former catfish is now a proud trans woman and goes by the name Naya.
I've seen the show Catfish a couple of times, and a lot of their reasons for not being able to FaceTime, I've probably used all those reasons.
Teo telling CBS why he participated in the documentary all these years later.
In order for me to kind of heal from this, I need to reveal it.
What surprised you the most to learn?
Hearing more about what their relationship was like, but just how much they really did talk and communicate and have like a sincere relationship between the two of them.
Well, thanks to Stephen for that.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're watching slow-moving storms in the southeast today. Also watching that dangerous heat out west. Temperatures into the 90s, triple digits in some spots. Seattle, we could break a record there. 93 today, the record of 88 degrees back in 1945. So we're going to watch that closely. And then peeking towards tomorrow, the start of the weekend, unofficially, we're looking to flood threat monsoon rain in addition to an area of low pressure kind of coming together, bringing some heavy rain in the southwest. Local downpours in the southeast. A really nice start to the weekend in the northeast. But look what happens on Saturday. Showers are around in the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the Northeast, also the Southeast, and we see that rain in the Southwest as well. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the heads up. Revealing FBI documents involving those two.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Little did I know I'd be stepping into a nightmare. Full of mystery, mayhem, and murder. I think I'm going to love it here.
Wednesday, Addams takes on murder and math class in this upcoming Addams Family series, Wednesday from Tim Burton. It streams this fall.
In today's top stories, NBC News has obtained FBI documents that reveal new details surrounding an altercation aboard a 2016 private flight involving Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt, and their 6 children. A recently sealed Freedom of Information Act lawsuit filed against the FBI listed a Jane Doe seeking the release of the FBI documents, which had been previously provided to both actors.
The report, which has not been made public, states that it's based on an FBI interview with Jolie. She was referred to as AJ while everyone else's names were redacted. According to the report, Jolie recalled Pitt taking issue with her parenting, saying things like, "You don't know what you're doing." Jolie told the FBI that they then went to the back of the plane in hopes of being out of earshot of their children. Pitt allegedly grabbed her by the head, shaking her, before grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. Jolie said that her then husband punched the ceiling of the plane approximately 4 times. The FBI report states at least one child witnessed this and asking if Jolie was okay, to which Pitt yelled, "No, mommy's not okay. She's ruining this family. She's crazy."
Jolie stated that she was hurt during the struggle. At the time, a source close to Pitt said he is emphatic that it did not reach the level of physical abuse, that no one was physically harmed. 5 weeks after the flight, federal prosecutors announced that they would not be filing charges against Pitt. Representatives for Jolie and Pitt have declined to comment, and the FBI has also declined to discuss the case.
Former President Donald Trump has surprisingly endorsed Dan Goldman. He's the lawyer who served as House Democrats' lead counsel during Mr. Trump's first impeachment inquiry. Posting on his Truth Social platform, the former president praised Goldman's fairness and intelligence, adding, "While it was my honor to beat him badly, Dan Goldman has a wonderful future ahead." Goldman is running in New York's Democratic primary for the 10th Congressional District. The candidate himself rejecting Mr. Trump's endorsement, tweeting, "I'm coming for you, Donald."
And now to a battle for a Christmas crown as Mariah Carey makes moves to trademark the phrase Queen of Christmas. The All I Want for Christmas Is You singer referenced a 2021 Billboard article in her application, which calls her reign, quoted, undisputed. Well, the Grammy winner is now facing a Yuletide duel from 2 other carolers. You got pop singer Elizabeth Chan, who has an album, and also a jazz icon Darlene Love, who's also challenging her as well. This is Early Today. CDC overhaul. The nation's top public health agency is getting a top-to-bottom makeover to focus on accountability, collaboration, communication, and timelines.
Stranded hundreds of feet beneath the surface, the race is on to rescue 10 miners who have been trapped for days.
A busy day ahead in Trump world as his former CFO pleads guilty in a tax scheme. His former vice president says he considered testifying before the January 6th committee. His former attorney having just testified about election fraud allegations, and the judge who okayed the search of Mar-a-Lago may decide to release the full affidavit.
We'll take you inside NASA's new training protocols as we plan to go back to the moon for a longer stay with Mars on the horizon.
And we'll look at 2 of America's famed muscle cars as they drive off into the sunset. Early Today starts right now.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Former President Trump is navigating a labyrinth of legal trouble with investigations heating up across New York, Washington, D.C., Georgia, and Florida. Today, we'll see major developments in 2 of those probes playing out 1,200 miles apart. In New York, one of his top executives is expected to plead guilty in a tax fraud case. And in Florida, we could learn new details about the FBI's search at Mar-a-Lago. Let's turn now to NBC's Susan McGinnis in D.C. with all the developments. Susan, good morning. A judge is considering whether to unseal key documents.
That's right, Francis. A Florida judge deciding whether or not to unseal the affidavit from that Mar-a-Lago search, which details why the search was okayed by the same judge. Now, last week, FBI agents obtained a warrant and they entered the property, removing 11 sets of classified documents. To get the warrant, the Justice Department had to lay out probable cause for the search, and that's what this affidavit would reveal. The DOJ wants to keep it sealed. They say it could jeopardize the ongoing criminal investigation. The former president has called for the release of the unredacted affidavit for transparency. Trump supporters have rallied around the former president in the wake of that search. The Washington Post saying his political fundraising topped $1 million a day last week. But it's also raising safety concerns because that judge who approved the warrant is facing threats and also has had his address posted online. Meanwhile, in New York, spotlight's on the Trump Organization's chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg. He's expected to plead guilty today in a tax fraud case. Sources say Weisselberg won't testify against Trump himself, but his plea deal will require him to testify against the company in a trial that's coming up. And here in D.C., the committee investigating the Capitol riot could one day have a new star witness, former Vice President Mike Pence.
If there was an invitation to participate, I would consider it. I would have to reflect on the unique role that I was serving in as vice president. The American people have a right to know.
And in Atlanta, Mr. Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, testified before a federal grand jury for 6 hours, but it's unclear what questions were asked and whether he answered them. Giuliani helped to spearhead the president's efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. His testimony came just days after he was told he is a target in that investigation. Overnight, Mr. Trump weighed in on the investigation, saying if you want to challenge election results in Georgia, they will charge you and put you in jail. He ended the post with a perfect phone call, likely talking about that conversation he had with Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, asking him to find votes to help him overturn the election loss. And that, of course, is what led to this investigation.
Yeah,
Francis.
It's getting tougher to keep track of it all. Susan, thank you for laying it out for us.
CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky announcing an overhaul to the agency after it faced widespread criticism for its handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. This comes amid the rising threat of monkeypox and growing concerns of a polio resurgence. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
The CDC director is calling for drastic changes within the agency to better deal with public health emergencies. Dr. Rochelle Walensky now says, in our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations.
How significant is that acknowledgement?
It's monumental. This speaks to not just the intent to acknowledge it, but the action that must follow and the accountability.
The agency had been slammed as slow to respond during COVID, also facing backlash after issuing guidance that seemed confusing. The sweeping reorganization includes a new executive council, a new equity office, and a more streamlined website. Walensky also plans to ask Congress to grant the CDC new powers, including mandating that local jurisdictions share their data. The course correction comes as federal health officials face criticism over the monkeypox vaccine rollout. The administration invested more than $1 billion developing it, but has just over 1 million shots on hand. There are also new concerns about polio, just the second instance of U.S. community spread in 43 years. Last week, health officials announced that polio had been detected in New York City wastewater.
Make sure that your children are protected because this is a very, very serious disease.
A polio vaccine clinic opened in Rockland County, New York, an area where the vaccination rate is as low as 37%.
I may have gotten it as a child, but I wasn't sure about my records, so that's why I came to do it.
If you aren't sure about your immunization records, 32 states allow you to request them online, others by mail. If you have them, you should search for the letters IPV, which stand for inactivated polio vaccine.
If you're not sure you were fully vaccinated as a child and you can't find those records, then you should get a polio vaccine now. Even if you did get them as a child, getting another one now will be safe, it's very effective, and it can protect you from polio.
All right, thanks to Gabe for that report.
In Mexico, emergency workers are desperately trying to reach 10 miners trapped underground for more than 2 weeks. It's a fight against time and against the odds with no sign of life from the miners. And heavy rain and flooding is making the effort all the more difficult. Steve Patterson has the story.
The rush to rescue 10 workers trapped hundreds of feet underground in a northern Mexico mine, growing dire as the effort stretches into its second week. Frustration and anger mounting for anxious families clinging to any shred of hope they'll get to see their loved ones again. My son is still trapped down there, she says. Officials say a tunnel wall collapsed on August 3rd, triggering an explosion of rushing floodwaters from an adjacent shaft, trapping the miners ages 22 to 61 about 200 feet underground. You can see the depth as crews rappel down. The effort hampered by surging water and debris gushing into the mine. Authorities say they need the level to drop for responders to gain access, but water from a nearby mine keeps flooding in. Now, the Mexican Foreign Ministry calling on both U.S. and German companies for assistance, but family members say it's been far too slow. I feel they are alive, but as more time goes by, what will happen to them? Among the missing, Jose Rogelio Moreno Morales and his son. The The family begging officials to let them search themselves. I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, this little girl said about her uncle. But now, exactly 2 weeks without any sign of life, hope that was once for a speedy rescue is now for a miracle. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
We're learning that Congresswoman Liz Cheney may have gotten some words of comfort from the White House. A source telling NBC News that President Biden called Cheney after she lost her primary election in Wyoming by over 30 points. Neither Cheney nor the White House has commented on this call. But today's Savannah Guthrie did ask Cheney if she has plans to run for president herself.
I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Well, I know you didn't say yes or no, and that's fine if you're thinking about it, but are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months.
A spokesperson for Cheney tells Politico that she's launching a group to, quote, educate the American people about the ongoing threat to our republic, and that it'll also mobilize an effort to oppose any Trump campaign for president.
If you are in a northern state like Minnesota or Wisconsin, you might be able to see the northern lights right now. Here's someone who had a front row seat overnight. Astronaut Bob Hines took these photos from the space station. The aurora borealis is a common sight in Alaska, but thanks to a recent spike in solar activity, the lights may be visible as far south as Iowa and Nebraska.
Incredible images. Lucky of those to check that out. All right, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She has an early look at our day ahead. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And we're looking at some spots that are going to be soggy today in the southeast, also the southwest. We're looking at the chance for some flooding. We do have a flood watch in Arizona, also New Mexico. It's a combination of that monsoonal moisture that we've been seeing the past month or so, and also an area of low pressure that's going to bring some heavy rain. We could see some flash flooding in spots today and also tomorrow. So taking a look at rainfall rates, there's a lot here. We're looking locally 3 to 5 inches of rain. Could see a little bit more in some spots, especially with those heavy downpours. Then we head to the southeast. We're looking at heavy rainfall as well. A really slow moving front is bringing these showers and storms. So locally heavy downpours from Texas all the way along the Gulf Coast into the Carolinas. 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain is possible. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at the chance for scattered storms in portions of Texas along the Gulf Coast as well. Temperatures in the 80s and 90s and still feeling good in the northeast, but warming up just a bit. 87 in Philadelphia, 80 degrees in Pittsburgh. All right, guys, we're going to take a little peek at the weekend ahead in just a bit.
Can't wait to hear it. Thank you, Michelle. A California zoo says a little monkey business led to an accidental call to 911. Deputies went to the zoo after a call was placed to 911, and they found their primate suspect. The zoo owners realized that a monkey named Root must have grabbed the zoo's cell phone and placed the call. Zoo officials say he has been placed on limited phone privileges now.
Help me, they won't let me out of here. Up next, here today, gone tomato, how your spaghetti sauce, ketchup, and salsa could be at risk.
And inside NASA's latest mission, our Tom Costello takes us to the astronaut training pool.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
Leading the news, soaring inflation and a terrible drought in California are taking a big toll on tomatoes. The impact is being felt at dinner tables nationwide. Our Sam Brock digs in.
In restaurants and supermarkets, large, ripe tomatoes are there for the taking. But be warned, these fan favorites won't come cheap as California battles its worst drought in over 1,000 years.
We had to try to stretch water further than we probably should have.
Scary for a state responsible for as much as a quarter of the global supply of processed tomatoes. With wells drying up and water at a premium, farmers are seeing a big dip in production. Bob Dateline estimates his tomato crops in Northern California are down 10% so far this season.
The United States consumer is going to see an increase in price as this crop hits the shelf or the restaurant or wherever it's going.
And that's on top of the current sticker shock driven by inflation. Ketchup prices have already jumped nearly 23%. Salsa is 13% higher than a year ago. Tomato paste up 16%, and tomato sauce 17%. Sauce that's essential to any pizza, including the New York-style slices served at Pucci's in Miami. Of all the ingredients that you have to buy, what are the most expensive?
Cheese and tomatoes.
Xavier, or X-Man, is the guy ordering ingredients while trying to keep a slice of cheese under $5 and a pepperoni slice at $5.25. Then something happened this month that shocked him.
I cannot find no tomato sauce in the market. When I call to place an order, I say, well, I'm going to searching to see from different places, but I don't have any tomato sauce.
That situation has been resolved for now. But it's a scary thought for pizza lovers.
I work nonstop, so pizza is a pretty regular thing that I eat every single week, probably 3 times a week, right?
I think the tomatoes are super ingrained in just not our culture, but all the other cultures that are here.
But beloved as they may be, the popular tomato is now ripe for inflation.
All right, our thanks to Sam for that report.
Okay, still to come, NASA is ready to shoot for the moon. Our exclusive look inside the lunar training program.
And the King's ransom, the monster deal to keep LeBron in LA.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
In today's News by the Numbers, Lowe's is giving back to its workers in a big way. The company announced it's awarding $55 million in bonuses to its hourly employees.
LeBron James is the king on the court, but he also may be the king at the bank. James has agreed to a $97.1 million extension with the Lakers, keeping him in Los Angeles until 2025.
And a company owned by Rick Ross and his family was hit with a $100,000 fine by the Labor Department, who say the company violated several labor laws at 5 Wingstop restaurants in Mississippi.
NASA is once again aiming for the moon. The new Artemis 1 rocket rolling out to the launch pad in Florida. The maiden voyage will be uncrewed, but as Tom Costello reports, astronauts are already training to walk the lunar surface for the first time in 50 years.
After a slow overnight crawl, Artemis is now on the launch pad, the most powerful rocket ever, ready for a new chapter in human exploration.
It's a future where NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon.
But first, this critical uncrewed test flight set for August 29th. Artemis will carry the Orion crew capsule, speeding to a 42-day mission orbiting the moon. If the flight goes well, humans could orbit the moon within 2 years. Then a moon landing in 25 or 2026, an orbiting lunar space station and moon base before going on to Mars.
I can bounce gently in this spacesuit and not very unlike what I can do on Earth.
At NASA's training pool in Houston, engineers and astronauts are already testing new spacesuit designs for future moonwalks. Astronauts have been training in this pool since 1996, but now they've had to divide it up. Half the pool is dedicated to space station spacewalks. A quarter of it now is dedicated to replicating the moon and the darkness of space. That means dropping thick black curtains to block the light. And they've covered the bottom with sand and rock to recreate the conditions on the moon.
This is very similar to what the Apollo astronauts did in preparation for their missions to the moon.
Lisa Shore is the deputy chief of the pool lab. Are you taking those lessons from 50 years ago and applying it to the pool here?
We are absolutely doing that. Every time somebody gets in that spacesuit and like on the bottom of the pool, you know, climbing ladders, we learn something new, where the suit works, where it doesn't, where communication works, where it doesn't.
Even practice planting the American flag, new technology, and a new space race as China promises that soon its own astronauts will also be on the moon. Tom Costello, NBC News, Houston.
Can't wait to watch it all.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, Mariah Carey faces challengers in a battle over Christmas.
And a very sweet survivor bakes up some hope for children fighting cancer.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're watching several spots for some storms. One of those spots, the southeast. We could see some heavy downpours. Also the southwest. We're looking at the chance for some flooding, even some flash flooding. And the heat continues. Temperatures into the 90s at triple digits. Seattle, you could break a record today. Then as we look towards the start of the weekend on Friday, a flood threat continues. A flash flood threat continues as well in the southwest. We're looking at locally heavy downpours once again in the southeast with a slow-moving cold front. More rain into the Midwest, parts of the upper Midwest. A nice day, though, in the northeast. Temperatures starting to warm up a bit, but still really normal for this time of year. Then by Saturday, more rain in the southwest, sort of a repeat performance. Southeast, we're looking at scattered storm showers into the Great Lakes. We could see some showers too in parts of the Mid-Atlantic, and the heat wave continues on Sunday out west. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Still ahead, saying goodbye to 2 classic muscle cars.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a battle for a Christmas crown.
As Mariah Carey, she is making to move She's trying to trademark this phrase, Queen of Christmas. The All I Want For You Christmas singer. She's referenced a 2021 Billboard article in her application, which called her reign, quote, undisputed, but the Grammy winner is now facing a Yuletide duel from two other carolers. You see, pop singer Elizabeth Chan, who has an album titled The Queen of Christmas, has formally challenged this trademark, while jazz icon Darlene Love posted to Facebook claiming the throne for her 1963 hit, Christmas Baby Please Come Home.
All respect to those two artists right there, but I've never heard of them. And we all know when it comes to Mariah, the moment November 1st hits, it's all I want for Christmas.
Except for it's August, and we're already
talking about it.
Yeah.
All right, shifting gears now to a pair of American classic cars driving off into the sunset to make way for a new electric era. Here's Harry Smith.
Everybody's falling for this one.
The Dodge Charger is one of those cars that had us at hello. In the pantheon of muscle cars, its styling stood out. And its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullet. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile-per-gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
A young cancer survivor is using a sweet talent to pay it forward. Emma Cranston received life-saving treatment at Dornbecker's Children's Hospital in Oregon. The 9-year-old started her Emma's Donuts venture, and she's now selling them at Fred Meyer's grocery store with 100% of the proceeds donated to the hospital.
Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up on the Today Show, Jazzercise might be making a comeback.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, key hearing. A federal judge is expected to hear arguments over whether to unseal the search warrant affidavit for former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Trump is calling for the release, as well as many media organizations, including NBC News. Why the Justice Department wants to keep the documents secret. Plus, more legal trouble for some of Trump's circle. Former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg is expected to plead guilty to tax violations. We'll take a look at what this could mean for the former president. Shake up. The head of the CDC is calling for major changes this morning, saying the agency could have done better in its response to the COVID-19 pandemic. What the CDC says went wrong as they tried to not repeat the same mistakes with the current spread of monkeypox and polio. App evidence. With the overturning of Roe versus Wade, there's new concern over the privacy behind period tracking apps, why they may not be doing enough to protect users' data, and how law enforcement could end up using that info against people who get an abortion. Plus, into the sunset. It's the end of an era for some of the most iconic cars. Dodge is discontinuing two of its famous muscle cars. How these vehicles defined a generation and how they could make a comeback someday. That's a little look back we'll get from Harry Smith. Very cool.
Yeah, those are loud cars,
yeah.
Which I'm personally not a fan of, but I know many people do enjoy.
Yeah, very cool. We'll bring you that later this hour, though. We begin this morning with the latest on a potentially pivotal court hearing stemming from the search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate.
A federal judge is set to hear arguments this afternoon about whether to unseal the affidavit federal investigators used to justify their search warrant. This will be the same federal judge who approved that search warrant on the former president's home. It comes comes as multiple law enforcement officials tell NBC News that FBI agents are still going through all the documents taken from Mar-a-Lago 10 days ago. The FBI has a group of agents known as a filter team tasked with separating out material covered by attorney-client privilege. They're also determining if there are more classified records yet to be found within the seized documents. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley and NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner joined us now for more on all this. Good morning to both of you. So, Julia, we're going to start with you and what we should expect from today's hearing. Who's going to be represented on each side, and what kind of arguments do we expect them to make before the judge?
Well, for representing the federal government, we have lawyers from the Justice Department who say that this affidavit needs to remain sealed because otherwise it would lay out a roadmap into their investigation and would have national security implications. That's the kind of statement we've already seen from DOJ, FBI echoing that same sentiment, that if they want to keep with this investigation, which they believe is just starting with this raid, they need to be able to keep this sealed. A big reason for that, Joe, could be because they have witnesses and they have informants that are named or at least given a lot of identifying information about within that affidavit, and to go ahead and make those people vulnerable to release anything that might point back to them could really compromise their position to be able to keep informing and helping law enforcement. On the other side, you have the media. You have you have lawyers representing a group of media organizations like NBC News who say it's in the public interest to release this affidavit, especially because of the high public interest. As you know, journalists have the duty to inform the people about the inner workings of their government. To have an FBI raid on a former president has raised a lot of questions and has really brought this issue into a very polarizing debate within the United States, where you have people who are supporters of the former president now threatening law enforcement, threatening FBI because they think this was an overreach. Perhaps if we got to the bottom of exactly why they did this raid, which we would get from unsealing the affidavit, then we could get to those answers and start to quell some of these heated passions that we have around this issue. We'll be seeing those arguments on both sides, that it's within the public interest or perhaps that it could damage national security and impede an ongoing investigation. It's really heated on both sides, Joe.
It definitely is. So, Glenn, I mean, how unprecedented is it to have a hearing like this for an ongoing federal investigation? And in your mind, I mean, what are the odds the judge does unseal this document?
You know, Joe, I think the odds are slim to none, and slim is fading fast. I mean, people need to understand that the standard, the practice, the norm is for these kind of investigative documents, an affidavit, which is nothing more than a long, detailed recitation of the facts of the investigation and the witnesses who provided those facts. Those kind of documents remain sealed during the pendency of an investigation, and they really don't become unsealed unless and until somebody is indicted and they're now headed for trial. Then the prosecutors would give over these sort of investigative documents to the defense team in discovery. So I think the government, the prosecutors, have a powerful argument that the standard, the practice is that these things are never unsealed until somebody is indicted. And if it was unsealed, it would compromise an ongoing investigation. Indeed, the prosecutors in their filing said it would do irreparable harm to an investigation that has national security implications, and it could have a chilling effect on the witnesses who have already come forward and provided information, and it might deter other witnesses from coming forward and participating in the investigation.
Julia, we also mentioned that the FBI is still sifting through all the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago early last week. So what else do we know about this process they're going through to sort out all these records?
That's right. That's a filter team, which is definitely part of this process that you would expect when there is a large number of documents seized. They get a filter team to go through to see what they need as part of the investigation. And in this case, they're having to determine what is classified, what might have been declassified by the president, what has national security implications, and also what they don't need, what they can go ahead and return to President Trump. And one of those things we found out earlier this week were 2 expired passports and the former president's diplomatic passport. They returned those to Trump's team. But what this tells you, the fact that we're still having a filter team combing through these documents over a week after the raid, shows that just the vast amount of material that they were able to seize and that they felt compelled to seize from Mar-a-Lago. As you can remember, this started when the National Archives said that they didn't think that they got all of the classified documents from Mar-a-Lago, despite what Trump's lawyers attested, that they'd handed everything over. The fact that they're still combing through everything over a week into this shows that perhaps there were many more documents that were left behind.
Julia Ainsley and Glenn Kirshner, thank you both. Appreciate it.
A hearing this morning in a different courtroom here in New York could also have big implications for the former president. Today, former Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg is expected to plead guilty to criminal charges in a plea agreement with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Weisselberg and the Trump Organization were charged as part of what prosecutors described as an off-the-books scheme over 15 years to help top officials in the Trump Organization avoid paying taxes. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. Hey, Tom, good morning. So what else do we know about the details of this plea? What kind of punishment could it mean that Weisselberg will face?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. You know, he faces up to 15 counts, and he's going to have to plead guilty to some or all of them here this morning. To your point, it's about the sentence for Weisselberg, who's been the loyal Trump CFO and has been alleged involved in a scheme to get off the books payments for the last 15 years. We're talking about house payments, car payments. They were all made by the Trump Organization, according to prosecutors, directly to Weisselberg. That's not necessarily illegal. NBC, for instance, could buy me a condo or a nice new SUV, but it is illegal if they don't properly account for it and I don't properly account for it. That's why Weisselberg is expected to face 5 months in prison if he's convicted. He'll serve a little less than that. He'll get some time off for good behavior, likely, Savannah, but he is going to go to jail.
So, Tom, you reported that Weisselberg will implicate the Trump Organization and its associated companies in criminal wrongdoing. So then what does that mean for the future of the Trump Organization?
Right, so there's an upcoming trial this fall involving the Trump Organization. Weisselberg, what we've been told, is part of this agreement, will agree to testify against the Trump Organization and detail the crimes. Obviously, if he's involved in receiving the benefits, he will likely be able to be involved in testifying that he received them from the Trump Organization, which has also been indicted as part of this several-year-long investigation. So that's what we anticipate, but we have been told pretty strongly that there's no indication at all that Weisselberg at this juncture will turn against the former president personally.
So would the trial of the Trump Organization or potential wrongdoing there mean anything for former President Trump if Weisselberg isn't going after him personally?
Well, I think that's the big question, Savannah. So certainly fines and penalties, right, if they're actually convicted in that trial. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, will they lose their ability to do business in New York City or New York State? Their footprint in New York City has been dramatically reduced since the president since the former president, I should say, was elected. So they don't have as much of a presence here in New York City. Their presence in New York State is pretty small compared to the rest of the properties that Trump owns. Will they be able to reconstitute themselves in those other states and other countries? I think that's something that only time will tell, but it'll certainly have an impact potentially on his businesses here in New York.
All right, Tom Winter, thank you so much.
Now to a stunning admission from the director of the CDC about the agency's response to the COVID pandemic.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky is now calling for a sweeping overhaul of the agency, actually saying, quote, "In our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations." Now, the reorganization plan includes a new executive council, a new equity office, and a more streamlined website. Walensky also plans to ask Congress to grant the CDC new powers, including mandating that local jurisdictions share their data.
For more on this, we are joined by the former acting director of the CDC and current president and CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, Dr. Richard Besser. Dr. Besser, good to have you with us. Thank you for taking some time to join us and talk about this. First, I just want to get your reaction to that news from the CDC. What do you make of this admission by the current director and this restructuring plan?
Well, Joe, you know, I think the first step in having the public health system that we all feel we need as a nation is admitting that there's a problem. And Dr. Walensky came out strongly recognizing what the narrative is around this country is that the CDC did not perform as expected, did not perform as it has in the past, and that change is needed. And I think the bigger issue, the bigger changes that she lays out have nothing to do with the structure, but it has to do with the priorities and the culture. And what she really emphasized in her statements was the importance of shifting to prioritizing communication directly to the public. Faster, clearer information that people can use to protect their health. That's something that CDC has done, but it hasn't been front and center. CDC is the nation's public health agency, and it prides itself on the quality of its science. And often the focus on the science has delayed the communications to the public and has led to communication that is quite suitable for public health leaders and for medical professionals, but it's been really challenging for the public. And that shift of putting the public front and center, giving people information quickly that they can use, will be a big change for the agency if they can pull it off. And it will lead to a much better response in the future.
Yeah, so let's talk about pulling it off. I mean, you headed the CDC as acting director, and you just mentioned that Dr. Walensky says she wants this cultural shift. I think a lot of that, as you just pointed out, is sort of outward facing, how we feel about the CDC. But in an agency that employs, more than 12,000 people or something, what does that look like? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, first, the recognition that trust in CDC has been damaged is very important. And to regain trust, there has to be radical transparency. So I look forward to the CDC releasing the full report so we can all read what the findings were, what the suggested solutions were, and we can assess whether the direction and the changes CDC are making, we all feel are going to get it where it needs to be. Another big challenge for Dr. Walensky is that she joined the agency while it was fully remote. And it is still largely remote. And I don't know how you affect culture change in a large government agency without people being together, without being able to stand up in front of them and lay out an inspiring vision for the agency, and then walking the halls and connecting with your leaders and connecting with others and seeing what needs to be done. It's time for CDC to be back in the building working 24/7. They're working 24/7, but like so many people around the country, a lot of that work is being done remote, and it's hard to affect culture change, I think, in that way.
So even after the lessons from the COVID pandemic, some critics say the agency is mishandling monkeypox right now. Do you think these proposed changes could help meet the moment and address some of these issues that clearly are still lingering?
Well, I think it is too late to change the narrative around COVID, but it's not for monkeypox. It's not for polio. I would love to see CDC out there every day talking directly to the public about what's going on with monkeypox, what's being done, what people can do to protect their health, what the unanswered questions are, so that trust can be built from the beginning, early in a public health crisis, and then maintained. One of the other pieces that I haven't heard a lot about is issues of health equity. During COVID, this pandemic hit the whole country, but not the whole country evenly. Many communities of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous communities, lower income communities have been hit the hardest. And I want to understand how CDC is going to change the way it does business to ensure that in the next crisis, and the crises that we're facing right now, every community has what they need to protect their health. And that's a message I wasn't hearing yesterday.
Those equity issues resurface over and over again when we deal with these issues. All right, Dr. Richard Besser, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. We're watching a few stories today, one being the dangerous heat continuing out west, and then several spots seeing heavy downpours. Could see some flooding as well in spots. So first, let's start out west with those record highs. We could break a record in Seattle today, forecasting a high in the 90s. 88 is a record back from 1945, so that could go down today. We're going to watch that closely. Also watching closely the southwest. We have an area of low pressure that first started in Texas, now moved into to the southwest, and that's combining with that monsoon moisture. So we could see some really heavy rains and flash flooding there, not only today, but also tomorrow into the weekend. Then we have this slow-moving boundary. We've been watching it for days. We're going to watch it for a few more days as well, as it spurs up some showers and storms. So we could see some heavy downpours and even some stronger to severe storms later on this afternoon. So first, the dangerous heat from Washington through Oregon, even into California, Southern California, over to Idaho. We're looking at the chance for temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits once again. 17 million people impacted by a heat advisory. That's in the orange, or a heat warning. That's in the pink color in the state of Washington. So here's the setup. That jet stream so far to the north, it's sort of bringing in that heat. So temperatures once again soaring into the triple digits. 102 in Medford today. That's 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 16 degrees above average in Spokane. We're looking at 99, 97 in Portland, and 100 degrees in Boise. To the east, we're still really comfortable. We had a really comfortable weekend. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, still feeling really pleasant. We're going to start to warm up a bit over the weekend, but still nice for this time of year. So temperatures in Minneapolis today, 77, 82 in Omaha, 86 degrees in St. Louis. And even as far down south as Atlanta, we're looking at 80 degrees. So enjoying it in late August. Seasonally warm as we go throughout the rest of the week. Minneapolis into the upper 80s once again. Same story in Cleveland. As you look at New York City, we're going to be into the mid 80s. It could be a lot worse for this time of year. Now we're watching that stationary front. It's not quite stationary. It's moving very slowly, though, and it's going to continue to move very slowly. So areas of showers and storms along this front. Out ahead of this front, locally gusty winds with some of the storms. We could see locally heavy downpours as well. That could lead to some street flooding, and we could see even the chance of some hail. That's low, but the biggest risk would be winds, but we could still see that. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, the front doesn't move very far. We're going to see more storms erupting over really wet soil, so flooding is a potential once again, and we're looking at heavy rain. We could see 1 to 2 inches in some spots. This is the rainfall forecast from Texas along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. I mean, even up to the Carolinas, we're looking at those brighter colors, the yellows and the oranges. That's where we're seeing the heavier rainfall, or the potential for heavy rainfall, 1 to 2 inches. And we do have a severe weather threat where we're looking at the chance for isolated wind gusts. And that would mainly be from Houston to Mobile, and then even into portions of Georgia and northern Florida. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. And coming up on Morning News Now, growing fears of a potential nuclear disaster in Ukraine.
The fighting happening right now near a nuclear plant there, and the pressure from the rest of the world to put a stop to Russian attacks.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Emergency workers in Ukraine are carrying out nuclear disaster response drills in Zaporizhia amid fears that overshelling near the nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that situation is expected to be high on the agenda when President Zelensky hosts the Turkish president and UN Secretary General later today.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Zaporizhia with more. Josh, good morning to you. So both the Russians and the Ukrainians are blaming each other for shelling near this plant. And concerns of a potential disaster are just not going away. So what's the latest there, and what's Moscow saying about the UN chief's visit?
Well, Russia is saying that it expects Ukraine to have a nuclear provocation tomorrow at that plant to coincide with the visit right now of UN Secretary General Guterres to Ukraine. The Russian military saying that they expect that from a town near where I'm standing now, the Ukrainians will launch artillery to create a man-made disaster at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. Now, Ukraine has been warning for days now that they expected Russia to do a false flag operation. So there are some real concerns right now that when Russia says Ukraine is about to attack, what they really mean is Russia is about to attack and try to blame that on Ukraine. Both countries have actually been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits, while the Russians say they are deploying radiation monitoring stations to the area in anticipation of a potential disaster, which there was a briefing this morning from the chief of Russia's nuclear defense forces, who said that if there is that kind of a disaster, radiation could spread to Germany, to Poland, to Slovakia. So suffice it to say there is a lot of tension here in Zaporizhia right now, Joe.
Absolutely. Hey, Josh, it's Savannah. There have also been these explosions in Russian-occupied Crimea recently. Russian media says Moscow has replaced the commander of its Crimea-based Black Sea Fleet. Do we know if that's related to these blasts or some type of disappointment, frustration with what's happening there? What are both sides saying about that?
Well, Russia hasn't said exactly, but that sure seems likely to be the case, Savannah, because we know that in addition to that replacement, that Russia is also taking its aircraft and helicopters in Crimea and moving them either further inland or even back into Russia proper, which seems like a pretty good indication that Russia has been taken aback by the fact that there have been several now suspected Ukrainian strikes in the Crimean Peninsula that have really made clear that Russia's forces there are vulnerable. In addition to those strikes, there was the attack on the Russia's military naval base in Ukraine, just a few weeks ago by a drone. So there have been a lot of setbacks for Russia in Crimea recently.
Josh, we're also following the situation in eastern Ukraine, where there are reports of more shelling this morning in Kharkiv, and it follows another attack on that city just yesterday. What's the latest there?
So far, 10 dead, including a child, dozens more injured in those two sets of strikes in the second largest city in Ukraine that Russia really targeted pretty heavily earlier in the war, but was never really able to capture. And now, even as the fighting is moving south, Russia clearly making the point that no one in eastern Ukraine, including in Kharkiv, is safe, Savannah.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, and you stay safe. See you soon. Now, in Mexico, a desperate rescue mission is underway as crews try to save 10 workers who have been trapped in a collapsed and flooded coal mine for nearly 2 weeks. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest.
The rush to rescue 10 workers trapped hundreds of feet underground in a northern Mexico mine, growing dire as the effort stretches into a second week. Frustration and anger mounting for anxious families clinging to any shred of hope they'll get to see their loved ones again. My son is still trapped down there, she says. Officials say a tunnel wall collapsed on August 3rd, triggering an explosion of rushing floodwaters from an adjacent shaft, trapping the miners ages 22 to 61 about 200 feet underground. You can see the depth as crews rappel down. The effort hampered by surging water and debris gushing into the mine. Authorities say they need the level to drop for responders to gain access, but water from a nearby mine keeps flooding in. Now, the Mexican Foreign Ministry calling on both U.S. and German companies for assistance, but family members say it's been far too slow. I feel they are alive, but as more time goes by, what will happen to them? Among the missing, Jose Rogelio Moreno Morales and his son. The family begging officials to let them search themselves. I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, this little girl said about her uncle. But now, exactly 2 weeks without any sign of life, hope that was once for a speedy rescue is now for a miracle. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
So tough for those families. Let's stay with international news now. At least 21 people are dead and dozens more injured after a blast ripped through a mosque in Kabul. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and the rest of the day's international headlines. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, police have said that at least 21 people have died and 33 others were injured in the attack. Now, the blast went off at a time when the mosque there in Kabul was packed because of the evening prayers. And now no claim of responsibility has arrived so far, even though this attack has come a week after Islamic State militants have killed a pro-Taliban cleric in a suicide bombing again in Afghanistan's capital. And let's move to Syria, where authorities are denying that they are detaining Austin Tice, an American journalist who disappeared in August 2012 while covering the war there. In a statement issued by the White House to mark the 10th anniversary of his abduction, President Biden said he was certain the Syrian government is holding him. And let's end this short tour of the world in Japan, where authorities are trying to encourage youngsters to, well, drink more alcohol. Worried by the drop in consumption and the consequent drop in revenue of sake, whiskey, beer and wine among the younger population, the tax authority thought about starting a contest asking young Japanese to come up with business ideas to increase demand of alcohol. As you may expect, the initiative was received with mixed reactions because it only looks to be healthy for the tax office coffers, but nobody else.
Yeah, everything in moderation, right? I don't know about that. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. And now coming up, a warning for people using period tracker or reproductive apps. Your information is likely easier to access than you might have thought. What that could mean for people trying to seek an abortion. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. Welcome back. It was a story that captivated the nation and really shed some light on what it means to be catfished. Former college football superstar Manti Te'o is opening up about the online girlfriend hoax that happened when he was in college 10 years ago in a new documentary. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Football star and Heisman Trophy finalist Manti Te'o is back in the headlines. How big of a star was he at the time?
There aren't many household names in college sports, but he was one of them.
The former college football superstar and NFL linebacker speaking out in a new two-part Netflix documentary about the infamous catfishing scandal that shocked fans a decade ago.
It just seemed like there was more to tell.
The documentary coming out after a lengthy saga of drama, death, and deception. Te'o says he started exchanging messages with someone going by the name Lene Kekua on Facebook back in 2009.
We would talk often. She would talk about her family, her faith. And through those conversations, I started getting to know who Lene is.
But a few years later, Te'o says he finally realized something was amiss.
I'll be like, I can't see you. So I can't see you. I say, why I can't see you though? I don't know, maybe your connection's bad. I'm like, okay, maybe.
Then what seemed like a tragedy. According to Te'o, his grandmother and Lene died the same night in the fall of 2012, leading him to publicly dedicate his season to them.
6 hours ago, I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, I love you.
But Te'o's dramatic story began unraveling when Deadspin started looking into his girlfriend and her supposed death. Te'o says he got a call saying the girl he thought was dead was actually alive 2 days before this moment.
I'll never forget the time when I found out that, my girlfriend passed away. And
Te'o went to the athletic department, but school officials told the documentary they advised him he didn't need to say anything right away as they tried to figure out what happened. Tweets began circulating skepticism about Lene. And Deadspin reporters found the real woman pictured in Lene's profile, and she was not involved. In January of 2013, Deadspin broke the story.
The Manti Te'o story isn't real.
What started as an inspirational story deteriorated into a cruel, twisted hoax.
Te'o says that's when he found out Lene was in fact a catfish, where another person hid behind a fake social media identity.
Is Manti Te'o in on this elaborate hoax?
When some of the facts became known, I think there were a lot of folks that felt duped.
Te'o went from beloved athlete to the butt of endless jokes and ridicule.
You stuck to the script, and you knew that something was amiss, Manti.
Correct.
Why?
My whole world told me that she died on September 12th. Everybody knew that. This girl who I committed myself to died on September 12th. Now I get a phone call on December 6th saying that she's alive, and then I'm gonna be put on national TV 2 days later, and they ask me about the same question. What would you do?
His supposed girlfriend was actually Ronaya Tuisasopo, using photos of someone they went to high school with.
Were you in love with him?
I mean, yeah, if as twisted and as confusing as it may be, yeah, I mean, I cared for this person.
I don't think that they like the idea of that media coverage kind of being the period at the end of this pretty long sentence.
The former catfish is now a proud trans woman and goes by the name Naya.
I've seen the show Catfish a couple times, and a lot of their reasons for not being able to FaceTime, I've probably used all those reasons.
Te'o telling CBS why he participated in the documentary all these years later.
In order for me to kind of heal from this, I need to reveal it.
What surprised you the most to learn?
Hearing more about what their relationship was like, but just how much they really did talk and communicate and have like a sincere relationship between the two of them.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, in the documentary, Teos said the incident had a huge impact on his mental health and added that he'll take all the jokes and memes if he can be an inspiration to even one person who needs him. Now, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, many reproductive rights advocates pointed out the potential that period tracking apps could be used against their users. Well, now a new survey from Mozilla found most apps devoted to reproductive health haven't done much to prepare for the possibility of law enforcement asking for their customers' information. For more, we're joined by NBC News reporter Kevin Collier. Kevin, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. So take us first just through this survey, what exactly it found and how these apps are responding to what it claims.
So it looked through 25 apps that deal with reproductive health in some way, shape, or form, whether it's period tracking or pregnancy tracking, fitness, that sort of thing. And only one of them had a very clearly defined policy of what would happen, how they would respond if law enforcement came seeking users' data in an abortion investigation. So only one of the 25.
Now, in many states, it's unclear what exactly constitutes a criminal abortion. This is part of this issue that we've seen, is that everything has become this patchwork. It's become very confusing. What action can users or companies take if they don't wish to share personal data with law enforcement, and maybe even unrelated to an abortion, but just kind of not knowing what's going on here? What can you do?
Right. So I should take this opportunity to highlight the fact that while period tracking apps and things like that have taken a lot of attention, practically speaking, so far in most investigations where law enforcement has sought digital evidence, what's on your phone, what's on your computer in an abortion case, they're looking more for communications. Did somebody text someone else that they intended to take the pill, that sort of thing? And in those scenarios, you can use encrypted messaging apps. So that's probably the most robust thing that most people can do. They also can ask more from their apps and look at guides like this one to see which ones do a better job of encrypting or storing their data.
So, Kevin, if someone is maybe thinking about downloading one of these apps and starting to use them, or on the other hand, maybe deleting one because they've heard, these concerns, they've heard advocates saying things like this, maybe that law enforcement could ask for information to be turned over. If you're on either side of that, what should people be thinking about? What should they look into?
Check if the app stores the user's data on the actual phone, on the device, see if they, rather than storing it on the cloud where it is more easily accessed by law enforcement, check to see if they encrypt that data. And then again, watch how someone messages, watch how they communicate with each other. Is that something that is going to be, open and widely accessible by a subpoena, like that case in Nebraska a couple weeks ago, where law enforcement got Facebook messages between a mother and daughter and used that as evidence in the case.
Yeah, Kevin, that obviously made major headlines. How much of a concern has this been, going after data? To your point, it's mainly happening in messages, communication apps, things like that. Have we been seeing much of that other than these big cases that have made headlines?
No, they're scattershot so far. And the concern that this study is kind of responding to is if more people move to encrypted communications, then if some enterprising, say, state DA wants to find, cast a much broader net looking for people who may have had illegal abortions, that's when they'll start looking at reproductive apps like that. So that's what the kind of the point of the study we're highlighting today is trying to encourage those companies to start thinking about these things now rather than when they actually are served with a subpoena.
Kevin Collier, thank you so much. And now to one of the largest animal rescue operations ever. 4,000 beagles were saved from a breeding and research facility in Virginia. NBC News correspondent George Solis takes us inside the mission.
We're the best dogs in the world. Adorable? Absolutely. But for these wide-eyed, droopy-eared beagles,
not everything is as it seems.
Hi, baby, life just got better.
Unloaded, one by one, these dogs were once only known by their tattooed ID number. And that's because you're watching a once-in-a-lifetime rescue operation.
Next up, who's next?
4,000 beagles have been spared alive as test subjects for medical research around the globe, a practice still extremely common.
Where does this rescue and relocation effort rank among some of the operations that you guys have handled over the years?
I don't think most of us have ever seen approximately 4,000 dogs in one case, so this is huge. It's historic.
NBC News was invited inside the facility. On the day, 233 of these dogs arrived. It's a Herculean rescue effort a long time in the making. Last year, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, went undercover at Envigo, a massive breeding and research facility in Cumberland, Virginia.
Our investigation found that famished nursing mother dogs were deprived of food for up to 2 days, that animals were being hosed in cages with high pressure cold water, that puppies were dying by the hundreds.
PETA reported their findings to the USDA, citing Animal Welfare Act violations. And this past May, the Justice Department got involved, securing the surrender of thousands of dogs. Envigo declined an interview with NBC News, but their parent company Inotiv said in a statement it had reached a settlement with the DOJ and the USDA. The agreement states the company will not have to pay any fines or penalties, nor is it an admission of liability or wrongdoing. The facility will shut down once all 4,000 dogs have been removed.
This may be hard to believe, but this is about the only and first human interaction these puppies have had, and hopefully it will not be the last.
Temporarily housing this many dogs takes a makeshift village of kennels. Leading the charge is Senior Manager of Animal Care, Katie DeMay.
Currently, we have volunteers and staff in this building from all over the country.
Why was it so important for you guys to kind of share this slice of their journey?
Sure, it's important so people can see what goes into a mission of this scale.
The Humane Society says these dogs will soon travel to rescue and shelter partners across the country to be put up for adoption. A massive operation and twist of fate for these dogs, now on the way to the lives they deserve.
Our thanks to George Solis for bringing us that story. Now, many of the rescued beagles are now on their way to shelters across the country, ready to be adopted. The Humane Society says they're a little more than halfway through their rescue operation and hope that every single one of these dogs finds a happy home.
As do we.
They're very cute, so I'm sure they will. Coming up, the cruise industry is making a comeback.
Now, with COVID restrictions loosening, reservations are through the roof. We're going to tell you how cruise lines are trying to meet demand and what you need to know as you book your next vacation next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news now. And the Fed says it's planning to keep interest rate increases in place until inflation cools.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and what it means for you along with the rest of the day's financial headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It's like the old saying, keep calm and carry on. That's the message the Federal Reserve is trying to send the markets. The minutes from last month's Federal Reserve meeting show that the central bank remains committed to fighting inflation, signaling that it's going to continue to hike interest rates to try to bring down prices. Now, Fed officials expect the economy to expand in the second half of the year, but they suggest that growth could get a little weaker as higher rates work their way through the economy. The Fed notes that the housing market, consumer spending, and business investment has already started to slow. Meantime, Apple is expected to unveil the latest iPhone on September 7th. Bloomberg reports the iPhone 14 will feature a better camera, but will otherwise only have minor upgrades. There will be a version with a 6.7-inch screen, but Apple is getting rid of the mini version with the 5-inch screen. Those of you who have good eyesight and can see those on those little screens. Apple is also expected to unveil 3 new Apple Watch models and several versions of Macs and iPads by the end of the year. And Amazon, well, it seems like everybody wants to be like TikTok and join Amazon in that club. The Wall Street Journal reports that it's testing a feature in the app that would show users a feed of product photos and videos that you can share with others. The test is currently being run with a small number of Amazon employees. A widget brings shoppers a feed with a stream of images and videos with people able to like, share, and buy items. An Amazon spokesperson says the company is constantly testing new features to help make customers' lives a bit easier. Personally, I don't need videos on my Amazon feed.
Also, I think there's enough of people showing their Amazon lists actually on TikTok that's sending people there anyway, because they do those storefronts. You know?
Everyone wants to like TikTok.
Exactly. Thanks for that.
Thank you. The cruise industry is back, and with COVID restrictions now loosening, demand is high. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been looking at whether it's best to book now or wait, and where to go for the best deals.
This morning, it's full steam ahead for cruisers. Most lines now relaxing their vaccination and testing requirements, and reservations are through the roof. At Norwegian, ticket sales for next year up 40% compared to pre-pandemic levels. And at Carnival, bookings have nearly doubled.
There's been a massive surge. At our agency, we're looking at 200 to 300% increase of bookings from just 2 weeks ago.
Strict vaccine rules were essential to the cruise industry's comeback last summer, when the CDC made it all but impossible for the unvaccinated to sail, and most passengers had to show proof of a negative test. But last week, the agency relaxed its COVID guidelines, on top of dropping the mandate that cruise lines had to report their cases. In response, most companies loosening their rules, requiring less testing for vaccinated passengers and allowing the unvaccinated on board with proof of a negative test.
We're just ready for everything to get back to normal.
During the pandemic, avid cruiser Danielle Matthews couldn't bring her kids along because they're unvaccinated. Now they're all booked on a cruise to Cozumel in October.
The kids were just ecstatic that they finally, get to do this now.
But not all cruise fans are thrilled with the relaxed rules. One survey finding 56% say they prefer most passengers be vaccinated, and 44% say they wouldn't feel safe on board.
That said, another half are fully ready to start moving into that new era where unvaccinated passengers are allowed on board.
Staffing shortages have left some lines struggling to meet demand, forcing them to limit capacity and cut back on amenities. Many now enticing customers with great deals. On MSC, a one-night Mediterranean cruise for $49 a person, plus taxes and fees. On Holland America, 7 nights to Canada and New England for $129. On Royal Caribbean, a 4-night Bahamas cruise for $129. And on Norwegian, 40% off all cruises through the end of the month.
Now's a great time to book because there's availability, quite frankly. We're starting to see that disappear. And if you want to go, you're going to need to book while there's still space.
Thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Even though vaccines are not required, the CDC still recommends that travelers be up to date on their vaccinations and test before and after their trip.
Now, a pair of classic American cars are driving off into the sunset to make way for a new electric era. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a look back at 2 60s icons set to be retired.
Everybody's falling for this one.
The Dodge Charger is one of those cars that had us at hello. In the pantheon of muscle cars, its styling stood out. And its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullet. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile per gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
Coming up, the road to recovery.
Yeah, a little leaguer who suffered a head injury just days before his World Series game is now beating the odds. We have an update on his condition and the major league support he's getting now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. This is one that might divide people. Papa John's has introduced a new item on its menu, pizza without the pizza dough. That's right, this new crustless Papa John's pizza bowl. It's similar to a burrito bowl, sort of, just the toppings served hot in a plastic bowl. You can choose between 3 flavors, garden veggie, chicken Alfredo, and Italian meats trio. Papa John's has introduced the new item after new figures showed the chain's growth slowing after 2 years where it's fair to say many of us ate a lot of pizza. Now, the pizza bowls will roll out nationally Monday and cost $7.99. You know, if that's what you're going for, just eat the pizza. I mean, it's salad if you don't want the pizza dough, it's a pizza.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
All right.
Not something that I need to go run out and buy.
All I have to say about
after
that.
talking about it.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing. You're right.
Exactly.
You won't be craving that today. All right. We're going to end this hour with signs of hope after a devastating accident. A Utah Little Leaguer suffered a life-threatening head injury just days before the Little League World Series in Williamsport. But the boy's father tells us the young left fielder is now on the road to recovery. For 12-year-old Easton the Tank Oliverson, reaching the Little League World Series was a dream come true.
My name's Easton Oliverson, and I'm part of the Snow Canyon 12-year-old All-Star team.
But a tragic accident on Sunday quickly turned his world upside down. The young left fielder fell from his top bunk inside a Little League dorm, sending him to the ICU with a fractured skull and internal bleeding.
We went from experiencing the highs of highs to then the lows of lows, and to the point where he's fighting for his own life.
And now, just days after his surgery, this morning, signs of improvement.
Oh, you fell asleep on me.
Want some more?
A family-run Instagram account, Miracles for Tank, posted he is no longer sedated and starting to wake up more, adding Easton has displayed tremendous progress, showing a desire to eat and remembering his name and age in front of his doctors.
Statistically, he should have passed away, but here he is 3 days later. It is remarkable.
Since the injury, a flood of prayers and support have streamed in for Easton, including a message from his hero, Los Angeles Dodgers right fielder Mookie Betts.
I just want you to know that we are praying for you, thinking of you, and I hope to see you soon, my man.
The Little League World Series released a statement to NBC News acknowledging the bunk beds did not have guardrails, adding, out of an abundance of caution, Little League has made the decision to remove all bunks from within the dorms and have each bed frame individually on the floor.
It's going to take time. It's going to be a long road for East, but we have a lot of faith that he's going to be able to live a life that we're hoping for.
Easton's team, the Snow Canyon All-Stars, they're the first Utah team to make the Little League World Series. So who's taking Easton's spot? Well, his little brother Brogan actually flew into Williamsport yesterday to take Easton's place as an alternate. So he'll definitely be a team to watch starting tomorrow.
Oh, so exciting.
Oh,
yeah, what a sweet story. Absolutely.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, growing calls for the release of the search warrant affidavit for former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Trump himself wants to see the documents released, while investigators say that is not a good idea. The judge is set to hear arguments from both sides this afternoon. Plus, what we're learning about the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, materials that FBI officials are still sorting through. Overhaul. Major changes are coming to the CDC after the agency's director admits its response to the COVID-19 pandemic could have been better. What the future of the agency could look like as it battles two new growing outbreaks, monkeypox and polio. Drying out. The West is in the middle of its worst drought in more than 20 years. We're going to take a closer look at the conditions the region is facing as millions of people are told to conserve their water use. And setting sail. More people are booking cruises, especially with COVID restrictions loosening. Your vacation on the ocean may still look a little different than it did before the pandemic. What to expect on board, plus what's behind all of the great deals available right now. There definitely are some incredible deals right now. You can go for like $129, I think, on some of these trips.
Which is really just crazy if you think about it, for how many days you're gone, how much you're usually all-inclusive, right? Eating whatever you want.
Exactly. So we'll have all that information for you coming up in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the latest from Florida as we await the start of that hearing centered around the search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
A federal judge will hear arguments on whether or not to release the affidavit filed in support of the search warrant that led to FBI agents searching the property. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in West Palm Beach this morning with the latest for us.
At 1 o'clock Eastern later today, a small federal courthouse behind me in Palm Beach County becomes the center of the political universe. Of course, this is against the backdrop of the DOJ warning that unsealing that affidavit could compromise the investigation and any future witnesses. Now, the document itself is expected to contain key clues as to why investigators went into Mar-a-Lago in the first place, as calls for transparency grow. The pressure for the federal government to show its cards in last week's unprecedented search of former President Trump's Florida home now set to come to a head in a federal courtroom, even as investigators continue to sift through a trove of documents. The same judge who signed off on the search warrant will hear arguments from a wide-ranging group, Trump's legal team, his allies, and media organizations, including NBC News, who've pushed for the affidavit to be unsealed.
We want it released. We want full and complete transparency for the American people.
The legal wrangling comes after an inventory of items taken was released, revealing 11 sets of classified documents, some marked top secret. The Washington Post, citing people familiar with the investigation, has reported some were connected to nuclear weapons. Legal experts say a release during a highly sensitive investigation would be extremely unusual.
If there's an ongoing criminal investigation, in other words, a legitimate law enforcement purpose for keeping an affidavit sealed, most judges would defer to that. In fact, I would say all judges would defer to that.
The Justice Department argues a release could cause significant and irreparable damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. Former Vice President Mike Pence weighing in on Wednesday.
The American people have a right to know.
But Pence also pushing back on recent threats to the FBI.
We can hold the Attorney General accountable without attacking rank and file law enforcement personnel.
The former VP also asked if he'd participate with the unrelated January 6th investigation, in which some Capitol attackers called for Pence's hanging.
If there's ever any formal invitation rendered to us, we'd give it due consideration.
Following a crushing primary loss for the committee's vice chair, Liz Cheney, Trump blasting her on social media as too angry and sick to succeed in the future. But Cheney says she'll continue her committee work and fight to keep Trump from a second term.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, but it is something that I'm thinking about.
As for the hearing later today, it is possible the judge tries to strike a middle ground. But what exactly would that look like? Potentially, he could release a portion of the affidavit, but legal experts say in the event that happens, it would be filled with redactions. As for the decision, it could happen today. It could happen at a later date, which he talks about. There may not be a timetable. All of us are waiting to find out. In Palm Beach County, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam Brock, thank you.
Former President Trump's former personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, faced a grand jury in Atlanta on Wednesday. He spent 6 hours testifying as a target of the criminal investigation looking into possible 2020 election interference. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is there and has more.
Well, Rudy Giuliani spent 6 hours inside the courthouse here behind me, testifying under oath behind closed doors before this special grand jury. Now, of course, these are closed proceedings. We do not know what he was asked inside, but we do know that it very likely centers around statements that he made to Georgia lawmakers back in 2020, just on the heels of the presidential election, where he made a number of false claims, conspiracy theories about Georgia's election. Now, after the testimony yesterday, an attorney for Giuliani did not go into specifics about what he talked about, citing grand jury secrecy. But an attorney beforehand did give some indication as to what he was not going to speak on, saying that he would stay away from any conversations that he had with the former president and that he would likely cite attorney-client privilege. Now, of course, remember, all of this centers around an investigation into the former president's efforts to overturn the election here in Georgia, but specifically pointing to a phone call that he made to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, essentially asking him to find enough votes to overturn Biden's win here in the state of Georgia. Now, overnight, the former President Trump weighed in on that, calling it a perfect phone call once again. But all of this is once again widening the possibility of exposure for the former president and any of his associates to criminal exposure. Now, all of this comes as we're seeing the investigation itself widen here in Georgia. In fact, this morning, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp is fighting a subpoena of his own, calling it politically motivated this close to November. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you.
And now to some strong criticism of the CDC from the director of the CDC.
For the first time, Dr. Rochelle Walensky says the CDC failed to respond quickly enough to the COVID pandemic and needs to be overhauled. This comes as the agency confronts new threats, including monkeypox and a troubling reappearance of polio. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Joan Savannah, good morning. The new steps grew out of an external review the CDC director had ordered in April. It is a blunt acknowledgement that the CDC fell short with so many lives at stake.
This morning, a sweeping reorganization of the CDC is underway after the agency's director offered a stunning rebuke of its COVID response. Dr. Rochelle Walensky now says, in our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations.
We learned some hard lessons over the last 3 years, and as part of that, it's my responsibility, it's the agency's responsibility to learn from those lessons and do better.
Throughout the pandemic, the CDC has been blasted for shifting guidance over masks.
Kind of just laughed because it was like 2 weeks ago. I feel like they just like got rid of it.
Testing.
It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
And other recommendations.
Why is the guidance so confusing?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
The agency's external review found public guidance had been confusing and overwhelming, that CDC leaders rotated out every few months, and that important data were inexplicably released too late to inform federal decisions. The changes now include a new executive council, a new equity office, and a more streamlined website. Dr. Walensky also plans to ask Congress to grant the CDC new powers, including mandating that local jurisdictions share their data.
Our government agencies weren't designed to manage a once-in-a-century crisis like this. And I think while many of them performed admirably, there is no question in my mind that these agencies could have done better.
The course correction comes as federal officials face criticism over the monkeypox vaccine rollout and new concerns about polio, just the second instance of U.S. community spread in 43 years. Last week, health officials announced that polio had been detected in New York City's wastewater.
Make sure that your children are protected because this is a very, very serious disease.
A polio vaccine clinic opening in Rockland County, New York.
I may have gotten it as a child, but I wasn't sure about my records, so that's why I came.
The CDC says almost all children, 93% across the U.S., are vaccinated against polio before the age of 2. If you aren't sure, most states do allow you to request immunization records online. Doctors say a polio booster is not recommended if you got your initial vaccine as a kid.
I've seen a lot of articles about teenagers texting their parents, did I get vaccinated?
It's hard to know. It's hard to find those records sometimes.
Yeah, it is, and it was a long time ago, but it's good information to have. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Gabe. Turning now to the desperately dry conditions plaguing the country, the West is in the midst of a 23-year drought. And as reservoirs dry up, states are haggling over who has access to limited resources. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us with more on that. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Let's start on the Colorado River. It serves as a hydropower highway from Lake Powell all the way to Lake Mead. It's the nation's largest reservoir where all that excess water is banked in a system that supplies that water to 40 million people in the West. Now that supply is dwindling and the crisis is serving as a microcosm for the problems that are associated with climate change.
On the surface, the boundless beauty of the Colorado River feels eternal. But just underneath, an increasingly urgent threat is rising faster than ever before.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
That river supplies water to 7 states and 40 million people. Now, the system that sustains it is simply no longer robust enough to maintain that output.
We really need to reduce the amount of water we're taking out of the Colorado River by something like 20% for the long term.
The river's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, are now nearly 3/4 empty and projected to continue dropping. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river as Nevada loses 8%.
And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought, and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater.
The consequences of drought and water shortages are now playing out everywhere. In the Northeast, water restrictions in 78 New Hampshire communities. This past July was the hottest on record for Texas since 1895 and the 5th driest in that same time period. 34% of the Midwest is abnormally dry or experiencing drought. 70% of the West is in a moderate drought, and 98% of California is in a severe drought. Farmers are now facing an uncertain future. Third-generation Arizona farmer Nancy Kaywood says less than half of her 247-acre farm is producing crops.
We're not making money. We don't know how long we can hang in there.
The crisis creating a domino effect. Less availability and higher prices in grocery stores and restaurants, no work for laborers, and billions of dollars in lost revenue. A startling new reality impacting every level of life from coast to coast.
So the drought is bad, but we are not at the point where tap water is suddenly going to stop flowing. The bigger impact truly is agricultural, so food variety, availability, and pricing will be most impacted. Joe?
So, Steve, what steps are cities taking to combat the drought?
You know, they're forced to adapt. So let's say the cities that are most impacted by the drought, like central Arizona, cities like Phoenix and Mesa and Tucson, and some cities, of course, in Nevada as well, about 83% of the water that goes into waste treatment is now being reclaimed, as an example.
All right.
Joe?
Steve Patterson, thank you so much.
Yep.
Now, parts of those drought-impacted areas could see some flooding over the next few days, as both New Mexico and Arizona could see monsoon conditions for that. And what else is happening in your neighborhood? Let's check in on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman's back with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at that monsoon conditions continuing today, also throughout the weekend. We're going to see it picking up tomorrow, and then it's combining with an area of low pressure. So they're joining forces to bring some really heavy rain. The soil's so different in the Southwest. It's more clay-like, so we get flooding a little bit faster. And we're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain in some spots. So this is the flash flood risk for today. We're talking about the Southeast. We're also Southwest. We're also talking about the Southeast with a really slow-moving front that's bringing showers and storms and really torrential downpours. So as we go throughout the day, we're going to focus on the Southwest first because we're looking, as I said, 3 to 5 inches of rain throughout the day. And then tomorrow we're going to see really heavy rain, and that's going to continue into the weekend. So here's the setup. We have that monsoon rain that's been going on for months. That's beneficial for this time of year. But when it goes over the same areas, that's where we have the problems. And we have an area of low pressure. That was the same system that was in Texas. It brought tropical moisture to Texas. It moved off to the west, and it's combining with this monsoon moisture, and that's why we're getting that really heavy rain. It's going to continue tomorrow. It's going to continue Saturday. I do have an extended weekend outlook that I'll show you in just a minute. So we're going to be contending with this for quite a while. Where you see these darker colors right near Tucson, Silver City, we're looking at the heaviest rain. Phoenix also looking at some rain as well. Now, talking about the Southeast, that's going to be another spot where we're looking at soaking downpours. We have that slow-moving front that's going to bring showers and storms. Some could be on the strong side. Some could bring some really gusty winds, even some hail in spots. But the biggest problem will be the heavy rain in spots, again, where you see those darker colors from Texas along the Gulf Coast into the Southeast. That's where we're looking at that really heavy rain. Elsewhere, we're looking at heat in the West, temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. We've been seeing this all week long. We're going to continue to see it into the weekend. So when heat waves go on and on, that's when it gets really stressful on the body. and especially in places that aren't used to this. So we're looking from Washington through Oregon into California, even into portions of Idaho. 17 million people impacted by a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning, and that jet stream bringing that hot air. So 104 in Sacramento today. That's well above normal for this time of year, and 105 in Fresno. We'll see those numbers once again as we go throughout the next couple of days. But taking a look at the weekend forecast, we're going to start at Friday because we consider that the weekend, don't we? We're looking at that flood threat once again in the southwest. Downpours in the southeast. Really nice start to the weekend in the northeast, but we're going to bring in some showers, especially in the Great Lakes, into portions in the mid-Atlantic. But look at all that rain still in the southwest. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Going on, as always. Thanks, Michelle. Now to America's ongoing battle with inflation. New retail numbers are showing the toll it's taking on families, small businesses, and big box retailers alike. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Chicago outside a Target store. And Maggie, the retail giant says it's taken a big hit even in its latest earnings report. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, Savannah, definitely a stunning hit. Target executives confirming yesterday their second quarter profits fell roughly 90% compared to this time last year. So, of course, that number shocking a lot of people. This as new federal data shows just how much everyday Americans are stretching their budgets to try and make ends meet. From major retailers to everyday families.
I can tell my kids, you know, it's just the stuff that you need, not the stuff that you want.
The ripple effects of inflation are reaching every corner of American life. Target confirming their second quarter profits plummeted roughly 90% from last year, with executives blaming price slashes on excess merchandise, goods stuck on cargo ships during the pandemic that have now arrived en masse. Consumers grappling with their own money woes.
We try to go from store to store and get, you know, whatever is cheaper.
Less than 24 hours after President Biden promised relief via the Inflation Reduction Act, new federal data shows between June and July, spending remained stagnant, with Americans shifting minimal savings from falling gas prices to afford basics. Online shopping is up, as are some retail sectors, namely food sales, but not nearly enough to cover decades-high inflation. Translation? Families are spending more on less.
Yeah, everything here is store brand.
While restaurants patiently take the hit.
One day, chicken wings are affordable and great, and the next day you can't afford chicken wings for the price.
At Stadium Club in McCook, Illinois, Steve Palmer changes the menu weekly to work around fluctuating prices. The stress holds steady.
My house is on the line for my business. So if I have a bad week, you know, who knows?
The toughest part, the uncertainty. Experts share that pain.
We're still a bit confused about where this economy is going. The economy is neither sort of plunging nor soaring. It's kind of holding there in the middle, and we're waiting to see what happens.
And one retail sector that, by the way, month to month really took a hit is auto sales, down roughly 1.5% from June to July, with some car dealers saying it's not that demand is low, it's that they don't have the inventory, and that amid the chip shortage in particular, they really literally don't have the cars to sell, with some consumers waiting 8 to 10 months for the car they want to buy to be available. Just adding to that frustration for everyday families.
Maggie, it's like you cued that engine revving yourself just a second ago for that tag. Thank you so much.
We planned that. Yeah, exactly.
And coming up on Morning News Now, growing fears of a potential nuclear disaster in Ukraine.
The fighting happening right now near a nuclear plant there, and the pressure from the rest of the world to put a stop to the Russian attacks.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Emergency workers in Ukraine are carrying out nuclear disaster response drills in Zaporizhia amid fears that overshelling near the nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that situation is expected to be high on the agenda when President Zelensky hosts the Turkish president and UN Secretary General later today.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joined us now from Zaporizhia with more. Josh, good morning to you. So both the Russians and the Ukrainians are blaming each other for shelling near this plant. And concerns of a potential disaster are just not going away. So what's the latest there, and what's Moscow saying about the UN chief's visit?
Well, Russia is saying that it expects Ukraine to have a nuclear provocation tomorrow at that plant to coincide with the visit right now of UN Secretary General Guterres to Ukraine. The Russian military saying that they expect that from a town near where I'm standing now, the Ukrainians will launch artillery to create a man-made disaster at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. Now, Ukraine has been warning for days now that they expected Russia to do a false flag operation. So there are some real concerns right now that when Russia says Ukraine is about to attack, what they really mean is Russia's about to attack and try to blame that on Ukraine. Both countries have actually been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits, while the Russians say they are deploying radiation monitoring stations to the area in anticipation of a potential disaster, which there was a briefing this morning from the chief of Russia's nuclear defense forces, who said that if there is that kind of a disaster, radiation could spread to Germany, to Poland, to Slovakia. So suffice it to say, there is a lot of tension here in Zaporizhia right now, Joe.
Absolutely. Hey, Josh, it's Savannah. There have also been these explosions in Russian-occupied Crimea recently. Russian media says Moscow has replaced the commander of its Crimea-based Black Sea Fleet. Do we know if that's related to these blasts or some type of disappointment, frustration with what's happening there? What are both sides saying about that?
Well, Russia hasn't said exactly, but that sure seems likely to be the case, Savannah, because we know that in addition to that replacement, that Russia is also taking its aircraft and helicopters in Crimea and moving them either further inland or even back into Russia proper, which seems like a pretty good indication that Russia has been taken aback by the fact that there have been several now suspected Ukrainian strikes in the Crimean Peninsula that have really made clear that Russia's forces there are vulnerable. In addition to those strikes, there was the attack on the Russia's military naval base in Ukraine, just a few weeks ago by a drone. So there have been a lot of setbacks for Russia in Crimea recently.
Josh, we're also following the situation in eastern Ukraine, where there are reports of more shelling this morning in Kharkiv, and it follows another attack on that city just yesterday. What's the latest there?
So far, 10 dead, including a child, dozens more injured in those two sets of strikes in the second largest city in Ukraine that Russia really targeted pretty heavily earlier in the war, but was never really able to capture. And now, even as the fighting is moving south, Russia clearly making the point that no one in eastern Ukraine, including in Kharkiv, is safe. Savannah.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, and you stay safe. See you soon. Now, in Mexico, a desperate rescue mission is underway as crews try to save 10 workers who have been trapped in a collapsed and flooded coal mine for nearly 2 weeks. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest.
The rush to rescue 10 workers trapped hundreds of feet underground in a northern Mexico mine, growing dire as the effort stretches into a second week. Frustration and anger mounting for anxious families clinging to any shred of hope they'll get to see their loved ones again. My son is still trapped down there, she says. Officials say a tunnel wall collapsed on August 3rd, triggering an explosion of rushing floodwaters from an adjacent shaft, trapping the miners ages 22 to 61 about 200 feet underground. You can see the depth as crews rappel down. The effort hampered by surging water and debris gushing into the mine. Authorities say they need the level to drop for responders to gain access, but water from a nearby mine keeps flooding in. Now, the Mexican Foreign Ministry calling on both U.S. and German companies for assistance, but family members say it's been far too slow. I feel they are alive, but as more time goes by, what will happen to them? Among the missing, Jose Rogelio Moreno Morales and his son. The family begging officials to let them search themselves. I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, this little girl said about her uncle. But now, exactly 2 weeks without any sign of life, hope that was once for a speedy rescue is now for a miracle. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
So tough for those families. Let's stay with international news now. At least 21 people are dead and dozens more injured after a blast ripped through a mosque in Kabul. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and the rest of the day's international headlines. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, police have said that at least 21 people have died and 33 others were injured in the attack. Now, the blast went off at a time when the mosque there in Kabul was packed because of the evening prayers. And now no claim of responsibility has arrived so far, even though this attack has come a week after Islamic State militants have killed a pro-Taliban cleric in a suicide bombing again in Afghanistan's capital. And let's move to Syria, where authorities are denying that they are detaining Austin Tice, an American journalist who disappeared in August 2012 while covering the war there. In a statement issued by the White House to mark the 10th anniversary of his abduction, President Biden said he was certain the Syrian government is holding him. And let's end this short tour of the world in Japan, where authorities are trying to encourage youngsters to, well, drink more alcohol. Worried by the drop in consumption and the consequent drop in revenue of sake, whiskey, beer and wine among the younger population, the tax authority thought about starting a contest asking young Japanese to come up with business ideas to increase demand of alcohol. As you may expect, the initiative was received with mixed reactions because it only looks to be healthy for the tax office coffers, but nobody else.
Yeah, everything in moderation, right? I don't know about that. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. And now coming up, a warning for people using period tracker or reproductive apps. Your information is likely easier to access than you might have thought. What that could mean for people trying to seek an abortion. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Welcome back. It was a story that captivated the nation and really shed some light on what it means to be catfished. Former college football superstar Manti Te'o is opening up about the online girlfriend hoax that happened when he was in college 10 years ago in a new documentary. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Football star and Heisman Trophy finalist Manti Te'o is back in the headlines.
How big of a star was he at the time?
There aren't many household names in college sports, but he was one of them.
The former college football superstar and NFL linebacker speaking out in a new 2-part Netflix documentary about the infamous catfishing scandal that shocked fans a decade ago.
It just seemed like there was more to tell.
The documentary coming out after a lengthy saga of drama, death, and deception. Te'o says he started exchanging messages with someone going by the name Lene Kekua on Facebook back in 2009.
We would talk often. She would talk about her family, her faith. And through those conversations, I started getting to know who Lene is.
But a few years later, Te'o says he finally realized something was amiss.
I'll be like, I can't see you. So I can't see you. Say, why I can't see you, though? I don't know, maybe your connection's bad. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe.
Then what seemed like a tragedy. According to Te'o, his grandmother, Anne Lene, died the same night in the fall of 2012, leading him to publicly dedicate his season to them.
6 hours ago, I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, you know, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, I love you.
But Te'o's dramatic story began unraveling when Deadspin started looking into his girlfriend and her supposed death. Te'o says he got a call saying the girl he thought was dead was actually alive 2 days before this moment.
I'll never forget the time when I found out that, you know, my girlfriend passed away. And
Te'o went to the athletic department, but school officials told the documentary they advised him he didn't need to say anything right away as they tried to figure out what happened. Tweets began circulating skepticism about Lene. And Deadspin reporters found the real woman pictured in Lene's profile, and she was not involved. In January of 2013, Deadspin broke the story.
The Manti Te'o story isn't real.
What started as an inspirational story deteriorated into a cruel, twisted hoax.
Te'o says that's when he found out Lene was in fact a catfish, where another person hid behind a fake social media identity.
Is Manti Te'o in on this elaborate hoax?
When some of the facts became known, I think there were a lot of folks that felt duped.
Te'o went from beloved athlete to the butt of endless jokes and ridicule.
You stuck to the script, and you knew that something was amiss, Manti.
Correct.
Why?
My whole world told me that she died on September 12th. Everybody knew that. This girl who I committed myself to died on September 12th. Now I get a phone call on December 6th saying that she's alive, and then I'm gonna be put on national TV 2 days later, and they ask me about the same question. You know, what would you do?
His supposed girlfriend was actually Ronaya Tuisasopo, using photos of someone they went to high school with.
Were you in love with him?
I mean, yeah, if as twisted and as confusing as it may be, yeah, I mean, I cared for this person.
I don't think that they like the idea of that media coverage kind of being the period at the end of this like pretty long sentence.
The former catfish is now a proud trans woman and goes by the name Naya.
I've seen the show Catfish a couple times, and a lot of their reasons for not being able to FaceTime, I've probably used all those reasons.
Te'o telling CBS why he participated in the documentary all these years later.
In order for me to kind of heal from this, I need to reveal it.
What surprised you the most to learn? Hearing more about what their relationship was like, but just how much they really did talk and communicate and have like a sincere relationship between the two of them.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, in the documentary, Te'o said the incident had a huge impact on his mental health and added that he'll take all the jokes and memes if he can be an inspiration to even one person who needs him. Now, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, many reproductive rights advocates pointed out the potential that period tracking apps could be used against their users. Well, now a new survey from Mozilla found most apps devoted to reproductive health haven't done much to prepare for the possibility of law enforcement asking for their customers' information. For more, we're joined by NBC News reporter Kevin Collier. Kevin, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. So take us first just through this survey, what exactly it found and how these apps are responding to what it claims.
So it looked through 25 apps that deal with reproductive health in some way, shape, or form, whether it's period tracking or pregnancy tracking, fitness, that sort of thing. And only one of them had a very clearly defined policy of what would happen, how they would respond if law enforcement came seeking users' data in an abortion investigation. So only one of the 25.
Now, in many states, it's unclear what exactly constitutes a criminal abortion. This is part of this issue that we've seen, is that everything has become this patchwork. It's become very confusing. What action can users or companies take if they don't wish to share personal data with law enforcement, and maybe even unrelated to an abortion, but just kind of not knowing what's going on here? What can you do?
Right. So I should take this opportunity to highlight the fact that while period tracking apps and things like that have taken a lot of attention, practically speaking, so far in most investigations where law enforcement have sought digital evidence, what's on your phone, what's on your computer in an abortion case, they're looking more for communications. Did somebody text someone else that they intended to take the pill, that sort of thing? And in those scenarios, you can use encrypted messaging apps. So that's probably the most robust thing that most people can do. They also can ask more from their apps and look at guides like this one to see which ones do a better job of encrypting or storing their data.
So, Kevin, if someone is maybe thinking about downloading one of these apps and starting to use them, or on the other hand, maybe deleting one because they've heard, these concerns, they've heard advocates saying things like this, maybe that law enforcement could ask for information to be turned over. If you're on either side of that, what should people be thinking about? What should they look into?
Check if the app stores the user's data on on the actual phone, on the device, see if they, rather than storing it on the cloud where it is more easily accessed by law enforcement, check to see if they encrypt that data. And then again, watch how someone messages, watch how they communicate with each other. Is that something that is going to be, open and widely accessible by a subpoena, like that case in Nebraska a couple weeks ago, where they law enforcement got Facebook messages between a mother and daughter and used that as evidence in the case.
Yeah, Kevin, that obviously made major headlines. How much of a concern has this been, going after data? To your point, it's mainly happening in messages, communication apps, things like that. Have we been seeing much of that other than these big cases that have made headlines?
No, they're scattershot so far. And the concern that this study is kind of responding to is if more people move to encrypted communications, then if some enterprising, say, state DA wants to find, cast a much broader net looking for people who may have had illegal abortions, that's when they'll start looking at reproductive apps like that. So that's what the kind of the point of the study we're highlighting today is trying to encourage those companies to start thinking about these things now rather than when they actually are served with a subpoena.
Kevin Collier, thank you so much. And now to one of the largest animal rescue operations ever. 4,000 beagles were saved from a breeding and research facility in Virginia. NBC News correspondent George Solis takes us inside the mission.
We're the best dogs in the world. Adorable? Absolutely. But for these wide-eyed, droopy-eared beagles, not everything is as it seems.
Hi, baby. Life just got better.
Unloaded, one by one, these dogs were once only known by their tattooed ID number. And that's because you're watching a once-in-a-lifetime rescue operation.
Next up, who's next?
4,000 beagles have been spared alive as test subjects for medical research around the globe, a practice still extremely common.
Where does this rescue and relocation effort rank among some of the operations that you guys have handled over the years?
I don't think most of us have ever seen approximately 4,000 dogs in one case, so this is huge. It's historic.
NBC News was invited inside the facility. On the day, 233 of these dogs arrived. It's a Herculean rescue effort a long time in the making. Last year, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, went undercover at Envigo, a massive breeding and research facility in Cumberland, Virginia.
Our investigation found that famished nursing mother dogs were deprived of food for up to 2 days, that animals were being hosed in cages with high pressure cold water, that puppies were dying by the hundreds.
PETA reported their findings to the USDA, citing Animal Welfare Act violations. And this past May, the Justice Department got involved, securing the surrender of thousands of dogs. Envigo declined an interview with NBC News, but their parent company Inotiv said in a statement it had reached a settlement with the DOJ and the USDA. The agreement states the company will not have to pay any fines or penalties, nor is it an admission of liability or wrongdoing. The facility will shut down once all 4,000 dogs have been removed.
This may be hard to believe, but this is about the only and first human interaction these puppies have had, and hopefully it will not be the last.
Temporarily housing this many dogs takes a makeshift village of kennels. Leading the charge is Senior Manager of Animal Care, Katie DeMay.
Currently, we have volunteers and staff in this building from all over the country.
Why was it so important for you guys to kind of share this slice of their journey?
Sure, it's important so people can see what goes into a mission of this scale.
The Humane Society says these dogs will soon travel to rescue and shelter partners across the country to be put up for adoption. A massive operation and twist of fate for these dogs, now on the way to the lives they deserve.
Our thanks to George Solis for bringing us that story. Now, many of the rescued beagles are now on their way to shelters across the country, ready to be adopted. The Humane Society says they're a little more than halfway through their rescue operation and hope that every single one of these dogs finds a happy home.
As do we.
They're very cute, so I'm sure they will. Coming up, the cruise industry is making a comeback.
Now, with COVID restrictions loosening, reservations are through the roof. We're going to tell you how cruise lines are trying to meet demand and what you need to know as you book your next vacation next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news now. And the Fed says it's planning to keep interest rate increases in place until inflation cools.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and what it means for you along with the rest of the day's financial headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It's like the old saying, keep calm and carry on. That's the message the Federal Reserve is trying to send the markets. The minutes from last month's Federal Reserve meeting show that the central bank remains committed to fighting inflation, signaling that it's going to continue to hike interest rates to try to bring down prices. Now, Fed officials expect the economy to expand in the second half of the year, but they suggest that growth could get a little weaker as higher rates work their way through the economy. The Fed notes that the housing market, consumer spending, and business investment has already started to slow. Meantime, Apple is expected to unveil the latest iPhone on September 7th. Bloomberg reports the iPhone 14 will feature a better camera, but will otherwise only have minor upgrades. There will be a version with a 6.7-inch screen, but Apple is getting rid of the mini version with the 5-inch screen. Those of you who have good eyesight and can see those on those little screens. Apple is also expected to unveil 3 new Apple Watch models and several versions of Macs and iPads by the end of the year. And Amazon, well, it seems like everybody wants to be like TikTok and join Amazon in that club. The Wall Street Journal reports that it's testing a feature in the app that would show users a feed of product photos and videos that you can share with others. The test is currently being run with a small number of Amazon employees. A widget brings shoppers a feed with a stream of images and videos with people able to like, share, and buy items. An Amazon spokesperson says the company is constantly reportedly testing new features to help make customers' lives a bit easier. Personally, I don't need videos on my Amazon feed.
No. Also, I think there's
fine.
enough of people showing their Amazon lists actually on TikTok that's sending people there anyway, because they do those storefronts. You know?
Everyone wants to be like TikTok.
Exactly. Thanks for that.
Thank you. The cruise industry is back, and with COVID restrictions now loosening, demand is high. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been looking at whether it's best to book now or wait, and where to go for the best deals.
This morning, it's full steam ahead for cruisers. Most lines now relaxing their vaccination and testing requirements, and reservations are through the roof. At Norwegian, ticket sales for next year up 40% compared to pre-pandemic levels. And at Carnival, bookings have nearly doubled.
There's been a massive surge. At our agency, we're looking at 200% to 300% increase of bookings from just 2 weeks ago.
Strict vaccine rules were essential to the cruise industry's comeback last summer, when the CDC made it all but impossible for the unvaccinated to sail, and most passengers had to show proof of a negative test. But last week, the agency relaxed its COVID guidelines, on top of dropping the mandate that cruise lines had to report their cases. In response, most companies loosening their rules, requiring less testing for vaccinated passengers and allowing the unvaccinated on board with proof of a negative test.
We're just ready for everything to get back to normal.
During the pandemic, avid cruiser Danielle Matthews couldn't bring her kids along because they're unvaccinated. Now they're all booked on a cruise to Cozumel in October.
The kids were just ecstatic that they finally, get to do this now.
But not all cruise fans are thrilled with the relaxed rules. One survey finding 56% say they prefer most passengers be vaccinated, and 44% say they wouldn't feel safe on board.
That said, another half are fully ready to start moving into that new era where unvaccinated passengers are allowed on board.
Staffing shortages have left some lines struggling to meet demand, forcing them to limit capacity and cut back on amenities. Many now enticing customers with great deals. On MSC, a one-night Mediterranean cruise for $49 a person, plus taxes and fees. On Holland America, 7 nights to Canada and New England for $129. On Royal Caribbean, a 4-night Bahamas cruise for $129. And on Norwegian, 40% off all cruises through the end of the month.
Now's a great time to book, because there's availability, quite frankly. We're starting to see that disappear. And if you want to go, you're going to need to book while there's still space.
Thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Even though vaccines are not required, the CDC still recommends that travelers be up to date on their vaccinations and test before and after their trip.
Now, a pair of classic American cars are driving off into the sunset to make way for a new electric era. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a look back at two 60s icons set to be retired.
Everybody's falling for this one.
The Dodge Charger is one of those cars that had us at hello. In the pantheon of muscle cars, its styling stood out. And its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullitt. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile-per-gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
Coming up, the road to recovery.
Yeah, a little leaguer who suffered a head injury just days before his World Series game is now beating the odds. We have an update on his condition and the major league support he's getting now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting.
for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas on my birthday or something.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas on my birthday or something.
Welcome back. This is one that might divide people. Papa John's has introduced a new item on its menu, pizza without the pizza dough. That's right, this new crustless Papa John's pizza bowl. It's similar to a burrito bowl, sort of, just the toppings served hot in a plastic bowl. You can choose between 3 flavors, garden veggie, chicken Alfredo, and Italian meats trio. Papa John's has introduced the new item after new figures showed the chain's growth slowing after 2 years where it's fair to say many of us ate a lot of pizza. Now, the pizza bowls will roll out nationally Monday and cost $7.99. You know, if that's what you're going for, just eat the pizza. I mean, it's salad if you don't want the pizza dough, or it's a pizza.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
All right.
Not something that I need to go run out and buy.
All I have to say about
after
that.
talking about it.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing. You're right.
Exactly.
You won't be craving that today.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to end this hour with signs of hope after a devastating accident. A Utah Little Leaguer suffered a life-threatening head injury just days before the Little League World Series in Williamsport. But the boy's father tells us the young left fielder is now on the road to recovery.
For 12-year-old Easton the Tank Oliverson, reaching the Little League World Series was a dream come true.
My name's Easton Oliverson, and I'm part of the Snow Canyon 12-year-old All-Star team.
But a tragic accident on Sunday quickly turned his world upside down. The young left fielder fell from his top bunk inside a Little League dorm, sending him to the ICU with a fractured skull and internal bleeding.
We went from experiencing the highs of highs to then the lows of lows, and to the point where he's fighting for his own life.
And now, just days after his surgery, this morning, signs of improvement.
Oh, you fell asleep on me.
Some more.
A family-run Instagram account, Miracles for Tank, posted he is no longer sedated and starting to wake up more, adding Easton has displayed tremendous progress, showing a desire to eat and remembering his name and age in front of his doctors.
Statistically, he should have passed away, but here he is 3 days later. it is remarkable.
Since the injury, a flood of prayers and support have streamed in for Easton, including a message from his hero, Los Angeles Dodgers right fielder Mookie Betts.
I just want you to know that we are praying for you, thinking of you, and I hope to see you soon, my man.
The Little League World Series released a statement to NBC News acknowledging the bunk beds did not have guardrails, adding, out of an abundance of caution, Little League has made the decision to remove all bunks from within the dorms and have each bed frame individually on the floor.
It's going to take time. It's going to be a long road for East, but we have a lot of faith that he's going to be able to live a life that we're hoping for.
Easton's team, the Snow Canyon All-Stars, they're the first Utah team to make the Little League World Series. So who's taking Easton's spot? Well, his little brother Brogan actually flew into Williamsport yesterday to take Easton's place as an alternate. So he'll definitely be a team to watch starting tomorrow.
Oh, so exciting.
Oh,
yeah, what a sweet story. Absolutely.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, growing calls for the release of the search warrant affidavit for former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Trump himself wants to see the documents released, while investigators say that is not a good idea. The judge is set to hear arguments from both sides this afternoon. Plus, what we're learning about the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, materials that FBI officials are still sorting through. Overhaul. Major changes are coming to the CDC after the agency's director admits its response to the COVID-19 pandemic could have been better. What the future of the agency could look like as it battles two new growing outbreaks, monkeypox and polio. Drying out. The West is in the middle of its worst drought in more than 20 years. We're going to take a closer look at the conditions the region is facing as millions of people are told to conserve their water use. And setting sail. More people are booking cruises, especially with COVID restrictions loosening. Your vacation on the ocean may still look a little different than it did before the pandemic. What to expect on board, plus what's behind all of the great deals available right now. There definitely are some incredible deals right now. You can go for like $129, I think, on some of these trips.
Which is really just crazy if you think about it, for how many days you're gone, how much you're usually all-inclusive, right? Eating whatever you want.
Exactly. So we'll have all that information for you coming up in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the latest from Florida as we await the start of that hearing centered around the search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
The federal judge will hear arguments on whether or not to release the affidavit filed in support of the search warrant that led to FBI agents searching the property. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in West Palm Beach this morning with the latest for us.
At 1 o'clock Eastern later today, a small federal courthouse behind me in Palm Beach County becomes the center of the political universe. Of course, this is against the backdrop of the DOJ warning that unsealing that affidavit could compromise the investigation and any future witnesses. Now, the document itself is expected to contain key clues as to why investigators went into Mar-a-Lago in the first place, as calls for transparency grow. The pressure for the federal government to show its cards in last week's unprecedented search of former President Trump's Florida home now set to come to a head in a federal courtroom, even as investigators continue to sift through a trove of documents. The same judge who signed off on the search warrant will hear arguments from a wide-ranging group, Trump's legal team, his allies, and media organizations, including NBC News, who've pushed for the affidavit to be unsealed.
We want it released. We want full and complete transparency for the American people.
The legal wrangling comes after an inventory of items taken was released, revealing 11 sets of classified documents, some marked top secret. The Washington Post, citing people familiar with the investigation, has reported some were connected to nuclear weapons. Legal experts say a release during a highly sensitive investigation would be extremely unusual.
If there's an ongoing criminal investigation, in other words, a legitimate law enforcement purpose for keeping an affidavit sealed, most judges would defer to that. In fact, I would say all judges would defer to that.
The Justice Department argues a release could cause significant and irreparable damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. Former Vice President Mike Pence weighing in on Wednesday.
The American people have a right to know.
But Pence also pushing back on recent threats to the FBI.
We can hold the Attorney General accountable without attacking rank and file law enforcement personnel.
The former VP also asked if he'd participate with the unrelated January 6th investigation, in which some Capitol attackers called for Pence's hanging.
If there's ever any formal invitation rendered to us, we'd give it due consideration.
Following a crushing primary loss for the committee's vice chair, Liz Cheney, Trump blasting her on social media as too angry and sick to succeed in the future. But Cheney says she'll continue her committee work and fight to keep Trump from a second term.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, but it is something that I'm thinking about.
As for the hearing later today, it is possible the judge tries to strike a middle ground. But what exactly would that look like? Potentially, he could release a portion of the affidavit, but legal experts say in the event that happens, it would be filled with redactions. As for the decision, it could happen today. It could happen at a later date, which he talks about. There may not be a timetable. All of us are waiting to find out. In Palm Beach County, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam Brock, thank you.
Former President Trump's former personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, faced a grand jury in Atlanta on Wednesday. He spent 6 hours testifying as a target of the criminal investigation looking into possible 2020 election interference. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is there and has more.
Well, Rudy Giuliani spent 6 hours inside the courthouse here behind me, testifying under oath behind closed doors before this special grand jury. Now, of course, these are closed proceedings. We do not know what he was asked inside, but we do know that it very likely centers around statements that he made to Georgia lawmakers back in 2020, just on the heels of the presidential election, where he made a number of false claims, conspiracy theories about Georgia's election. Now, after the testimony yesterday, an attorney for Giuliani did not go into specifics about what he talked about, citing grand jury secrecy, but an attorney beforehand did give some indication as to what he was not going to speak on, saying that he would stay away from any conversations that he had with the former president and that he would likely cite attorney-client privilege. Now, of course, remember, all of this centers around an investigation into the former president's efforts to overturn the election here in Georgia, but specifically pointing to a phone call that he made to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, essentially asking him to find enough votes to overturn Biden's win here in the state of Georgia. Now, overnight, the former President Trump weighed in on that, calling it a perfect phone call once again. But all of this is once again widening the possibility of exposure for the former president and any of his associates to criminal exposure. Now, all of this comes as we're seeing the investigation itself widen here in Georgia. In fact, this morning, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp is fighting a subpoena of his own, calling it politically motivated this close to November. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you.
And now to some strong criticism of the CDC from the director of the CDC.
For the first time, Dr. Rochelle Walensky says the CDC failed to respond quickly enough to the COVID pandemic and needs to be overhauled. This comes as the agency confronts new threats, including monkeypox and a troubling reappearance of polio. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Joan Savannah, good morning. The new steps grew out of an external review the CDC director had ordered in April. It is a blunt acknowledgement that the CDC fell short with so many lives at stake.
This morning, a sweeping reorganization of the CDC is underway after the agency's director offered a stunning rebuke of its COVID response. Dr. Rochelle Walensky now says in our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations.
We learned some hard lessons over the last 3 years, and as part of that, it's my responsibility, it's the agency's responsibility to learn from those lessons and do better.
Throughout the pandemic, the CDC has been blasted for shifting guidance over masks.
Kind of just laughed because it was like 2 weeks ago. I feel like they just like got rid of it.
Testing.
It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
And other recommendations.
Why is the guidance so confusing?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
The agency's external review found public guidance had been confusing and overwhelming, that CDC leaders rotated out every few months, and that important data were inexplicably released too late to inform federal decisions. The changes now include a new executive council, a new equity office, and a more streamlined website. Dr. Walensky also plans to ask Congress to grant the CDC new powers, including mandating that local jurisdictions share their data.
Our government agencies weren't designed to manage a once-in-a-century crisis like this. And I think while many of them performed admirably, there is no question in my mind that these agencies could have done better.
The course correction comes as federal officials face criticism over the monkeypox vaccine rollout and new concerns about polio, just the second instance of U.S. community spread in 43 years. Last week, health officials announced that polio had been detected in New York City's wastewater.
Make sure that your children are protected because this is a very, very serious disease.
A polio vaccine clinic opening in Rockland County, New York.
I may have gotten it as a child, but I wasn't sure about my records, so that's why I came.
The CDC says almost all children, 93% across the U.S., are vaccinated against polio before the age of 2. If you aren't sure, most states do allow you to request immunization records online. Doctors say a polio booster is not recommended if you got your initial vaccine as a kid.
I've seen a lot of articles about teenagers texting their parents, did I get vaccinated?
It's hard to know. It's hard to find those records sometimes.
Yeah, it is, and it was a long time ago, but it's good information to have. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Gabe. Turning now to the desperately dry conditions plaguing the country. The West is in the midst of a 23-year drought, and as reservoirs dry up, states are haggling over who has access to limited resources. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us with more on that. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Let's start on the Colorado River. It serves as a hydropower highway from Lake Powell all the way to Lake Mead. It's the nation's largest reservoir where all that excess water is banked in a system that supplies that water to 40 million people in the West. Now that supply is dwindling and the crisis is serving as a microcosm for the problems that are associated with climate change.
On the surface, the boundless beauty of the Colorado River feels eternal. But just underneath, an increasingly urgent threat is rising faster than ever before.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
That river supplies water to 7 states and 40 million people. Now, the system that sustains it is simply no longer robust enough to maintain that output.
We really need to reduce the amount of water we're taking out of the Colorado River by something like 20% for the long term.
The river's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, are now nearly 3/4 empty and projected to continue dropping. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river as Nevada loses 8%. And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater. The consequences of drought and water shortages are now playing out everywhere. In the Northeast, water restrictions in 78 New Hampshire communities. This past July was the hottest on record for Texas since 1895 and the 5th driest in that same time period. 34% of the Midwest is abnormally dry or experiencing drought. 70% of the West is in a moderate drought, and 98% of California is in a severe drought. Farmers are now facing an uncertain future. Third-generation Arizona farmer Nancy Kaywood says less than half of her 247-acre farm is producing crops.
We're not making money. We don't know how long we can hang in there.
The crisis creating a domino effect. Less availability and higher prices in grocery stores and restaurants, no work for laborers, and billions of dollars in lost revenue. A startling new reality impacting every level of life from coast to coast.
So the drought is bad, but we are not at the point where tap water is suddenly going to stop flowing. The bigger impact truly is agricultural, so food variety, availability, and pricing will be most impacted. Joe?
So, Steve, what steps are cities taking to combat the drought?
You know, they're forced to adapt. So let's say the cities that are most impacted by the drought, like central Arizona, cities like Phoenix and Mesa and Tucson, and some cities, of course, in Nevada as well, about 83% of the water that goes into waste treatment is now being reclaimed, as an example.
All right.
Joe?
Steve Patterson, thank you so much.
Yep.
Now, parts of those drought-impacted areas could see some flooding over the next few days as both New Mexico and Arizona could see monsoon conditions. For that and what else is happening in your neighborhood, let's check in on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman's back with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at that monsoon conditions continuing today, also throughout the weekend. We're going to see it picking up tomorrow, and then it's combining with an area of low pressure. So they're joining forces to bring some really heavy rain. The soil's so different in the Southwest. It's more clay-like, so we get flooding a little bit faster. pressure, and we're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain in some spots. So this is the flash flood risk for today. We're talking about the southeast. We're also southwest. We're also talking about the southeast with a really slow-moving front that's bringing showers and storms and really torrential downpours. So as we go throughout the day, we're going to focus on the southwest first because we're looking, as I said, 3 to 5 inches of rain throughout the day. And then tomorrow we're going to see really heavy rain, and that's going to continue into the weekend. So here's the setup. We have that monsoon rain that's been going on for months. That's beneficial for this time of year. But when it goes over the same areas, that's where we have the problems. And we have an area of low pressure. That was the same system that was in Texas. It brought tropical moisture to Texas. It moved off to the west, and it's combining with this monsoon moisture, and that's why we're getting that really heavy rain. It's going to continue tomorrow. It's going to continue Saturday. I do have an extended weekend outlook that I'll show you in just a minute. So we're going to be contending with this for quite a while. Where you see these darker colors right near Tucson, Silver City, we're looking at the heaviest rain. Phoenix also looking at some rain as well. Now, talking about the southeast, that's going to be another spot where we're looking at soaking downpours. We have that slow-moving front that's going to bring showers and storms. Some could be on the strong side. Some could bring some really gusty winds, even some hail in spots. But the biggest problem will be the heavy rain in spots, again, where you see those darker colors from Texas along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. That's where we're looking at that really heavy rain. Elsewhere, we're looking at heat in the west, temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. We've been seeing this all week long. We're going to continue to see it into the weekend. So when heat waves go on and on, that's when it gets really stressful on the body, and especially in places that aren't used to this. So we're looking from Washington through Oregon into California, even into portions of Idaho. 17 million people impacted by a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning, and that jet stream bringing that hot air. So 104 in Sacramento today. That's well above normal for this time of year, and 105 in Fresno. We'll see those numbers once again as we go throughout the next couple of days. But taking a look at the weekend forecast, we're going to start at Friday because we consider that the weekend, don't we? We're looking at that flood threat once again in the southwest. Downpours in the southeast. Really nice start to the weekend in the northeast, but we're going to bring in some showers, especially in the Great Lakes, into portions in the mid-Atlantic. But look at all that rain still in the southwest. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Going on, as always. Thanks, Michelle. Now to America's ongoing battle with inflation. New retail numbers are showing the toll it's taking on families, small businesses, and big box retailers alike. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Chicago outside a Target store. And Maggie, the retail giant says it's taken a big hit even in its latest earnings report. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, Savannah, definitely a stunning hit. Target executives confirming yesterday their second quarter profits fell roughly 90% compared to this time last year. So, of course, that number shocking a lot of people. This as new federal data shows just how much everyday Americans are stretching their budgets to try and make ends meet. From major retailers to everyday families.
Like I tell my kids, you know, it's just the stuff that you need, not the stuff that you want.
The ripple effects of inflation are reaching every corner of American life. Target confirming their second quarter profits plummeted roughly 90% from last year, with executives blaming price slashes on excess merchandise, goods stuck on cargo ships during the pandemic that have now arrived en masse. Consumers grappling with their own money woes.
We try to go from store to store and get, you know, whatever is cheaper.
Less than 24 hours after President Biden promised relief via the Inflation Reduction Act, new federal data shows between June and July, spending remained stagnant, with Americans shifting minimal savings from falling gas prices to afford basics. Online shopping is up, as are some retail sectors, namely food sales, but not nearly enough to cover decades-high inflation. Translation? Families are spending more on less.
Yeah, everything here is store brand.
While restaurants patiently take the hit.
One day, chicken wings are affordable and great, and the next day you can't afford chicken wings for the price.
At Stadium Club in McCook, Illinois, Steve Palmer changes the menu weekly to work around fluctuating prices. The stress holds steady.
My house is on the line for my business. So if I have a bad week, you know, who knows?
The toughest part? The uncertainty. Experts share that pain.
We're still a bit confused about where this economy is going. The economy is neither sort of plunging nor soaring. It's kind of holding there in the middle, and we're waiting to see what happens.
And one retail sector that, by the way, month to month really took a hit is auto sales, down roughly 1.5% from June to July, with some car dealers saying it's not that demand is low, it's that they don't have the inventory, and that amid the chip shortage in particular, they really literally don't have the cars to sell, with some consumers waiting 8 to 10 months for the car they want to buy to be available. Just adding to that frustration for everyday families.
Maggie, it's like you cued that engine revving yourself just a second ago for that tag. Thank you so much.
We planned that. Yeah, exactly.
And coming up on Morning News Now, growing fears of a potential nuclear disaster in Ukraine.
The fighting happening right now near a nuclear plant there, and the pressure from the rest of the world to put a stop to the Russian attacks.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Emergency workers in Ukraine are carrying out nuclear disaster response drills in Zaporizhia amid fears that over shelling near the nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that situation is expected to be high on the agenda when President Zelensky hosts the Turkish president and UN Secretary General later today.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joined us now from Zaporizhia with more. Josh, good morning to you. So both the Russians and the Ukrainians are blaming each other for shelling near this plant. And concerns of a potential disaster are just not going away. So what's the latest there, and what's Moscow saying about the UN chief's visit?
Well, Russia is saying that it expects Ukraine to have a nuclear provocation tomorrow at that plant to coincide with the visit right now of UN Secretary General Guterres to Ukraine. The Russian military saying that they expect that from a town near where I'm standing now, the Ukrainians will launch artillery to create a man-made disaster at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. Now, Ukraine has been warning for days now that they expected Russia to do a false flag operation. So there are some real concerns right now that when Russia says Ukraine is about to attack, what they really mean is Russia is about to attack and try to blame that on Ukraine. Both countries have actually been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits, while the Russians say they are deploying radiation monitoring stations to the area in anticipation of a potential disaster, which there was a briefing this morning from the chief of Russia's nuclear defense forces, who said that if there is that kind of a disaster, radiation could spread to Germany, to Poland, to Slovakia. So suffice it to say, there is a lot of tension here in Zaporizhzhia right now, Joe.
Absolutely. Hey, Josh, it's Savannah. There have also been these explosions in Russian-occupied Crimea. Recently, Russian media says Moscow has replaced the commander of its Crimea-based Black Sea Fleet. Do we know if that's related to these blasts or some type of disappointment, frustration with what's happening there? What are both sides saying about that?
Well, Russia hasn't said exactly, but that sure seems likely to be the case, Savannah, because we know that in addition to that replacement, that Russia is also taking its aircraft and helicopters in Crimea and moving them either further inland or even back into Russia proper, which seems like a pretty good indication that Russia has been taken aback by the fact that there have been several now suspected Ukrainian strikes in the Crimean Peninsula that have really made clear that Russia's forces there are vulnerable. In addition to those strikes, there was the attack on the Russia's military naval base in Ukraine, just a few weeks ago by a drone. So there have been a lot of setbacks for Russia in Crimea recently.
Josh, we're also following the situation in eastern Ukraine, where there are reports of more shelling this morning in Kharkiv, and it follows another attack on that city just yesterday. What's the latest there?
So far, 10 dead, including a child, dozens more injured in those two sets of strikes in the second largest city in Ukraine that Russia really targeted pretty heavily earlier in the war, but was never really able to capture. And now, even as the fighting is moving south, Russia clearly making the point that no one in eastern Ukraine, including in Kharkiv, is safe, Savannah.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, and you stay safe. See you soon. Now, in Mexico, a desperate rescue mission is underway as crews try to save 10 workers who have been trapped in a collapsed and flooded coal mine for nearly 2 weeks. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest.
The rush to rescue 10 workers trapped hundreds of feet underground in a northern Mexico mine, growing dire as the effort stretches into its second week. Frustration and anger mounting for anxious families clinging to any shred of hope they'll get to see their loved ones again. My son is still trapped down there, she says. Officials say a tunnel wall collapsed on August 3rd, triggering an explosion of rushing floodwaters from an adjacent shaft, trapping the miners ages 22 to 61 about 200 feet underground. You can see the depth as crews rappel down. The effort hampered by surging water and debris gushing into the mine. Authorities say they need the level to drop for responders to gain access, but water from a nearby mine keeps flooding in. Now, the Mexican Foreign Ministry calling on both U.S. and German companies for assistance, but family members say it's been far too slow. I feel they are alive, but as more time goes by, what will happen to them? Among the missing, Jose Rogelio Moreno Morales and his son. The family begging officials to let them search themselves. I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, this little girl said about her uncle. But now, exactly 2 weeks without any sign of life, hope that was once for a speedy rescue is now for a miracle. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
So tough for those families. Let's stay with international news now. At least 21 people are dead and dozens more injured after a blast ripped through a mosque in Kabul. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and the rest of the day's international headlines. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, police have said that at least 21 people have died and 33 others were injured in the attack. Now, the blast went off at a time when the mosque there in Kabul was packed because of the evening prayers. And now no claim of responsibility has arrived so far, even though this attack has come a week after Islamic State militants have killed a pro-Taliban cleric in a suicide bombing again in Afghanistan's capital. And let's move to Syria, where authorities are denying that they are detaining Austin Tice, an American journalist who disappeared in August 2012 while covering the war there. In a statement issued by the White House to mark the 10th anniversary of his abduction, President Biden said he was certain the Syrian government is holding him. And let's end this short tour of the world in Japan, where authorities are trying to encourage youngsters to, well, drink more alcohol. Worried by the drop in consumption and the consequent drop in revenue of sake, whiskey, beer and wine among the younger population, the tax authority thought about starting a contest asking young Japanese to come up with business ideas to increase demand of alcohol. As you may expect, the initiative was received with mixed reactions because it only looks to be healthy for the tax office coffers, but nobody else.
Yeah, everything in moderation, right? I don't know about that. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. And now coming up, a warning for people using period tracker or reproductive apps. Your information is likely easier to access than you might have thought. What that could mean for people trying to seek an abortion. That's next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It was a story that captivated the nation and really shed some light on what it means to be catfished. Former college football superstar Manti Te'o is opening up about the online girlfriend hoax that happened when he was in college 10 years ago in a new documentary. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Football star and Heisman Trophy finalist Manti Te'o is back in the headlines.
How big of a star was he at the time?
There aren't many household names in college sports, but he was one of them.
The former college football superstar and NFL linebacker speaking out in a new 2-part Netflix documentary about the infamous catfishing scandal that shocked fans a decade ago.
It just seemed like there was more to tell.
The documentary coming out after a lengthy saga of drama, death, and deception. Te'o says he started exchanging messages with someone going by the name Lene Kekua on Facebook back in 2009.
We would talk often. She would talk about her family, her faith. And through those conversations, I started getting to know who Lene is.
But a few years later, Te'o says he finally realized something was amiss.
I'll be like, I can't see you. So I can't see you. I say, why I can't see you though? I don't know, maybe your connection's bad. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe.
Then what seemed like a tragedy. According to Teo, his grandmother, Ann Lene, died the same night in the fall of 2012, leading him to publicly dedicate his season to them.
6 hours ago, I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, you know, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, I love you.
Teo's dramatic story began unraveling when Deadspin started looking into his girlfriend and her supposed death. Teo says he got a call saying the girl he thought was dead was actually alive 2 days before this moment.
I'll never forget the time when I found out that, you know, my girlfriend passed away. And
Teo went to the athletic department, but school officials told the documentary they advised him he didn't need to say anything right away as they tried to figure out what happened. Tweets began circulating skepticism about Lene. And Deadspin reporters found the real woman pictured in Lene's profile, and she was not involved. In January of 2013, Deadspin broke the story.
The Manti Teo story isn't real.
What started as an inspirational story deteriorated into a cruel, twisted hoax.
Teo says that's when he found out Lene was in fact a catfish, where another person hid behind a fake social media identity.
Is Manti Teo in on this elaborate hoax?
When some of the facts became known, I think there were a lot of folks that felt duped.
Teo went from beloved athlete to the butt of endless jokes and ridicule.
You stuck to the script, and you knew that something was amiss, Manti.
Correct.
Why?
My whole world told me that she died on September 12th. Everybody knew that. This girl who I committed myself to died on September 12th. Now I get a phone call on December 6th saying that she's alive, and then I'm gonna be put on national TV 2 days later, and they ask me about the same question. You know, what would you do?
His supposed girlfriend was actually Ronaya Tuisasopo, using photos of someone they went to high school with.
Were you in love with him?
I mean, yeah, if as twisted and as confusing as it may be, yeah, I mean, I cared for this person.
I don't think that they like the idea of that media coverage kind of being the period at the end of this, like, pretty long sentence.
The former catfish is now a proud trans woman and goes by the name Naya.
I've seen the show Catfish a couple of times, and a lot of their reasons for not being able to FaceTime, I've probably used all those reasons.
Teo telling CBS why he participated in the documentary all these years later.
In order for me to kind of heal from this, I need to reveal it.
What surprised you the most to learn? Hearing more about what their relationship was like, but just how much they really did talk and communicate and have like a sincere relationship between the two of them.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, in the documentary, Teo said the incident had a huge impact on his mental health and added that he'll take all the jokes and memes if he can be an inspiration to even one person who needs him. Now, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, many reproductive rights advocates pointed out the potential that period tracking apps could be used against their users. Well, now a new survey from Mozilla found most apps devoted to reproductive health haven't done much to prepare for the possibility of law enforcement asking for their customers' information. For more, we're joined by NBC News reporter Kevin Collier. Kevin, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. So take us first just through this survey, what exactly it found and how these apps are responding to what it claims.
So it looked through 25 apps that deal with reproductive health in some way, shape, or form, whether it's period tracking or pregnancy tracking, fitness, that sort of thing. And only one of them had a very clearly defined policy of what would happen, how they would respond if law enforcement came seeking users' data in an abortion investigation. So only one of the 25.
Now, in many states, it's unclear what exactly constitutes a criminal abortion. This is part of this issue that we've seen, is that everything has become this patchwork. It's become very confusing. What action can users or companies take if they don't wish to share personal data with law enforcement? And maybe even unrelated to an abortion, but just kind of not knowing what's going on here. What can you do?
Right. So I should take this opportunity to highlight the fact that while period tracking apps and things like that have taken a lot of attention, Practically speaking, so far in most investigations where law enforcement has sought digital evidence, what's on your phone, what's on your computer in an abortion case, they're looking more for communications. Did somebody text someone else that they intended to take the pill, that sort of thing? And in those scenarios, you can use encrypted messaging apps. So that's probably the most robust thing that most people can do. They also can ask more from their apps and look at guides like this one to see which ones do a better job of encrypting or storing their data.
So, Kevin, if someone is maybe thinking about downloading one of these apps and starting to use them, or on the other hand, maybe deleting one because they've heard, these concerns, they've heard advocates saying things like this, maybe that law enforcement could ask for information to be turned over. If you're on either side of that, what should people be thinking about? What should they look into?
Check if the app stores the user's data on the actual phone, on the device. See if they, rather than storing it on the cloud where it is more easily accessed by law enforcement, check to see if they encrypt that data. And then again, watch how someone messages, watch how they communicate with each other. Is that something that is going to be, open and widely accessible by a subpoena, like that case in Nebraska a couple weeks ago, where law enforcement got Facebook messages between a mother and daughter and used that as evidence in the case.
Yeah, Kevin, that obviously made major headlines. How much of a concern has this been, going after data? To your point, it's mainly happening in messages, communication apps, things like that. Have we been seeing much of that other than these big cases that have made headlines?
No, they're scattershot so far. And the concern that this study is kind of responding to is if more people move to encrypted communications, then if some enterprising, say, state DA wants to find, cast a much broader net looking for people who may have had illegal abortions, that's when they'll start looking at reproductive apps like that. So that's what the kind of the point of the study we're highlighting today is trying to encourage those companies to start thinking about these things now rather than when they actually are served with a subpoena.
Kevin Collier, thank you so much. And now to one of the largest animal rescue operations ever. 4,000 beagles were saved from a breeding and research facility in Virginia. NBC News correspondent George Solis takes us inside the mission.
We're the best dogs in the world. Adorable? Absolutely. But for these wide-eyed, droopy-eared beagles, not everything is as it seems.
Hi, baby. Life just got better.
Unloaded, one by one, these dogs were once only known by their tattooed ID number. And that's because you're watching a once-in-a-lifetime rescue operation.
Next up, who's next?
4,000 beagles have been spared alive as test subjects for medical research around the globe, a practice still extremely common.
Where does this rescue and relocation effort rank among some of the operations that you guys have handled over the years?
I don't think most of us have ever seen approximately 4,000 dogs in one case, so this is huge. It's historic.
NBC News was invited inside the facility. On the day, 233 of these dogs arrived. It's a Herculean rescue effort a long time in the making. Last year, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, went undercover at Envigo, a massive breeding and research facility in Cumberland, Virginia.
Our investigation found that famished nursing mother dogs were deprived of food for up to 2 days, that animals were being hosed in cages with high pressure cold water, that puppies were dying by the hundreds.
PETA reported their findings to the USDA, citing Animal Welfare Act violations. And this past May, the Justice Department got involved, securing the surrender of thousands of dogs. Envigo declined an interview with NBC News, but their parent company Inotiv said in a statement it had reached a settlement with the DOJ and the USDA. The agreement states the company will not have to pay any fines or penalties, nor is it an admission of liability or wrongdoing. The facility will shut down once all 4,000 dogs have been removed.
This may be hard to believe, but this is about the only and first human interaction these puppies have had, and hopefully it will not be the last.
Temporarily housing this many dogs takes a makeshift village of kennels. Leading the charge is Senior Manager of Animal Care, Katie DeMay.
Currently, we have volunteers and staff in this building from all over the country.
Why was it so important for you guys to kind of share this slice of their journey?
Sure, it's important so people can see what goes into a mission of this scale.
The Humane Society says these dogs will soon travel to rescue and shelter partners across the country to be put up for adoption. A massive operation and twist of fate for these dogs, now on the way to the lives they deserve.
Our thanks to George Solis for bringing us that story. Now, many of the rescued beagles are now on their way to shelters across the country, ready to be adopted. The Humane Society says they're a little more than halfway through their rescue operation and hope that every single one of these dogs finds a happy home.
As do we.
They're very cute. So
They are.
Coming up, the cruise industry is making a comeback.
Yeah, with COVID restrictions loosening, reservations are through the roof. We're going to tell you how cruise lines are trying to meet demand and what you need to know as you book your next vacation next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news now. And the Fed says it's planning to keep interest rate increases in place until inflation cools.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and what it means for you along with the rest of the day's financial headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It's like the old saying, keep calm and carry on. That's the message the Federal Reserve is trying to send the markets. The minutes from last month's Federal Reserve meeting show that the central bank remains committed to fighting inflation, signaling that it's going to continue to hike interest rates to try to bring down prices. Now, Fed officials expect the economy to expand in the second half of the year, but they suggest that growth could get a little weaker as higher rates stimulus work their way through the economy. The Fed notes that the housing market, consumer spending, and business investment has already started to slow. Meantime, Apple is expected to unveil the latest iPhone on September 7th. Bloomberg reports the iPhone 14 will feature a better camera, but will otherwise only have minor upgrades. There will be a version with a 6.7-inch screen, but Apple is getting rid of the mini version with the 5-inch screen. Those of you who have good eyesight and can see those on those little screens. Apple is also expected to unveil 3 new Apple Watch models and several versions of Macs and iPads by the end of the year. And Amazon, well, it seems like everybody wants to be like TikTok and join Amazon in that club. The Wall Street Journal reports that it's testing a feature in the app that would show users a feed of product photos and videos that you can share with others. The test is currently being run with a small number of Amazon employees. A widget brings shoppers a feed with a stream of images and videos with people able to like, share, and buy items. An Amazon spokesperson says the company is constantly testing new features to help make customers' lives a bit easier. Personally, I don't need videos on my Amazon feed.
No. Also, I think there's enough of people showing their Amazon lists actually on TikTok that's sending people there anyway, because they do those storefronts. You know?
Everyone wants to like TikTok.
Exactly. Thanks for that.
Thank you. The cruise industry is back, and with COVID restrictions now loosening, demand is high. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been looking at whether it's best to book now or wait, and where to go for the best deals.
This morning, it's full steam ahead for cruisers. Most lines now relaxing their vaccination and testing requirements, and reservations are through the roof. At Norwegian, ticket sales for next year up 40% compared to pre-pandemic levels. And at Carnival, bookings have nearly doubled.
There's been a massive surge. At our agency, we're looking at 200% to 300% increase of bookings from just 2 weeks ago.
Strict vaccine rules were essential to the cruise industry's comeback last summer, when the CDC made it all but impossible for the unvaccinated to sail, and most passengers had to show proof of a negative test. But last week, the agency relaxed its COVID guidelines, on top of dropping the mandate that cruise lines had to report their cases. In response, most companies loosening their rules, requiring less testing for vaccinated passengers and allowing the unvaccinated on board with proof of a negative test.
We're just ready for everything to get back to normal.
During the pandemic, avid cruiser Danielle Matthews couldn't bring her kids along because they're unvaccinated. Now they're all booked on a cruise to Cozumel in October.
The kids were just ecstatic that they finally, get to do this now.
But not all cruise fans are thrilled with the relaxed rules. One survey finding 56% say they prefer most passengers be vaccinated, and 44% say they wouldn't feel safe on board.
That said, another half are fully ready to start moving into that new era where unvaccinated passengers are allowed on board.
Staffing shortages have left some lines struggling to meet demand, forcing them to limit capacity and cut back on amenities. Many now enticing customers with great deals. On MSC, a one-night Mediterranean cruise for $49 a person, plus taxes and fees. On Holland America, 7 nights to Canada and New England for $129. On Royal Caribbean, a 4-night Bahamas cruise for $129. And on Norwegian, 40% off all cruises through the end of the month.
Now's a great time to book, because there's availability, quite frankly. We're starting to see that disappear. And if you want to go, you're going to need to book while there's still space.
Thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Even though vaccines are not required, the CDC still recommends that travelers be up to date on their vaccinations and test before and after their trip.
Now, a pair of classic American cars are driving off into the sunset to make way for a new electric era. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a look back at 2 60s icons set to be retired.
Everybody's falling for this one.
The Dodge Charger is one of those cars that had us at hello. In the pantheon of muscle cars, its styling stood out. And its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullet. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile per gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
Coming up, the road to recovery.
Yeah, a little leaguer who suffered a head injury just days before his World Series game is now beating the odds. We have an update on his condition and the major league support he's getting now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. This is one that might divide people. Papa John's has introduced a new item on its menu, pizza without the pizza dough. That's right, this new crustless Papa John's pizza bowl. It's similar to a burrito bowl, sort of, just the topping served hot in a plastic bowl. You can choose between 3 flavors, garden veggie, chicken Alfredo, and Italian meats trio. Papa John's has introduced the new item after new figures showed the chain's growth slowing after 2 years where it's fair to say many of us ate a lot of pizza. Now, the pizza bowls will roll out nationally Monday and cost $7. and 99 cents. You know, if that's what you're going for, just eat the pizza.
Ugh.
I mean, it's salad if you don't want the pizza dough, or it's a pizza.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
All right.
Not something that I need to go run out and buy.
All I have to say about
after
that.
talking about it.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing. You're right.
Exactly.
You won't be craving that today. All right. We're going to end this hour with signs of hope after a devastating accident. A Utah Little Leaguer suffered a life-threatening head injury just days before the Little League World Series in Williamsport. But the boy's father tells us the young left fielder is now on the road to recovery. For 12-year-old Easton the Tank Oliverson, reaching the Little League World Series was a dream come true.
My name's Easton Oliverson, and I'm part of the Snow Canyon 12-year-old All-Star team.
But a tragic accident on Sunday quickly turned his world upside down. The young left fielder fell from his top bunk inside a Little League dorm, sending him to the ICU with a fractured skull and internal bleeding.
We went from experiencing the highs of highs to then the lows of lows, and to the point where he's fighting for his own life.
And now, just days after his surgery, this morning, signs of improvement.
Oh, he fell asleep on me.
Want some more?
A family-run Instagram account, Miracles for Tank, posted he is no longer sedated and starting to wake up more, adding Easton has displayed tremendous progress, showing a desire to eat and remembering his name and age in front of his doctors.
Statistically, he should have passed away, but here he is 3 days later. It is remarkable.
Since the injury, a flood of prayers and support have streamed in for Easton, including a message from his hero, Los Angeles Dodgers right fielder Mookie Betts.
I just want you to know that we are praying for you, thinking of you, and I hope to see you soon, my man.
The Little League World Series released a statement to NBC News acknowledging the bunk beds did not have guardrails, adding, out of an abundance of caution, Little League has made the decision to remove all bunks from within the dorms and have each bed frame individually on the floor.
It's going to take time. It's going to be a long road for East, but we have a lot of faith that he's going to be able to live a life that we're hoping for.
Easton's team, the Snow Canyon All-Stars, they're the first Utah team to make the Little League World Series. So who's taking Easton's spot? Well, his little brother Brogan actually flew into Williamsport yesterday to take Easton's place as an alternate. So he'll definitely be a team to watch starting tomorrow.
Oh, so exciting. Oh, yeah, what a sweet
best.
story. Absolutely.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, growing calls for the release of the search warrant affidavit for former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Trump himself wants to see the documents released, while investigators say that is not a good idea. The judge is set to hear arguments from both sides this afternoon. Plus, what we're learning about the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, materials that FBI officials are still sorting through. Overhaul. Major changes are coming to the CDC after the agency's director admits its response to the COVID-19 pandemic could have been better. What the future of the agency could look like as it battles two new growing outbreaks, monkeypox and polio. Drying out. The West is in the middle of its worst drought in more than 20 years. We're going to take a closer look at the conditions the region is facing as millions of people are told to conserve their water use. And setting sail. More people are booking cruises, especially with COVID restrictions loosening. Your vacation on the ocean may still look a little different than it did before the pandemic. What to expect on board, plus what's behind all of the great deals available right now. There definitely are some incredible deals right now. You can go for like $129, I think, on some of these trips.
Which is really just crazy if you think about it, for how many days you're gone, how much you're usually all-inclusive, right?
So
eating whatever you want.
Exactly. So we'll have all that information for you coming up in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the latest from Florida as we await the start of that hearing centered around the search of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
The federal judge will hear arguments on whether or not to release the affidavit filed in support of the search warrant that led to FBI agents searching the property. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in West Palm Beach this morning with the latest for us.
At 1 o'clock Eastern later today, a small federal courthouse behind me in Palm Beach County becomes the center of the political universe. Of course, this is against the backdrop of the DOJ warning that unsealing that affidavit could compromise the investigation and any future witnesses. Now, the document itself is expected to contain key clues as to why investigators went into Mar-a-Lago in the first place, as calls for transparency grow. The pressure for the federal government to show its cards in last week's unprecedented search of former President Trump's Florida home now set to come to a head in a federal courtroom, even as investigators continue to sift through a trove of documents. The same judge who signed off on the search warrant will hear arguments from a wide-ranging group, Trump's legal team, his allies, and media organizations, including NBC News, who've pushed for the affidavit to be unsealed.
We want it released. We want full and complete transparency for the American people.
The legal wrangling comes after an inventory of items taken was released, revealing 11 sets of classified documents, some marked top secret. The Washington Post, citing people familiar with the investigation, has reported some were connected to nuclear weapons. Legal experts say a release during a highly sensitive investigation would be extremely unusual.
If there's an ongoing criminal investigation, in other words, a legitimate law enforcement purpose for keeping an affidavit sealed, most judges would defer to that. In fact, I would say all judges would defer to that.
The Justice Department argues a release could cause significant and irreparable damage to this ongoing criminal investigation. Former Vice President Mike Pence weighing in on Wednesday.
The American people have a right to know.
But Pence also pushing back on recent threats to the FBI.
We can hold the Attorney General accountable without attacking rank and file law enforcement personnel.
The former VP also asked if he'd participate with the unrelated January 6th investigation, in which some Capitol attackers called for Pence's hanging.
If there's ever any formal invitation rendered to us, we'd give it due consideration.
Following a crushing primary loss for the committee's vice chair, Liz Cheney, Trump blasting her on social media as too angry and sick to succeed in the future. But Cheney says she'll continue her committee work and fight to keep Trump from a second term.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months, but it is something that I'm thinking about.
As for the hearing later today, it is possible the judge tries to strike a middle ground. But what exactly would that look like? Potentially, he could release a portion of the affidavit, but legal experts say in the event that happens, it would be filled with redactions. As for the decision, it could happen today. It could happen at a later date, which he talks about. There may not be a timetable. All of us are waiting to find out. In Palm Beach County, Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam Brock, thank you.
Former President Trump's former personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, faced a grand jury in Atlanta on Wednesday. He spent 6 hours testifying as a target of the criminal investigation looking into possible 2020 election interference. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is there and has more.
Well, Rudy Giuliani spent 6 hours inside the courthouse here behind me, testifying under oath behind closed doors before this special grand jury. Now, of course, these are closed proceedings. We do not know what he was asked inside, but we do know that it very likely centers around statements that he made to Georgia lawmakers back in 2020, just on the heels of the presidential election, where he made a number of false claims, conspiracy theories about Georgia's election. Now, after the testimony yesterday, an attorney for Giuliani did not go into specifics about what he talked about, citing grand jury secrecy, but an attorney beforehand did give some indication as to what he was not going to speak on, saying that he would stay away from any conversations that he had with the former president and that he would likely cite attorney-client privilege. Now, of course, remember, all of this centers around an investigation into the former president's efforts to overturn the election here in Georgia, but specifically pointing to a phone call that he made to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, essentially asking him to find enough votes to overturn the Biden's win here in the state of Georgia. Now, overnight, the former President Trump weighed in on that, calling it a perfect phone call once again. But all of this is once again widening the possibility of exposure for the former president and any of his associates to criminal exposure. Now, all of this comes as we're seeing the investigation itself widen here in Georgia. In fact, this morning, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp is fighting a subpoena of his own, calling it politically motivated this close to November. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you.
And now to some strong criticism of the CDC from the director of the CDC.
For the first time, Dr. Rochelle Walensky says the CDC failed to respond quickly enough to the COVID pandemic and needs to be overhauled. This comes as the agency confronts new threats, including monkeypox and a troubling reappearance of polio. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Joan Savannah, good morning. The new steps grew out of an external review the CDC director had ordered in April. It is a blunt acknowledgement that the CDC fell short with so many lives at stake.
This morning, a sweeping reorganization of the CDC is underway after the agency's director offered a stunning rebuke of its COVID response. Dr. Rochelle Walensky now says in our big moment, our performance did not reliably meet expectations.
We learned some hard lessons over the last 3 years, and as part of that, it's my responsibility, it's the agency's responsibility to learn from those lessons and do better.
Throughout the pandemic, the CDC has been blasted for shifting guidance over masks.
Kind of just laughed because it was like 2 weeks ago. I feel like they just like got rid of it.
Testing.
It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
And other recommendations.
Why is the guidance so confusing?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
The agency's external review found public guidance had been confusing and overwhelming, that CDC leaders rotated out every few months, and that important data were inexplicably released too late to inform federal decisions. The changes now include a new executive council, a new equity office, and a more streamlined website. Dr. Walensky also plans to ask Congress to grant the CDC new powers, including mandating that local jurisdictions share their data.
Our government agencies weren't designed to manage a once-in-a-century crisis like this. And I think while many of them performed admirably, there is no question in my mind that these agencies could have done better.
The course correction comes as federal officials face criticism over the monkeypox vaccine rollout and new concerns about polio, just the second instance of U.S. community spread in 43 years. Last week, health officials announced that polio had been detected in New York City's wastewater.
Make sure that your children are protected because this is a very, very serious disease.
A polio vaccine clinic opening in Rockland County, New York.
I may have gotten it as a child, but I wasn't sure about my records, so that's why I came.
The CDC says almost all children, 93% across the U.S., are vaccinated against polio before the age of 2. If you aren't sure, most states do allow you to request immunization records online. Doctors say a polio booster is not recommended if you got your initial vaccine as a kid.
I've seen a lot of articles about teenagers texting their parents, did I get vaccinated?
It's hard to know. It's hard to find those records sometimes.
Yeah, it is, and it was a long time ago, but it's good information to have. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Gabe. Turning now to the desperately dry conditions plaguing the country, the West is in the midst of a 23-year drought, and as reservoirs dry up, states are haggling over who has access to limited resources. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us with more on that. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Let's start on the Colorado River. It serves as a hydropower highway from Lake Powell all the way to Lake Mead. It's the nation's largest reservoir where all that excess water is banked in a system that supplies that water to 40 million people in the West. Now that supply is dwindling and the crisis is serving as a microcosm for the problems that are associated with climate change.
On the surface, the boundless beauty of the Colorado River feels eternal. But just underneath, an increasingly urgent threat is rising faster than ever before.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
That river supplies water to 7 states and 40 million people. Now, the system that sustains it is simply no longer robust enough to maintain that output.
We really need to reduce the amount of water we're taking out of the Colorado River by something like 20% for the long term.
The river's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, are now nearly 3/4 empty and projected to continue dropping. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river as Nevada loses 8%.
And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater.
The consequences of drought and water shortages are now playing out everywhere. In the Northeast, water restrictions in 78 New Hampshire communities. This past July was the hottest on record for Texas since 1895 and the 5th driest in that same time period. 34% of the Midwest is abnormally dry or experiencing drought. 70% of the West is in a moderate drought, and 98% of California is in a severe drought. Farmers are now facing an uncertain future. Third-generation Arizona farmer Nancy Kaywood says less than half of her 247-acre farm is producing crops.
We're not making money. We don't know how long we can hang in there.
The crisis creating a domino effect. Less availability and higher prices in grocery stores and restaurants, no work for laborers, and billions of dollars in lost revenue. A startling new reality impacting every level of life from coast to coast.
So the drought is bad, but we are not at the point where tap water is suddenly going to stop flowing. The bigger impact truly is agricultural, so food variety, availability, and pricing will be most impacted. Joe?
So, Steve, what steps are cities taking to combat the drought?
You know, they're forced to adapt. So let's say the cities that are most impacted by the drought, like central Arizona, cities like Phoenix and Mesa and Tucson, and some cities, of course, in Nevada as well, about 83% of the water that goes into waste treatment is now being reclaimed, as an example.
All right.
Joe?
Steve Patterson, thank you so much.
Yep.
Now, parts of those drought-impacted areas could see some flooding over the next few days, as both New Mexico and Arizona could see monsoon conditions for that. And what else is happening in your neighborhood? Let's check in on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman's back with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at that monsoon conditions continuing today, also throughout the weekend. We're going to see it picking up tomorrow, and then it's combining with an area of low pressure. So they're joining forces to bring some really heavy rain. The soil's so different in the Southwest. It's more clay-like, so we get flooding a little bit faster. And we're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain in some spots. So this is the flash flood risk for today. We're talking about the Southeast. We're also Southwest. We're also talking about the Southeast with a really slow-moving front that's bringing showers and storms and really torrential downpours. So as we go throughout the day, we're going to focus on the Southwest first because we're looking, as I said, 3 to 5 inches of rain throughout the day. And then tomorrow we're going to see really heavy rain, and that's going to continue into the weekend. So here's the setup. We have that monsoon rain that's been going on for months. That's beneficial for this time of year. But when it goes over the same areas, that's where we have the problems. And we have an area of low pressure. That was the same system that was in Texas. It brought tropical moisture to Texas. It moved off to the west, and it's combining with this monsoon moisture, and that's why we're getting that really heavy rain. It's going to continue tomorrow. It's going to continue Saturday. I do have an extended weekend outlook that I'll show you in just a minute. So we're going to be contending with this for quite a while. Where you see these darker colors right near Tucson, Silver City, we're looking at the heaviest rain. Phoenix also looking at some rain as well. Now, talking about the Southeast, that's going to be another spot where we're looking at soaking downpours. We have that slow-moving front that's going to bring showers and storms. Some could be on the strong side. Some could bring some really gusty winds, even some hail in spots. But the biggest problem will be the heavy rain in spots, again, where you see those darker colors from Texas along the Gulf Coast into the Southeast. That's where we're looking at that really heavy rain. Elsewhere, we're looking at heat in the West, temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. We've been seeing this all week long. We're going to continue to see it into the weekend. So when heat waves go on and on, that's when it gets really stressful on the body. And especially in places that aren't used to this. So we're looking from Washington through Oregon into California, even into portions of Idaho. 17 million people impacted by a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning, and that jet stream bringing that hot air. So 104 in Sacramento today. That's well above normal for this time of year, and 105 in Fresno. We'll see those numbers once again as we go throughout the next couple of days. But taking a look at the weekend forecast, we're going to start at Friday because we consider that the weekend, don't we? We're looking at that flood threat once again in the Southwest. Downpours in the Southeast. Really nice start to the weekend in the Northeast, but we're going to bring in some showers, especially in the Great Lakes, into portions in the Mid-Atlantic. But look at all that rain still in the Southwest. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Going on, as always. Thanks, Michelle. Now to America's ongoing battle with inflation. New retail numbers are showing the toll it's taking on families, small businesses, and big box retailers alike. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Chicago outside a Target store. And Maggie, the retail giant says it's taken a big hit even in its latest earnings report. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, Savannah, definitely a stunning hit. Target executives confirming yesterday their second quarter profits fell roughly 90% compared to this time last year. So, of course, that number shocking a lot of people. This as new federal data shows just how much everyday Americans are stretching their budgets to try and make ends meet. From major retailers to everyday families.
Like I tell my kids, it's just the stuff that you need, not the stuff that you want.
The ripple effects of inflation are reaching every corner of American life. Target confirming their second quarter profits plummeted roughly 90% from last year, with executives blaming price slashes on excess merchandise, goods stuck on cargo ships during the pandemic that have now arrived en masse. Consumers grappling with their own money woes.
We try to go from store to store and get, whatever is cheaper.
Less than 24 hours after President Biden promised relief via the Inflation Reduction Act, new federal data shows between June and July, spending remained stagnant, with Americans shifting minimal savings from falling gas prices to afford basics. Online shopping is up, as are some retail sectors, namely food sales, but not nearly enough to cover decades-high inflation. Translation? Families are spending more on less.
Yeah, everything here is store brand.
While restaurants patiently take the hit.
One day, chicken wings are affordable and great, and the next day you can't afford chicken wings for the price.
At Stadium Club in McCook, Illinois, Steve Palmer changes the menu weekly to work around fluctuating prices. The stress holds steady.
My house is on the line for my business. So if I have a bad week, who knows?
The toughest part, the uncertainty. Experts share that pain.
We're still a bit confused about where this economy is going. The economy is neither sort of plunging nor soaring. It's kind of holding there in the middle, and we're waiting to see what happens.
And one retail sector that, by the way, month to month really took a hit is auto sales, down roughly 1.5% from June to July, with some car dealers saying it's not that demand is low, it's that they don't have the inventory, and that amid the chip shortage in particular, they literally don't have the cars to sell, with some consumers waiting 8 to 10 months for the car they want to buy to be available. Just adding to that frustration for everyday families.
Maggie, it's like you cued that engine revving yourself just a second ago for that tag. Thank you so much.
We planned that. Yeah, exactly.
And coming up on Morning News Now, growing fears of a potential nuclear disaster in Ukraine.
The fighting happening right now near a nuclear plant there, and the pressure from the rest of the world to put a stop to the Russian attacks.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Emergency workers in Ukraine are carrying out nuclear disaster response drills in Zaporizhia amid fears that over shelling near the nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that situation is expected to be high on the agenda when President Zelensky hosts the Turkish president and UN Secretary General later today.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Zaporizhia with more. Josh, good morning to you. So both the Russians and the Ukrainians are blaming each other for shelling near this plant. And concerns of a potential disaster are just not going away. So what's the latest there, and what's Moscow saying about the UN chief's visit?
Well, Russia is saying that it expects Ukraine to have a nuclear provocation tomorrow at that plant to coincide with the visit right now of UN Secretary General Guterres to Ukraine. The Russian military saying that they expect that from a town near where I'm standing now, the Ukrainians will launch artillery to create a man-made disaster at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. Now, Ukraine has been warning for days now that they expected Russia to do a false flag operation. So there are some real concerns right now that when Russia says Ukraine is about to attack, what they really mean is Russia is about to attack and try to blame that on Ukraine. Both countries have actually been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits, while the Russians say they are deploying radiation monitoring stations to the area in anticipation of a potential disaster, which there was a briefing this morning from the chief of Russia's nuclear defense forces, who said that if there is that kind of a disaster, radiation could spread to Germany, to Poland, to Slovakia. So suffice it to say there is a lot of tension here in Zaporizhia right now, Joe.
Absolutely. Hey, Josh, it's Savannah. There have also been these explosions in Russian-occupied Crimea recently. Russian media says Moscow has replaced the commander of its Crimea-based Black Sea Fleet. Do we know if that's related to these blasts or some type of disappointment, frustration with what's happening there? What are both sides saying about that?
Well, Russia hasn't said exactly, but that sure seems likely to be the case, Savannah, because we know that in addition to that replacement, that Russia is also taking its aircraft and helicopters in Crimea and moving them either further inland or even back into Russia proper, which seems like a pretty good indication that Russia has been taken aback by the fact that there have been several now suspected Ukrainian strikes in the Crimean Peninsula that have really made clear that Russia's forces there are vulnerable. In addition to those strikes, there was the attack on the Russia's military naval base in Ukraine, just a few weeks ago by a drone. So there have been a lot of setbacks for Russia in Crimea recently.
Josh, we're also following the situation in eastern Ukraine, where there are reports of more shelling this morning in Kharkiv, and it follows another attack on that city just yesterday. What's the latest there?
So far, 10 dead, including a child, dozens more injured in those two sets of strikes in the second largest city in Ukraine that Russia really targeted pretty heavily earlier in the war, but was never really able to capture. And now, even as the fighting is moving south, Russia clearly making the point that no one in eastern Ukraine, including in Kharkiv, is safe, Savannah.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, and you stay safe. See you soon. Now, in Mexico, a desperate rescue mission is underway as crews try to save 10 workers who have been trapped in a collapsed and flooded coal mine for nearly 2 weeks. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest.
The rush to rescue 10 workers trapped hundreds of feet underground in a northern Mexico mine, growing dire as the effort stretches into a second week. Frustration and anger mounting for anxious families clinging to any shred of hope they'll get to see their loved ones again. My son is still trapped down there, she says. Officials say a tunnel wall collapsed on August 3rd, triggering an explosion of rushing floodwaters from an adjacent shaft, trapping the miners ages 22 to 61 about 200 feet underground. You can see the depth as crews rappel down. The effort hampered by surging water and debris gushing into the mine. Authorities say they need the level to drop for responders to gain access, but water from a nearby mine keeps flooding in. Now, the Mexican Foreign Ministry calling on both U.S. and German companies for assistance, but family members say it's been far too slow. I feel they are alive, but as more time goes by, what will happen to them? Among the missing, Jose Rogelio Moreno Morales and his son. The family begging officials to let them search themselves. I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, this little girl said about her uncle. But now, exactly 2 weeks without any sign of life, hope that was once for a speedy rescue is now for a miracle. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
So tough for those families. Let's stay with international news now. At least 21 people are dead and dozens more injured after a blast ripped through a mosque in Kabul. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and the rest of the day's international headlines. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, police have said that at least 21 people have died and 33 others were injured in the attack. Now, the blast went off at a time when the mosque there in Kabul was packed because of the evening prayers. And now no claim of responsibility has arrived so far, even though this attack has come a week after Islamic State militants have killed a pro-Taliban cleric in a suicide bombing again in Afghanistan's capital. And let's move to Syria, where authorities are denying that they are detaining Austin Tice, an American journalist who disappeared in August 2012 while covering the war there. In a statement issued by the White House to mark the 10th anniversary of his abduction, President Biden said he was certain the Syrian government is holding him. And let's end this short tour of the world in Japan, where authorities are trying to encourage youngsters to, well, drink more alcohol. Worried by the drop in consumption and the consequent drop in revenue of sake, whiskey, beer and wine among the younger population, the tax authority thought about starting a contest asking young Japanese to come up with business ideas to increase demand of alcohol. As you may expect, the initiative was received with mixed reactions because it only looks to be healthy for the tax office coffers, but nobody else.
Yeah, everything in moderation, right? I don't know about that. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. And now coming up, a warning for people using period tracker or reproductive apps. Your information is likely easier to access than you might have thought. What that could mean for people trying to seek an abortion. That's next.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello. you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a story that captivated the nation and really shed some light on what it means to be catfished. Former college football superstar Manti Te'o is opening up about the online girlfriend hoax that happened when he was in college 10 years ago in a new documentary. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Football star and Heisman Trophy finalist Manti Te'o is back in the headlines.
How big of a star was he at the time?
There aren't many household names in college sports, but he was one of them.
The former college football superstar and NFL linebacker speaking out in a new two-part Netflix documentary about the infamous catfishing scandal that shocked fans a decade ago.
It just seemed like there was more to tell.
The documentary coming out after a lengthy saga of drama, death, and deception. Te'o says he started exchanging messages with someone going by the name Lene Kekua on Facebook back in 2009.
We would talk often. She would talk about her family, her faith. And through those conversations, I started getting to know who Lene is.
But a few years later, Te'o says he finally realized something was amiss.
I'll be like, I can't see you. So I can't see you. I say, why I can't see you though? I don't know, maybe your connection's bad. I'm like, okay, maybe.
Then what seemed like a tragedy. According to Te'o, his grandmother, Anne Lene, died the same night in the fall of 2012, leading him to publicly dedicate his season to them.
6 hours ago, I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, I love you.
But Te'o's dramatic story began unraveling when Deadspin started looking into his girlfriend and her supposed death. Te'o says he got a call saying the girl he thought was dead was actually alive 2 days before this moment.
I'll never forget the time when I found out that, my girlfriend passed away. And
Te'o went to the athletic department, but school officials told the documentary they advised him he didn't need to say anything right away as they tried to figure out what happened. Tweets began circulating skepticism about Lene. And Deadspin reporters found the real woman pictured in Lene's profile, and she was not involved. In January of 2013, Deadspin broke the story.
The Manti Te'o story isn't real.
What started as an inspirational story deteriorated into a cruel, twisted hoax.
Te'o says that's when he found out Lene was in fact a catfish, where another person hid behind a fake social media identity.
Is Manti Te'o in on this elaborate hoax?
When some of the facts became known, I think there were a lot of folks that felt duped.
Te'o went from beloved athlete to the butt of endless jokes and ridicule.
You stuck to the script, and you knew that something was amiss, Manti.
Correct.
Why?
My whole world told me that she died on September 12th. Everybody knew that. This girl who I committed myself to died on September 12th. Now I get a phone call on December 6th saying that she's alive, and then I'm gonna be put on national TV 2 days later, and they ask me about the same question. What would you do?
His supposed girlfriend was actually Ronaya Tuisasopo, using photos of someone they went to high school with.
Were you in love with him?
I mean, yeah, if as twisted and as confusing as it may be, yeah, I mean, I cared for this person.
I don't think that they like the idea of that media coverage kind of being the period at the end of this pretty long sentence.
The former catfish is now a proud trans woman and goes by the name Naya.
I've seen the show Catfish a couple of times, and a lot of their reasons for not being able to FaceTime
I would probably use all those reasons.
Dale telling CBS why he participated in the documentary all these years later.
In order for me to kind of heal from this, I need to reveal it.
What surprised you the most to learn?
Hearing more about what their relationship was like, but just how much they really did talk and communicate and have like a sincere relationship between the two of them.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, in the documentary, Teo said the incident had a huge impact on his mental health and added that he'll take all the jokes and memes if he can be an inspiration to even one person who needs him. Now, in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, many reproductive rights advocates pointed out the potential that period tracking apps could be used against their users. Well, now a new survey from Mozilla found most apps devoted to reproductive health haven't done much to prepare for the possibility of law enforcement asking for their customers' information. For more, we're joined by NBC News reporter Kevin Collier. Kevin, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. So take us first just through this survey, what exactly it found and how these apps are responding to what it claims.
So it looked through 25 apps that deal with reproductive health in some way, shape, or form, whether it's period tracking or pregnancy tracking, fitness, that sort of thing. And only one of them had a very clearly defined policy of what would happen, how they would respond if law enforcement came seeking users' data in an abortion investigation. So only one of the 25.
Now, in many states, it's unclear what exactly constitutes a criminal abortion. This is part of this issue that we've seen, is that everything has become this patchwork. It's become very confusing. What action can users or companies take if they don't wish to share personal data with law enforcement, and maybe even unrelated to an abortion, but just kind of not knowing what's going on here? What can you do?
Right. So I should take this opportunity to highlight the fact that while period tracking apps and things like that have taken a lot of attention, practically speaking, so far in most investigations where law enforcement has sought digital evidence, what's on your phone, what's on your computer in an abortion case, they're looking more for communications. Did somebody text someone else that they intended to take the pill, that sort of thing? And in those scenarios, you can use encrypted messaging apps. So that's probably the most robust thing that most people can do. They also can ask more from their apps and look at guides like this one to see which ones do a better job of encrypting or storing their data.
So, Kevin, if someone is maybe thinking about downloading one of these apps and starting to use them, or on the other hand, maybe deleting one because they've heard, these concerns, they've heard advocates saying things like this, maybe that law enforcement could ask for information to be turned over. If you're on either side of that, what should people be thinking about? What should they look into?
Check if the app stores the user's data on the actual phone, on the device, see if they, rather than storing it on the cloud where it is more easily accessed by law enforcement, check to see if they encrypt that data. And then again, watch how someone messages, watch how they communicate with each other. Is that something that is going to be, open and widely accessible by a subpoena, like that case in Nebraska a couple weeks ago, where law enforcement got Facebook messages between a mother and daughter and used that as evidence in the case.
Yeah, Kevin, that obviously made major headlines. How much of a concern has this been, going after data? To your point, it's mainly happening in messages, communication apps, things like that. Have we been seeing much of that other than these big cases that have made headlines?
No, they're scattershot so far. And the concern that this study is kind of responding to is if more people move to encrypted communications, then if some enterprising, say, state DA wants to find, cast a much broader net looking for people who may have had illegal abortions, that's when they'll start looking at reproductive apps like that. So that's what the kind of the point of the study we're highlighting today is trying to encourage those companies to start thinking about these things now rather than when they actually are served with a subpoena.
Kevin Collier, thank you so much. And now to one of the largest animal rescue operations ever. 4,000 beagles were saved from a breeding and research facility in Virginia. NBC News correspondent George Solis takes us inside the mission.
We're the best dogs in the world. Adorable? Absolutely. But for these wide-eyed, droopy-eared beagles,
not everything is as it seems.
Hi, baby, life just got better.
Unloaded, one by one, these dogs were once only known by their tattooed ID number. And that's because you're watching a once-in-a-lifetime rescue operation.
Next up, who's next?
4,000 beagles have been spared a life as test subjects for medical research around the globe, a practice still extremely common.
Where does this rescue and relocation effort rank among some of the operations that you guys have handled over the years?
I don't think most of us have ever seen approximately 4,000 dogs in one case, so this is huge. It's historic.
NBC News was invited inside the facility. On the day, 233 of these dogs arrived. It's a Herculean rescue effort a long time in the making. Last year, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, went undercover at Envigo, a massive breeding and research facility in Cumberland, Virginia.
Our investigation found that famished nursing mother dogs were deprived of food for up to 2 days, that animals were being hosed in cages with high pressure cold water, that puppies were dying by the hundreds.
PETA reported their findings to the USDA, citing Animal Welfare Act violations. And this past May, the Justice Department got involved, securing the surrender of thousands of dogs. Envigo declined an interview with NBC News, but their parent company Inotiv said in a statement it had reached a settlement with the DOJ and the USDA. The agreement states the company will not have to pay any fines or penalties, nor is it an admission of liability or wrongdoing. The facility will shut down once all 4,000 dogs have been removed.
This may be hard to believe, but this is about the only and first human interaction these puppies have had, and hopefully it will not be the last.
Temporarily housing this many dogs takes a makeshift village of kennels. Leading the charge is Senior Manager of Animal Care, Katie DeMay.
Currently, we have volunteers and staff in this building from all over the country.
Why was it so important for you guys to kind of share this slice of their journey?
Sure, it's important so people can see what goes into a mission of this scale.
The Humane Society says these dogs will soon travel to rescue and shelter partners across the country to be put up for adoption. A massive operation and twist of fate for these dogs, now on the way to the lives they deserve.
Our thanks to George Solis for bringing us that story. Now, many of the rescued beagles are now on their way to shelters across the country, ready to be adopted. The Humane Society says they're a little more than halfway through their rescue operation and hope that every single one of these dogs finds a happy home.
As do we.
They're very cute, so I'm sure they will. Coming up, the cruise industry is making a comeback.
Yeah, with COVID restrictions loosening, reservations are through the roof. We're going to tell you how cruise lines are trying to meet demand and what you need to know as you book your next vacation next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news now. And the Fed says it's planning to keep interest rate increases in place until inflation cools.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and what it means for you along with the rest of the day's financial headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It's like the old saying, keep calm and carry on. That's the message the Federal Reserve is trying to send the markets. The minutes from last month's Federal Reserve meeting show that the central bank remains committed to fighting inflation, signaling that it's going to continue to hike interest rates to try to bring down prices. Now, Fed officials expect the economy to expand in the second half of the year, but they suggest that growth could get a little weaker as higher rates work their way through the economy. The Fed notes that the housing market, consumer spending, and business investment has already started to slow. Meantime, Apple is expected to unveil the latest iPhone on September 7th. Bloomberg reports the iPhone 14 will feature a better camera, but will otherwise only have minor upgrades. There will be a version with a 6.7-inch screen, but Apple is getting rid of the mini version with the 5-inch screen. Those of you who have good eyesight and can see those on those little screens. Apple is also expected to unveil 3 new Apple Watch models and several versions of Macs and iPads by the end of the year. And Amazon, well, it seems like everybody wants to be like TikTok and join Amazon in that club. The Wall Street Journal reports that it's testing a feature in the app that would show users a feed of product photos and videos that you can share with others. The test is currently being run with a small number of Amazon employees. A widget brings shoppers a feed with a stream of images and videos with people able to like, share, and buy items. An Amazon spokesperson says the company is constantly testing new features to help make customers' lives a bit easier. Personally, I don't need videos on my Amazon feed.
Also, I think there's enough of people showing their Amazon lists actually on TikTok that's sending people there anyway, because they do those storefronts. You know?
Everyone wants to like TikTok.
Exactly. Thanks for that.
Thank you. The cruise industry is back, and with COVID restrictions now loosening, demand is high. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been looking at whether it's best to book now or wait, and where to go for the best deals.
This morning, it's full steam ahead for cruisers. Most lines now relaxing their vaccination and testing requirements, and reservations are through the roof. At Norwegian, ticket sales for next year up 40% compared to pre-pandemic levels. And at Carnival, bookings have nearly doubled.
There's been a massive surge. At our agency, we're looking at 200% to 300% increase of bookings from just 2 weeks ago.
Strict vaccine rules were essential to the cruise industry's comeback last summer, when the CDC made it all but impossible for the unvaccinated to sail, and most passengers had to show proof of a negative test. But last week, the agency relaxed its COVID guidelines, on top of dropping the mandate that cruise lines had to report their cases. In response, most companies loosening their rules, requiring less testing for vaccinated passengers and allowing the unvaccinated on board with proof of a negative test.
We're just ready for everything to get back to normal.
During the pandemic, avid cruiser Danielle Matthews couldn't bring her kids along because they're unvaccinated. Now they're all booked on a cruise to Cozumel in October.
The kids were
just ecstatic that they finally, get to do this now.
But not all cruise fans are thrilled with the relaxed rules. One survey finding 56% say they prefer most passengers be vaccinated, and 44% say they wouldn't feel safe on board.
That said, another half are fully ready to start moving into that new era where unvaccinated passengers are allowed on board.
Staffing shortages have left some lines struggling to meet demand, forcing them to limit capacity and cut back on amenities. Many now enticing customers with great deals. On MSC, a one-night Mediterranean cruise for $49 a person, plus taxes and fees. On Holland America, 7 nights to Canada and New England for $129. On Royal Caribbean, a 4-night Bahamas cruise for $129. And on Norwegian, 40% off all cruises through the end of the month.
Now's a great time to book because there's availability, quite frankly. We're starting to see that disappear. And if you want to go, you're going to need to book while there's still space.
Thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Even though vaccines are not required, the CDC still recommends that travelers be up to date on their vaccinations and test before and after their trip.
Now, a pair of classic American cars are driving off into the sunset to make way for a new electric era. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith takes a look back at 2 60s icons set to be retired.
Everybody's falling for this one. The Dodge Charger is one of those cars that had us at hello. In the pantheon of muscle cars, its styling stood out. And its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullitt. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile per gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
Coming up, the road to recovery.
Yeah, a little leaguer who suffered a head injury just days before his World Series game is now beating the odds. We have an update on his condition and the major league support he's getting now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is one that might divide people. Papa John's has introduced a new item on its menu, pizza without the pizza dough. That's right, this new crustless Papa John's pizza bowl. It's similar to a burrito bowl, sort of, just the toppings served hot in a plastic bowl. You can choose between 3 flavors, garden veggie, chicken Alfredo, and Italian meats trio. Papa John's has introduced the new item after new figures showed the chain's growth slowing after 2 years where it's fair to say many of us ate a lot of pizza. Now, the pizza bowls will roll out nationally Monday and cost $7.99. You know, if that's what you're going for, just eat the pizza. I mean, it's salad if you don't want the pizza dough, or it's a pizza.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
All right.
Not something that I need to go run out and buy.
All I have to say about
after
that.
talking about it.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing. You're right.
Exactly.
You won't be craving that today. All right. We're going to end this hour with signs of hope after a devastating accident. A Utah Little Leaguer suffered a life-threatening head injury just days before the Little League World Series in Williamsport. But the boy's father tells us the young left fielder is now on the road to recovery. For 12-year-old Easton the Tank Oliverson, reaching the Little League World Series was a dream come true.
My name's Easton Oliverson, and I'm part of the Snow Canyon 12-year-old All-Star team.
But a tragic accident on Sunday quickly turned his world upside down. The young left fielder fell from his top bunk inside a Little League dorm, sending him to the ICU with a fractured skull and internal bleeding.
We went from experiencing the highs of highs to then the lows of lows, and to the point where he's fighting for his own life.
And now, just days after his surgery, this morning, signs of improvement.
Oh, you fell asleep on me.
Want some more?
A family-run Instagram account, Miracles for Tank, posted he is no longer sedated and starting to wake up more, adding Easton has displayed tremendous progress, showing a desire to eat and remembering his name and age in front of his doctors.
Statistically, he should have passed away, but here he is 3 days later. It is remarkable.
Since the injury, a flood of prayers and support have streamed in for Easton, including a message from his hero, Los Angeles Dodgers right fielder Mookie Betts.
I just want you to know that we are praying for you, thinking of you, and I hope to see you soon, my man.
The Little League World Series released a statement to NBC News acknowledging the bunk beds did not have guardrails, adding, out of an abundance of caution, Little League has made the decision to remove all bunks from within the dorms and have each bed frame individually on the floor.
It's going to take time. It's going to be a long road for East, but we have a lot of faith that he's going to be able to live a life that we're hoping for.
Easton's team, the Snow Canyon All-Stars, they're the first Utah team to make the Little League World Series. So who's taking Easton's spot? Well, his little brother Brogan actually flew into Williamsport yesterday to take Easton's place as an alternate. So he'll definitely be a team to watch starting tomorrow.
Oh, so exciting. Oh, yeah, what a sweet
best.
story. Absolutely.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Right now on NBC News Now, more documents, both sides arguing in court today about whether to release additional records from the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. How soon we could learn new details about the Justice Department's criminal investigation.
Inflation impacts. New numbers out today about the rising prices for just about everything. How stores from local businesses to national chains are responding to skyrocketing costs.
CDC reset. The Centers for Disease Control announcing a shakeup following criticism of the agency's response to the COVID pandemic. Will the changes make a difference with monkeypox?
Sailing away as COVID regulations are loosened on cruises. What you need to know if you're planning to set sail.
Great to have you with us today. We start with the Mar-a-Lago investigation.
That's right. Today, a federal judge will hear arguments on whether to unseal the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant for former President Donald Trump's Florida home.
Trump and news media organizations, including NBC News, are asking for the information to be released. But the Justice Department wants to keep it sealed, citing risks to its ongoing criminal investigation.
More on that in just a moment, but let's go ahead and begin with breaking news with NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, it's great to see you this Thursday. We know that just moments ago, the former CFO of the Trump Organization pleaded guilty to criminal charges stemming from an investigation into how the company actually handled its taxes. So, Julia, how significant, really is this in the scheme of things, and what does it mean for the former president?
Well, that means that Alan Weisselberg, the Trump Organization's former CFO, will likely be serving 5 months at Rikers Island in New York. He pleaded guilty just moments ago to all 15 counts against him. Now, we have to point out these counts in this case does not personally name Trump, but it names a number of executives inside the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg at the top, for taking basically payments and perks off the books to the tune of $1.8 million and then avoiding taxes on them. So basically, this is all coming down to tax evasion by the Trump Organization. What's interesting here is that now that we're seeing that Alan Weisselberg will be so cooperative, pleading guilty to all 15 counts, we can expect testimony from him where we can understand more about the inner workings of this company and the measures that executives there took to try to hide income and other things and keep it away from tax from the IRS and to basically commit tax evasion is what's being alleged here. So a lot more information could come from Alan Weisselberg in his testimony. But at this point, this case is not about the former president himself, but rather his business.
Julia, we're also learning that FBI agents are still reviewing the seized documents from Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago 10 days later. Talk to us about what they're doing now, meticulously going through this. You mentioned a filter team. They're the ones that found the passports and returned them. But what are they looking for now? And how long do we expect this to go on?
That's right. Well, how long it goes on depends on exactly how much material they were able to get. And we understand it's quite a large trove of documents that they took from Mar-a-Lago, as you mentioned, 10 days ago. So they have a filter team now going through everything, figuring out what they need to keep, what records need to be handed over to National Archives, and what might be central to what we now understand to be an ongoing criminal investigation with national security implications. Those documents would be preserved, and then they would hand things back to the former president. As we already saw, they took measures to go ahead and expedite the return of those passports that were taken. But when you do a large sweep like this, it's not up to the FBI agents going in the moment to figure out exactly what they might need and what they might not. They cast a wide net, get as many documents as they can, things they might be central to the case, bring it back, and then it's up to this filter team. But the timing of this does show that there's a lot to go through here, perhaps because there's so much material that was not handed over to the National Archives or not properly classified as it was supposed to.
You talk about the timing here, Julia, but what about the scope? What does this say about the scope of the FBI's investigation, and why is this different?
Well, yeah, it definitely shows there's a large scope here. You can imagine they probably have a very large filter team. The federal government always puts more resources on high-profile cases that they know is in the public interest to expedite. This would definitely rise to the top of that bar. The fact that they're still going through it shows there's a wide scope. But there's still so much we don't know about this investigation and exactly what triggered that FBI raid. And that's a big reason why you have media organizations like ours in court today and just under 2 hours making the argument for more transparency in this case, Morgan, so that we can get answers to questions just like that. But it seems unlikely we'll get those answers soon, as the judge in the case is not likely to side with media organizations, but rather side with the Justice Department and keep that information under wraps for now.
Right. All right. NBC's Julia Ainsley for us there from D.C. Julia, as always, thank you so much. We do want to head over now to NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who's just outside the courtroom there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Sam, when we kind of think about what we're going to hear from both sides, what can we expect today?
Morgan, good morning. Good to be with you. Vicki, good morning. Look, when you're looking at this, dissecting what's about to happen in court, it depends really who you're talking about here, because it's a strange bedfellows, as politics tends to make, of who's trying to get this affidavit unsealed. Let's start with Trump's attorneys and his congressional allies. What they want to find out is the, quote, predicate basically what the information was from the affidavit that told a judge that it was likely they would find evidence of a crime if they went into Mar-a-Lago and executed a search warrant. So that's part A. You also have news organizations like NBC News, the New York Times, Washington Post, ABC News, CBS News, and really the entire spectrum of organizations who want transparency. They want to be able to find out and tell the public, because there's a public interest involved here, why it was that agents went into a former president's house and whether or not it's likely he could be facing criminal prosecution. Of course, all of that is completely separate from the fact that it might not be a legally sound decision. The DOJ in this case, Morgan, has said you would be essentially creating a roadmap and allowing everyone to know what their case is. It could compromise witnesses down the road as well, not to mention the safety of FBI agents, as we're seeing threats right now elevated across the country. And this isn't hypothetical. It's going on in real time. We saw what happened in Cincinnati last week. So those are some of the arguments that are going to be made in court today. It is not likely. Legal experts say it is extremely unlikely there will actually be an unsealing of the affidavit, but it's possible a portion of it might be unsealed with redactions, guys.
Well, we know this is one of those rare occasions where the news media and the Trump organization appear to be on the same side. They are also calling for the release of this affidavit. You laid out for us why investigators wouldn't want it, why it may be in the public interest with news organizations. But what do we think here? Why is it that the Trump organization is adamant about getting these details out to the public?
Right. You've got to understand, it's a great question, Vicki, that the Trump administration, the former president, know that if they get this information out there, it's going to undermine the investigation. So their incentive, presumably, would be to undermine the investigation. Again, there's all sorts of leaders on Capitol Hill, the Lindsey Grahams and whatnot, who are saying this doesn't make sense. We believe you might have been up to a fishing expedition, quote unquote. We want to know the goods. What do you have that would have justified going into the property, the Florida home of a former president? And as you talk to legal experts, they say, look, the bar here is really high, Vicki. It's not just, is there a reasonable probability of a conviction, which is typically what the DOJ would be operating under. It's got to be a slam dunk, ironclad, because if you're going to swing at a former president, you can't miss.
Yeah.
And Sam, I mean, speaking of that, we're hearing of just this increase in threats, whether it's to the FBI, whether it's to Capitol Police. And this time we're hearing the police are actually aware of threats against the Florida magistrate judge in this particular case. Do we know anything else about the specifics of those threats, Sam?
We know he's been under threat. We know, Morgan, it has been a torrent of anti-Semitism that's been directed at this judge. No surprise, state of affairs in 2022. This is coming from the far right. But the reality is that you have a judge right now who has received death threats, as well as FBI agents. Palm Beach Gardens Police, which would be the jurisdiction where he lives, has said that they are more than aware of these death threats. They are coordinating with federal officials to try to make sure that he's safe. But that is part of the calculus in this entire decision as well. Not just sort of the legal tenets of whether or not to unseal this affidavit and what the compelling interest might be for the public, but also the safety of those involved.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we contextualize as journalists, Sam. I know we've been reporting on this for a long time, but we have seen a rise in anti-Semitic language and threats, and we've seen that data has shown that there is now a greater connection between words and threats in the recent years. So, Sam Brock, thank you so much for that reporting. We appreciate it.
Sam, thank you.
Record inflation is showing no signs of letting up, even with gas prices slowly falling.
Now, new retail numbers are showing the toll those rising prices are taking on families, small businesses, and big box retailers. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago. Maggie, we've been reporting for months about families, consumers struggling with these rising prices. Now we're really getting a good look at how inflation, as well as overstock from those supply chain issues, it's really affected a lot of major retailers like that Target you're standing there in front of. What do we know from this latest earnings report?
Yeah, Vicki, exactly. As you're saying, Target making huge news this week, announcing a staggering loss. It's really catching a lot of people off guard and showing how big a problem this is. Their second quarter earnings down, get this, roughly 90% from where they were a year ago. And they blame that excess inventory that a lot of goods caught up in the supply chain delays during the peak of the pandemic, the peak of that trend, kind of came in mass and basically overcrowded their shelves. Still, we also have new federal data that shows people are struggling just to afford the basics and shying away from buying non-essentials like clothes and shoes. Listen to what shoppers told us yesterday about those shifts.
Definitely eating less meat and less soda, no more coffee stops.
You know, like I told my kids, you have to go and get the stuff that you need, not the stuff that you want. So I have tried to stretch my money and try to look at whatever's cheaper and try to work, you know, because everything's so high. We're like, okay, what's on sale?
Shoppers also telling us that they are driving from store to store to try to find the cheapest prices. Of course, with sky-high gas prices, that's been tricky. And then finally, another big trend, more online purchases as people can kind of price check more easily and find the sales that way, guys.
Speaking of those gas prices, Maggie, you know, another interesting data point is that those car sales drop. Gas prices have come down from at least their high of over $5 per gallon, and the national average is now under $4 per gallon. So what accounts ultimately for this decline? I mean, why right now, Maggie?
Right. So auto sales, as you point out, down roughly 1.5% month to month. And we asked auto dealers that. We said, you know, gas is coming down, but is that still, like, basically are consumers slow to shift their mindset? And they said, no, actually, demand is pretty high. The problem, they say, they don't have the inventory. They literally don't have the cars because of the chip shortage. We were at a big, sprawling suburban Toyota dealership yesterday. Half their massive lot, which in normal times is completely full, was empty. It was really staggering to see. And they said some customers are waiting 8 to 10 months to buy the car they want, to be able to get it, for it to be available. And the key in that, they say, because of gas prices, a lot of people want hybrids. Those require more chips. The chips are running low, so they can't produce the cars that everybody really wants. So just kind of chaotic all around, squeezes all around, consumers doing their best to navigate it, guys.
Maggie, while we still have you, let's talk about some tips for consumers. If you are in the market for a car, the inventory, as you mentioned, very low because of the chip shortage. But what are some things folks can do if they need a car now?
If they do need a car now, I know a lot of people won't want to hear this, but dealers said basically be flexible. A lot of people are used to being able to get the add-ons they want, maybe even the body or the interior color they want. Frankly, what they have is what they have. So it's something right now where if you aren't able to get the car you want, dealers recommend basically considering leasing, considering trying out new models or new brands that you haven't tried in the past. But again, that big question, if you want a hybrid, which is so reasonable right now because of those gas prices, potentially be prepared to wait, maybe rent or lease in the meantime, and just know that it may indeed take a while, guys.
All great advice, Maggie. Thank you.
An FBI report reveals details of a 2016 physical altercation between Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt aboard a private plane.
Yeah, people close to the former couple allege Jolie anonymously filed a Freedom of Information lawsuit against the FBI to publicly release this report, which has been obtained by NBC News. The lawsuit, originally viewed by NBC News back in March, was recently sealed, and the FBI declined to discuss this case. Representatives for Jolie and Pitt did not comment.
Now to the latest on the tragic death of actor Anne Heche.
The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has ruled her death an accident. Heche's car crashed into a home and erupted into flames earlier this month. She suffered inhalation and burns. Late last week, her spokesperson said Heche was brain dead, but was being kept on life support to donate her organs.
And to the latest on the criminal trial of disgraced singer R. Kelly in Chicago, federal prosecutors saying in opening statements yesterday that jurors will hear from 5 separate women who will testify that they had sex with Kelly while they were underage.
This trial coming 2 months after Kelly was convicted in New York City on charges of federal racketeering and sex trafficking. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison in that case. Now prosecutors are seeking to hold Kelly and his associates accountable for trying to stymie a 2008 criminal trial on child pornography charges. All 3 men deny any wrongdoing.
Coming up after the break, nuclear safety concerns in Ukraine.
Emergency officials are preparing for potential consequences as fighting continues near Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
And before we head to break, here's a look at the current numbers on Wall Street. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We turn now to nuclear safety concerns on the ground in Ukraine today, with nearly daily shelling near Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Now, Ukraine's emergency officials are holding nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits.
Meanwhile, over in Lviv, President Zelensky hosts the leaders of the UN and Turkey today. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now live from Ukraine. Josh, it's great to see you this Thursday. Let's just go ahead and start with what's happening on the ground where you are. Can you talk to us a little bit about the current situation that's surrounding that nuclear power plant? I mean, what are both Ukraine and Russia saying and really preparing for at this point?
Well, earlier today, Russia's military said that it expects Ukraine to conduct some type of a provocation tomorrow, Friday, at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, about 30 miles from where I'm standing right now. But just in the last few minutes, I spoke with a Ukrainian military intelligence official, Andriy Yusov, who told me that Ukraine has just learned this afternoon that Russia has told its nuclear workers who are at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant not to show up to work tomorrow. So just to back up, to explain to folks what it appears is happening here. Russia is warning they think Ukraine is going to attack the plant tomorrow, but Ukrainian officials believe that is Russia laying the groundwork to attack the plant themselves so that they can blame it on Ukraine in a false flag operation. And since Russia may intend to attack this plant tomorrow, they're telling their own officials, you might not want to be there tomorrow. And so the tensions really are rising fast here, as we know that both countries in the last 24 hours or so have been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full protective gear to try to prepare for what it would look like if radiation were to start to spread after some type of a nuclear incident. Morgan.
Josh, Vicky here. This comes as the UN Secretary General is there on the ground in Ukraine today. He's meeting with President Zelensky in Lviv. Turkey's leader also a part of those talks. Do we have a sense of how these discussions will play out, and also anything that is specific that's expected to come out of this discussion?
Well, we saw Zelensky appearing in that meeting in Lviv with Erdogan from Turkey and the UN Secretary General, urging the UN to protect this nuclear power plant and to stop Russia from doing anything dangerous there. But the other aspect of this trip that's really important is the focus on that grain deal from Ukraine's ports that we've been talking about for several weeks now. Turkey, of course, is the intermediary that was able to moderate and negotiate that deal involving Russia and Ukraine. Tomorrow, the Secretary General plans to go to Odessa to get a firsthand look at how that deal is working out, as all of these countries hope that more grain will be able to get out of Ukraine to hungry countries around the world that need it.
And Josh, I mean, we also know when we look sort of at Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city, that the fighting there has also intensified. So what more are we learning about that situation? And ultimately, just big picture, Josh, what could that mean for what's to come on the battlefield in the days ahead? We've already been dragging this war on for so long. What does that mean for the next few days?
Right. Well, so far, officials are saying at least 10 dead in that pair of attacks in the last 24 hours or so in Kharkiv, including a child, dozens more wounded. And this is an area that Russia really tried to take early in the war, wasn't able to. And so the focus has shifted elsewhere. The fact that Kharkiv is now under attack once again could suggest that Russia is really trying to prove that it can still attack anywhere it wants in Ukraine, just as Ukraine is showing it can attack anywhere it wants, potentially even in Crimea.
All right, our Josh Letterman, NBC News correspondent. Josh, thank you so much.
In the Tar Heel State, a Senate showdown.
Coming up, on the trail with North Carolina's Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, who could make history in November.
And just before we head to break, here's a look at the Artemis rocket at Kennedy Space Center. Check it out. It's getting ready to head to the moon later on this month.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The midterm matchups are heating up, and in my home state of North Carolina, a high-stakes competitive Senate race is front and center. It's a key race to watch with the potential to really tip the scales in the upper chamber.
Right. Democrat Sherry Beasley, former Chief Justice of the state's Supreme Court, is facing off with Trump-backed Republican Congressman Ted Budd. If Beasley wins, she would be the first ever black senator to represent North Carolina. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton sat down with Beasley for our County to County series. She joins us now. Antonia, so great to be with you. So you spent a day on the campaign trail with Beasley in sort of a rural part of North Carolina. How did that go? What is she campaigning on?
That's right. So we spent a day with her on the road, and she's actually taking a page out of the Obama playbook right now. And her strategy is to be everywhere. Often Democrats in North Carolina have focused on the urban centers. She is going to spend just as much time in rural communities as she is going to be in the big cities. And that's because she's targeting particularly Black voters who live in these rural communities who have, after the last couple cycles, often been staying home, feeling like nobody in either party cares about them. She thinks she can get them out there, and that would be her key to win. Take a look.
Former state Supreme Court Justice Sherry Beasley has to be a different kind of Democrat to win the Senate seat in North Carolina, one that spends as much time in rural counties as they do in urban centers.
Certainly industry and corporations are coming to North Carolina. They tend to go to Raleigh and Charlotte, but they miss out on the talent in our rural communities.
Beasley lost her last statewide race by just 401 votes, as thousands of registered rural voters of color sat out the 2020 election.
Do politicians come here that often? No. We usually see them in Mecklenburg County. What do you think is at stake right now?
Well, again, being a rural county, just getting people out to vote.
Beasley is in a competitive race with Republican Congressman Ted Budd, giving her a shot at becoming the first black senator from the Tar Heel state. Her race also seen as one of the Democrats' rare chances to pick up a Senate seat.
With the frustrations that some voters have with the Biden administration over the economy and inflation, has the president hurt your chances here?
You know, I certainly understand why there are people who are frustrated and who are disappointed in what's happening in Washington. They expect more and they deserve more.
Beasley's Republican opponent, meantime, happy to hammer the president.
Every single county is now a border county because of Joe Biden's policies.
And critiquing her judicial record when meeting with police groups.
I've got an opponent right now. She may not admit it. She's going to try to run, deceptively so, as a moderate.
At Beasley's campaign stops in rural counties, it was abortion rights driving the conversation.
It is not a contradiction to, on the one hand, protect fundamental freedoms, and on the other hand, support women who want to have their babies.
Has it angered people? Has it changed some voters' minds?
I think so, because I think people, as far as women, you know, they want to have control and make decisions that's going to benefit their bodies and not to be told what to do.
With less than 3 months until the election, Beasley is betting on rural voters. She needs them, and they need someone who won't forget them once in Washington.
It felt good here today, right? It felt good here in Anson County. It felt good in Richmond County. And no one should feel discounted. No one should feel a sense of disengagement.
We talk about disengagement. What is leading to that? And ultimately, why? Why is Beasley so confident that she can really get those voters engaged? What are they telling you, Antonia, that they ultimately care about?
Well, in these rural communities, people have seen a lot of disinvestment over not just the last couple years, but frankly, decades in North Carolina and around the country. And so as I've spoken to voters there over the last several months, for a while they were telling me, you know, I just don't trust either party. Nothing changes here. There are no jobs, no opportunity, and COVID hit us really hard. But it's interesting. Now the abortion rights conversation is bringing some of the young people who live in these rural communities.
The 20-week ban was just reinstated yesterday.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that seems to be changing the conversation. At every single one of the spots that I followed Beasley to, the first question from a voter was about abortion.
Okay, where does she stand on it?
Well, she is pro-abortion, and she's sort of trying to draw a distinction between her and her opponent, Ted Budd.
She's a pro-choice.
She is a pro-choice candidate, and she says that she's going to fight for, you know, women's reproductive rights in the Senate. So,
Antonia, great reporting. We'll be right back.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now to the monkeypox outbreak here in America.
Moments ago, Secretary of Health and Human Services Javier Becerra holding a briefing on the government's response. Take a listen.
We have to date made available more than 1 million doses of vaccine, more than 22,000 courses of TPOXX treatment, and capacity for 80,000 tests per week. That number of vaccines will scale up dramatically. But we will also now surge and target vaccines and treatments when and where that can be most effective.
Cases have now grown to more than 13,000 in America this week. The administration's efforts to stop the spread of monkeypox are coming as the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention calls for big changes to the CDC in response to its handling of the coronavirus pandemic.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, it's great to see you this Thursday. And I guess the big question here is enough actually being done to get those monkeypox vaccine to those who really need it, and really what should be done now in order to prevent this crisis from getting just even further out of hand.
Yeah, I think that there always could be more that should be done, but I think the administration made significant action by dividing doses. Remember, these doses that normally would be 1 per person are getting stretched so that you can have 5 doses that are available per vial. So that's significant. Number 2, I think also the CDC acknowledging its data failures, some of the things that well preceded COVID, by the way, by decades, are things that they have to work on. So there's aspects of this that are a little too late, but much of it can be contained with some of the actions laid out in the last 24 hours.
Dr. Patel, as we know, the CDC has been criticized throughout the COVID pandemic for issuing guidance that was at times confusing, overwhelming. What are the changes that you think the CDC needs to make right now to better communicate with the American people, whether it's about monkeypox or polio or any other disease that's coming our way?
Yeah, the CDC has been a very trusted institution because of its scientists and public health officials that are in the building in Atlanta, in D.C. And I think what we need to do is we need to start to meet people where they are. We have had a lot of conversations about science and COVID and messaging and communication, but we're still operating on a very clunky data model and a more academic model, the way scientists need to publish. We need to wait until we have all the perfect evidence. And we have learned over the last 2 years that nothing is perfect when it comes to novel viruses, pandemics, and honestly, fear and panic in a public who want more information that people can understand, not pages of dense journal reading, because that's just not where we are today.
Yeah, people want that news they can use and in a simple form they can apply to their lives right now.
Right.
Yeah. All right, NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Meanwhile, new numbers out today from the National Association of Realtors. Existing home sales were down nearly 6% in July, sagging for the 6th consecutive month.
Well, this slowdown comes as both interest rates and home prices remain high. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now with a look at the latest headlines. Dom, good to see you. Let's start with that new information from the National Association of Realtors. New home sales, we understand, dropped 5.9%. What's behind the drop, and are we heading towards some sort of housing bust, Dom?
I mean, housing bust might be tough, but it certainly is a sign, Vicki Morgan, to your point, that the red-hot housing market might be cooling off a little bit more. So those so-called existing home sales, those ones who have been previously owned, fell 5.9% in July. If you remove some of these statistical adjustments made to those stats for comparison purposes year on year on an annualized basis and everything else, it was a roughly 22.5% drop in sales from July of last year. That's a massive move lower. Now, I've got just one more set of numbers to throw at you as well. Over the first half of the year, here in 2022, those previously owned home sales fell by a whopping 26% over the first 6 months of 2021. And that is, by the way, important. It's the biggest drop for the first half of a year in records that go all the way back to 1999. So to your point, it just goes to show how those higher interest rates, higher home prices are really putting a damper on demand, and how some buyers are now balking at deals. They appear to be holding off and waiting for either lower rates or lower prices before what they make, by the way, guys, will be likely for millions of Americans the biggest purchase they'll ever make in their lives.
Yeah, talk about it. I'm in the process right now.
Right.
Tom, look, it's almost September, which means back to school, which usually means new Apple products. So what's on the horizon for us?
So this is the month, as you point out, that often America's biggest publicly traded company unveils those new products ahead of that all-important holiday shopping season. So what we're learning is September 7th is the likely date of that big unveil. That's according to a report from Bloomberg News. It's expected that the latest version of the iPhone will be on the docket, which could have enhanced features like more vivid displays or better cameras, faster computer processors and chips. There's also speculation, by the way, that new Apple Watch models could be unveiled, as well as upgraded versions of its popular AirPods earbuds. So there's always a lot of investor anticipation and certainly consumer anticipation in the beginning of September, guys.
Dom, I got you for another minute. I want to ask you about Amazon. There are new reports the company is testing out a video and photo feed in an attempt to compete with TikTok. What do we know about that? Do tell.
Okay, so it seems kind of like out of their wheelhouse, right? But then again,
right, just a little bit.
When you've got the financial resources of Amazon.com, anything's possible, I guess. So this is according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Amazon is looking at developing a vertical photo and video feed, kind of like what you'd see in mobile versions of things like, yes, TikTok, also Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, Pinterest, right? So the idea here is that it would be an engagement driver with the posts on those particular sites. The ultimate goal here is to get a user to see those streams of pictures and then make a purchase tied to some of those feeds, right? So if you think about it, it's not all that far-fetched. I know on my social feeds, I already see a lot of those kind of like ads, right, or pictures or influencers who are showcasing stuff that you can find on places like Amazon or elsewhere. And then, of course, if you click on it, sometimes they get a commission. So there's all kinds of ways to drive commerce. This is just maybe the latest version of it.
Really interesting. Yeah.
Our guy, Dom Chu. Dom, as always, thanks, man.
Thank
we
you,
appreciate
Dom.
it. The 9/11 Tribute Museum in New York is closing after more than 15 years, but you will still be able to see the museum's collection. CNBC's Valerie Castro has more.
I was at my desk at 8:15 in the morning. Half hour later, I'm writing something at my desk when the plane hit.
Peter Bitwinski is a 9/11 survivor, a Port Authority employee who worked on the 69th floor of the North Tower.
I remember whispering to myself, is this where it all ends for me? Is this where I die?
He escaped and now shares the story of that day as one of thousands of volunteers at the 9/11 Tribute Museum in Lower Manhattan.
Is it a kind of therapy to share that story with people?
Absolutely. Each time I come here, each time I speak to people, each time somebody might hug me, I feel more healed.
But that remembrance and healing, at least in person, is coming to an end. The museum shutting its doors for good after pandemic-related problems.
We had some visitors come back, but it was only about 26,000, where we were averaging 300 to 500,000 visitors a year. So you can imagine, unfortunately, financially, it has just accrued debt.
The museum prided itself on a different kind of experience from the 9/11 Memorial Museum just a few blocks away, found in the stories shared by volunteers.
To be able to meet someone that was directly affected and to hear their story and ask questions, and then also hear and be inspired by their resilience is one of the most important things.
It's also home to artifacts like a piece of a steel beam from the towers, clothing worn by recovery workers, and a gallery of more than 1,800 photos of those who died, including one of Peter Bitwinski's co-workers.
Gene is my buddy. When I first began working in the World Trade Center, Gene and I were in finance. I always make sure before I leave to stop and say hello to Gene.
Bitwinski now hopeful that someone might step in to save this place so it can endure the way he has.
I guess my survivor instinct is kind of coming out and saying, Peter, this can't be the end.
For now, the lights will go out while the stories will live on through an online archive for future generations. After today, artifacts like this will be carefully boxed up and taken to the New York State Museum in Albany. They will not be on display, but put into storage for safekeeping. Back to you.
Now to the latest on the extreme drought out west, the region facing major consequences from both the hot and the dry conditions. In fact, in California, 98% of the state is now in a severe drought.
Doesn't seem to be getting better as the reservoirs dry up. So do resources. States are now grappling over who has access to the limited water supply. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Los Angeles. Steve, fill us in on what's happening on the ground out west right now. They're focusing on the water levels in the Colorado River, but give us a sense of the scope of this crisis and really what this means, not just for the people out west where you are, but the rest of the country too.
Yeah, so right now the crisis is very focused on the Southwest, these 7 basin states that surround the Colorado River. At the end of those rivers are these massive reservoirs that really fuel that river and feed the Southwest. We're talking about Lake Powell and Lake Mead. They're both about 3/4 empty. I was in the dam at the top of Lake Powell about 2 weeks ago. The guy is showing me the water level. It's about 45 feet from not being able to generate hydropower. So the crisis there, very dire. Because of that, the federal government set a deadline for earlier this week to say to those 7 states and Mexico, hey, you got to come up with a plan to save a lot of water because this crisis is so desperate. They did not do that. Instead, they bickered over water rights and who gets what. So the federal government came in with a mandate to say that we're under now a Tier 2 drought, which means there will be restrictions on states like Arizona, Nevada, and the country of Mexico. They're going to reduce some of the water that comes from the river, which means a further limiting on who can take what and who produces what, because that water is so needed for industries like agriculture and other industries that really rely on it. And it's going to have a huge, widespread impact over the next few years, again, on farming, on fishing, on all these industries that rely on it. And that spreads across really the entire country when you look at those industries, when you look at how that impacts places like the grocery store, where we get food for everyday items, of course. But right now, that crisis really focused on those 7 basin states and what they're going to do next.
Steve, can you just elaborate on that impact a little bit? I know that you mentioned the grocery stores, but really what kind of economic impact is such a prolonged drought having? Not just there, sort of in the Southwest where it's localized, but really everywhere.
Yeah, and I say grocery stores because the main focus right now when you're talking about an economic impact is on agriculture. Agriculture takes the most water among all these industries. It's really required to do anything. And right now, farmers are doing things like having to kill cattle, having to sell off cattle, having to destroy crops or leaving fields fallow simply because they don't have enough water to produce. I was on a farm not too long ago. It was like 250 acres. Half of the farm was left fallow. The guy was destroying almond trees because he couldn't take care of them. That trickles down not only here in the West, but of course across to New Hampshire, to places in the Far East. And it means that because they can't produce, the reason why we focus on the grocery store is eventually it's going to impact us. And that's where we're at right now.
All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson out west for us. Steve, thank you.
Well, relief is finally on the horizon for cruise companies. Reservation numbers have doubled and tripled recently following the CDC's loosened COVID restrictions.
Well, now cruise ships are allowing unvaccinated passengers to provide a negative COVID test to board. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has some tips and tricks if you are wanting to set sail this summer.
Hey there, well, after 2 years of rocky waters, it is full steam ahead for cruisers. Last week, we saw the CDC really loosen a lot of its COVID-19 guidelines. That was on top of them already dropping the mandate for cruise companies to report COVID-19 cases. And so in response, we're seeing a lot of these companies also ease their restrictions, by and large, mainly for unvaccinated passengers. They are mostly, in many cases, being allowed on board by showing proof of a negative COVID-19 test within a few days of embarking on their trip, setting sail on waters like these. And so in response, when we've seen the COVID-19 restrictions start to tick down, we've seen reservations really skyrocket. We spoke with one travel agency that reported a 200 to 300% increase in bookings in just the last 2 weeks. So there's definitely this appetite to get back out on the water. So how can you snag some of the best travel deals? And there are some really good ones out there. I've seen a 7-night stay, for instance, costs less than $150. Well, there's a few things you can do to keep in mind. First and foremost, be flexible if you can with your travel dates, especially if you're pursuing a really popular destination. Try to book your trip just outside of peak season. The other thing you can do, you want to track the changing in prices. So if just before you submit your final payment, you notice that the rate has dropped, you can request with the company to get that dropped or lower rate, or at least obtain a credit for onboard your cruise. You also want to sign up for emails with the various cruise companies so that you can be alerted of some of the best deals, even if they're last minute. Keep these things in mind, so if you can make out behind me, you can be on a cruise like that before the summer's end. Back to you.
Coming up, a harrowing story. 10 miners still trapped underground in northern New Mexico.
We will have more on the rescue efforts to find them alive just after this break. Stay with us.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
A group of 10 miners in northern Mexico have been trapped underground for almost 2 weeks with no way to communicate.
Federal authorities and engineers are working around the clock to rescue them, but a series of challenges have really gotten in their way. NBC News correspondent Guadalupe Venegas has more.
Trapped underground and no way to communicate with them for over 2 weeks. 10 Mexican miners remain stuck with all exits flooded at the Pinabete coal mine less than 100 miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border. More than 500 men, including military engineers and volunteer miners, are working to save the men. The hope is for them to remain alive.
El bueno está allá arriba. El bueno es el que decide todo.
God will decide. He knows it all. Others have been found with more time, said this miner helping with the efforts. Nearby, families, including children, have been waiting for days. Sujei's uncle is one of the trapped miners.
Abrazarlo.
I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, she told reporters. But the days add on, and the chances to find them alive diminishes. The challenges are piling on with heavy rain and new flooding.
Continuamos en la mina de Pinabete.
This week, federal authorities informing efforts to pump out the water were almost successful when more water from a nearby mine flooded the mine shaft once again. That other mine abandoned in 1996 when it also flooded. Engineers now attempting to insert cement into the ground and build a retaining wall that would cut the water flow. Meanwhile, 13 pumps operate around the clock to clear the flooding. Friends of the trapped miners not giving up, some even joining the rescue efforts after working full-time shifts at other nearby mines. These are friends, and we're going to help, said this man. Yet for now, the country can only wait for the new flooding to be cleared in hopes of finally getting to the men alive.
A federal judge orders Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens to pay just over $650 million for their part in fueling the opioid epidemic.
Right, this money will now go to opioid litigation cases in 2 Ohio counties. The ruling is the first to assign monetary damages to the pharmacy chains for their part in the deadly drug crisis. Representatives for the 3 companies expressing disappointment in that ruling while also saying they will appeal. All right, well, coming up after this break, the last presidential election may still be a divisive issue on college campuses.
Yeah, coming up, what rising sophomores say about rooming and even dating people who did not vote for their candidate back in 2020. It's pretty interesting. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right. Here's what's popping now. The Addams Family gets a modern makeover from Tim Burton in the teaser for the new Netflix series. The show is called Wednesday Addams. Of course, that's after the daughter in the family and stars Jenna Ortega as the title role. Now, the teaser features Wednesday causing all sorts of chaos and gives us a first look at Catherine Zeta-Jones, Luis Guzman, who play her parents. The show is slated to be released on Netflix this fall.
She's so good. It's perfect
casting.
I love it. Music producer Swizz Beatz and Timbaland are suing Triller. They claim they are owed millions of dollars after they sold their virtual rap battle series Versus, we love that one, to the music video app. The suit alleges after agreeing to pay a settlement to pay the musical duo, Triller has failed to deliver on any of the payments. The two musicians are now demanding over $28 million.
Did you see any of the Versus battles?
Yeah, of course.
Which was your favorite?
So fun. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Brandy Monica,
I
didn't give you the
No, I didn't see that one. Was that your favorite, Brandy?
I think Gladys Knight did one. Yeah, all right. Anyway,
she's a classic. I know.
TikTok star Nathan Apodaca is making his acting debut. Apodaca, known to TikTokers as Dogface, is guest starring in the new season season of the FX show Reservation Dogs. Now, the TikToker became an internet sensation after a video of him went viral showing him skateboarding down a highway while lip-syncing Fleetwood Mac's Dreams.
That was a good one. Alrighty, well, new polling, this story is exciting. It shows how the presidential election from 2 years ago is affecting decision-making for college students today, right now, as they head back to school.
NBC News and Generation Lab surveyed the class of 2025, and it found that, among other things, most incoming sophomores are unlikely to date or marry someone who did not vote for their candidate back in 2020. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now and has been following all of this. Mark, Vicki and I were just talking about this in the break. We've been so looking forward to this segment. It's so fascinating. It's so interesting to see how politics is playing out, especially with younger kids in their dorm rooms. So break it down for us. I mean, what were the main takeaways? How did Biden supporters feel about Trump voters and vice versa?
Yeah, I think the polarization that we end up seeing in our news and we end up seeing overall on Capitol Hill is also playing out on college campuses. And so when we checked in with these rising second-year college students, we found that 46% of them, almost half, said that they couldn't see themselves rooming with somebody who voted for the opposing presidential candidate in 2020. Then when we asked people and said, would you date somebody, a majority, 53%, said that they could not end up dating that person who voted differently in 2020. And then when it comes to marrying somebody who votes differently, or at least voted differently in the 2020 presidential election, almost 2/3, 63%, said that they could not marry somebody who voted differently than they did in 2020. And so rising degrees of polarization there, from rooming all the way up to marriage.
That's so interesting.
It really is.
You think about roommates. I mean, when you go to the whole point is to sort of be with someone
with
who
diverse viewpoints.
Right, exactly.
Meet someone who comes from a different point of view from you. But they said that they were okay with the rooming. It was more about the romance part that they were not down with. What does this say, Mark, about this generation in particular and maybe their tolerance for differing viewpoints?
Yeah, and you know, it's pretty interesting when you actually break it down among ideological and partisan differences. And so we found that Democratic respondents, so Democratic voters who are second-year college students, were much more opposed to certainly rooming with somebody who voted differently. That meant voting for Donald Trump for them in 2020. And ended up speaking with one college sophomore from Siena College, and this woman ended up telling me that you know, she could not ever see herself rooming with somebody who voted for Donald Trump in 2020. On the other hand, we saw among Republicans, there was more tolerance to be able to be roommates with people who voted differently than they did in the 2020 presidential election. A college student who was a Republican at Catholic University ended up telling me, is like, hey, I like diversity of opinion. I have a lot of friends from both Democrats and Republicans, and I'm not going to let politics get in the way of that.
That is a big number, a big difference. 60-something% of Democrats were like, no, I would not even room with someone with a differing vote than me. Whereas 28% of Republican kids were like, sure, whatever.
Which I wonder,
That's sad.
I wonder if that sort of is consistent as they get older. Mark, I only have about 30 seconds with you, but I do want to say that the survey first checked in with the class of 2025 last year when they were freshmen, and it asked about how they feel about their personal futures and the future of the U.S. and the world as a whole. What did these new numbers show, Mark?
That these kids are still really optimistic about their lives. Big numbers there. They're really optimistic about their lives. Less so, though, about the United States and the world overall.
Wow. All right. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Always, you bring us the best numbers, the best data, and you always break it down. Thank you.
Fascinating. Mark, thank you.
And thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right after this.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Right now on NBC News Now, hearing today. Both sides arguing in court today about whether to release additional records from the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. How soon we could learn those new details about the Justice Department's criminal investigation.
And fraud charges. Former Trump Organization Chief Financial Officer Alan Weisselberg pleading guilty in a tax fraud case. What he actually admitted to and what it means for Trump's business.
Nuclear concerns in Ukraine today. How emergency officials are responding to shelling near Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
And extreme heat in the West. 98% of California now experiencing a severe drought. Why the coming rain may not actually be much help.
Thanks for being with us this Thursday. We start with the FBI investigation into former President Donald Trump.
That's right. In less than an hour, a federal judge will hear arguments on whether to unseal the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago.
This hearing comes as we learn that federal agents are still going through the documents seized from Trump's home. 10 days later, the FBI is still sifting through all of that material related to their investigation. They're trying to separate out those documents that are attorney-client and executive privileged.
Well, thankfully, here to unpack it all, we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, and we also have NBC News correspondent Sam Brock outside the courthouse there in Florida. Sam, let's start with you. We know that NBC News and other news organizations are asking the judge to unseal the affidavit, and the former president also wants it released. So what should we expect to hear in that courtroom?
Right. It's definitely an interesting combination of groups all vying for the same thing, Morgan. With respect to news organizations like ours, of course, we want transparency. We want information that's out there. But you can also look at this from another angle, which is there have been accusations on Capitol Hill, accusations from former President Trump's allies that this was a fishing expedition, quote unquote. The Justice Department might not have had legitimate reasons for going into Mar-a-Lago in the first place. So what media outlets like NBC News want to see is that information out there for the public to decide whether or not the Justice Department had legitimate reasons or not to do so. With respect to Trump's attorneys and allies, I mean, this, we have understood, will undermine the criminal investigation according to the DOJ. Why would someone who is under duress right now, potentially criminally, not want to try to do something to undermine that investigation? But they also say the same thing, that we want to see a predicate. We would like to know what the reasons are outlined in the affidavit, from witness testimony to, confidential sources, what the information was they had that would have justified moving in. But of course, should you reveal that, not only are you potentially endangering the safety or putting in, I guess, hazard the safety of those who offered the information confidentially, but you're also creating an environment where this investigation could be basically shot. They could be taken out of sort of legitimacy. They might not be able to complete it, given the information that's then out there. So there's so much delicacy involved here.
Sam, now, as we wait to find out whether or not that affidavit will be unsealed, we do know FBI agents are reviewing those seized documents from Trump's home. It's been 10 days. They did take quite a bit of material from the home. So explain to us what the filter teams there with the FBI are looking for. What are they separating and returning back to Trump versus what are they holding on to for this investigation?
Vicki, it really speaks to the breadth of the amount of documents that are there, that we are now 10 days out and they're still going through all of them. 11 sets of classified documents, 4 of which were classified as top secret, and they're going and trying to figure out whether or not it's material to the investigation, what FBI agents are going through, and if it's not material. Also, attorney-client privilege, which you mentioned at the top of this newscast, that's another factor. It's also possible, Vicki, that there's classified information that wasn't originally labeled as such that they might uncover. So this is sort of the multi-layered process that investigators are going through right now. It's notable that former President Trump had his passport returned to him because it was deemed to be not material to this investigation. So we'll wait to learn what other details might emerge.
And Sam, finally, I mean, there are some people that want the former president to release security footage from Mar-a-Lago actually showing the search. What can you tell us about that? How likely is it?
So it's notable that CNN so far and the New York Times have reported that. We haven't matched that reporting just yet, but they are saying right now that the Trump figures were asked to turn off the CCTV, did not do it. They have this video in their possession, and there's sort of this debate going on right now. Do you show federal agents combing through his home, his Florida home? Is that a good thing optically for Trump right now as he's trying to paint a picture of political persecution, or could it backfire if it turns out that you're revealing classified documents or perhaps endangering the safety, again, of those who were involved in the search? A lot of factors here.
Yeah, that's troubling, actually, to think about them being identified in that way. All right, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, we appreciate it. Thank you, Sam.
I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, we've got the judge presiding in today's hearing, who's the same one who granted the warrant. Prosecutors want to keep the information sealed. Is there any reason to expect that he'll go against the DOJ and actually release the affidavit?
0.0.
That's definitive. That's very definitive.
I can't believe we're even having this discussion because this is the DOJ show. The only reason the warrant and the property receipt were unsealed was because DOJ wanted it. The mere fact that, and I hate to say it because I would love to see what's in that affidavit of probable cause.
Yeah.
So while I might even join in the motion to unseal the affidavit of probable cause, we will not see it. Now, I say that with an asterisk because I'm basing that on my experience in my own cases. This is unlike any case I've ever encountered or seen or heard of or anything. Right. So could this be the 1 in a million where a court concludes, well, maybe this is a good reason to unseal the affidavit of probable cause? But look, I'm a defense attorney, so I'm inclined to be biased against DOJ. I get that part. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of information in that affidavit of probable cause that could compromise an investigation. It could somehow identify sources or people who are cooperating. Sure, you can redact it, you can black it all out. But, I mean, what's the point in releasing an affidavit that is one giant black square on every single page? So, I mean, I can't imagine what would be a reasonable release of this affidavit. So I just don't see it getting released at all at this stage.
Right, that's
Later
what I was
on,
going to say. Timing. Timing matters, right? And as an investigative journalist, I will say from FOIA requests, we have gotten literally stacks of paper that are all blacked out. So they're totally useless. So 0% chance, says Danny Savalos. What if President Trump is your client? You heard Sam talking about how Trump and his administration would want this released because it may undermine the investigation. If you're advising him, would you say, yes, keep pushing for this? Would it be good for him or could it backfire?
There are a couple different answers to that question. So you start with the fact that the odds are totally against him in winning this motion. So why make it?
Right.
Well, it's about the optics. It's about knowing that you'll probably lose, but you made the effort publicly. And then you can sit back and say, look, I'm all about transparency. I wanted to see what this investigation is all about. This may be a net win for him, even if he loses. And I keep saying if. He's going to lose at court today. When he loses today to try to unseal the affidavit of probable cause, then he can say, look, I tried. I'm the transparent one. They're the ones who are working in secrecy, which is kind of true. I mean, that's the way the DOJ is so devastatingly effective. They don't reveal information about their investigation unless and until there's an indictment. And then they make a press release. Then they make the indictment available. Then they release some information. Then they have a press conference with a PowerPoint, but not before. Because, again, they are successful in 90+% of their cases because they keep everything so secret until they indict.
And remarkably, no leaks thus far.
Timing is everything.
Timing's everything.
All right, Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it, Danny. Thank you. Well, the former CFO of the Trump Organization has pleaded guilty to criminal charges and is facing time behind bars.
That's right. Alan Weisselberg entered the plea this morning. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office has been investigating the former executive and the former president's company over its handling of taxes. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter was inside that courtroom and joins us now. Tom, I mean, you had a front row seat there. Take us through what led to Weisselberg actually taking this plea deal.
Well, a nearly front row seat because they give the front row seat to the court sketch artist, but we'll take second fiddle to that.
You got to get your drawing up a little bit, Tom. Come on, then you need a jack of all trades.
got to get the drawings in. Nobody wants me to draw or sing anything, for the record. Yes, inside court today, lasting just a little bit less than an hour. Alan Weisselberg in court agreeing in a very soft-spoken voice to all of the conduct that was laid out by the judge in the 15-count indictment that we were talking about just a little over a year ago at these very courthouse steps when he was initially charged. Weisselberg today pleading guilty, and in return for that guilty plea, he's agreed to something and he's going to get something. The thing that he has agreed to do is to testify against the Trump Organization at their upcoming trial later in October this fall of this year. So that's the first thing. He has to testify truthfully there, or as the judge told him today, he could hit him with a sentence of up to 5 to 15 years. But what he agreed to and what Alan Weisselberg gets is a sentence right now of only 5 months in jail. That'll be at Rikers Island for the 75-year-old. His attorney put out a statement today. We'll have a chance to read it. Nicholas Gravanti Jr. saying, in one of the most difficult decisions of his life, Mr. Weisselberg decided to enter a plea of guilty today and to put an end in this case and the years-long legal and personal nightmares it has caused for him and his family. So that's the view from the Weisselberg side of things. For the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, they have an investigation and they have a case that remains ongoing.
So, Tom, you're talking about that trade-off, 5 months at Rikers, but he's agreed with this guilty plea to cooperate and testify against former employer Donald Trump, the Trump Organization. What exactly does this mean? What's at risk here for the former president?
Well, I think it's more in the near term an immediate risk for the president's company, the Trump Organization, because they have been charged here as well. The ramifications of that are not entirely clear. If they were convicted, of course, fines and penalties, and perhaps their inability to operate within New York State. It can have other ramifications when it comes to banking and other things. Those things remain to be seen. The Trump Organization has put out a statement today, of course, professing their innocence and noting that that trial is scheduled to occur just less than 2 weeks before midterm elections. As far as the impact on the former president himself, Donald Trump, Alan Weisselberg, there is no indication here today that he is going to testify to or provide cooperation in any ongoing investigation against the former president himself. So when it comes to his legal exposure and to his possible issues, I think his focus is probably a lot more on what you all have just been talking about, West Palm Beach today, than it is necessarily at this courthouse and this district attorney's office behind me.
A lot of investigations happening. All right, NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter. Thank you, Tom.
Well, speaking of that, Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's former personal attorney, testified before a grand jury at an Atlanta courthouse yesterday over his role in trying to overturn the 2020 election.
Yeah, his lengthy testimony is the latest indication that Georgia's investigation into election meddling is gaining steam. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta.
Well, Rudy Giuliani spent 6 hours inside the courthouse here behind me, testifying under oath behind closed doors before this special grand jury. Now, of course, these are closed proceedings. We do not know what he was asked inside, but we do know that it very likely centers around statements that he made to Georgia lawmakers back in 2020, just on the heels of the presidential election, where he made a number of false claims, conspiracy theories about Georgia's election. Now, after the testimony yesterday, an attorney for Giuliani did not go into specifics about what he talked about, citing grand jury secrecy, but an attorney beforehand did give some indication as to what he was not going to speak on, saying that he would stay away from any conversations that he had with the former president and that he would likely cite attorney-client privilege. Now, of course, remember, all of this centers around an investigation into the former president's efforts to overturn the election here in Georgia, but specifically pointing to a phone call that he made to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, essentially asking him to find enough votes to overturn Biden's win here in the state of Georgia. Now, overnight, the former President Trump weighed in on that, calling it a perfect phone call once again. But all of this is once again widening the possibility of exposure for the former president and any of his associates to criminal exposure. Now, all of this comes as we're seeing the investigation itself widen here in Georgia. In fact, this morning, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp is fighting a subpoena of his own, calling it politically motivated this close to November. Back to you.
Officers and firefighters are testifying in Los Angeles in the lawsuit brought by Vanessa Bryant over leaked photos of her late husband Kobe Bryant's fatal helicopter crash.
One firefighter left the courtroom multiple times after pleading for Bryant's lawyer to stop describing the, quote, horrifying scene. The former LA Fire Department captain says images will haunt him forever. But this admission comes after he said he took 25 to 30 pictures of that crash site. County lawyers say Brian's case lacks merit, alleging the graphic images were never leaked to the media.
We're following breaking news regarding last week's stabbing of acclaimed author Salman Rushdie. His alleged attacker, Hadi Matar, has been indicted by a grand jury and is scheduled to be arraigned on charges in a New York court this afternoon.
But the district attorney's office did not provide any details on the new charges. The Associated Press reports Rushdie is still hospitalized and receiving treatment for his wounds. Well, coming up after this break, Ukraine's president hosts leaders from the UN and Turkey for high-stakes talks today.
Up next, we'll dive into what's on the agenda as the war-torn country worries about possible nuclear safety concerns. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We turn now to nuclear safety concerns on the ground in Ukraine today with nearly daily shelling near Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Now, Ukraine's emergency officials are holding nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits.
Meanwhile, over in Lviv, President Zelensky hosts the leaders of the UN and Turkey today. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now live from Ukraine. Josh, it's great to see you this Thursday. Let's just go ahead and start with what's happening on the ground where you are. Can you talk to us a little bit about the current situation that's surrounding that nuclear power plant? I mean, what are both Ukraine and Russia saying and really preparing for at this point?
Well, earlier today, Russia's military said that it expects Ukraine to conduct some type of a provocation tomorrow, Friday, at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, about 30 miles from where I'm standing right now. But just in the last few minutes, I spoke with a Ukrainian military intelligence official, Andriy Yusov, who told me that Ukraine has just learned this afternoon that Russia has told its nuclear workers who are at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant not to show up to work tomorrow. So just to back up, to explain to folks what it appears is happening here. Russia is warning they think Ukraine is going to attack the plant tomorrow, but Ukrainian officials believe that is Russia laying the groundwork to attack the plant themselves so that they can blame it on Ukraine in a false flag operation. And since Russia may intend to attack this plant tomorrow, they're telling their own officials, you might not want to be there tomorrow. And so the tensions really are rising fast here, as we know that both countries in the last 24 hours or so have been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full protective gear to try to prepare for what it would look like if radiation were to start to spread after some type of a nuclear incident. Morgan.
Josh, Vicky here. This comes as the UN Secretary General is there on the ground in Ukraine today. He's meeting with President Zelensky in Lviv. Turkey's leader also a part of those talks. Do we have a sense of how these discussions will play out, and also anything that is specific that's expected to come out of this discussion?
Well, we saw Zelensky appearing in that meeting in Lviv with Erdogan from Turkey and the UN Secretary General, urging the UN to protect this nuclear power plant and to stop Russia from doing anything dangerous there. But the other aspect of this trip that's really important is the focus on that grain deal from Ukraine's ports that we've been talking about for several weeks now. Turkey, of course, is the intermediary that was able to moderate and negotiate that deal involving Russia and Ukraine. Tomorrow, the Secretary General plans to go to Odessa to get a firsthand look at how that deal is working out, as all of these countries hope that more grain will be able to get out of Ukraine to hungry countries around the world that need it.
And Josh, I mean, we also know when we look sort of at Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city, that the fighting there has also intensified. So what more are we learning about that situation? And ultimately, just big picture, Josh, what could that mean for what's to come on the battlefield in the days ahead? We've already been dragging this war on for so long. What does that mean for the next few days?
Right. Well, so far, officials are saying at least 10 dead in that pair of attacks in the last 24 hours or so in Kharkiv, including a child, dozens more wounded. And this is an area that Russia really tried to take early in the war, wasn't able to. And so the focus has shifted elsewhere. The fact that Kharkiv is now under attack once again could suggest that Russia is really trying to prove that it can still attack anywhere it wants in Ukraine, just as Ukraine is showing it can attack anywhere it wants, potentially even in Crimea.
All right, our Josh Letterman, NBC News correspondent. Josh, thank you so much.
In the Tar Heel State, a Senate showdown.
Coming up, on the trail with North Carolina's Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, who could make history in November.
And just before we head to break, here's a look at the Artemis rocket at Kennedy Space Center. Check it out. It's getting ready to head to the moon later on this month.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The midterm matchups are heating up, and in my home state of North Carolina, a high-stakes competitive Senate race is front and center. It's a key race to watch with the potential to really tip the scales in the upper chamber.
Right. Democrat Cheri Beasley, former Chief Justice of the state's Supreme Court, is facing off with Trump-backed Republican Congressman Ted Budd. If Beasley wins, she would be the first ever black senator to represent North Carolina. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton sat down with Beasley for our County to County series. She joins us now. Antonia, so great to be with you. So you spent a day on the campaign trail with Beasley in sort of a rural part of North Carolina. How did that go? What is she campaigning on?
That's right. So we spent a day with her on the road, and she's actually taking a page out of the Obama playbook right now. And her strategy is to be everywhere. Often Democrats in North Carolina have focused on the urban centers. She is going to spend just as much time in rural communities as she is going to be in the big cities. And that's because she's targeting particularly black voters who live in these rural communities who have, after the last couple cycles, often been staying home, feeling like nobody in either party cares about them. She thinks she can get them out there, and that would be her key to win. Take a look.
Hello, family!
Former state Supreme Court Justice Cheri Beasley has to be a different kind of Democrat to win the Senate seat in North Carolina, one that spends as much time in rural counties as they do in urban centers.
Certainly industry and corporations are coming to North Carolina. They tend to go to Raleigh and Charlotte, but they miss out on the talent in our rural communities.
Beasley lost her last statewide race by just 401 votes, as thousands of registered rural voters of color sat out the 2020 election.
Do politicians come here that often? No. We usually see them in Mecklenburg County. What do you think is at stake right now?
Well, again, being a rural county, just getting people out to vote.
Beasley is in a competitive race with Republican Congressman Ted Budd, giving her a shot at becoming the first black senator from the Tar Heel state. Her race also seen as one of the Democrats' rare chances to pick up a Senate seat.
With the frustrations that some voters have with the Biden administration over the economy and inflation, has the president hurt your chances here?
You know, I certainly understand why there are people who are frustrated and who are disappointed in what's happening in Washington. They expect more and they deserve more.
Beasley's Republican opponent, meantime, happy to hammer the president.
Every single county is now a border county because of Joe Biden's policies.
And critiquing her judicial record when meeting with police groups.
I've got an opponent right now. She may not admit it. She's going to try to run, deceptively so, as a moderate.
At Beasley's campaign stops in rural counties, it was abortion rights driving the conversation.
It is not a contradiction to, on the one hand, protect fundamental freedoms, and on the other hand, support women who want to have their babies.
Has it angered people? Has it changed some voters' minds?
I think so, because I think people, as far as women, you know, they want to have control and make decisions that's going to benefit their bodies and not to be told what to do.
With less than 3 months until the election, Beasley is betting on rural voters. She needs them, and they need someone who won't forget them once in Washington.
It felt good here today, right? It felt good here in Anson County. It felt good in Richmond County. And no one should feel discounted. No one should feel a sense of disengagement.
We talk about disengagement. What is leading to that? And ultimately, why? Why is Beasley so confident that she can really get those voters engaged? What are they telling you, Antonia, that they ultimately care about?
Well, in these rural communities, people have seen a lot of disinvestment over not just the last couple years, but frankly, decades in North Carolina and around the country. And so as I've spoken to voters there over the last several months, for a while they were telling me, I just don't trust either party. Nothing changes here. There are no jobs, no opportunity, and COVID hit us really hard. But it's interesting. Now the abortion rights conversation is bringing some of the young people who live in these rural communities.
The 20-week ban was just reinstated yesterday.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that seems to be changing the conversation. At every single one of the spots that I followed Beasley to, the first question from a voter was about abortion.
Okay, where does she stand on it?
Well, she is pro-abortion, and she's sort of trying to draw a distinction between her and her opponent, Ted Budd.
She's a pro-choice.
She is a pro-choice candidate, and she says that she's going to fight for, women's reproductive rights in the Senate. So,
Antonia, great reporting. We'll be right back.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Harry Styles!
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now to the monkeypox outbreak here in America.
Moments ago, Secretary of Health and Human Services Javier Becerra holding a briefing on the government's response. Take a listen.
We have to date made available more than 1 million doses of vaccine, more than 22,000 courses of TPOXX treatment, and capacity for 80,000 tests per week. That number of vaccines will scale up dramatically. But we will also now surge and target vaccines and treatments when and where that can be most effective.
Cases have now grown to more than 13,000 in America this week. The administration's efforts to stop the spread of monkeypox are coming as the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention calls for big changes to the CDC in response to its handling of the coronavirus pandemic.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, it's great to see you this Thursday. And I guess the big question here is enough actually being done to get those monkeypox vaccine to those who really need it? And really what should be done now in order to prevent this crisis from getting just even further out of hand?
Yeah, I think that there always could be more that should be done, but I think the administration made significant action by dividing doses. Remember, these doses that normally would be 1 per person are getting stretched so that you can have 5 doses that are available per vial. So that's significant. Number 2, I think also the CDC acknowledging its data failures, some of the things that well preceded COVID, by the way, by decades, are things that they have to work on. So there's aspects of this that are a little too late, but much of it can be contained with some of the actions laid out in the last 24 hours.
Dr. Patel, as we know, the CDC has been criticized throughout the COVID pandemic for issuing guidance that was at times confusing, overwhelming. What are the changes that you think the CDC needs to make right now to better communicate with the American people, whether it's about monkeypox or polio or any other disease that's coming our way?
Yeah, the CDC has been a very trusted institution because of its scientists and public health officials that are in the building in Atlanta, in D.C. And I think what we need to do is we need to start to meet people where they are. We have had a lot of conversations about science and COVID and messaging and communication, but we're still operating on a very clunky data model and a more academic model, the way scientists need to publish. We need to wait until we have all the perfect evidence. And we have learned over the last 2 years that nothing is perfect when it comes to novel viruses, pandemics, and honestly, fear and panic in a public who want more information that people can understand, not pages of dense journal reading, because that's just not where we are today.
Yeah, people want that news they can use and in a simple form they can apply to their lives right now.
Right.
Yeah. All right, NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Meanwhile, new numbers out today from the National Association of Realtors. Existing home sales were down nearly 6% in July, sagging for the 6th consecutive month.
Well, this slowdown comes as both interest rates and home prices remain high. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now with a look at the latest headlines. Dom, good to see you. Let's start with that new information from the National Association of Realtors. New home sales, we understand, dropped 5.9%. What's behind the drop, and are we heading towards some sort of housing bust, Dom?
I mean, housing bust might be tough, but it certainly is a sign, Vicki Morgan, to your point, that the red-hot housing market might be cooling off a little bit more. So those so-called existing home sales, those ones who have been previously owned, fell 5.9% in July. If you remove some of these statistical adjustments made to those stats for comparison purposes year on year on an annualized basis and everything else, it was a roughly 22.5% drop in sales from July of last year. That's a massive move lower. Now, I've got just one more set of numbers to throw at you as well. Over the first half of the year, here in 2022, those previously owned home sales fell by a whopping 26% over the first 6 months of 2021. And that is, by the way, important. It's the biggest drop for the first half of a year in records that go all the way back to 1999. So to your point, it just goes to show how those higher interest rates, higher home prices are really putting a damper on demand, and how some buyers are now balking at deals. They appear to be holding off and waiting for either lower rates or lower prices before what they make, by the way, guys, will be likely for millions of Americans the biggest purchase they'll ever make in their lives.
Yeah, talk about it. I'm in the process right now.
Right.
Tom, look, it's almost September, which means back to school, which usually means new Apple products. So what's on the horizon for us?
So this is the month, as you point out, that often America's biggest publicly traded company unveils those new products ahead of that all-important holiday shopping season. So what we're learning is September 7th is the likely date of that big unveil. That's according to a report from Bloomberg News. It's expected that the latest version of the iPhone will be on the docket, which could have enhanced features like more vivid displays or better cameras, faster computer processors and chips. There's also speculation, by the way, that new Apple Watch models could be unveiled, as well as upgraded versions of its popular AirPods earbuds. So there's always a lot of investor anticipation and certainly consumer anticipation in the beginning of September, guys.
Dom, I got you for another minute. I want to ask you about Amazon. There are new reports the company is testing out a video and photo feed in an attempt to compete with TikTok. What do we know about that? Do tell.
Okay, so it seems kind of like out of their wheelhouse, right? But then again,
right, just a little bit.
When you've got the financial resources of Amazon.com, anything's possible, I guess. So this is according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Amazon is looking at developing a vertical photo and video feed, kind of like what you'd see in mobile versions of things like, yes, TikTok, also Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, Pinterest, right? So the idea here is that it would be an engagement driver with the posts on those particular sites. The ultimate goal here is to get a user to see those streams of pictures and then make a purchase tied to some of those feeds, right? So if you think about it, it's not all that far-fetched. I know on my social feeds, I already see a lot of those kind of like ads, right? Or pictures or influencers who are showcasing stuff that you can find on places like Amazon or elsewhere. And then, of course, if you click on it, sometimes they get a commission. So there's all kinds of ways to drive commerce. This is just maybe the latest version of it.
Really interesting. Yeah.
Our guy, Dom Chu. Dom, as always, thanks, man.
Thank
we
you,
appreciate
Dom.
it. The 9/11 Tribute Museum in New York is closing after more than 15 years, but you will still be able to see the museum's collection. CNBC's Valerie Castro has more.
I was at my desk at 8:15 in the morning. Half hour later, I'm writing something at my desk when the plane hit.
Peter Bitwinski is a 9/11 survivor, a Port Authority employee who worked on the 69th floor of the North Tower.
I remember whispering to myself, is this where it all ends for me? Is this where I die?
He escaped and now shares the story of that day as one of thousands of volunteers at the 9/11 Tribute Museum in Lower Manhattan.
Is it a kind of therapy to share that story with people?
Absolutely. Each time I come here, each time I speak to people, each time somebody might hug me, I feel more healed.
But that remembrance and healing, at least in person, is coming to an end. The museum shutting its doors for good after pandemic-related problems.
We had some visitors come back, but it was only about 26,000, where we were averaging 300 to 500,000 visitors a year. So you can imagine, unfortunately, financially, it has just accrued debt.
The museum prided itself on a different kind of experience from the 9/11 Memorial Museum just a few blocks away, found in the stories shared by volunteers.
To be able to meet someone that was directly affected and to hear their story and ask questions, and then also hear and be inspired by their resilience is one of the most important things.
It's also home to artifacts like a piece of a steel beam from the towers, clothing worn by recovery workers, and a gallery of more than 1,800 photos of those who died, including one of Peter Bitwinski's co-workers.
Gene is my buddy. When I first began working in the World Trade Center, Gene and I were in finance. I always make sure before I leave to stop and say hello to Gene.
Bitwinski now hopeful that someone might step in to save this place so it can endure the way he has.
I guess my survivor instinct is kind of coming out and saying, Peter, this can't be the end.
For now, the lights will go out while the stories will live on through an online archive for future generations. After today, artifacts like this will be carefully boxed up and taken to the New York State Museum in Albany. They will not be on display, but put into storage for safekeeping. Back to you.
Now to the latest on the extreme drought out west, the region facing major consequences from both the hot and the dry conditions. In fact, in California, 98% of the state is now in a severe drought.
Doesn't seem to be getting better as the reservoirs dry up. So do resources. States are now grappling over who has access to the limited water supply. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Los Angeles. Steve, fill us in on what's happening on the ground out west right now. They're focusing on the water levels in the Colorado River, but give us a sense of the scope of this crisis and really what this means, not just for the people out west where you are, but the rest of the country too.
Yeah, so right now the crisis is very focused on the Southwest, these 7 basin states that surround the Colorado River. At the end of those rivers are these massive reservoirs that really fuel that river and feed the Southwest. We're talking about Lake Powell and Lake Mead. They're both about 3/4 empty. I was in the dam at the top of Lake Powell about 2 weeks ago. The guy is showing me the water level. It's about 45 feet from not being able to generate hydropower. So the crisis there, very dire. Because of that, the federal government set a deadline for earlier this week to say to those 7 states and Mexico, hey, you got to come up with a plan to save a lot of water because this crisis is so desperate. They did not do that. Instead, they bickered over water rights and who gets what. So the federal government came in with a mandate to say that we're under now a Tier 2 drought, which means there will be restrictions on states like Arizona, Nevada, and the country of Mexico. They're going to reduce some of the water that comes from the river, which means a further limiting on who can take what and who produces what, because that water is so needed for industries like agriculture and other industries that really rely on it. And it's going to have a huge, widespread impact over the next few years, again, on farming, on fishing, on all these industries that rely on it. And that spreads across really the entire country when you look at those industries, when you look at how that impacts places like the grocery store, where we get food for everyday items, of course. But right now, that crisis really focused on those 7 basin states and what they're going to do next.
Steve, can you just elaborate on that impact a little bit? I know that you mentioned the grocery stores, but really what kind of economic impact is such a prolonged drought having? Not just there, sort of in the Southwest where it's localized, but really everywhere.
Yeah, and I say grocery stores because the main focus right now when you're talking about an economic impact is on agriculture. Agriculture takes the most water among all these industries. It's really required to do anything. And right now, farmers are doing things like having to kill cattle, having to sell off cattle, having to destroy crops or leaving fields fallow simply because they don't have enough water to produce. I was on a farm not too long ago. It was like 250 acres. Half of the farm was left fallow. The guy was destroying almond trees because he couldn't take care of them. That trickles down not only here in the West, but of course across to New Hampshire, to places in the Far East. And it means that because they can't produce, the reason why we focus on the grocery store is eventually it's going to impact us. And that's where we're at right now.
All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson out west for us. Steve, thank you.
Well, relief is finally on the horizon for cruise companies. Reservation numbers have doubled and tripled recently following the CDC's loosened COVID restrictions.
Well, now cruise ships are allowing unvaccinated passengers to provide a negative COVID test to board. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada has some tips and tricks if you are wanting to set sail this summer.
Hey there, well, after 2 years of rocky waters, it is full steam ahead for cruisers. Last week we saw the CDC really loosen a lot of its COVID-19 guidelines. That was on top of them already dropping the mandate for cruise companies to report COVID-19 cases. And so in response, we're seeing a lot of these companies also ease their restrictions, by and large mainly for unvaccinated passengers. They are mostly, in many cases, being allowed on board by showing proof of a negative COVID-19 test within a few days of embarking on their trip, setting sail on waters like these. And so in response, when we've seen the COVID-19 restrictions start to tick down, we've seen reservations really skyrocket. We spoke with one travel agency that reported a 200 to 300% increase in bookings in just the last 2 weeks. So there's definitely this appetite to get back out on the water. So how can you snag some of the best travel deals? And there are some really good ones out there. I've seen a 7-night stay, for instance, costs less than $150. Well, there's a few things you can do to keep in mind. First and foremost, be flexible if you can with your travel dates, especially if you're pursuing a really popular destination. Try to book your trip just outside of peak season. The other thing you can do, you want to track the changing in prices. So if just before you submit your final payment, you notice that the rate has dropped, you can request with the company to get that dropped or lower rate, or at least obtain a credit for onboard your cruise. You also want to sign up for emails with the various cruise companies so that you can be alerted of some of the best deals, even if they're last minute. Keep these things in mind, so if you can make out behind me, you can be on a cruise like that before the summer's end. Back to you.
Coming up, 10 miners still trapped underground in northern Mexico.
More on the rescue efforts to find them alive. That's coming up next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
A group of 10 miners in northern Mexico have been trapped underground for almost 2 weeks with no way to communicate.
Federal authorities and engineers are working around the clock to rescue them, but a series of challenges have really gotten in their way. NBC News correspondent Guadalupe Venegas has more.
Trapped underground and no way to communicate with them for over 2 weeks. 10 Mexican miners remain stuck with all exits flooded at the Pinabete coal mine less than 100 miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border. More than 500 men, including military engineers and volunteer miners, are working to save the men. The hope is for them to remain alive.
El bueno está allá arriba. El bueno es el que decide todo.
God will decide. He knows it all. Others have been found with more time, said this miner helping with the efforts. Nearby, families, including children, have been waiting for days. Sujei's uncle is one of the trapped miners.
Abrazarlo.
I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, she told reporters. But the days add on, and the chances to find them alive diminishes. The challenges are piling on with heavy rain and new flooding.
Continuamos en la mina de Pinabete.
This week, federal authorities informing efforts to pump out the water were almost successful when more water from a nearby mine flooded the mine shaft once again. That other mine abandoned in 1996 when it also flooded. Engineers now attempting to insert cement into the ground and build a retaining wall that would cut the water flow. Meanwhile, 13 pumps operate around the clock to clear the flooding. Friends of the trapped miners not giving up, some even joining the rescue efforts after working full-time shifts at other nearby mines. These are friends, and we're going to help, said this man. Yet for now, the country can only wait for the new flooding to be cleared in hopes of finally getting to the men alive.
A federal judge orders Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens to pay just over $650 million for their part in fueling the opioid epidemic.
Right, this money will now go to opioid litigation cases in 2 Ohio counties. The ruling is the first to assign monetary damages to the pharmacy chains for their part in the deadly drug crisis. Representatives for the 3 companies expressing disappointment in that ruling while also saying they will appeal. All right, well, coming up after this break, the last presidential election may still be a divisive issue on college campuses.
Yeah, coming up, what rising sophomores say about rooming and even dating people who did not vote for their candidate back in 2020. It's pretty interesting. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
All right. Here's what's popping now. The Addams Family gets a modern makeover from Tim Burton in the teaser for the new Netflix series. The show is called Wednesday Addams. And of course, that's after the daughter in the family and stars Jenna Ortega as the title role. Now, the teaser features Wednesday causing all sorts of chaos and gives us a first look at Catherine Zeta-Jones, Luis Guzman, who play her parents. The show is slated to be released on Netflix this fall.
She's so good. It's perfect
casting.
I love it. Music producer Swizz Beatz and Timbaland are suing Triller. They claim they are owed millions of dollars after they sold their virtual rap battle series Versus, we love that one, to the music video app. The suit alleges after agreeing to pay a settlement to pay the musical duo, Triller has failed to deliver on any of the payments. The two musicians are now demanding over $28 million.
Did you see any of the Versus battles?
Yeah, of course.
Which was your
So
favorite?
fun. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Brandy Monica didn't give you the
No, I didn't see that one. Was that your favorite, Brandy?
I think Gladys Knight did one. Yeah, all right. Anyway,
she's a classic. I know.
TikTok star Nathan Apodaca is making his acting debut. Apodaca, known to TikTokers as Dogface, is guest starring in the new season of the FX show Reservation Dogs. Now, the TikToker became an internet sensation after a video of him went viral showing him skateboarding down a highway while lip-syncing Fleetwood Mac's Dreams.
That was a good one. All righty. Well, new polling, this story is exciting. It shows how the presidential election from 2 years ago is affecting decision-making for college students today, right now, as they head back to school.
NBC News and Generation Lab surveyed the class of 2025, and it found that, among other things, most incoming sophomores are unlikely to date or marry someone who did not vote for their candidate back in 2020. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now and has been following all of this. Mark, Vicki and I were just talking about this in the break. We've been so looking forward to this segment. It's so fascinating. It's so interesting to see how politics is playing out, especially with younger kids in their dorm rooms. So break it down for us. I mean, what were the main takeaways? How did Biden supporters feel about Trump voters and vice versa?
Yeah, I think the polarization that we end up seeing in our news and we end up seeing overall on Capitol Hill is also playing out on college campuses. And so when we checked in with these rising second-year college students, we found that 46% of them, almost half, said that they couldn't see themselves rooming with somebody who voted for the opposing presidential candidate in 2020. Then when we asked people and said, would you date somebody, a majority, 53%, said that they could not end up dating that person who voted differently in 2020. And then when it comes to marrying somebody who votes differently, or at least voted differently in the 2020 presidential election, almost 2/3, 63%, said that they could not marry somebody who voted differently than they did in 2020. And so rising degrees of polarization there, from rooming all the way up to marriage.
That's so interesting.
It really is.
You think about roommates. I mean, when you go to the whole point is to sort of be with someone
with
who
diverse viewpoints.
Right, exactly.
Meet someone who comes from a different point of view from you. But they said that they were okay with the rooming. It was more about the romance part that they were not down with. What does this say, Mark, about this generation in particular and maybe their tolerance for differing viewpoints?
Yeah, and you know, it's pretty interesting when you actually break it down among ideological and partisan differences. And so we found that Democratic respondents, so Democratic voters who are second-year college students, were much more opposed to certainly rooming with somebody who voted differently. That meant voting for Donald Trump for them in 2020. And ended up speaking with one college sophomore from Siena College, and this woman ended up telling me that you know, she could not ever see herself rooming with somebody who voted for Donald Trump in 2020. On the other hand, we saw among Republicans, there was more tolerance to be able to be roommates with people who voted differently than they did in the 2020 presidential election. A college student who was a Republican at Catholic University ended up telling me, is like, hey, I like diversity of opinion. I have a lot of friends from both Democrats and Republicans, and I'm not going to let politics get in the way of that.
That is a big number, a big difference. 60-something% of Democrats were like, no, I would not even room with someone with a differing vote than me. Whereas 28% of Republican kids were like, sure, whatever.
Which I wonder,
That's sad.
I wonder if that sort of is consistent as they get older. Mark, I only have about 30 seconds with you, but I do want to say that the survey first checked in with the class of 2025 last year when they were freshmen, and it asked about how they feel about their personal futures and the future of the U.S. and the world as a whole. What did these new numbers show, Mark?
That these kids are still really optimistic about their lives. Big numbers there. They're really optimistic about their lives. Less so, though, about the United States and the world overall.
Wow. All right. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Always, you bring us the best numbers, the best data, and you always break it down. Thank you.
Fascinating. Mark, thank you.
And thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right after this.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now. The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. Right now on NBC News Now, more documents, both sides arguing in court today about whether to release additional records from the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home. How soon we could learn new details about the Justice Department's criminal investigation.
Inflation impacts. New numbers out today about the rising prices for just about everything. How stores from local businesses to national chains are responding to skyrocketing costs.
CDC reset. The Centers for Disease Control announcing a shakeup following criticism of the agency's response to the COVID pandemic. Will the changes make a difference with monkeypox?
Sailing away as COVID regulations are loosened on cruises. What you need to know if you're planning to set sail.
Great to have you with us today. We start with the Mar-a-Lago investigation.
That's right. Today, a federal judge will hear arguments on whether to unseal the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant for former President Donald Trump's Florida home.
Trump and news media organizations, including NBC News, are asking for the information to be released. But the Justice Department wants to keep it sealed, citing risks to its ongoing criminal investigation.
More on that in just a moment, but let's go ahead and begin with breaking news with NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, it's great to see you this Thursday. We know that just moments ago, the former CFO of the Trump Organization pleaded guilty to criminal charges stemming from an investigation into how the company actually handled its taxes. So, Julia, how significant, really is this in the scheme of things, and what does it mean for the former president?
Well, that means that Alan Weisselberg, the Trump Organization's former CFO, will likely be serving 5 months at Rikers Island in New York. He pleaded guilty just moments ago to all 15 counts against him. Now, we have to point out these counts in this case does not personally name Trump, but it names a number of executives inside the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg at the top, for taking basically payments and perks off the books to the tune of $1.8 million and then avoiding taxes on them. So basically this is all coming down to tax evasion by the Trump organization. What's interesting here is that now that we're seeing that Alan Weisselberg will be so cooperative, pleading guilty to all 15 counts, we can expect testimony from him where we can understand more about the inner workings of this company and the measures that executives there took to try to hide income and other things and keep it away from tax from the IRS and to basically commit tax evasion is what's being alleged here. So a lot more information could come from Alan Weisselberg in his testimony. But at this point, this case is not about the former president himself, but rather his business.
Julia, we're also learning that FBI agents are still reviewing the seized documents from Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago 10 days later. Talk to us about what they're doing now, meticulously going through this. You mentioned a filter team. They're the ones that found the passports and returned them. But what are they looking for now? And how long do we expect this to go on?
That's right. Well, how long it goes on depends on exactly how much material they were able to get. And we understand it's quite a large trove of documents that they took from Mar-a-Lago, as you mentioned, 10 days ago. So they have a filter team now going through everything, figuring out what they need to keep, what records need to be handed over to National Archives, and what might be central to what we now understand to be an ongoing criminal investigation with national security implications. Those documents would be preserved, and then they would hand things back to the former president. As we already saw, they took measures to go ahead and expedite the return of those passports that were taken. But when you do a large sweep like this, it's not up to the FBI agents going in the moment to figure out exactly what they might need and what they might not. They cast a wide net, get as many documents as they can, things they might be central to the case, bring it back, and then it's up to this filter team. But the timing of this does show that there's a lot to go through here, perhaps because there's so much material that was not handed over to the National Archives or not properly classified as it was supposed to.
You talk about the timing here, Julia, but what about the scope? I mean, what does this say about the scope of the FBI's investigation, and why is this different?
Well, yeah, it definitely shows there's a large scope here. I mean, you can imagine they probably have a very large filter team. The federal government always puts more resources on high-profile cases that they know is in the public interest to expedite. This would definitely rise to the top of that bar. The fact that they're still going through it shows there's a wide scope. But there's still so much we don't know about this investigation and exactly what triggered that FBI raid. And that's a big reason why you have media organizations like ours in court today and just under 2 hours making the argument for more transparency in this case, Morgan, so that we can get answers to questions just like that. But it seems unlikely we'll get those answers soon, as the judge in the case is not likely to side with media organizations, but rather side with the Justice Department and keep that information under wraps for now.
Right. All right. NBC's Julia Ainsley for us there from D.C. Julia, as always, thank you so much. We do want to head over now to NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who's just outside the courtroom there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Sam, when we kind of think about what we're going to hear from both sides, what can we expect today?
And Morgan, good morning. Good to be with you. Vicki, good morning. Look, when you're looking at this, dissecting what's about to happen in court, it depends really who you're talking about here, because it's a strange bedfellows, as politics tends to make, of who's trying to get this affidavit unsealed. Let's start with Trump's attorneys and his congressional allies. What they want to find out is the, quote, predicate, basically what the information was from the affidavit that told the judge that it was likely they would find evidence of a crime if they went into Mar-a-Lago and executed a search warrant. So that's part A. You also have news organizations like NBC News, the New York Times, Washington Post, ABC News, CBS News, and really the entire spectrum of organizations who want transparency. They want to be able to find out and tell the public, because there's a public interest involved here, why it was that agents went into a former president's house and whether or not it's likely he could be facing criminal prosecution. Of course, all of that is completely separate from the fact that it might not be a legally sound decision. The DOJ in this case, Morgan, has said you would be essentially creating a roadmap and allowing everyone to know what their case is. It could compromise witnesses down the road as well, not to mention the safety of FBI agents, as we're seeing threats right now elevated across the country. And this isn't hypothetical. It's going on in real time. We saw what happened in Cincinnati last week. So those are some of the arguments that are going to be made in court today. It is not likely. Legal experts say it is extremely unlikely there will actually be an unsealing of the affidavit, but it's possible a portion of it might be unsealed with redactions, guys.
Well, we know this is one of those rare occasions where the news media and the Trump organization appear to be on the same side. They are also calling for the release of this affidavit. You laid out for us why investigators wouldn't want it, why it may be in the public interest with news organizations. But what do we think here? Why is it that the Trump organization is adamant about getting these details out to the public?
Right. You've got to understand, it's a great question, Vicki, that the Trump administration, the former president, know that if they get this information out there, it's going to undermine the investigation. So their incentive, presumably, would be to undermine the investigation. Again, there's all sorts of leaders on Capitol Hill, the Lindsey Grahams and whatnot, who are saying this doesn't make sense. We believe you might have been up to a fishing expedition, quote unquote. We want to know the goods. What do you have that would have justified going into the property, the Florida home of a former president? And as you talk to legal experts, they say, look, the bar here is really high, Vicki. It's not just, is there a reasonable probability of a conviction, which is typically what the DOJ would be operating under? It's got to be a slam dunk, ironclad, because if you're going to swing at a former president, you can't miss.
Yeah.
And Sam, I mean, speaking of that, we're hearing of just this increase in threats, whether it's to the FBI, whether it's to Capitol Police. So this time we're hearing the police are actually aware of threats against the Florida magistrate judge in this particular case. Do we know anything else about the specifics of those threats, Sam?
We know he's been under threat. We know, Morgan, it has been a torrent of anti-Semitism that's been directed at this judge. No surprise, state of affairs in 2022. This is coming from the far right. But the reality is that you have a judge right now who has received death threats, as well as FBI agents. Palm Beach Gardens Police, which would be the jurisdiction where he lives, has said that they are more than aware of these death threats. They are coordinating with federal officials to try to make sure that he's safe. But that is part of the calculus in this entire decision as well. Not just sort of the legal tenets of whether or not to unseal this affidavit and what the compelling interest might be for the public, but also the safety of those involved.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we contextualize as journalists, Sam. I know we've been reporting on this for a long time, but we have seen a rise in anti-Semitic language and threats, and we've seen that data has shown that there is now a greater connection between words and threats in the recent years. So, Sam Brock, thank you so much for that reporting. We appreciate it.
Sam, thank you.
Record inflation is showing no signs of letting up, even with gas prices slowly falling.
Now, new retail numbers are showing the toll those rising prices are taking on families, small businesses, and big box retailers. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago. Maggie, we've been reporting for months about families, consumers struggling with these rising prices. Now we're really getting a good look at how inflation, as well as overstock from those supply chain issues, it's really affected a lot of major retailers like that Target you're standing there in front of. What do we know from this latest earnings report?
Yeah, Vicki, exactly. As you're saying, Target making huge news this week, announcing a staggering loss. It's really catching a lot of people off guard and just showing how big a problem this is. Their second quarter earnings down, get this, roughly 90% from where they were a year ago. And they blame that excess inventory that a lot of goods caught up in the supply chain delays during the peak of the pandemic, the peak of that trend, kind of came in mass and basically overcrowded their shelves. Still, we also have new federal data that shows people are struggling just to afford the basics and shying away from buying non-essentials like clothes and shoes. Listen to what shoppers told us yesterday about those shifts.
Definitely eating less meat and less soda, no more coffee stops.
You know, like I tell my kids, you have to go and get the stuff that you need, not the stuff that you want. Well, I have tried to stretch my money and try to look at whatever's cheaper and try to work, you know, because everything's so high. We're like, okay, what's on sale?
Shoppers also telling us that they are driving from store to store to try to find the cheapest prices. Of course, with sky-high gas prices, that's been tricky. And then finally, another big trend, more online purchases as people can kind of price check more easily and find the sales that way, guys.
Speaking of those gas prices, Maggie, you know, another interesting data point is that those car sales drop. Gas prices have come down from at least their high of over $5 per gallon, and the national average is now under $4 per gallon. So what accounts ultimately for this decline? I mean, why right now, Maggie?
Right. So auto sales, as you point out, down roughly 1.5% month to month. And we asked auto dealers that. We said, you know, gas is coming down, but is that still, like, basically are consumers slow to shift their mindset? And they said, no, actually, demand is pretty high. The problem, they say, they don't have the inventory. They literally don't have the cars because of the chip shortage. We were at a big, sprawling suburban Toyota dealership yesterday. Half their massive lot, which in normal times is completely full, was empty. It was really staggering to see. And they said some customers are waiting 8 to 10 months to buy the car they want, to be able to get it, for it to be available. And the key in that, they say, because of gas prices, a lot of people want hybrids. Those require more chips. The chips are running low, so they can't produce the cars that everybody really wants. So just kind of chaotic all around, squeezes all around, consumers doing their best to navigate it, guys.
Maggie, while we still have you, let's talk about some tips for consumers if you are in the market for a car. The inventory, as you mentioned, very low because of the chip shortage. But what are some things folks can do if they need a car now?
If they do need a car now, I know a lot of people won't want to hear this, but dealers said basically be flexible. A lot of people are used to being able to get the add-ons they want, maybe even the body or the interior color they want. Frankly, what they have is what they have. So it's something right now where if you aren't able to get the car you want, dealers recommend basically considering leasing, considering trying out new models or new brands that you haven't tried in the past. But again, that big question, if you want a hybrid, which is so reasonable right now because of those gas prices, potentially be prepared to wait, maybe rent or lease in the meantime, and just know that it may indeed take a while, guys.
All great advice, Maggie. Thank you.
An FBI report reveals details of a 2016 physical altercation between Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt aboard a private plane.
Yeah, people close to the former couple allege Jolie anonymously filed a Freedom of Information lawsuit against the FBI to publicly release this report, which has been obtained by NBC News. The lawsuit, originally viewed by NBC News back in March, was recently sealed, and the FBI declined to discuss this case. Representatives for Jolie and Pitt did not comment.
Now to the latest on the tragic death of actor Anne Heche.
The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has ruled her death an accident. Heche's car crashed into a home and erupted into flames earlier this month. She suffered inhalation and burns. Late last week, her spokesperson said Heche was brain dead, but was being kept on life support to donate her organs.
And the latest on the criminal trial of disgraced singer R. Kelly in Chicago. Federal prosecutors saying in opening statements yesterday that jurors will hear from 5 separate women who will testify that they had sex with Kelly while they were underage.
This trial coming 2 months after Kelly was convicted in New York City on charges of federal racketeering and sex trafficking. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison in that case. Now prosecutors are seeking to hold Kelly and his associates accountable for trying to stymie a 2008 criminal trial on child pornography charges. All 3 men deny any wrongdoing.
Coming up after the break, nuclear safety concerns in Ukraine.
Emergency officials are preparing for potential consequences as fighting continues near Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
And before we head to break, here's a look at the current numbers on Wall Street. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We turn now to nuclear safety concerns on the ground in Ukraine today with nearly daily shelling near Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Now, Ukraine's emergency officials are holding nuclear disaster drills in full hazmat suits.
Meanwhile, over in Lviv, President Zelensky hosts the leaders of the UN and Turkey today. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now live from Ukraine. Josh, it's great to see you this Thursday. Let's just go ahead and start with what's happening on the ground where you are. Can you talk to us a little bit about the current situation that's surrounding that nuclear power plant? I mean, what are both Ukraine and Russia saying and really preparing for at this point?
Well, earlier today, Russia's military said that it expects Ukraine to conduct some type of a provocation tomorrow, Friday, at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, about 30 miles from where I'm standing right now. But just in the last few minutes, I spoke with a Ukrainian military intelligence official, Andriy Yusov, who told me that Ukraine has just learned this afternoon that Russia has told its nuclear workers who are at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant not to show up to work tomorrow. So just to back up, to explain to folks what it appears is happening here. Russia is warning they think Ukraine is going to attack the plant tomorrow, but Ukrainian officials believe that is Russia laying the groundwork to attack the plant themselves so that they can blame it on Ukraine in a false flag operation. And since Russia may intend to attack this plant tomorrow, they're telling their own officials, you might not want to be there tomorrow. And so the tensions really are rising fast here, as we know that both countries in the last 24 hours or so have been conducting nuclear disaster drills in full protective gear to try to prepare for what it would look like if radiation were to start to spread after some type of a nuclear incident. Morgan.
Josh, Vicky here. This comes as the UN Secretary General is there on the ground in Ukraine today. He's meeting with President Zelensky in Lviv. Turkey's leader also a part of those talks. Do we have a sense of how these discussions will play out, and also anything that is specific that's expected to come out of this discussion?
Well, we saw Zelensky appearing in that meeting in Lviv with Erdogan from Turkey and the UN Secretary General, urging the UN to protect this nuclear power plant and to stop Russia from doing anything dangerous there. But the other aspect of this trip that's really important is the focus on that grain deal from Ukraine's ports that we've been talking about for several weeks now. Turkey, of course, is the intermediary that was able to moderate and negotiate that deal involving Russia and Ukraine. Tomorrow, the Secretary General plans to go to Odessa to get a firsthand look at how that deal is working out, as all of these countries hope that more grain will be able to get out of Ukraine to hungry countries around the world that need it.
And Josh, I mean, we also know when we look sort of at Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city, that the fighting there has also intensified. So what more are we learning about that situation? And ultimately, just big picture, Josh, what could that mean for what's to come on the battlefield in the days ahead? We've already been dragging this war on for so long. What does that mean for the next few days?
Right. Well, so far, officials are saying at least 10 dead in that pair of attacks in the last 24 hours or so in Kharkiv, including a child, dozens more wounded. And this is an area that Russia really tried to take early in the war, wasn't able to. And so the focus has shifted elsewhere. The fact that Kharkiv is now under attack once again could suggest that Russia is really trying to prove that it can still attack anywhere it wants in Ukraine, just as Ukraine is showing it can attack anywhere it wants, potentially even in Crimea.
All right, our Josh Letterman, NBC News correspondent. Josh, thank you so much.
In the Tar Heel State, a Senate showdown.
Coming up, on the trail with North Carolina's Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, who could make history in November.
And just before we head to break, here's a look at the Artemis rocket at Kennedy Space Center. Check it out. It's getting ready to head to the moon later on this month.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The midterm matchups are heating up, and in my home state of North Carolina, a high-stakes competitive Senate race is front and center. It's a key race to watch with the potential to really tip the scales in the upper chamber.
Right. Democrat Sherry Beasley, former Chief Justice of the state's Supreme Court, is facing off with Trump-backed Republican Congressman Ted Budd. If Beasley wins, she would be the first ever black senator to represent North Carolina. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton sat down with Beasley for our County to County series. She joins us now. Antonia, so great to be with you. So you spent a day on the campaign trail with Beasley in sort of a rural part of North Carolina. How did that go? What is she campaigning on?
That's right. So we spent a day with her on the road, and she's actually taking a page out of the Obama playbook right now. And her strategy is to be everywhere. Often Democrats in North Carolina have focused on the urban centers. She is going to spend just as much time in rural communities as she is going to be in the big cities. And that's because she's targeting particularly black voters who live in these rural communities who have, after the last couple cycles, often been staying home, feeling like nobody in either party cares about them. She thinks she can get them out there, and that would be her key to win. Take a look.
Hello, family!
Former state Supreme Court Justice Sherry Beasley has to be a different kind of Democrat to win the Senate seat in North Carolina, one that spends as much time in rural counties as they do in urban centers.
Certainly industry and corporations are coming to North Carolina. They tend to go to Raleigh and Charlotte, but they miss out on the talent in our rural communities.
Beasley lost her last statewide race by just 401 votes, as thousands of registered rural voters of color sat out the 2020 election.
Do politicians come here that often?
No. We usually see them in Mecklenburg County.
What do you think is at stake right now?
Well, again, being a rural county, just getting people out to vote.
Beasley is in a competitive race with Republican Congressman Ted Budd, giving her a shot at becoming the first black senator from the Tar Heel state. Her race also seen as one of the Democrats' rare chances to pick up a Senate seat.
With the frustrations that some voters have with the Biden administration over the economy and inflation, has the president hurt your chances here?
You know, I certainly understand why there are people who are frustrated and who are disappointed in what's happening in Washington. They expect more and they deserve more.
Beasley's Republican opponent, meantime, happy to hammer the president.
Every single county is now a border county because of Joe Biden's policies.
And critiquing her judicial record when meeting with police groups.
I've got an opponent right now. She may not admit it. She's going to try to run, deceptively so, as a moderate.
At Beasley's campaign stops in rural counties, it was abortion rights driving the conversation.
It is not a contradiction to, on the one hand, protect fundamental freedoms, and on the other hand, support women who want to have their babies.
Has it angered people? Has it changed some voters' minds?
I think so, because I think people, as far as women, you know, they want to have control and make decisions that's going to benefit their bodies and not to be told what to do.
With less than 3 months until the election, Beasley is betting on rural voters. She needs them, and they need someone who won't forget them once in Washington.
It felt good here today, right? It felt good here in Anson County. It felt good in Richmond County. And no one should feel discounted. No one should feel a sense of disengagement.
We talk about disengagement. What is leading to that? And ultimately, why? Why is Beasley so confident that she can really get those voters engaged? What are they telling you, Antonia, that they ultimately care about?
Well, in these rural communities, people have seen a lot of disinvestment over not just the last couple years, but frankly, decades in North Carolina and around the country. And so as I've spoken to voters there over the last several months, for a while they were telling me, you know, I just don't trust either party. Nothing changes here. There are no jobs, no opportunity, and COVID hit us really hard. But it's interesting. Now the abortion rights conversation is bringing some of the young people who live in these rural communities.
The 20-week ban was just reinstated yesterday.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that seems to be changing the conversation. At every single one of the spots that I followed Beasley to, the first question from a voter was about abortion.
Okay, where does she stand on it?
Well, she is pro-abortion, and she's sort of trying to draw a distinction between her and her opponent, Ted Budd.
She's a pro-choice.
She is a pro-choice candidate, and she says that she's going to fight for, you know, women's reproductive rights in the Senate. So,
Antonia, great reporting. We'll be right back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now to the monkeypox outbreak here in America.
Moments ago, Secretary of Health and Human Services Javier Becerra holding a briefing on the government's response. Take a listen.
We have to date made available more than 1 million doses of vaccine, more than 22,000 courses of TPOXX treatment, and capacity for 80,000 tests per week. That number of vaccines will scale up dramatically. But we will also now surge and target vaccines and treatments when and where that can be most effective.
Cases have now grown to more than 13,000 in America this week. The administration's efforts to stop the spread of monkeypox are coming as the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention calls for big changes to the CDC in response to its handling of the coronavirus pandemic.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, it's great to see you this Thursday. And I guess the big question here is enough actually being done to get those monkeypox vaccine to those who really need it? And really what should be done now in order to prevent this crisis from getting just even further out of hand?
Yeah, I think that there always could be more that should be done, but I think the administration made significant action by dividing doses. Remember, these doses that normally would be one per person are getting stretched so that you can have 5 doses that are available per vial. So that's significant. Number 2, I think also the CDC acknowledging its data failures, some of the things that well preceded COVID, by the way, by decades, are things that they have to work on. So there's aspects of this that are a little too late, but much of it can be contained with some of the actions laid out in the last 24 hours.
Dr. Patel, as we know, the CDC has been criticized throughout the COVID pandemic for issuing guidance that was at times confusing, overwhelming. What are the changes that you think the CDC needs to make right now to better communicate with the American people, whether it's about monkeypox or polio or any other disease that's coming our way?
Yeah, the CDC has been a very trusted institution because of its scientists and public health officials that are in the building in Atlanta, in D.C. And I think what we need to do is we need to start to meet people where they are. We have had a lot of conversations about science and COVID and messaging and communication, but we're still operating on a very clunky data model and a more academic model, the way scientists need to publish. We need to wait until we have all the perfect evidence. And we have learned over the last 2 years that nothing is perfect when it comes to novel viruses, pandemics, and honestly, fear and panic in a public who want more information that people can understand, not pages of dense journal reading, because that's just not where we are today.
Yeah, people want that news they can use and in a simple form they can apply to their lives right now.
Right.
Yeah. All right, NBC News contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, new numbers out today from the National Association of Realtors. Existing home sales were down nearly 6% in July, sagging for the 6th consecutive month.
Well, this slowdown comes as both interest rates and home prices remain high. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now with a look at the latest headlines. Dom, good to see you. Let's start with that new information from the National Association of Realtors. New home sales, we understand, dropped 5.9%. What's behind the drop, and are we heading towards some sort of housing bust, Dom?
I mean, housing bust might be tough, but it certainly is a sign, Vicki Morgan, to your point, that the red-hot housing market might be cooling off a little bit more. So those so-called existing home sales, those ones who have been previously owned, fell 5.9% in July. If you remove some of these statistical adjustments made to those stats for comparison purposes year on year on an annualized basis and everything else, it was a roughly 22.5% drop in sales from July of last year. That's a massive move lower. Now, I've got just one more set of numbers to throw at you as well. Over the first half of the year, here in 2022, those previously owned home sales fell by a whopping 26% over the first 6 months of 2021. And that is, by the way, important. It's the biggest drop for the first half of a year in records that go all the way back to 1999. So to your point, it just goes to show how those higher interest rates, higher home prices are really putting a damper on demand, and how some buyers are now balking at deals. They appear to be holding off and waiting for either lower rates or lower prices before what they make, by the way, guys, will be likely for millions of Americans the biggest purchase they'll ever make in their lives.
Yeah, talk about it. I'm in the process right now.
Right.
Tom, look, it's almost September, which means back to school, which usually means new Apple products. So what's on the horizon for us?
So this is the month, as you point out, that often America's biggest publicly traded company unveils those new products ahead of that all-important holiday shopping season. So what we're learning is September 7th is the likely date of that big unveil. That's according to a report from Bloomberg News. It's expected that the latest version of the iPhone will be on the docket, which could have enhanced features like more vivid displays or better cameras, faster computer processors and chips. There's also speculation, by the way, that new Apple Watch models could be unveiled, as well as upgraded versions of its popular AirPods earbuds. So there's always a lot of investor anticipation and certainly consumer anticipation in the beginning of September, guys.
Dom, I got you for another minute. I want to ask you about Amazon. There are new reports the company is testing out a video and photo feed in an attempt to compete with TikTok. What do we know about that? Do tell.
Okay, so it seems kind of like out of their wheelhouse, right? But then again,
Right, just a little bit.
When you've got the financial resources of Amazon.com, anything's possible, I guess. So this is according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Amazon is looking at developing a vertical photo and video feed, kind of like what you'd see in mobile versions of things like, yes, TikTok, also Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, Pinterest, right? So the idea here is that it would be an engagement driver with the posts on those particular sites. The ultimate goal here is to get a user to see those streams of pictures and then make a purchase tied to some of those feeds, right? So if you think about it, it's not all that far-fetched. I know on my social feeds, I already see a lot of those kind of like ads, right, or pictures or influencers who are showcasing stuff that you can find on places like Amazon or elsewhere. And then, of course, if you click on it, sometimes they get a commission. So there's all kinds of ways to drive commerce. This is just maybe the latest version of it.
Really interesting. Yeah.
Our guy, Dom Chu. Dom, as always, thanks, man.
Thank
we
you,
appreciate
Dom.
it. The 9/11 Tribute Museum in New York is closing after more than 15 years, but you will still be able to see the museum's collection. CNBC's Valerie Castro has more.
I was at my desk at 8:15 in the morning. Half hour later, I'm writing something at my desk when the plane hit.
Peter Bitwinski is a 9/11 survivor, a Port Authority employee who worked on the 69th floor of the North Tower.
I remember whispering to myself, is this where it all ends for me? Is this where I die?
He escaped and now shares the story of that day as one of thousands of volunteers at the 9/11 Tribute Museum in Lower Manhattan.
Is it a kind of therapy to share that story with people?
Absolutely. Each time I come here, each time I speak to people, each time somebody might hug me, I feel more healed.
But that remembrance and healing, at least in person, is coming to an end. The museum shutting its doors for good after pandemic-related problems.
We had some visitors come back, but it was only about 26,000, where we were averaging 300 to 500,000 visitors a year. So you can imagine, unfortunately, financially, it has just accrued debt.
The museum prided itself on a different kind of experience from the 9/11 Memorial Museum just a few blocks away, found in the stories shared by volunteers.
To be able to meet someone that was directly affected and to hear their story and ask questions, and then also hear and be inspired by their resilience is one of the most important things.
It's also home to artifacts like a piece of a steel beam from the towers, clothing worn by recovery workers, and a gallery of more than 1,800 photos of those who died, including one of Peter Bitwinski's co-workers.
Gene is my buddy. When I first began working in the World Trade Center, Gene and I were in finance. I always make sure before I leave to stop and say hello to Gene.
Bitwinski now hopeful that someone might step in to save this place so it can endure the way he has.
I guess my survivor instinct is kind of coming out and saying, Peter, this can't be the end.
For now, the lights will go out while the stories will live on through an online archive for future generations.
After today, artifacts like this will be carefully boxed up and taken to the New York State Museum in Albany. They will not be on display, but put into storage for safekeeping. Back to you.
Now to the latest on the extreme drought out west, the region facing major consequences from both the hot and the dry conditions. In fact, in California, 98% of the state is now in a severe drought.
Doesn't seem to be getting better as the reservoirs dry up. So do resources. States are now grappling over who has access to the limited water supply. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Los Angeles. Steve, fill us in on what's happening on the ground out west right now. They're focusing on the water levels in the Colorado River, but give us a sense of the scope of this crisis and really what this means, not just for the people out west where you are, but the rest of the country too.
Yeah, so right now the crisis is very focused on the Southwest, these 7 basin states that surround the Colorado River. At the end of those rivers are these massive reservoirs that really fuel that river and feed the Southwest. We're talking about Lake Powell and Lake Mead. They're both about 3/4 empty. I was in the dam at the top of Lake Powell about 2 weeks ago. The guy is showing me the water level. It's about 45 feet from not being able to generate hydropower. So the crisis there, very dire. Because of that, the federal government set a deadline for earlier this week to say to those 7 states and Mexico, hey, you got to come up with a plan to save a lot of water because this crisis is so desperate. They did not do that. Instead, they bickered over water rights and who gets what. So the federal government came in with a mandate to say that we're under now a Tier 2 drought, which means there will be restrictions on states like Arizona, Nevada, and the country of Mexico. They're going to reduce some of the water that comes from the river, which means a further limiting on who can take what and who produces what, because that water is so needed for industries like agriculture and other industries that really rely on it. And it's going to have a huge, widespread impact over the next few years, again, on farming, on fishing, on all these industries that rely on it. And that spreads across really the entire country when you look at those industries, when you look at how that impacts places like the grocery store, where we get food for everyday items, of course. But right now, that crisis really focused on those 7 basin states and what they're going to do next.
Steve, can you just elaborate on that impact a little bit? I know that you mentioned the grocery stores, but really what kind of economic impact is such a prolonged drought having? Not just there, sort of in the Southwest where it's localized, but really everywhere.
Yeah, and I say grocery stores because the main focus right now when you're talking about an economic impact is on agriculture. Agriculture takes the most water among all these industries. It's really required to do anything. And right now, farmers are doing things like having to kill cattle, having to sell off cattle, having to destroy crops or leaving fields fallow simply because they don't have enough water to produce. I was on a farm not too long ago. It was like 250 acres. Half of the farm was left fallow. The guy was destroying almond trees because he couldn't take care of them. That trickles down not only here in the West, but of course across to New Hampshire, to places in the Far East. And it means that because they can't produce, the reason why we focus on the grocery store is eventually it's going to impact us. And that's where we're at right now.
All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson out west for us. Steve, thank you.
Well, relief is finally on the horizon for cruise companies. Reservation numbers have doubled and tripled recently following the CDC's loosened COVID restrictions.
Well, now cruise ships are allowing unvaccinated passengers to provide a negative COVID test to board. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada has some tips and tricks if you are wanting to set sail this summer.
Hey there, well, after 2 years of rocky waters, it is full steam ahead for cruisers. Last week, we saw the CDC really loosen a lot of its COVID-19 guidelines. That was on top of them already dropping the mandate for cruise companies to report COVID-19 cases. And so in response, we're seeing a lot of these companies also ease their restrictions, by and large, mainly for unvaccinated passengers. They are mostly, in many cases, being allowed on board by showing proof of a negative COVID-19 test within a few days of embarking on their trip, setting sail on waters like these. And so in response, when we've seen the COVID-19 restrictions start to tick down, we've seen reservations really skyrocket. We spoke with one travel agency that reported a 200 to 300% increase in bookings in just the last 2 weeks. So there's definitely this appetite to get back out on the water. So how can you snag some of the best travel deals? And there are some really good ones out there. I've seen a 7-night stay, for instance, costs less than $150. Well, there's a few things you can do to keep in mind. First and foremost, be flexible if you can with your travel dates, especially if you're pursuing a really popular destination. Try to book your trip just outside of peak season. The other thing you can do, you want to track the changing in prices. So if just before you submit your final payment, you notice that the rate has dropped, you can request with the company to get that dropped or lower rate, or at least obtain a credit for onboard your cruise. You also want to sign up for emails with the various cruise companies so that you can be alerted of some of the best deals, even if they're last minute. Keep these things in mind, so if you can make out behind me, you can be on a cruise like that before the summer's end. Back to you.
Coming up, 10 miners still trapped underground in northern Mexico.
More on the rescue efforts to find them alive. That's coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A group of 10 miners in northern Mexico have been trapped underground for almost 2 weeks with no way to communicate.
Federal authorities and engineers are working around the clock to rescue them, but a series of challenges have really gotten in their way. NBC News correspondent Guadalupe Venegas has more.
Trapped underground and no way to communicate with them for over 2 weeks. 10 Mexican miners remain stuck with all exits flooded at the Pinabete coal mine less than 100 miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border. More than 500 men, including military engineers and volunteer miners, are working to save the men. The hope is for them to remain alive.
El bueno está allá arriba. El bueno es el que decide todo.
God will decide. He knows it all. Others have been found with more time, said this miner helping with the efforts. Nearby, families, including children, have been waiting for days. Sujei's uncle is one of the trapped miners.
Abrazarlo.
I want to hug him, and I ask God for him as my gift, she told reporters. But the days add on, and the chances to find them alive diminishes. The challenges are piling on with heavy rain and new flooding.
Continuamos en la mina de Pinabete.
This week, federal authorities informing efforts to pump out the water were almost successful when more water from a nearby mine flooded the mine shaft once again. That other mine abandoned in 1996 when it also flooded. Engineers now attempting to insert cement into the ground and build a retaining wall that would cut the water flow. Meanwhile, 13 pumps operate around the clock to clear the flooding. Friends of the trapped miners not giving up, some even joining the rescue efforts after working full-time shifts at other nearby mines. These are friends, and we're going to help, said this man. Yet for now, the country can only wait for the new flooding to be cleared in hopes of finally getting to the men alive.
A federal judge orders Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens to pay just over $650 million for their part in fueling the opioid epidemic.
Right, this money will now go to opioid litigation cases in 2 Ohio counties. The ruling is the first to assign monetary damages to the pharmacy chains for their part in the deadly drug crisis. Representatives for the 3 companies expressing disappointment in that ruling while also saying they will appeal. All right, well, coming up after this break, the last presidential election may still be a divisive issue on college campuses.
Yeah, coming up, what rising sophomores say about rooming and even dating people who did not vote for their candidate back in 2020. It's pretty interesting. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
All right. Here's what's popping now. The Addams Family gets a modern makeover from Tim Burton in the teaser for the new Netflix series. The show is called Wednesday Addams. Of course, that's after the daughter in the family and stars Jenna Ortega as the title role. Now, the teaser features Wednesday causing all sorts of chaos and gives us a first look at Catherine Zeta-Jones, Luis Guzman, who play her parents. The show is slated to be released on Netflix this fall.
She's so good. It's perfect
casting.
I love it. Music producer Swizz Beatz and Timbaland are suing Triller. They claim they are owed millions of dollars after they sold their virtual rap battle series Versus, we love that one, to the music video app. The suit alleges after agreeing to pay a settlement to pay the musical duo, Triller has failed to deliver on any of the payments. The two musicians are now demanding over $28 million.
Did you see any of the Versus battles?
Yeah, of course.
Which was your favorite?
So fun. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Brandy Monica,
I like
didn't give you the
No, I didn't see that one. Was that your favorite, Brandy?
I think Gladys Knight did one. Yeah, all right. Anyway,
she's a classic. I know.
TikTok star Nathan Apodaca is making his acting debut. Apodaca, known to TikTokers as Dogface, is guest starring in the new season of the FX show Reservation Dogs. Now, the TikToker became an internet sensation after a video of him went viral showing him skateboarding down a highway while lip-syncing Fleetwood Mac's Dreams.
That was a good one. Alrighty, well, new polling, this story is exciting. It shows how the presidential election from 2 years ago is affecting decision-making for college students today, right now, as they head back to school.
NBC News and Generation Lab surveyed the class of 2025, and it found that, among other things, most incoming sophomores are unlikely to date or marry someone who did not vote for their candidate back in 2020. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now and has been following all of this. Mark, Vicki and I were just talking about this in the break. We've been so looking forward to this segment. It's so fascinating. It's so interesting to see how politics is playing out, especially with younger kids in their dorm rooms. So break it down for us. I mean, what were the main takeaways? How did Biden supporters feel about Trump voters and vice versa?
Yeah, I think the polarization that we end up seeing in our news and we end up seeing overall on Capitol Hill is also playing out on college campuses. And so when we checked in with these rising second-year college students, we found that 46% of them, almost half, said that they couldn't see themselves rooming with somebody who voted for the opposing presidential candidate in 2020. Then when we asked people and said, would you date somebody, a majority, 53%, said that they could not end up dating that person who who voted differently in 2020. And then when it comes to marrying somebody who votes differently, or at least voted differently in the 2020 presidential election, almost 2/3, 63% said that they could not marry somebody who voted differently than they did in 2020. And so rising degrees of polarization there, from rooming all the way up to marriage.
That's so interesting.
It really is.
You think about roommates. I mean, when you go to the whole point is to sort of be with someone
with
who
diverse viewpoints.
Right, exactly.
Meet someone who comes from a different point of view from you. But they said that they were okay with the rooming. It was more about the romance part that they were not down with. What does this say, Mark, about this generation in particular, and maybe their tolerance for differing viewpoints?
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting when you actually break it down among ideological and partisan differences. And so we found that Democratic respondents, so Democratic voters who are second-year college students, were much more opposed to certainly rooming with somebody who voted differently. That meant voting for Donald Trump for them in 2020. I ended up speaking with one college sophomore from Siena College, and this woman ended up telling me that she could not ever see herself rooming with somebody who voted for Donald Trump in 2020. On the other hand, we saw among Republicans, there was more tolerance to be able to be roommates with people who voted differently than they did in the 2020 presidential election. A college student who was a Republican at Catholic University ended up telling me, hey, I like diversity of opinion. I have a lot of friends from both Democrats and Republicans, and I'm not going to let politics get in the way of that.
That is a big number, a big difference. 60-something% of Democrats were like, no, I would not even room with someone with a differing vote than me. Whereas 28% of Republican kids were like, sure, whatever.
Which I wonder,
sad.
I wonder if that sort of is consistent as they get older. Mark, I only have about 30 seconds with you, but I do want to say that the survey first checked in with the class of 2025 last year when they were freshmen, and it asked about how they feel about their personal futures and the future of the U.S. and the world as a whole. What did these new numbers show, Mark?
That these kids are still really optimistic about their lives. Big numbers there. They're really optimistic about their lives. Less so, though, about the United States and the world overall.
Wow. All right. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Always, you bring us the best numbers, the best data, and you always break it down. Thank you.
Fascinating. Mark, thank you.
And thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right after this.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Breaking news on NBC News Now. Ready to unseal? A judge set to decide whether to release the affidavit from the Mar-a-Lago search. The arguments being presented on both sides. Pleading guilty, the Trump Organization's former top money man admits to a tax scheme. What we're learning about whether he may testify in the case against former President Donald Trump's company. Speeding up shots, the White House laying out its plan to get the monkeypox vaccine to more people faster. We're tracking the timeline. And tapped out, why a major water supply for tens of millions of people is rapidly running dry. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. It's 2 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York, 11 a.m. on the West Coast, and we begin with breaking news today. Trouble in Trump world and two major legal developments involving the former president. First, in Florida, a federal judge is hearing arguments right now about whether to unseal the affidavit from the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department is fighting to keep it sealed. News organizations, including NBC News, arguing for it to be made public. And in New York, former Trump Organization financial chief Allen Weisselberg has pleaded guilty to tax crimes. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in Florida, Justice correspondent Ken Delanian in Washington, and correspondent for investigations Tom Winter in Lower Manhattan. Sam, we'll start with you there in Florida. Walk us through what happened in court, what's happened so far today.
Right, Aaron, good afternoon. It's ongoing. It's been roughly an hour so far that arguments have been presented. Just a couple of things that really pop off so far. Christina Bobb, the attorney for former President Trump, is in the first row there listening to what's being said, but she has no intention, apparently, of actually making any arguments. At the beginning of this session today, the judge was outlining who was going to be speaking, and she did not raise her hand to step up. So that's point one. Point two, the Department of Justice began arguments, talked for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then after that, we heard from the media attorneys. That includes the one representing NBC News, the Washington Post, and a number of other media outlets. There's about 4 or 5 of them, Aaron, representing different pockets of this media coalition. So that's the order of operations right now. In terms of the DOJ's argument, they got out there and they laid out things that we thought we were going to hear, which is that it would basically derail their investigation if this affidavit were to be unsealed, because it would provide not just a roadmap, but suggest where the investigation was going to be going. Also, the witnesses involved, the confidential sources providing information, they said that it's the very core of their argument that they're deeply concerned about their safety and well-being, given the fact that there were 2 FBI agents with their names unredacted in the original search warrant. Both of them have faced death threats. So that's a very important part of the government's argument right now.
And Sam, do we have an idea how soon it might be before we can expect a decision from the judge here?
That is honestly anyone's guess. We could get a bench ruling today. It's certainly possible, but the judge in this case is under no obligation to come to that ruling today. So we're waiting to see how long it goes. It appears to be pacing out at a couple of hours. But again, I mentioned 4 or 5 attorneys so far on number 2 or 3. So expect at least another 30 to 45 minutes of conversation inside the courtroom.
All right, we'll be waiting to see what comes out of that. Ken, let me bring you in here. And perhaps not surprising that we're not going to hear from the Trump attorneys today, given what we think will happen with the Justice Department making the argument. In a case like this, the judge, you've noted to us, it would be unusual for the judge not to side with the Justice Department here. I do want to ask you, though, it's been 10 days or so since that search at the Trump estate happened, right? You have some reporting that the FBI agents are still sorting through all of those documents. Talk to us about what you've learned.
That's right, Aaron. The Filter Team, which is the name for the team of agents and prosecutors who are not affiliated with the investigation, they are still sorting through documents, first of all, to determine whether any of them are subject to attorney-client privilege and remove those, and to determine whether any of the documents seized are not relevant to the investigation, to remove those. In one case, they gave Donald Trump back his 3 passports last week because they deemed those not relevant. And they're also looking for any classified documents that aren't labeled, that may have been buried in the other documents not marked classified. And it just underscores to us, you know, the extent, the vast amount of records they're going through, and also the meticulousness with which they are approaching this. Here we are 10 days out, they're still going through it, and we're not sure how long that process is going to last, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian in Washington, Sam Brock for us in Florida today as well. Thank you both. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter now, live outside the courthouse here in Manhattan. Tom, Allen Weisselberg pleading guilty today, as we expected. Talk us through his plea deal.
Right, so he's going to essentially turn from being one of the biggest defenders of the Trump organization and Donald Trump, and somebody who believed and had stated before that there was no criminal wrongdoing here, and pivot and turn against the organization he used to do the books for, Aaron. Allen Weisselberg, as you say, was in court behind me here today, pleading guilty to 15 counts associated with an off-the-books tax scheme. Simply put, he received compensation and benefits, now not only just according to prosecutors, but according to him. In exchange for that, he did not file his tax return, so he received multiple payments for multiple Mercedes-Benz. He received an apartment. He received a payment for a garage. If he had filed taxes on that, Aaron, he would have been okay. NBC could buy you or I a condominium or a brand new shiny SUV, for instance, and that would be perfectly fine as long as the company and you and I paid the taxes on it. That's not what happened here. In exchange for him pleading guilty, he'll get 5 months in a jail, likely serve a little bit less than that, of course, because he'll likely get time off for good behavior, but in the infamous Rikers jail here in Manhattan, and this is all contingent on this, he'll have to testify against the Trump Organization in their upcoming trial in late October.
So as we think about that, this trial for the Trump Organization that's coming in the fall, Tom, what impact could Weisselberg's plea today have on that case and the testimony he might give later down the road?
Well, certainly having the former CFO testify against the company he used to do the books for and run down the different types of conduct that occurred here, having previously pleaded guilty that he was involved in that conduct, would make it a very damaging case potentially for the Trump Organization, which has denied any sort of wrongdoing and say, look, this prosecution is political in nature. That's what they've argued. The long-term damage to the Trump Organization, besides fines and penalties like that could be fairly extensive, is the possibility of having some issues with doing business here in New York City or New York State. But of course, a significant amount of the Trump Organization is now out of the city and state. So it's not quite yet clear what type of penalties or issues the Trump Organization could face if convicted.
Tom Winter for us in Lower Manhattan today. Thanks, Tom. New pressure on the CDC today after a major rebuke from that agency's director. Dr. Rochelle Walensky saying her agency did not meet expectations in the initial response to the COVID pandemic. An external review found the CDC's messaging around COVID was, quote, confusing and overwhelming. Walensky says lessons have been learned and now is the time to modernize that agency.
Was the agency up to the task of handling this pandemic?
I think our public health infrastructure in the country was not up to the task of handling this pandemic. We learned some hard lessons over the last 3 years, and as part of that, it's my responsibility, it's the agency's responsibility to learn from those lessons and do better.
Also today, the White House announcing new measures to curb the spread of monkeypox. The administration improving access to vaccines and treatments for that virus. The U.S. has the most confirmed cases in the world right now, more than 13,000 since the first infection was detected in May. We're going to talk to Dr. John Torres about the CDC overhaul in just a moment here. I want to begin with NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and the news about monkeypox today. Carol, what exactly did the White House announce today? And talk to us about how that's expected to impact everyday Americans.
Sure. Well, they announced several things. One is that on Monday, some 1.8 million new doses of the vaccine will be available for order. So that's in addition to what's already been out there. They also announced this pilot program where they'll take 50,000 doses of the vaccine and from the national stockpile and make them available to large events that have a high attendance rate from gay and bisexual men. So trying to go into the communities where this is spreading the fastest and offer the vaccine, while also warning that that is not something that will protect anyone while attending such an event. It takes time for the vaccine to take effect, but it's to try to meet people where they are and get more people vaccinated. We also know that they'll be making more vaccines available to communities where we're seeing high spread of monkeypox, so those that are affected the most. And at the same time, you know, the overtones of all of this is that perhaps the CDC, the Biden administration writ large, is playing a bit of catch-up. Now, Dr. Fauci focused on that in an interview with Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC and really defended the CDC. Take a listen to that.
This is not a CDC bundled response. What it is that the demand, at least now, will catch up with that, but the demand for the vaccine is greater than the supply, even though we are now doing much better. We have over 600,000 doses that have been distributed.
Now, one of those questions when it comes to demand is how those individuals are going who get that initial vaccine, particularly at those events where they're going to surge vaccine doses, how they'll get that second dose of the vaccine. You need that 28 days after you receive your first dose. That's something that the administration is going to have to contend with. They say they'll be messaging to those individuals, trying to get them to get that second dose. But again, it remains to be seen whether the demand and the supply are going to be evening out here.
All right, Carol Lee live for us today. Carol, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. Dr. John, there are three major health crises the CDC is dealing with right now. Obviously, we're talking about COVID and monkeypox and some New York cases of polio, too. Does the medical community think the overhaul that the CDC announced, and we put some of those points on the screen here, do we think that's enough to meet the challenges the CDC has right now?
And Aaron, you're right. We keep having these infections and these pandemics and these outbreaks occurring one after the other. And as a physician, usually my patients come in the next day and they ask me about this. So I need that information. And other physicians I've talked to have said, throughout the pandemic, that it's been confusing from the FDA. It's been lagging time-wise from the FDA. And so we get these questions from the physician, from the patients, and often we have to say, here's what we have, but this could change. So keep aboard, keep a look and keep an eye on things because it could certainly change. And so having them do this, having them get this introspective review and say, yes, we bungled a few things, we need to fix that, and we need timely communication, we need accurate communication, and we need simple communication, I think is a huge step forward. And as physicians, we are going to look at it and go, okay, this is great because this is information I can give to my patients in a timely fashion, which is what they need to stay healthy, Aaron.
Yeah, it makes good sense. Dr. John, I do want to ask you, too, just last week the CDC changed its COVID guidance again, doing away with the quarantining if you've been exposed to the virus. There are 27 states right now and Washington, D.C. They're seeing cases decline. That's over the last 2 weeks. 9 states are seeing cases go up in that time period. Is this new CDC guidance what we should be doing right now? What's your advice that you do give to your patients?
And Aaron, I do think this is what we should be doing right now because we're 2.5 years into the pandemic. It's important, especially to get kids back in school for their social being, for their mental health, for their learning issues as well. We want to get them back there, but we want to do it safely. And so if you look at the guidelines, they're saying, look at the community levels. If they're high, think about putting masking back on. If you're in certain situations, wear a mask. If you've been exposed, wear a mask. And so that's the constant theme throughout these new guidelines. And so I think if people follow these guidelines appropriately, it can work. And I think that's what parents need to do is sit down with the kids and just explain to them what they need to do and why they need to do that, Aaron.
All right, Dr. John Torres, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. New federal data showing consumer spending remained stagnant between June and July. Now, this comes as Target reported a 90% drop in its profits in the second quarter. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is live in Chicago, right outside of Target for us today. So, Maggie, help us understand what's happening here. How are spending habits changing now, and what impact is that having on retailers?
Definitely. This is really complex, Aaron, as I know you've seen in this report. A lot of headlines coming from it. So we really wanted to sum it up and show you this graphic that kind of pulls some of the main bullet points. Overall, as you said, retail, when you combine everything, that remains relatively stagnant. Online sales are up as people basically look online for the best deals. And what experts think is happening is they're taking their savings from falling gas prices, and consumers are shifting that to just afford the basics, things like food. At the same time, retailers who sell clothes like Target, as you said, their sales are dropping. And I do want to clarify, it's down 90% their second quarter earnings from where they were a year ago. So this year is very different than last year. But it just goes to show, along with this federal data, consumers are just adjusting to inflation in every way they can. Take a listen.
Big box stores and others, when they show a loss or this, it's kind of no big deal, and they keep going, and the stock market does this thing. Small business owners, it's a completely different world. My house is on the line for my business. So if I have a bad week, who knows? It's definitely a different story.
Restaurant owner there in suburban Chicago telling us he just opened his restaurant roughly a year ago, but he's seasoned in the business, and he said he's been changing his menu every single week just to keep up with those fluctuating and rising food prices. Aaron.
All right, Maggie Vespa in Chicago for us today. Maggie, thank you. Drought conditions in the Southwest forcing drastic measures to be taken. Coming up, what's being done to conserve the limited water supply?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Right now, dire drought conditions are plaguing the West. The federal government announcing new water cuts as the Colorado River dries out. That river supplies water to 7 states and roughly 40 million people. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the drought forecast. Let's start with Steve Patterson and a closer look at the worsening conditions.
On the surface, the boundless beauty of the Colorado River feels eternal. But just underneath, an increasingly urgent threat is rising faster than ever before.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
That river supplies water to 7 states and 40 million people. Now, the system that sustains it is simply no longer robust enough to maintain that output.
We really need to reduce the amount of water we're taking out of the Colorado River by something like 20% for the long term.
The river's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, are now nearly 3/4 empty and projected to continue dropping. Facing a Tier 2 shortage for the first time in history, authorities say in January, Arizona will lose 21% of its yearly water allocation from the river as Nevada loses 8%.
And just to give you a sense of the scope of this crisis, you go back before the drought and where I'm standing right now, I'd be about 40 feet underwater.
The consequences of drought and water shortages are now playing out everywhere.
And Steve is joining us live now from Los Angeles. Steve, let's talk about those consequences you mentioned there. How is this drought really showing up in our everyday lives?
Yeah, for everyday life, I think we're going to see it in some of these extreme weather events that we've been seeing across the country. In the Southwest, for instance, we're going to have rain pretty soon. That could lead to these massive monsoon washouts and flash flooding because of how dry and parched the ground is. But I think more prolifically, pretty soon we're going to see it in the produce aisles. These farmers are having to leave fields fallow. They were getting rid of cattle. And we're going to see that in the grocery store. The chickens are going to come home to roost, so to speak, very, very soon, Aaron.
All right, Steve Patterson for us in LA today. Steve, thank you. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now. So, Bill, give us a little context here if you can. How bad is the drought right now?
Well, the drought continuing to get worse. Of course, we have different states of the drought. We get this update every Thursday, by the way. We get a new drought. So just this morning, we just got this new map in. And the West has been in this mega drought for the last pretty much 2 decades. Other areas of the country have recently come into drought. That would be Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas, and also portions of New England. We've been in this drought for a while in areas of the West. In the Northeast, we haven't had a drought in a long time. I mean, there's fire towers on all the mountains for a reason in the Northeast. I mean, it can get dry. You can have wildfires in the Northeast. And we've doubled the amount of severe and extreme drought conditions in Connecticut, Massachusetts, southern portion of New Hampshire, and even now Long Island and near New York City is in a severe drought. Texas is the area to watch this week, though. We've had a very hot summer. It's been extremely dry. Notice how much of the state is in the 2 worst categories, extreme and exceptional. But watch what's going to happen in the next 7 days. Tropical moisture that's been in New Mexico and Arizona is going to be on the move this weekend and early next week. It looks like a soaking, much-needed rain. This is the possibility of 3 to 4 inches of rain from Dallas, southern Oklahoma, from the Houston area. Again, could cause some flash flooding, but we need the rain in this region, so we're going to get some of that. So again, that's going to come this weekend. Friday's dry, but watch out. Saturday, New Mexico, Sunday into Texas with that heavy rain, Aaron.
All right, Bill Karras, thank you. From a victim of police brutality to leading an entire police force. Up next, how one major city's new police commissioner wants to create change.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A federal judge has ordered Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens to pay just over $650 million for their part in fueling the opioid epidemic. That money will go to opioid litigation cases in 2 Ohio counties. The ruling is the first to assign monetary damages to the pharmacy chains for their part in the deadly drug crisis. Representatives from the 3 companies expressing disappointment in the ruling while also saying they will appeal. In Boston, a police veteran is returning to lead the same department that once mistreated him. Michael Cox was working as a plainclothes cop in the 1990s when he was brutally beaten by fellow officers who mistook him for a murder suspect. Now he says he's hoping to put that incident behind him, and he's pushing for a renewed bond between police and the public. Grace Gomez, anchor from our Telemundo Nueva Inglaterra station, joining us now with that story. Hi, Grace.
Hi, Aaron. So for the first time, 3 people of color are leading law enforcement in Boston, in a city that for a long time lacked leadership or diversity in leadership positions.
I'm proud that today, a boy from Roxbury is going to serve as the commissioner for the Boston Police Department, first and finest in the country.
A new page in history was written this week in Boston.
I, Michael Cox.
With Michael Cox being sworn in as the new police commissioner. He will be returning to lead the same police force where he was once brutally beaten by fellow police officers, mistaking him for a fleeing suspect.
While this incident is absolutely informs like who I am, it doesn't define me.
3 major law enforcement leaders covering the city are now black. That includes the Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins and Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden. Experts say this could help create more trust between police and Bostonians who feel ignored by law enforcement.
If you can build relationships and trust in these types of criminal justice institutions, then there is more chance of cooperation and relationship building between community and these organizations.
What we're going to see is more diversity in policing means better policing. It means that they'll engage folks in Roxbury and Dorchester and Mattapan and parts of the South End in a way that we've been waiting for.
The commissioner was most recently the police chief in Ann Arbor, Michigan. He expressed the need to work with other leaders in the city to fight crime.
And we'll do everything within our power to keep crime low. We'll work with the district attorney's office, the U.S. attorney's office, and all our law enforcement partners to make sure that we're policing not only in the right way, but we're doing it in a way that impacts the community in the best way.
Important to note that this is a pivotal moment in law enforcement because for the last few years, they've been receiving calls from activists and local leaders to reform. Back to you, Aaron.
Grace Gomez with us from Boston today. Grace, thank you. Well, do you need advice? Ask Damon. It's a new Washington Post column where readers can ask Damon Young about anything. In a new episode of the MSNBC podcast Into America, he spoke with our Tremaine Lee.
Aaron, this was a fun one. This episode of Into America, I sat down with the very smart, very funny writer, Damon Young. Many of you may remember him from his essays with Very Smart Brothers, but he's now a columnist with the Washington Post. But adding to that long list, all those titles he has, he's adding advice columnist. His new advice column, Ask Damon, drops in the Washington Post on Friday, and I had the pleasure to sit down with him and talk about what he plans on bringing to the page. Let's take a listen.
I wanted to be very careful not to brand this as like a Ask a Black Man, where you just have white people unpacking all of their questions, all of their guilt on me, and I'm here to just alleviate it. Like I'm going to answer questions about race, but this is not going to be that.
That's right. Damon has always filtered his experiences as a black man in America through his writing, but with his new column, he wants to broaden it out. It's about race and politics, relationship advice, any questions you may have. Damon is there to answer. Again, Aaron, this was a fun one. It's always a joy to have Damon on the show.
All right, our thanks to Tremaine Lee there. You can listen to the full Into America podcast episode with Damon Young, available wherever you get your podcasts. And stay with us, a dire warning for employees at a nuclear energy plant in Ukraine. We're live in Kyiv next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. The man accused of attacking Salman Rushdie in New York last week is pleading not guilty to second-degree attempted murder and assault charges. 24-year-old Hadi Matar appeared in court today after he was indicted by a grand jury. He was arrested on Friday after he rushed onto the stage while the author was preparing for a speech and stabbed him several times. Rushdie is in a hospital in Pennsylvania right now with severe injuries. Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson has been suspended for 11 games and fined $5 million for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. That's the biggest fine for a player in NFL history. Watson was accused of sexually assaulting 24 women during massage therapy sessions while he played for the Houston Texans. He made an apology, a public one, last week, saying, quote, "I'm truly sorry to all the women that I've impacted." And a child in Nebraska may have been killed by a brain-eating amoeba. Officials say, if confirmed, it would be the first known death from this amoeba in Nebraska history. The child may have become infected while swimming in the Elkhorn River. The amoeba is usually found in freshwater lakes, rivers, and ponds. Russia is threatening to shut down the largest power plant in Europe. NBC News has learned Russia is telling employees at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine not to go to work tomorrow. Russia is accusing Kyiv and the West of planning, quote, provocation. Both Russia and Ukraine are now holding nuclear disaster drills, fearing an explosion if the shelling doesn't stop. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Kyiv for us today. Megan, talk to us about the situation at that plant right now.
Well, Aaron, as you mentioned, this is a very serious situation that certainly appears to be escalating. You mentioned just a moment ago that Russian military officials earlier today accused Ukraine of planning a provocation. Now, Ukrainian officials say, look, this is an example of Ukraine trying to lay the groundwork here to create an incident at the plant and then turn around and blame Ukraine. Keep in mind also that Russian officials have threatened to shut that plant down. This is something that Ukrainian officials say could be catastrophic if not done correctly. Now, here's the big concern, that radioactive material could leak from that plant, be taken away by winds, and spread throughout Europe. Aaron?
Today, Ukrainian President Zelensky there, Megan, is hosting both the Turkish president and the UN Secretary General. What can you tell us about their meeting?
All right, so we know that there was a couple of focuses of this meeting. We know that the president here of Ukraine, President Zelensky, wanted to talk about securing that nuclear plant. He also wanted to talk about exports leaving Ukraine, going to these nations that are in desperate need of the grain, of the food supplies here, and also wanted to talk about ending this war. What we know right now is that the UN Secretary General was asked by Ukrainian President Zelensky for help in trying to release medics and soldiers that have been taken captive by the Russians. We also know that there was a discussion with the president of Turkey, President Erdogan, about helping to rebuild infrastructure here in Ukraine, rebuilding roads and bridges. That is something that President Erdogan did agree to doing. And then also we know that tomorrow, the next step of this journey is that the UN Secretary General is expected to head to Odessa, the coast there, to try and take a look at the progress that's being made with these ships that are leaving Ukraine, again, heading to the Middle East, along with Africa, filled with grain, needed supplies that these countries are in desperate need of, as many of these countries are on the verge of a famine.
All right,
Aaron?
Megan Fitzgerald for us in Ukraine today. Megan, thank you. We are learning new details about a deadly attack in Afghanistan. The Taliban now saying more than 20 worshippers were killed in a bombing at a mosque in Kabul on Wednesday. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is joining me now. He's been tracking this story. So, Matt, has the Taliban determined who was behind that attack yesterday?
No, they haven't said they know, and there's been no actual official claim. Normally for a terrorist attack like this, in order to make a political message or a statement, you have to claim the attack. But so far, we haven't heard any claims. But, all suspicion is focusing on one group, and that is Islamic State Khorasan. That's the Islamic State's chapter or branch in Afghanistan, and they've been at war with the Taliban since long before the U.S. left Afghanistan a year ago, just about a year ago around now. So, you know, in the intervening year, the Taliban, who had promised the Afghan people that by coming to power, taking power from the United States, that they were going to essentially restore security, and they did. There's been a lot less violence in Afghanistan ever since the United States left, because that war is now over. But now the Taliban, who have taken governorship of this entire country, they are back in power, and they are now having to fight against Islamic State. And even though we have seen a drop in violence, especially when it comes to, you know, that war that was going on between the United States and the Taliban for 20 years, now that that's gone, we are still seeing an increase in the number of civilian deaths in places like Kabul because of bombings by the Islamic State. So that is a really threatening development. And even the United Nations went as far as just this week calling on the Taliban to do a better job of securing the country and protecting civilian lives. Now that's, you know, essentially asking the Taliban, who even the United Nations had been opposing, to take up a bolstered job in security and to crack down more on their own people. So it's an extraordinary statement, and one that speaks to the shallowness of the Taliban's control of the country. Remember, this was a major problem for the United States' 20-year occupation. They had a lot of trouble holding areas outside of Kabul. That might not be the Taliban's problem, but now they're faced with a terrorist organization that can strike anywhere at any time and still enjoys quite a bit of support in Afghanistan. That is shaking the premise of the Taliban's rule ever since they took over from the United States, that they would be restoring security and stability and would be protecting human lives. This might make a lot of followers of the Taliban think twice. Aaron?
All right, Matt Bradley for us today. Matt, thank you. The family of a man who died in police custody in South Carolina is now taking the sheriff to court. Body camera video shows Jarvis Evans in custody. He later died in a cell after suffering from a mental health episode. Now his family has filed a wrongful death lawsuit. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin is following that story for us today. Maya?
Hey, Aaron, we've been following the story, as you mentioned. Jarvis Evans, who was going through a mental health crisis on the day he died. Just a warning for our viewers, the video in this story may be disturbing.
Graphic video showing a man being detained by police before he was found unresponsive in his cell.
Look, calm down. Okay.
Released by his family's attorney, now filing a wrongful death lawsuit against the Lawrence County Sheriff in South Carolina.
Never in my life would I have thought that this shame would come to Lawrence County through my house. If my son's death causes humanity to prevail and change to come to the law enforcement facilities in Lawrence County in the state of South Carolina, then his life will not be in vain.
Jarvis Evans called 911 for himself during a mental health episode last July, according to the lawsuit. Audio of the call suggests that Evans felt threatened.
I think somebody down here stalking us, and they just all over the place, and I just need the officer to come out here. I just feel like my life is in danger.
The lawsuit says that Evans suffered from mental illness and that sheriff's deputies routinely helped transport Evans to a psychiatric facility. On the night of July 29th, according to the lawsuit, his mother told a deputy on scene that she believed Evans had, quote, taken some drugs laced with something and requested he be taken to the hospital. But the lawsuit says officials took Evans to the Johnson Detention Center instead, with plans to charge him with 2 misdemeanors, a breach of peace and resisting arrest. When they arrive, Evans is allegedly placed in a chokehold against a glass window. The department prohibits all forms of chokeholds, according to the lawsuit.
No, you don't. Y'all hurt me. I didn't hurt you. Y'all hurt me. Y'all killed me.
Evans complains of being unable to breathe and begins screaming for his mother's help.
Mom, got my ID.
Deputies place leg restraints on Evans.
Oh, man, calm the f*** down.
The deputies put a spit mask on Evans's head, then lift him off the ground and into an emergency restraint chair.
Maybe if you didn't come in acting like a complete or we wouldn't have to do this to you.
Deputies continue to secure him in the chair, then take out tasers.
You move any leg, I will take you.
Tried to kick us.
But no, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Moments later, as Evans grows more agitated, a deputy allegedly tases him at least 3 times.
Ah! He tased me.
Evans is then brought to a cell which is when the released video ends. The lawsuit saying he, quote, continued to yell and thrash, was sweating profusely, and, quote, making statements that did not make sense. The suit also says he was not checked on.
They have to be medically cleared every 15 minutes. There has to be some type of supervision to check the inmate to make sure they're still doing well. That never happened.
A deputy walking by later noticed Evans was unresponsive, and deputies contacted medical staff for the first time, according to the lawsuit. Evans was then transported to a hospital and pronounced dead just before 3 a.m. on July 30th. NBC News requested public records surrounding the incident, but did not receive them from the county. The Lawrence County Sheriff confirmed his office was served with the lawsuit and provided NBC News with a statement saying he requested an internal affairs investigation into the matter and an investigation from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, but would not comment further. Our NBC News law enforcement analysts weighing in.
When I was an officer, I've had to deal with people in mental crisis, and they're unpredictable, and so you have to really modulate what you're doing based on what you have before you, and it can become very, very risky. But what you don't want is for people to use more force than what is required to take a person into custody.
Now his mother hoping his story will bring justice.
The world has to see how my son was treated. The videos has to be used to ensure that this kind of treatment does not happen to another mother's son or to another son's father.
Well, Maya, did Evan's mother share anything else with you?
She did. When I spoke to Catherine, she said one of the hardest parts about all of this was being the reverend at her son's funeral and watching her 5 grandchildren grieve their father. Now, one of her biggest concerns is making sure they're taken care of and they have the resources they need.
It's such a hard thing to have to experience. Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thank you. Well, tension is growing at a courthouse in Washington, D.C. Inside, a January 6th riot suspect is facing trial. Outside, though, a man who says he was there, too, is harassing the police officers who were testifying. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is following that story and joins us from D.C. now. So, Ryan, what do we know about this man and his interactions with these police officers?
Sure. So this all comes in the trial of Kyle Fitzsimmons, who's this individual who can be seen barreling towards the police line inside the tunnel on the western side of the Capitol on January 6th. The individual at issue who's been sitting in on the court proceedings up until yesterday, at least he sat in on Tuesday and Wednesday, is named Tommy Tatum. He's actually an individual who is at the Capitol and has posted videos. And I spoke with him earlier this afternoon, and he admitted that in one of these videos, he is yelling, take their helmets, as officers retreat and try to protect the Capitol and keep rioters away. So he's an individual who was a participant in this January 6th incident and has been now stalking essentially the individuals outside the courtroom. I was in the elevator yesterday with Sergeant Gunnell and his lawyer when this individual tried to enter the Capitol. There was a confrontation between between the lawyer and this individual Tatum at that point. And then outside, he's been filming officers and following one MPD officer down the street, filming the Capitol Police officer Gonell, who was testifying about the injuries that he sustained that day on January 6th, allegedly at the hands of Kyle Fitzsimmons. Aaron.
And so how is Tatum responding to these harassment accusations?
Yeah, so I mean, he's not coming back to the courtroom is what he's told me, but this morning it was an issue that came up right before the judge, before the testimony got underway. The U.S. Attorney's Office, or the representative for the U.S. Attorney's Office, told the court then that he had been banned. They had asked the U.S. Marshals to make sure that he wasn't allowed back in, and they might take further action, is what they indicated. I think there's an ongoing investigation. The lawyer for Gunnell has been speaking with members of the court, so this has all sort of been an issue revolving around this trial and potential future action. Of course, he's an individual who could theoretically, at least based on the evidence that he presented himself, be charged down the line. He has not yet. He's posted purported calls that he has had with the FBI about his experiences on January 6th as late as last week, he said. But NBC News has not been able to verify whether or not that was indeed an FBI official on the other side of that line, Aaron.
Brian, I want to ask you, too, about this breaking news we're just getting out of this court in Florida where the Mar-a-Lago search affidavit was being decided on. It's a little nuanced, but help us understand the decisions that we're getting now.
Yeah, so essentially the judge wants to see proposed redactions from DOJ that could come out and see this underlying warrant. I think DOJ's redactions would be so heavy that DOJ at least has said that they would render it essentially useless, that they wouldn't be able, there wouldn't be any more information or context that you could get because they would want to redact so much of this because they don't want to give Donald Trump essentially a roadmap to this investigation and say it is in the very early stages. What the judge has decided, Aaron, is that they don't think that DOJ should be making those decisions about whether or not that's actually useful, whether or not this information should be released. So he wants to see what those proposed redactions would be, and we might end up with a heavily redacted version of this that would give us some information, but probably not a ton of information about where this investigation is headed in the future, Aaron.
So just to make sure I'm clear, Ryan, we're not going to see a document of any sort today. The government has a chance to go back and so this has not been unsealed. It's not being sealed necessarily either. And it's going to take some time before a real final ruling is made on that, right?
Precisely. Yeah, this won't be an instant turnaround, but we should be hearing about this in the coming days to see where those proposed redactions land and whether or not there's any information that could be turned over, even if it's not extraordinary, earth-shattering information, so that that I guess a lot of the news organizations want to come out of this, Aaron.
Yeah. All right. Ryan Riley for us in D.C. Ryan, thank you. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos, now. Danny, I want to say this is unexpected, right? I think the wisdom that had been sort of talked about through the last couple of weeks here was that this was going to be a document that remained sealed. What are your thoughts about what we're hearing from the court today?
Special times call for special measures. I still say that in 99 out of 100 of these cases, it's a no-brainer. There is no unsealing of the affidavit of probable cause. But in a case like this, with such public interest and involving the most unique person upon whom a search warrant has ever been served, that the rules tend to change a little bit. Yet, this is a judge, a magistrate judge, saying not necessarily that it's going to be unsealed, but that some of it might be, not exactly sure what that's going to mean, but it has to be somewhat of a surprise to DOJ that the judge is going in this direction.
And so what would be the harm done here then, Danny, if in fact there were useful parts of this affidavit that would be unsealed? For the DOJ, what would they see as the potential harm there for them? And then on the other side of this, what would be the value to the media organizations and to the Trump team?
Well, the value to the media organizations is the same value to the public at large. We want to see it. There's intense public interest. But the value to the Trumps is a little different. It's more like, can we find out what the government has on us, and can we find out who's been snitching on us? I mean, that's how they might put it. That's, of course, not how the government would put it. And the government's concern, which I think is a legitimate one, is if you disclose the search warrant affidavit, I keep calling it the search warrant affidavit, it's the affidavit of probable cause. Mm-hmm. That is written in a narrative form. And yes, it might not identify specific witnesses or cooperators by name, but with enough of a narrative, you can piece together who's who and who's doing the disclosing. So not only does it compromise the investigation, it could potentially compromise the source of the information who gave it to agents with the idea that, look, I'm going to give this to you, but I don't plan on testifying. I don't want it put out there. And that could be a problem, too, for law enforcement. I mean, I am really surprised that there is even a discussion in court about this. But, you know, look, it might also be that the judge is just looking at every possibility, every angle, because this is arguably one of the more important search warrants ever served in search warrant history, unlike the hundreds, maybe thousands that are requested, issued, and served every day across this country that we never hear about. Those are the kinds that you would never get the affidavit of probable cause unless and until the government wants to turn that document over. This is an unusual situation, and therefore we're seeing unusual rules emerge.
I want to ask you about redactions here, right? I mean, as I understand the notes that we're getting out of court, the judge is telling the government you can go through this affidavit and make the redactions that you think should be there. The judge would then look at it himself and decide whether he agrees with the redactions or would want to do something different. What level of redaction would you anticipate from the DOJ for a document like this, considering that there's still an investigation that's going on?
I have a vision of the artist Rothko that comes to mind, and it's going to be just giant blocks, not of blues or reds. It'll be all black. That's what I expect. I mean, large blocks of redacted documents, the kind that ruin the toner in your printer when you try to print them out. This is going to be something that the government is going to heavily redact. Anything that remotely relates to a confidential source or to somebody who may also be a target subject, something like that, is going to be redacted. That's my expectation. And I have to believe the government lawyers are going back to their offices saying, I can't believe that this is even something we have to do now. I would expect that they're very surprised that this is even in play. But look, the government's very good at redacting. They do it fairly often. We've seen that during the Mueller investigation, during some of the other investigations over the last few years. They have no problem redacting entire pages and covering them in black. And so that is what I would expect they would do here liberally.
I want to bring Ryan Riley back in, our justice reporter with us from D.C. looking through this. So, Ryan, you've had a little more time to read through what's coming out of the court here. What have you been able to find?
Well, I think one context that we should add to this is that the judge has been receiving a lot of threats and has gotten a lot of heat because of this. So he feels like this is on the up and up, and it seems like the judge wants to get as much information out about this as he can. Of course, there is that ongoing investigation that he doesn't want to impact altogether, and DOJ has some interest in not giving Trump a roadmap to where exactly this is going. But I think that's an important context to remember, is that the judge has come under a lot of scrutiny. You know, Fox News has been running fake graphics of him, along with a convicted criminal that was a photoshopped image that they ran. So, and when you consider the context of all of the threats against the FBI, I think that he wants to get it as much out into the public as he can to show that this was done properly and that there was enough evidence put forward to make sure that this warrant should have been approved. Aaron.
And Danny, as we think about the details, as you've talked about, that would be a part of this affidavit and what might be the harm that could be done to the government's case here as it's continuing this investigation, I can't help but to wonder about whether there's anything in there that would very deliberately point to information that the rest of us should not have. We've talked about the fact that we believe there were top secret the collection of things that were taken by FBI agents from the Trump estate there in Florida. To what degree might there be detail in an affidavit on some of those sorts of items, those top secret items?
Remember that an affidavit of probable cause is a summary written to persuade a judge. It is a persuasive document. And that document needs to persuade a judge only so far as the judge finds probable cause. That's often expressed mathematically as 51%, because it's more likely than not. More likely than not that there is evidence of criminality at this location. So the government doesn't want to reveal all of their investigative secrets or their investigative assets. They just want to reveal enough to convince that judge in this one-sided process. But the challenge becomes, so with that in mind, you think of how it's written as a summary, you may not necessarily see something like confidential human source told me there were documents there. There may be information about that reveals who that confidential human source is. So that is the kind of stuff that the government needs to take very seriously.
All right, Danny Savalos, our legal analyst, as well as Ryan Riley, our justice reporter in D.C., with the summary of what's happened at Mar-a-Lago, in the Mar-a-Lago case, the affidavit that the Justice Department has executed as a part of its investigation there. Which, gentlemen, thank you both for being a part of our coverage here. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this throughout the day here on NBC News Now. Well, his scandal rocked the college sports world a decade ago. Now, former college football superstar Manti Te'o is opening up about being victimized by an online hoax. A new documentary is shining a new light on catfishing. Here's NBC's Stephen Romo.
Football star and Heisman Trophy finalist Manti Te'o is back in the headlines.
How big of a star was he at the time?
There aren't many household names in college sports, but he was one of them.
The former college football superstar and NFL linebacker speaking out in a new two-part Netflix documentary about the infamous catfishing scandal that shocked fans a decade ago.
It just seemed like there was more to tell.
The documentary coming out after a lengthy saga of drama, death, and deception. Te'o says he started exchanging messages with someone going by the name Lene Kekua on Facebook back in 2009.
We would talk often. She would talk about her family, her faith. And through those conversations, I started getting to know who Lene is.
But a few years later, Te'o says he finally realized something was amiss.
I'll be like, I can't see you. So I can't see you. I say, why I can't see you though? I don't know, maybe your connection's bad. I'm like, okay, maybe.
Then what seemed like a tragedy. According to Te'o, his grandmother and Lene died the same night in the fall of 2012, leading him to publicly dedicate his season to them.
6 hours ago, I just found out Grandma passed away, and you take, you know, the love of my life. Last thing she said to me was, I love you.
But Te'o's dramatic story began unraveling when Deadspin started looking into his girlfriend and her supposed death. Te'o says he got a call saying the girl he thought was dead was actually alive 2 days before this moment.
I'll never forget the time when I found out that, you know, my girlfriend passed away. And
Te'o went to the athletic department, but school officials told the documentary they advised him he didn't need to say anything right away as they tried to figure out what happened. Tweets began circulating skepticism about Lene. And Deadspin reporters found the real woman pictured in Lene's profile, and she was not involved. In January of 2013, Deadspin broke the story.
The Manti Te'o story isn't real.
What started as an inspirational story deteriorated into a cruel, twisted hoax.
Te'o says that's when he found out Lene was in fact a catfish, where another person hid behind a fake social media identity.
Is Manti Te'o in on this elaborate hoax?
When some of the facts became known, I think there were a lot of folks that felt duped.
Te'o went from beloved athlete to the butt of endless jokes and ridicule.
You stuck to the script, and you knew that something was amiss, Manti.
Correct.
Why?
My whole world told me that she died on September 12th. Everybody knew that. This girl who I committed myself to died on September 12th. Now I get a phone call on December 6th saying that she's alive, and then I'm gonna be put on national TV 2 days later, and they ask me about the same question. You know, what would you do?
His supposed girlfriend was actually Ronaya Tuisasopo, using photos of someone they went to high school with.
Were you in love with him?
I mean, yeah, if as twisted and as confusing as it may be, yeah, I mean, I cared for this person.
I don't think that they like the idea of that media coverage kind of being the period at the end of this, like, pretty long sentence.
The former catfish is now a proud trans woman and goes by the name Naya.
I've seen the show Catfish a couple of times, and a lot of their reasons for not being able to FaceTime, I've probably used all those reasons.
Te'o telling CBS why he participated in the documentary all these years later.
In order for me to kind of heal from this, I need to reveal it.
What surprised you the most to learn?
Hearing more about what their relationship was like, but just how much they really did talk and communicate and have like a sincere relationship between the two of them.
Now, in this documentary, Te'o goes on to say that for his first 3 years when he played for the Chargers, he was riddled with self-doubt and anxiety. He says he basically had to rediscover who he was. And very similarly, Naya in this situation, saying that she too learned so much about herself through this process, both of them embracing forgiveness. We're back after a quick break.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Breaking news on NBC News Now. A judge orders portions of the Mar-a-Lago search affidavit to be unsealed. We're tracking what could happen next. Confession. The former top money man in the Trump organization pleads guilty to a tax scheme. What that could mean for the former president. Fixing the CDC. The agency under fire for its COVID response has a plan to make things better. The overhaul that could help Americans from coast to coast. And muscle memory. Why is Dodge taking these legendary cars off the road for good? It is noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and we start this hour with breaking news. The court hearing about unsealing the affidavit from the search of former President Trump's Florida estate is now over. The judge there ordering portions of that affidavit to be unsealed. The Justice Department has until next Thursday to file proposed redactions. Meanwhile, in New York, Alan Weisselberg, the former financial chief at the Trump Organization, has pleaded guilty to tax crimes. He will testify against the company as part of his plea deal. NBC's Tom Winter has the latest on that plea deal in just a moment. Let's start with NBC's Sam Brock covering that affidavit hearing in Florida for us today. Sam, we should be clear that we're not going to see any portions of this affidavit today, but take us through the judge's order here after the hearing, after hearing the arguments this afternoon.
Sure, Aaron. Good afternoon. And certainly he's outlined the fact this is a deliberate process. The word portions right now is relative. What's actually going to come out? For those who thought this was just going to be a blanket rejection of unsealing this affidavit, that's not what happened. And the word and phrase, really, that kept being repeated over and over again in court is the judge, you're the gatekeeper on behalf of the public. It is up to you to make sure that the government is proving its case when it comes to keeping information sealed. So what the judge has basically said is, all right, the burden is on the government. They have to go through line by line of this affidavit and explain to me, first, of course, blocked out, and then he's going to decide what ultimately gets filtered to the public or not, why it is that information that would be made public could conceivably derail their criminal investigation against the former president, why it would possibly endanger witnesses or confidential informants. The government has to prove that. So he's really raised the burden high at a time right now when we all thought, or certainly many in the legal community believed, this was going to be a pretty open and shut case. As far as concerns precedent, Aaron, there was conversations about the fact that this was pretty unprecedented from the DOJ standpoint to come out and unseal the search warrant and the inventory that listed the items, those 11 sets of classified documents. But what the media was arguing was throw precedent out the window. You've already done that. This is an extraordinary situation. Public transparency on this is paramount. You're going to have to do better. And I'm going to read you a couple of quotes because I thought it was really interesting, some of the exact language in there. Chuck Tobin, who represents NBC News and a number of other media outlets like the Washington Post, said this: "You cannot trust what you cannot see." In other words, it is up to the public to decide whether or not this information is material or not material. And one of the most interesting conversations was between the judge and the DOJ when they're talking about the fact that likely, if any version of this is unsealed, it's going to be heavily redacted. The judge said, what is the harm to the government in releasing what is essentially gibberish? How does that hurt you? And their response was precedent. The media comes right back and says, nope, this is not about necessarily precedent because that's gone out the window. It is about public interest and us deciding what is and is not important. I would add one other thing here, which is that Christina Bobb, the attorney for President Trump, was in the courtroom and decided not to make any comments. She had the opportunity to do so. So this was a two-way conversation, really, a three-way, between the judge, the DOJ, and media attorneys. But no one from Trump's party got up there to explain their case for why this affidavit should be unsealed there.
Which is a really interesting point. We know that the Trump legal team was in favor of releasing this affidavit as well, and yet they sort of let the media lawyers do the work for them, making the case for why we should all be able to see this document. And to your point earlier, Sam, even if an unredacted affidavit from the view of the lawyers, the media lawyers there, is better than no affidavit at all in terms of being able to see something about what the government is going after here.
That's exactly right. And I would just add one other point, which is one attorney for the Wall Street Journal and ABC News did speak after this hearing, which was about an hour and 20 minutes. And she said, nobody obviously wants to see a confidential informant put in danger. That is not what we want. But again, it's up to the government to show how information coming out into the public discourse, especially when you're talking about interviews that in some cases have already been reported by news outlets, it's up to the government to show how that will allow this person to suddenly enter into a public sphere that would endanger their life or put them certainly under threat. And we have seen this is not a hypothetical. The Cincinnati FBI office came under attack last week, and we know that the two FBI agents whose names were unredacted in the search warrant have faced death threats. And the argument certainly is that there are a lot of sleuths out there on the internet that can look at some of this information, some of this testimony, and figure out, just based on what the knowledge is, who it was coming from. So now it's up to the judge a week from now to look at a redacted version per the government and decide from his lens whether or not that makes sense, whether he wants to make modifications, or what is actually digestible and appropriate for a public audience.
Which is what I was going to ask you actually next, Sam, to talk a little bit about. Obviously, you know, next week is when we'll see whatever argument the government wants to make in terms of redactions. But talk a little bit more specifically about the options the judge would have at that point in terms of agreeing with the government, disagreeing, releasing everything. What exactly are the potential possibilities for what the judge does in the end here?
He made it seem like it's a back and forth, almost like the government's going to come out with its first offer of what it feels is appropriate information, and then he's going to filter it himself and decide whether or not it has to go back and have more conversations about where it will go. But as you see on your screen right there, 11 sets of classified documents. One of the arguments in the DOJ in all of this is that you're looking at national security issues. If this information gets out there in any capacity that could jeopardize our national security, if there was actually links to nuclear weapons programs in the United States and we're about to greenlight unsealing part of this affidavit, how does that make sense? So there's just so much nuance to this. But his point is it's not going to be a blanket rejection. A lot of folks coming in thought that would likely be the upshot of this hearing, and that is absolutely not the case. Whether this lasts a week or 2 or 3 weeks as there's a back and forth, that is not clear. And then what the final version is going to look like. We may end up seeing an affidavit that's unsealed, Aaron, that's largely just blackout with, you know, a name, Mar-a-Lago, August 8th. But there could be more information than maybe we were expecting. And again, the point is it's up to the public to decide whether or not they think it's material or not. Once it's gone through that filter of, is this going to put someone's life at risk or not?
It will be interesting to see what we ultimately end up with. Sam Brock for us in West Palm Beach, Florida today. Sam, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, now outside the courthouse here in Manhattan. Tom, you were in the courtroom for Alan Weisselberg's plea hearing, the former CFO at the Trump Organization. Take us through what happened there today.
Right, so that hearing got underway pretty much on time at 10:01 this morning, scheduled to start at 10. Alan Weisselberg coming into court wearing a blue surgical mask and then sat down at the defense table. We didn't hear a lot from him, and when we did hear from him, he spoke in very soft tones, but what he did have to say was very important as far as his own legal future and potentially the legal future of the Trump Organization, Aaron. He admitted to every single element of what he was charged with last summer, a 15-count indictment related to off-the-books payments, essentially, that he was compensated by the Trump Organization with an apartment, with a car garage, payments for multiple Mercedes-Benz, money that eventually went to tuition for his grandkids. None of that necessarily illegal if he paid the taxes. That's the thing he was charged with, not paying those taxes. And today he admitted he didn't do that. And he also admitted the Trump, and he also admitted his role as the Trump chief financial officer in how that was all put together. Now, that's been what's charged here for the Trump organization. So for this fall, when they go to face trial on October 24th, Alan Weisselberg will now have to testify against the Trump organization for the very same conduct that he admitted to today. In exchange for that testimony, prosecutors went from what he could have been sentenced with up to 15 years. Doubtful he would have gotten anything really close to that, but he could have faced 2 to 3 years or even more in a state prison. Now Weisselberg will only have to do 5 months in jail, probably close to 100 days or so when given credit for good behavior at New York's infamous Rikers jail. So that's what's at stake here for Alan Weisselberg. He still needs to provide that testimony, and it needs to be truthful in the eyes of prosecutors in the court. At some point then, they'll set a sentencing date, likely either the end of this year or very early next, and then Alan Weisselberg, the money man behind the Trump organization, will go to jail.
All right, Tom Winter for us there in Lower Manhattan outside the courthouse. Tom, thank you. The Centers for Disease Control says it's time to fix itself. That agency undergoing a major overhaul after 2 years of criticism over how it handled COVID. So here are some of the big changes we're looking at here. The CDC wants to share health data and information more efficiently. It also plans to ask Congress for more authority over health data collected by states. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says now is the time to take action.
Was the agency up to the task of handling this pandemic?
I think our public health infrastructure in the country was not up to the task of handling this pandemic. We learned some hard lessons over the last 3 years, and as part of that, it's my responsibility, it's the agency's responsibility to learn from those lessons and do better.
Let's start our coverage now with NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix. Aria, what else do we know about this CDC overhaul and the potential timeline here?
Aaron, so this is essentially a culture shift in the way the CDC operates. This is an agency that is accustomed to putting out communication directly to scientists and public health departments, and staffers are looked upon favorably for promotions and performance reviews if they publish good scientific research. And this overhaul essentially shifts the focus back to the public. The CDC wants to become faster, nimbler, and more transparent so that people can make real-time decisions when there's a public health threat. And we don't necessarily know when these changes will come. We're expecting to see them over the coming months. But Walensky will release a full report this week, so we're hoping for more details there.
And at the same time, Aria, there was an external review done by the Department of Health and Human Services, right? What did that review find?
Yeah, so that review was done by Jim McCrae, an official at HHS. He interviewed about 120 CDC staffers and other people outside the agency. And the consensus was that the CDC needs to put out data faster. It needs to make the science more transparent to the public. It needs to work better with other public health agencies, so not operating in a silo. And it needs to be better at responding to emergencies. Now, as public health reporters, this is sort of intuitive for us. We've seen the CDC be behind the ball for the last 2.5 years of the pandemic, but it's nice to see them finally acknowledge it, and hopefully we can see some changes soon, Aaron.
Yeah, Aria Bendix from our health team today. Aria, thank you. The White House is taking new steps to slow the spread of monkeypox. The administration plans to roll out more doses of the vaccine and treatments. The U.S. has had the most confirmed cases of monkeypox in the world, more than 13,000 since the first infection was detected in May. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee now, traveling with the president in Wilmington today. Carol, the White House has been under a lot of pressure to respond more forcefully to the monkeypox outbreak we've been seeing. Talk to us about the announcement today.
Sure, Aaron. Well, let's talk the numbers here. What we heard from the administration is that they're going to make 1.8 million additional doses of the monkeypox vaccine available for people to order as of Monday. In addition to that, they're starting what they're calling a pilot program where they're taking the 50,000 doses of the vaccine that are in the national stockpile and will offer them to large events that have a high number of individuals attending them who are gay or bisexual. And so this is an effort to try to get the vaccine to the people who the CDC believes needs it most. And in addition to that, they're also going to move around vaccines. So thousands of vaccine doses will be surged to areas that are most in need of it. Now take a listen to HHS Secretary Becerra, who talked about this a little bit.
We have to date made available more than 1 million doses of vaccine, more than 22,000 courses of TPOXX treatment, and capacity for 80,000 tests per week. That number of vaccines will scale up dramatically. But we will also now surge and target vaccines and treatments when and where that can be most effective.
Now, one of the questions, Aaron, is so they're going to, for instance, with this pilot program, surge vaccines to these large events. That's their first dose. You need a second dose 28 days later. So there are real questions about how does the government make sure that those individuals who get that first dose then follow up with the second dose. They say that there'll be messaging to them. There'll be an education program that rolls out to make sure that people are aware they need to do that and really try to get those individuals to get that second dose. And then going forward, the big question is just where is this going and how many more cases of this are we going to see, and can the Biden administration keep up with the demand for the vaccine in terms of what the supply is that they have? So there's still some questions here.
Indeed. Carol Lee for us in Wilmington today. Carol, thank you. New numbers show home sales are taking a slide. How that drop could impact both house hunters and house sellers.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. This country is seeing a sharp drop in home sales. New data out today showing sales of previously owned homes fell nearly 6% last month. Some are now saying a housing recession is here. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick is joining us now. She's been talking to us about housing for the last couple of days here. Diana, what does this particular data mean for people who are looking to buy or sell right now?
Well, it's just another in that string of data you've been talking about this housing recession that we are seeing. And what it means for home buyers is it's going to be a lot less competitive out there, which might be a good thing. The only problem is we still have very low supply of homes for sale, and homes are still pretty pricey. So they could be out there searching. They're not going to get into the type of bidding wars that they might have been seeing maybe just 6 months ago. For sellers, of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I've already talked to a lot of folks who are, sitting out there thinking they were going to get multiple offers offers in one weekend when they put their house on, and 3-4 weeks later, they're still waiting. So it's a very different kind of market than it was really just a few months ago, Aaron.
What about mortgage rates, Diana? Where do mortgage rates stand right now?
Well, we're sitting right around 5.5% on the 30-year fix. Now, it's off the highs that we saw in June, which were around 6%. And that's why you saw those sales numbers drop really sharply in July, because those July numbers are based on closings, which are contracts generally signed in June. And that was when rates really spiked. So you saw home sales drop, and that slowed everything down. Mortgage rates have pulled back a little bit, as I said, to that 5.5%. But to put it in perspective, we were at around 2.9%. 1 year ago, just 1 year ago. And we sat at record lows for the first 2 years of the pandemic on mortgage rates. That's what fueled home prices, Aaron.
Yeah, a lot of us are kicking ourselves for not buying last year around this time, for sure. CNBC's Diana Olick. Diana, thank you. Well, it is the end of an era for some legendary rides. Dodge says it will discontinue its iconic muscle cars at the end of next year. The brand is starting to make the transition to electric vehicles. Here's NBC News correspondent Harry Smith.
Everybody's falling for this one. The Dodge Charger is one of those cars that had us at hello. In the pantheon of muscle cars, its styling stood out. And its performance formidable. Witness Steve McQueen in his Mustang GT flying through the streets of San Francisco, pursuing an equally fearsome Dodge Charger driven by stuntman Bill Hickman in the movie Bullet. Me want, said many. Born in the 1960s, muscle cars were the everyman's answer to the foreign sports car and even American sports models like the Corvette and the Thunderbird. Less flash, more grit, more go. Alas, cars like the Charger and its equally aggressive cousin, the Challenger, are to be discontinued. The reason? Too much fuel consumption, making them a burden for a car brand in need of lowering its EPA fleet mile-per-gallon average. Rumor is the cars may come back in an electric version, but all that quiet is no replacement for...
Harry Smith reporting there. A group of coal miners in Mexico stuck in a cave for more than 2 weeks. Why rescuers are now turning to America for help.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Emergency crews in Mexico are racing against the clock, trying to rescue a group of 10 coal miners. They've been trapped underground for about 2 weeks after a tunnel collapsed. Now Mexico is turning to the U.S. and companies in Germany for help. Here's CNBC's Perry Russum.
Rescue teams in Mexico battling time and rain. The race to find and save 10 miners trapped underground stopped after an entryway flooded. Mexico's president says water is being pumped out at more than 70 gallons a second. The 10 have been trapped since a tunnel wall collapsed on August 3rd, unleashing underground flooding. The cries of their families have been replaced with calls for the Mexican government to work faster. No one is telling us anything, one woman says. Nothing. We need more help, says this miner helping in the rescue. It could be foreign, but we need help. The Mexican government now asking 2 companies for help, one German and one American. The National Civil Protection Coordinator says this is at the request of the miners' families. They sit under tents by the rescue site. Jamie Montalongo is trapped underground. It took them a long time to make this decision, his sister Magdalena says. They could have made it before. Maybe now we would have had them out. The story drawing comparisons to the Chilean miners trapped in 2010. 33 miners saved after being underground for 2 months. And the boys' soccer team stuck in a cave in Thailand. 12 boys and their coach rescued after being surrounded by water for more than 2 weeks. In Mexico, families wait for a similar outcome. Magdalena Montalongo at a news conference this week. If my brother and his co-workers do not come out alive, this is a crime that cannot go unpunished.
And some new reporting, an American company has agreed to help with the search. Not clear who it is, but there are some major questions as to whether the 10 are still alive. No contact has been made. Back to you.
A war on gangs in El Salvador is leading to mass arrests across that country. The government there giving police the authority to arrest anyone who they think is associated with a gang. And while the people in that country are in support of these measures, some worry that they go too far. Here's NBC's Cal Perry.
Mass arrests in El Salvador continue. The country's president, Nayib Bukele, doubling down on what he has called a war on gangs. The government announcing that at least 50,000 people have been arrested since late March. Arrests that they have then touted across social media for months, using the hashtag war against gangs, and taking to Twitter yet again, this time to say the exception has made it possible to intensify the war against gangs and get thousands of terrorists off the streets.
Over 1% of the Salvadoran population has been detained under the state of emergency and is being held without basic rights to defense.
This week, Congress extending a state of emergency that was put into place back in March. The decision following a bloody weekend where more than 80 people were killed. It allows the government to arrest anyone they suspect is involved with a gang and suspends their constitutional rights, including the right to an attorney.
There's also a demonstrated pattern of torture, inhumane treatment, and physical abuse in the prisons. And as of this moment, Crystal Sal, our organization, has been able to verify 67 deaths of prisoners in custody of the state. Some of those appear to have been who have appeared to have died as a result of severe physical abuse.
And now the president sharing video of a new mega prison being constructed in a rural town. The government says it's a, quote, terrorism confinement center that will, quote, have room for 40,000 terrorists who will be cut off, they say, from the outside world. In a recent poll by CID Gallup, Bukele's approval rating is at 86%, with many Salvadorians in strong support of his drastic measures.
Ya era tiempo, digo yo, que tuviéramos un presidente en realidad no
nos hiciera sentir que este país es nuestro.
But some worry human rights are being violated and that innocent people are getting caught up in the large-scale raids.
Por cuando uno sabe que su familia no tiene nada que ver con pandillas. Si vivimos en esas comunidades es porque no tenemos para otro lugar a donde irnos.
A country caught between gang violence and personal freedoms. Cal Perry, NBC News.
Well, as college students head back to school, are they ready for the possibility of living with their political opposite? The new polling that shows there might not be much room for compromise.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. FBI documents revealing details about what happened between Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt on a 2016 plane ride. Brad Pitt accused Jolie of ruining their family during the altercation. The report also states that Pitt poured alcohol on Jolie. No one decided to press charges. Two tourists were fined after they were seen surfing in Venice's Grand Canal. The mayor called the pair, quote, two arrogant imbeciles who made a mockery out of Venice. He actually offered a free dinner to anyone who could find them. The surfers were later located by police using security footage. And Ayanna McNeely and Jared Jones from Love is Blind announcing they'll be getting a divorce. Viewers first saw the couple fall in love during season 2 of the show. They posted on Instagram, quote, this experience has taught us so much about ourselves. We don't regret a single thing. That's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com. Aaron. Good for them. Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thank you. Well, when it comes to Decision 2022, few are holding back on their views these days. In this hour, we're hearing new perspectives on the midterms from black voters in North Carolina, and we're also talking to college students about the growing political divide among young voters. Let's start with North Carolina, where voters could elect the state's first black senator. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is here with a look at that race. Hi, Antonia. What'd you find?
Hey, Aaron. Well, I spent a day on the road with candidate Sherry Beasley, who is up in a tight race against Congressman Ted Budd for the North Carolina Senate seat. She is betting that if she visits as many rural communities as she does urban centers, she might be able to pull this off. Take a look.
Hello, family!
Former state Supreme Court Justice Sherry Beasley has to be a different kind of Democrat to win the Senate seat in North Carolina, one that spends as much time in rural counties as they do in urban centers.
Certainly industry and corporations are coming to North Carolina. They tend to go to Raleigh and Charlotte, but they miss out on the talent in our rural communities.
Beasley lost her last statewide race by just 401 votes as thousands of registered rural voters of color sat out the 2020 election.
Do politicians come here that often? No. We usually see them in Mecklenburg County.
What do you think is at stake right now?
Well, again, being a rural county, just getting people out to vote.
Beasley is in a competitive race with Republican Congressman Ted Budd, giving her a shot at becoming the first black senator from the Tar Heel state. Her race also seen as one of the Democrats' rare chances to pick up a Senate seat. With the frustrations that some voters have with the Biden administration over the economy and inflation, has the president hurt your chances here?
You know, I certainly understand why there are people who are frustrated and who are disappointed in what's happening in Washington. They expect more and they deserve more.
Beasley's Republican opponent, meantime, happy to hammer the president.
Every single county is now a border county because of Joe Biden's policies.
And critiquing her judicial record when meeting with police groups.
I've got an opponent right now. She may not admit it. She's going to try to run, deceptively so, as a moderate.
At Beasley's campaign stops in rural counties, it was abortion rights driving the conversation.
It is not a contradiction to, on the one hand, protect fundamental freedoms, and on the other hand, support women who want to have their babies.
Has it angered people? Has it changed some voters' minds?
I think so, because I think people, as far as women, you know, they want to have control and make decisions that's going to benefit their bodies and not to be told what to do.
With less than 3 months until the election, Beasley is betting on rural voters. She needs them, and they need someone who won't forget them once in Washington.
It felt good here today, right? It felt good here in Anson County. It felt good in Richmond County. And no one should feel discounted. No one should feel a sense of disengagement.
You know, Antonia, so what is Sherry Beasley doing to make sure the voters that she connects with now actually show up at the polls on Election Day?
Well, Aaron, what she's doing is driving from the cities to the mountains to the most small rural farms and diners and talking to voters. And what we're seeing right now is that it looks like abortion rights, that conversation has changed some of the calculus there. I've been spending a lot of time in rural North Carolina as part of the Meet the Press County to County series. And for months in the winter and spring, I was hearing from people that they weren't sure they were going to vote in the midterms. They weren't engaged. They weren't inspired by any of the candidates in either party. But now they are showing up, and at the 2 stops that I went to with Sherry Beasley's team, the first question out of the mouths of voters was about abortion, and they wanted to know, what she was going to do, how she was going to fight to protect reproductive rights, and for them, that was the major difference between her and her opponent, Ted Budd. Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton in our newsroom today. Antonia, thank you. There's also a growing political divide on college campuses, and it's making its way into dorms. A new poll shows nearly half of college sophomores don't want a roommate who votes differently than they do. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is in our Washington bureau now looking at this. So, Mark, what else does this new polling say?
Yeah, Aaron. So our poll ended up asking second-year college students. This is part of a group of people that we've been monitoring, the class of 2025. Since they entered college, they're about to enter their second year. We asked them the question on, would you be open to rooming with somebody who voted for the opposite person that you voted for in the 2020 presidential election? We found that almost half said, I would not want to room with that person. Then we asked, would you end up wanting to date that person? We had a majority, 53%, who said they would not want to date that person. And then when it comes to marriage, we found that 63%, so almost 2/3, said that they would not marry the person who voted the opposite way in the 2020 election that they did.
It's really interesting, Mark. I mean, you interrogate the numbers and the data on these things. What does this new polling tell you about young voters as we go into the midterms now?
Yeah, Aaron, we are a very divided country, and certainly the 2020 election, I think, even polarized this country even further. But one thing that also did stand out to me was that Democratic voters and Democratic respondents were a lot more hesitant to wanting to room with someone who voted differently than they did than Republicans. And in some ways, it might make a little more sense. There are a lot more Democrats on college campuses than there are Republicans, but it did find that Democrats were much more hesitant to wanting to room with somebody who voted differently than they did.
All right, Mark Murray in our D.C. bureau today. Mark, thank you. Well, a rare moment of bipartisanship in Washington. Fresh off of her Republican primary defeat, Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney received a call on Wednesday from President Biden. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining us now from Wilmington, Delaware. Carol, what's the significance of this phone call, and do we know what was said?
Well, the White House is being very tight-lipped about what was said on the phone call, but you can imagine this call came on Wednesday. The president called Congresswoman Cheney after she lost her re-election bid by a significant margin. And one of the things that we know from the White House's perspective and from President Biden's perspective is that Liz Cheney and Joe Biden disagree on almost everything except for the notion that Donald Trump is a threat to the country. And so that's where you have the president stepping in and presumably talking to her about that. And there has been from the White House some respect for the way that she's conducted herself in terms of calling out what she sees as the major flaws in former President Trump being part of the January 6th committee and things like that. And so this is a situation where she's been at the White House in recent weeks. In fact, she was there for a Presidential Medal of Freedom ceremony where President Biden honored a former Wyoming senator. And so this is not as chilly of a relationship as we see between a lot of Democrats and Republicans in Washington. And the reason for that, Aaron, is because the president and Congresswoman both have very, very similar overlapping views when it comes to former President Trump.
Speaking of, Carol, Cheney has said that she will do, the quote, whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office again. So what is she doing to make good on that promise?
Well, one of the things that she's doing is she says she's thinking about, she's telling Savannah on Today's Show that she's thinking about running for president and challenging potentially former President Trump in 2024. And that would be designed as having a platform for her views on the threat that she thinks he is to the country. And then she's also did this move right after she lost re-election. She moved millions of dollars that were left in her campaign fund for her re-election and moved them into a super PAC that's designed to presumably try to further the issues that she's been raising when it comes to threats to democracy from former President Trump and his supporters. So that's a little signal of how she is intending to potentially play in this. And she's got some money to do that. And she's got millions and millions of dollars now moved into this super PAC to try to continue to advance what we've heard from her in Washington now for some time.
All right, Carol Lee for us in Wilmington today. Carol, thank you. The Republican Party has a new target ahead of the midterms, the IRS. Republican lawmakers taking aim at that agency over the influx of money it's getting in the newly signed Inflation Reduction Act. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, remind us what the IRS is actually getting from this new law. What's the agency going to do with that money, too?
Well, Aaron, on the first part, the new law, the Inflation Reduction Act, gives the IRS $80 billion over a 10-year period. And in terms of what they're going to do with it, well, we have a new letter straight from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, who is ultimately in charge of the IRS, giving clear guidance to the commissioner, Charles Reddick, in terms of how to spend the money. Specifically, she says she wants them to improve taxpayer service, modernize technology, increase equity in the system of tax administration, and by pursuing tax evasion by those at the top who today do not pay their tax bill. In other words, faster refunds, more customer service, more calls returned, and use that extra auditing power to go after sophisticated tax evaders at the upper end of the spectrum, who the IRS, in the views of many experts, have not had the resources to properly target. That is what Yellen is telling the IRS to focus on.
Sahil, Florida Senator Rick Scott is telling folks not to apply for these new IRS positions, right? What else are he and other Republicans saying at this point?
That's right. It's quite unusual to hear a U.S. senator telling Americans not to apply for a particular job while threatening to eliminate it. But that's exactly what Scott is doing here. He is saying that Republicans hope to take control of Congress early next year. And one of the first things they'll do is work to defund that additional IRS money in the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, a couple problems with that. The first is Joe Biden would still have the veto pen, and he would be able to block Republicans, from enacting laws that would do any such thing. But there's also this depiction that Scott and other Republicans have put out there of 87,000 new IRS agents who are going to be combing through the tax returns of ordinary Americans. That's based on a May 2021 analysis from the Treasury Department that says, yes, about 80,000 people or 87,000 people over 10 years could be hired, but it's out of context because many of them are not going to be on the enforcement side. Many of them are going to be replacing existing employees who are set to retire over the coming years. And as we just saw in that guidance from Yellen, the administration is explicitly saying that they should use the audit resources to go after people on the upper end, not ordinary middle-income Americans. But Republicans have glommed onto this narrative that there is, kind of a secret desire in the Biden administration to go after middle-income taxpayers.
So what's been the response here, Sahil? How is the White House responding to all this?
White House spokesman Andrew Bates described this to me as a distraction by Republicans, suggesting that they don't want to talk about the popular elements of the Inflation Reduction Act, which they voted against, specifically empowering Medicare to negotiate drug prices and all sorts of clean energy incentives. The White House is accusing Scott and others of siding with wealthy special interests as well as tax cheats, rich tax cheats in their words, as a result of this criticism. And the White House spokesperson also called attention to Rick Scott's economic proposal, which would sunset laws like Social Security after 5 years. So they seem quite happy to engage with Rick Scott in this department in terms of calling attention to the ideas that he has proposed. Aaron.
Sahil Kapoor for us on Capitol Hill today. Thank you. Well, you might call it a streaming tidal wave. The new numbers that show America has totally changed the way it watches TV.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, it looks like relief is finally on the horizon for cruise companies. Reservation numbers have doubled and tripled recently in some cases following the CDC loosening COVID restrictions. Now, cruise ships are allowing unvaccinated passengers to provide a negative COVID test to board. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has some tips and tricks if you're wanting to set sail this summer.
Hey there, well, after 2 years of rocky waters, it is full steam ahead for cruisers. Last week, we saw the CDC really loosen a lot of its COVID-19 guidelines. That was on top of them already dropping the mandate for cruise companies to report COVID-19 cases. And so in response, we're seeing a lot of these companies also ease their restrictions, by and large, mainly for unvaccinated passengers. They are mostly, in many cases, being allowed on board by showing proof of a negative COVID-19 test within a few days of embarking on their trip, setting sail on waters like these. And so in response, when we've seen the COVID-19 restrictions start to tick down, we've seen reservations really skyrocket. We spoke with one travel agency that reported a 200 to 300% increase in bookings in just the last 2 weeks. So there's definitely this appetite to get back out on the water. So how can you snag some of the best travel deals? And there are some really good ones out there. I've seen a 7-night stay, for instance, costs less than $150. Well, there's a few things you can do to keep in mind. First and foremost, be flexible if you can with your travel dates, especially if you're pursuing a really popular destination. Try to book your trip just outside of peak season. The other thing you can do, you want to track the changing in prices. So if just before you submit your final payment, you notice that the rate has dropped, you can request with the company to get that dropped or lower rate, or at least obtain a credit for onboard your cruise. You also want to sign up for emails with the various cruise companies so that you can be alerted of some of the best deals, even if they're last minute. Keep these things in mind, so if you can make out behind me, you can be on a cruise like that before the summer's end. Back to you.
And on the money this hour, we're getting new data about the health of the job market in this country. CNBC's Courtney Reagan is joining us now to talk a little bit about that. So, Courtney, what are these new numbers telling us?
Yeah, so we get these weekly filings for unemployment claims, and the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits actually fell by 2,000 last week to 250,000. Now, that total number does remain elevated from these 50-year low levels that we hit earlier this year. So why is it elevated? Well, economists believe that layoffs are likely factoring into these numbers as more companies begin to tighten their purse strings as the economy slows, or we are anticipating it to slow further. Still, though, in general, the labor market is still quite strong.
So, Courtney, let's dig into some other headlines here if we can. Google workers are asking for more benefits when it comes to abortion, right? What are they looking for?
Yeah, exactly. So Google employees are asking the company to give all Google workers the same health care benefits, whether they're full-time, part-time, or contract employees. So after Roe v. Wade has opened the door for some states to change laws over abortion access, Google's full-time employees that live in states that will prohibit access will be given insurance benefits for coverage to obtain abortions out of state if necessary. But the company has some 100,000 workers that are contractors, not full-time. They don't have the same benefit coverage. The employees want everyone to be treated the same.
And Courtney, this headline made a lot of people on the NBC News Now team pretty happy. Streaming overtook cable TV for the first time. Talk to us about what the numbers look like there.
Okay, you're going to brag talking to the cable news reporter
but we
here.
Love CNBC.
Yeah. Okay, all right. All in the family, right? So according to Nielsen's measurements, you're right, streaming did hit 34.8% of all TV consumed in the United States in July. So that's more than cable, which was at 34.4%, and broadcast at 21.6%. Streaming has topped broadcast previously, but not cable, so that's the first time for that. Yeah. Americans watch nearly 191 billion minutes of streaming content per week in July.
We love it. CNBC's Courtney Reagan. Courtney, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Japan is trying to gin up its liquor business. Years of COVID restrictions on bars have caused sales and tax revenues to plummet. In response, Japan's tax agency is launching a new contest. It's asking for ideas to get young adults to drink more. The winner will receive government support to turn that idea into reality. Well, it's pretty hard to imagine something scarier than this. A man in Florida, incredibly, is alive after an alligator clamped down on his head, crushing part of his skull for several seconds. Brittany Muller from our NBC affiliate in Tampa tells us how he made it out alive.
This story is about a miracle and also the call to action.
A call for the community to find joy.
Find the joy, however that looks like to you. That's my challenge to you. Find it.
This after JC Defeats was challenged to spring into action. On August 3rd, JC Defeats was swimming in Lake Thonotosassa. While shooting an instructional video for his company, Defeat X, he encountered a 12-foot gator.
I felt the equivalent of a telephone pole hit my face, and then because of my stroke, I felt the scales, and then I felt the teeth, so I knew what I was in.
His head was inside the gator's mouth for several seconds. The gator crushed part of JC Defeat's skull and broke his jaw.
It was just one large bite. I heard my jaw snap, and then I just continued swimming.
By some miracle, JC Defeats was freed by the gator. You can see him swimming to a nearby dock.
I understand that this may actually look good, but it looks worse than it feels.
Undergoing a 6-hour surgery, a craniectomy, and doctors removed part of JC Defeat's right temporal lobe.
He's always thinking about others, even though the unthinkable was happening to him.
His wife, Christine, by his side through this journey.
We're truly blessed, and, I'm just lucky to have him,
Wow, talk about lucky for sure. Miracle there. Well, a Little League player in Utah who suffered a life-threatening injury is now on the road to recovery, too. He fell on his head just days before the Little League World Series. Now we're hearing from his family about the huge show of support this young man is receiving. Here's NBC News Now's Joe Fryer.
Aaron, Easton Oliverson's family says it's because of the power of prayer that he's recovering at the speed he is right now. They hold strong to their faith that the young left fielder will beat the odds. For 12-year-old Easton the Tank Oliverson, reaching the Little League World Series was a dream come true.
My name's Easton Oliverson, and I'm part of the Snow Canyon 12-year-old All-Star team.
But a tragic accident on Sunday quickly turned his world upside down. The young left fielder fell from his top bunk inside a Little League dorm, sending him to the ICU with a fractured skull and internal bleeding.
We went from experiencing the highs of highs to then the lows of lows, and to the point where he's fighting for his own life.
And now, just days after his surgery, this morning, signs of improvement.
Oh, you fell asleep on me.
Some more.
A family-run Instagram account, Miracles for Tank, posted he is no longer sedated and starting to wake up more, adding Easton has displayed tremendous progress, showing a desire to eat and remembering his name and age in front of his doctors.
Statistically, he should have passed away, but here he is 3 days later. It is remarkable.
Since the injury, a flood of prayers and support have streamed in for Easton, including a message from his hero, Los Angeles Dodgers right fielder Mookie Betts.
I just want you to know that we are praying for you, thinking of you, and I hope to see you soon, my man.
The Little League World Series released a statement to NBC News acknowledging the bunk beds did not have guardrails, adding, out of an abundance of caution, Little League has made the decision to remove all bunks from within the dorms and have each bed frame individually on the floor.
It's going to take time. It's going to be a long road for East, but we have a lot of faith that he's going to be able to live a life that we're hoping for.
Easton's team, the Snow Canyon All-Stars, they're the first team from Utah to ever make the Little League World Series. And here's the thing, Easton's little brother Brogan actually flew into Williamsport yesterday to take his brother's place as an alternate. This team will definitely be one to watch on Friday. Aaron.
Thanks for joining us today. Meet the Press Now is next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
If it's Thursday, the rules of political history may not apply, at least not right now. Untested candidates, unpredictable turnout, the Trump factor, all of it shaking up this midterm environment. What we know, what we don't, and what it all could mean for November. Plus more documents breaking down a Florida judge's decision handed down just a few minutes ago that will likely unseal some parts of that key Mar-a-Lago search document. But we're not going to get it today. We'll explain. And with the crisis-level teacher shortage facing schools across the country, some districts are going to some extreme measures to fill this gap, including cutting down on the number of days in school. Hello, happy Thursday, and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. Folks, we are obviously politically living in some very unusual times. You don't need me to tell you that. We all live it. And it is true, though, for so many reasons, not the least of which is the court hearing today in Florida about last week's unprecedented FBI search of a former president's home. This is not your normal midterm election cycle. The era of Trump is an outlier, and that includes these upcoming midterm elections. If you look at the measurements that have typically defined midterm elections, Republicans should be headed toward some big gains this November. And by the way, it still may end up that way. President Biden's approval rating sits in the high 30s or low 40s, has ticked up a little bit recently. Vast majority of the country says we're headed in the wrong direction. Some 3 out of 4 Americans believe this in most polling. Republicans have a minor lead in the generic ballot, which historically is dangerous territory for Democrats. But again, It doesn't matter what history says right now these days, because former President Trump's presence has inserted wild cards everywhere you look this season. And right now, the outlook for Democrats in these midterms is surprisingly bullish, considering those other metrics I just showed you, especially when it comes to the fight for control of the Senate. When you look at the Senate map, everything right now seems to be tilting in the Democrats' favor. Even Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell today downplayed expectations for taking back control of the Senate. Take a listen.
Yeah, I think there's probably a greater likelihood the House flips than the Senate. Senate races are just different. They're statewide. Candidate quality has a lot to do with the outcome.
One thing about Mitch McConnell, everything he says is intentional and carefully worded. Candidate quality. You heard it there from Mitch McConnell. In some key states, Republicans have ended up with relatively weak nominees, many emerging from bruising, expensive primaries where they were propped up by former President Trump. Take Pennsylvania, which is a seat that Democrats are hoping to pick up as Republican Pat Toomey retires. Trump-backed candidate Republican Mehmet Oz is trailing his Democratic opponent John Fetterman by double digits in one recent poll. Our friends at the Cook Political Report moved that race from toss-up to lean Democratic this morning. And if Pennsylvania is off the board, that means Republicans need to flip at least 2 states held by Democrats right now to win the Senate. I'm going to get into more of how that Senate math shakes out in just a second. But let's talk about another wild card right now. That's turnout. Recent primaries in Kansas, Wyoming, and Alaska, they point to some huge numbers of people, potentially record numbers of people coming out to vote in November, left and right. And the bigger the turnout, the more uncertainty that gets introduced. Trust me, every political consultant knows how to handle and has an idea of where things are headed in normal turnout election environments. But when that turnout starts going up, all bets are off. Then there's the issue of abortion. That's greatly increased voter enthusiasm, particularly on the left. But the ultimate wild card is Trump himself. Unlike any cycle we've seen in the past, a losing presidential candidate has remained on the national stage, largely turning these races from a referendum on the president's first term to a choice between the Biden vision and the Trump vision. So while all signs historically would point to a thumping for Democrats, or a shellacking, pick your adjective, I'm here to argue that the old rules of politics do not apply right now. We are living in an outlier era that began on June 11th, 2015. So joining me now to break down where our Senate map stands these days is our battleground expert when it comes to Senate races, Jessica Taylor, obviously of our friends at the Cook Political Report. So here's where we're defining the large sort of competitive Senate battleground. Any issues here? Are we missing any states here? We're pretty generous here with our 14.
Yeah, you've got some on there that I think Republicans are feeling a little better about, like Missouri, but then having to worry about a little bit more in Ohio.
Let me ask you this. Let's do one here that feels the same. Washington, Democrats are favored. Iowa, Republicans are favored. But they both seem to be like kind of in competitive territory.
I mean, you do have Chuck Grassley's numbers in Iowa lower than where he usually has been.
Yeah.
That may just be the fact that he's been there forever.
Yeah.
He's going to be in his 90s if he finishes his term. So new blood, but I think I still find it hard pressed that
It's Iowa.
They're going to vote for a Democrat.
Yeah, it's still a light red state these days. Missouri, it feels like they escaped the Greitens issue. Yes, there's a third candidate in there. We'll see. How do you Utah? You moved to likely Republican. Evan McMullin has told me he is not going to be with either party if he wins. So where do you put it in our little game here?
I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, that's what he says, but like, that's very hard to do when you come to Washington. If you want clout, if you want influence. But we also have seen, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, by being in the middle, even with a party, they've increased their likelihood, their clout.
Right. Let's go to one more likely here. Colorado. This is one you moved today. Sitting in likely, or are you going to go to lean, you think, at some point?
No, we've moved it to lean.
You've moved it to lean.
Yes.
And all on candidate quality on the positive side for Republicans.
Right. Republicans won here. Joe O'Dea, a construction company owner, won this primary. If they had Joe O'Dea's in places like Pennsylvania, Arizona, Ohio, I think the map would be looking a lot better for Republicans. Colorado is still a hard state, but Michael Bennet has always fallen just short of getting a majority. Biden and Trump's numbers are very low in that state. But, O'Dea is able to distance himself from Trump in a way that
And you'd classify him, most voters would classify him as sort of pro-choice on abortion.
He is. He's somewhere in the middle, but he doesn't, the way we've seen candidates in much more competitive states say no exceptions, no rape, incest exceptions. but he is not where that is.
All right, now we're getting down to the 9 most competitive that are on the board right now. Let's start with the 2 Republican seats that we know will be in the battleground the whole time, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Wisconsin, you have not moved yet, so we will leave it there. Pennsylvania, you went ahead and moved it.
We did.
Why'd you do it?
We have just consistently seen that Fetterman has an edge outside of the margin of error. But when you drill down into those crosstabs, Dr. Oz, well known in the state, survived a bruising primary, but didn't really do anything to rehabilitate his image afterwards. He took a vacation to Ireland. His approval numbers across the state they're lower than Biden's in some instances. And he's got to do something to sort of rehabilitate his image. Fetterman for crudité at Wegmans, not the way to do it.
And you don't say crudité. It's a veggie platter.
Exactly.
Right? Is that the bottom line here? All right, let's talk about the other Republican-held seats here, because they're all kind of in that. Wisconsin, the Democrat, Mandela Barnes, that's a large lead, but we've also seen Ron Johnson come back before.
It has. I feel like that poll is an outlier. No Republican or Democrat I talk to believes at this point that the Democrat is up by 7 points. In fact, I think Democrats were a little worried about Barnes as a candidate because he has a lot of very progressive policies.
Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, they feel like the same races to me.
They are. I think North Carolina is the more competitive. They're all in our lean Republican column.
So you're going to put them all in lean Republican for now. But of the one that you expect to move to toss up.
I could see North Carolina moving first.
Before either Florida or Ohio, even though Ryan and Deming seem to be fundraising juggernauts.
They are. Florida, as you well know, is a very expensive state. Republicans, it's just, you can get to 47 as a Democrat, but getting those last 3 points is just Herculean. And in Ohio, the alarm bells are coming, but the cavalry's coming too. J.D. Vance has been behind. Another poll showed him up. $28 million McConnell's super PAC is coming in there.
All right, so we're down to our final 5. One party, if they win 3 of the 5, they hold the Senate right now. Arizona, which way?
I would tilt it toward Democrats at this point.
Georgia, which way?
That's hard. That's maybe one of the closest, maybe to Democrats right now.
I was just going to say, I just said, show me a poll that has Walker ahead. It doesn't exist, right?
If he gets over the finish line, it may be because Brian Kemp drags him over the finish line.
I keep thinking New Hampshire is going to be a lot closer than other people think, but boy, the Republicans are trying to make it very difficult.
Yeah, we still have this one rated lane Democrat because of the primary is not until next month. If it is Don Baldock who is leading the primary polls right now, I think this race becomes really much easier for Hassan. Her numbers aren't great, but if it's Chuck Morris, the Senate president, I think this becomes a competitive race.
So we just got the Democrats to 50 without Nevada or Wisconsin. That's the point here, is the Republicans are in a bit more of a challenge than they had 6 months ago, right?
Yeah. 50-50, it stays the same. I've talked with strategists that actually believe this could be a wash. You started with the 50-50 Senate, hundreds of millions of dollars are spent, you end with the 50-50 Senate.
Would you classify Nevada as the closest in the country?
I think it is, and I think right behind Pennsylvania, I think it's the most likely to flip. That is just a really hard state for Democrats in a midterm year. Catherine Cortez Masto, half of the state turns over. It's such a transient state. So I think Nevada's hard. And like you said, in Wisconsin, Ron Johnson has come from behind.
We have all been snake bit by Wisconsin before, but I think we just told the story that your wonderful publication told today, Jessica Taylor. Fine work. I can't wait to do this more.
Anytime.
Thank you. Got a great panel to chew on all of this. Brad Todd, Republican strategist who eats, sleeps, and drinks Senate races. Xochitl Hinojosa, former Democratic strategist, has done her share of this. And Susan Page, of course, has been a journalist, friend, and political compadre, I guess is the way to do it, bureau chief at USA Today. How do you describe this midterm election to folks? Is it because it doesn't seem ordinary?
It's not ordinary, and you know what? It doesn't look like a wave election. And that's what we thought some months ago that we were looking at with the inflation numbers and President Biden's lack of popularity. But it doesn't feel that way now in either the House or the Senate, which makes it possible for Mitch McConnell to be right when he talks about candidate quality, which is a phrase I'm sure he is using to target Trump's role in these Senate races.
You know, in the pre-Trump era, Brad, there was a lot of happy talk in August, and then the reality in a midterm year, September would come, and you're like, oh yeah, that's where we're headed. Chances that happens this time?
Very high. You know,
why is that?
Midterm elections are about gas pedal or brake pedal on the current president. The current president, as you mentioned, his approval ratings are in the high 30s in every Senate state, just like they are nationwide. And so you're asking Democratic candidates to get 1 in 6 people who have a negative view of the president or don't have a positive view. It's something that's really hard. You know, in Colorado in 2020, I worked for Cory Gardner, who was a popular incumbent, ran a great campaign, couldn't be a better campaigner. Donald Trump's rating in Colorado that year was 42. Cory got 44. And so a great candidate running a great campaign ran 2 points ahead of his president's approval rating. That's the kind of reality Democrats are going to face this fall.
I would be concurring with everything Brad said in a pre-Trump environment. I'm not sure this time, Sochi, but what say you?
Well, I would say it is a very, very tough environment for Democrats. But just as we saw on the map right now, Democrats have more options to 50 than Republicans do. And I would have said 2 months ago, I don't know if we're going to hold on to the Senate. I think Democrats, like Mitch McConnell, I never agree with Mitch McConnell, but what I will say, it's more likely that Republicans flip the House and take hold, you know, and Democrats take hold and keep hold of the Senate than we have before. And it's because of recruitment failures. It's because of untested candidates. It is Republicans have done this to themselves. And on Joe Biden's approval rating, one thing I'd point out is all of these Senate candidates have been tested in these states. A lot of the seats that we are protecting, they, in very few instances, are underwater. But for the most part, these Democratic Senate candidates are strong candidates compared to what Republicans have this time.
You know, the other thing, it's possible that at the end of the day, we'll be able to say that Donald Trump cost Republicans control of the Senate twice. Because in 2018, his actions were no favor in those Georgia Senate elections that gave this 50-50 majority to the Democrats.
And I don't, you know, it's always been a question. Will that matter to Republicans who support Donald Trump if he costs them the Senate a second time?
Well, I think voters tend to blame the candidates that lose the election for losing the election.
They're not going to blame Trump for Dr. Oz? They're not going to blame Trump for Herschel Walker?
I think you're asking voters to play political handicapper.
Yeah, you may be right.
When they pick between the candidates, they had their own choices.
Look, you've done some work for Rick Scott. He's the NRSC chair. These money moves that we've seen, it certainly looks like this is a committee that's realizing, well, we got to make the best with the batch of candidates that we have, not the ones that we want.
Well, the job is to get to 51, period. And you do that with money you reserve in a lot of places. You move your money to your best bets as you get closer to the election. But that's one thing I would like to say that Republicans, if there's one reason Republicans don't win the majority this year, it's because Republican donors are not as fired up as Democratic donors. And Republicans have a great chance to get to 51. They have a great chance to achieve all the things Republicans want, or at least block the things that Democrats want. But it's going to mean Republican donors have to step up in these last 2 months. So
what's your explanation why donors aren't stepping up on the right?
I think that, first off, Republican donors are bifurcated from Republican voters in a lot of ways right now. A lot of Republican donors are not really crazy about President Trump. The low donors who love President Trump better than anyone, they kind of like President Trump more than they like other.
And they only give to Trump, right?
They only give to Trump. So you have one group of donors who doesn't want to give to President Trump and doesn't want him to be influential in the process. You have another group of donors who only wants to give when he's on the ballot. But you don't get to be picky in politics. It's a team sport. And if you want your taxes to go up, then you need to sit on the sidelines. If you want your taxes to go down, you need to rally for Republican Senate candidates. It's really simple.
So, Sochi, there does appear to be an opportunity that Democrats can turn this into a choice election, right? This is always the thing. Referendum, no incumbent wants to be the referendum.
Absolutely.
Does that mean keeping Biden off the trail?
I think Biden still hits the trail. He won many of these states. I think they will utilize him at the end.
How do you do it? How do you do it without because you don't, when Trump shows up, if Trump's stumping in October, it fires up his sort of casual voters, but we know it fires up the left too. Do you worry about that with Biden?
I don't worry about it. I think there are very specific places where Biden can be utilized. I think that if he can go out there and talk about how he has delivered for people, how he has solved their problems, also go into minority communities. You have places like Georgia where there is a large black community where I think that he can fire up voters. There's places in Nevada where we definitely need some firing up of Latino voters. And I think that he can go in there and make the case in certain instances and still come out on top. On the money piece, I just want to address this. I actually think spending is low on both sides. I think raising for specific candidates specific candidates can raise a lot of money. You see Mark Kelly, you see Raphael Warnock, others raise money. I would say the Democratic ecosystem as a whole and outside spending is not where we have seen in previous years. And that is something that worries me, just because I'm worried that Democrats are going to take this election for granted and not necessarily spend to turn out our voters the way we need to.
There does seem to be a lot of money spent on trying to raise more money.
Yeah, as always, right?
Yeah.
Who always does well in elections?
Yeah.
It's the consultants, no offense.
Well, but you also have inflation that's impacted fundraising for sure, especially on the low donor end. You know, if you're paying twice as much for gas, you can't send $50 to your favorite candidate. I will tell you that we'd spend whatever money we have to get Joe Biden a suite at the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta if he would go there the rest of the campaign.
You know, I wonder, though, it's true that the presidential approval metric is the one that's the most reliable in midterms. And as you say, it's hard for candidates in his or her party to get very much distance between them. But that's not been true in the recent polls. And I wonder if the nature of Biden's approval-disapproval rating is different than it is certainly from Trump. Because with Trump, you love him or you hate him. And with Biden, maybe you approve, maybe you disapprove. But it lacks that toxic factor that I think makes it matter most.
I think the trick with Joe Biden is it's not a hate thing, much like we saw in 2010 with Obama. Obama's ratings were above water in
Personally,
the 2020
people liked him,
election.
right? Didn't agree
but they felt like you needed a slight course correction, and so that's why they shifted it. Voters are genuinely pretty skeptical of one party controlling Washington. The swing voters are in the middle. They don't want that. They don't feel safe that way, and I think that's still the impulse.
Well, this is what's interesting, and I'm trying to remember if I made the staff put this in here or not. But I noticed Sherry Beasley's ad in North Carolina attacks Washington. Okay, I've seen, you know, it's even always more amusing to me when it's like an incumbent that does it. But I'm seeing a lot of House Democrats who are incumbents beating up Washington. You know, that does sort of reinforce Brad's point that he thinks at some point this does tip back into the brake pedal, gas pedal metaphor that he's pushing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that all of these Senate candidates, especially on the Democratic side, they have their own messages. People know them in their states. They, you know, blaming Washington makes a lot of sense. And that is a very good point on President Biden's approval rating. And I will say there was actually some course correction when it came to the White House and their messaging and their accomplishments. You know, there has been a course correction with this president that I think will impact his approval rating, where I don't think that he will be a burden.
I keep coming back to this. In the last 2 weeks, who do we see more on the trail, Susan? Trump or Biden?
The last 2 weeks before the campaign?
Yeah.
Try to keep Donald Trump off the campaign trail.
Right.
I mean, the biggest effort is going to be
good luck,
to
Rick
keep
Scott.
him.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
To keep him from actually announcing he's running again for president before the midterm is over. Because if you want the referendum, Democrats would love to have the referendum be on Trump, and Republicans would love to have this referendum be on Biden.
Can you convince him to just campaign in Alaska?
You can't convince Donald Trump of anything. But we've never had an election about a former president in a midterm. It's never happened. Elections are about the current president or the future. And so this will be the first time ever if that's the case. And by the way, Republicans also have a problem in the last midterm that people who liked Donald Trump didn't show up because he wasn't on the ballot.
This is why high turnout to me is unpredictable.
There is a two-edged sword. I mean, both parties have low propensity voters now. That was not the case 10 years ago. 10 years ago, they were mostly Democratic.
You look at Wyoming and Kansas. One benefited the left, one benefited the right. Turnout was huge.
Absolutely.
So if a bunch of low propensity voters come out, you know,
good for that.
Yes.
High turnout.
We'll just sit there and watch and show you what happened rather than predict.
That's what people are thinking, and we find that out.
Freaks them out though, because they got to know the result before. Anyway, Susan, Sochi, and Brad, this was fun to just do some races. So thank you. We're gonna have a lot more midterm analysis on Tuesday's Meet the Press Election Night Special. Don't miss it right here at 9 p.m. Eastern, NBC News Now, our final primary night special before we start getting focused on the general. Coming up, a judge moves to partially unseal the affidavit that was at the heart of the decision to execute a search warrant on Mar-a-Lago, giving the government 1 week to decide what they want redacted from this affidavit. What does it mean for the former president's legal drama? We'll discuss that next. Plus, after a stunning admission from the CDC director that the agency fell short during COVID, the agency wants to make some major changes as the country faces new concerns about monkeypox and polio. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. A judge in Florida this afternoon indicated he would unseal some of the affidavit at the heart of the search warrant behind the FBI's search of Mar-a-Lago last week. The judge gave the Department of Justice 1 week to make redactions to the document, or at least redactions that they would like to have, which the government wants to keep entirely sealed, and that he would reevaluate once he'd seen a redacted version. Now, the affidavit in question is the document federal investigators used to justify the execution of a search warrant for the former president's Florida home. The judge who heard arguments today is the same one who approved the original search warrant last week. Now, the Department of Justice asked the court to keep the affidavit completely sealed, saying it was necessary to protect witnesses and their ongoing investigation. President Trump and his supporters have called for the immediate release of the affidavit, accusing the Justice Department and FBI of government overreach. The news media, including us here at NBC News, filed suit asking the Department of Justice and the court for the document to be made public because of what we argue is an immense amount of interest surrounding the investigation and, frankly, a lot of political conspiracy circulating that having the facts out could perhaps curtail. Our senior national political reporter, Mark Caputo, is outside of the courthouse in West Palm Beach and on deadline for me, so I got to get to him fast. Ken Delanian, our NBC News Justice Intelligence correspondent, is here with me on set, and Carol Lamb is our NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. attorney. Mark, you were in the courtroom. Look, I can tell you this. A lot of veterans of covering the Justice Department are surprised where the judge came down. Give us a little sense of why the reasoning he gave of why he was leaning towards opening it.
Well, the government admitted in court, Jay Bratt, who's the DOJ's top national security official, that, look, this is an unprecedented case. There's unique interest in here. This is history, and it's important. Everyone agreed on that fact, including the judge. He had read, as he said, the search warrant affidavit ahead of time. He said he had an idea of what he might redact. He wanted to see what the government would do. So in the end, if you're just kind of paying attention to this, the reality is you can't ignore the fact that this is probably the most important criminal case that we've seen in politics in the modern era, if not ever. seems like everyone's admitting that. The question is, to what degree do we want what facts disclosed to the public and when?
Did the arguments that Justice was making, what was their main reasoning for why they believe this shouldn't be made public?
I mean, it sounded like if you didn't know there was a former president whose home was searched, you would think that this was a mafia case. They were talking about threats to witnesses, investigative techniques they didn't want out there, sensitive information they didn't want released. Jay Bratt, the national security official with DOJ, had mentioned the recent case of the FBI agents whose addresses or identities were doxed in right-wing media. And he mentioned there are, quote, amateur sleuths out there on the internet who can find out information about these other witnesses, and it could chill other witnesses from coming forward. So their main argument was like, look, if you release this, a direct quote he said, is this is a roadmap to the investigation. And he said it is early in the investigation currently, so there's a lot more time to spend, a lot more investigating to be done.
Mark Caputo, our eyewitness in the courtroom for us today. Mark, I know you're crashing on a deadline. I'll let you go. Ken Delaney, and you cover that building. You've covered it for quite a long time. It's not a surprise that Justice doesn't want to reveal. They never, whether it's the Intel Committee, sources admit, there's always an excuse. There's always a reason the government wants to keep a secret here. What do you expect? Do you expect them to essentially say, okay, here's what we want to redact, and then take a black magic marker and essentially color the entire piece of paper?
Well, first of all, I'm stunned that the judge is even agreeing to do this. The case law is against it, as our experts have said. But I do still think it will be heavily redacted. But this is the guy who signed the warrant. He knows what's in it. So he must think there's something the public can learn here, beyond just the background of the FBI agent who filled out the affidavit. But everything that Mark just described, the sources and methods, the names of witnesses and agents, that has to be redacted. I don't see any circumstance under which that is released. And also, anything related to grand jury material is secret by law. Right. So if there were subpoenas that went down to Mar-a-Lago, that has to be redacted.
But isn't it fair? So the parts, though, then that we could end up seeing is when he says it's a roadmap to the investigation, what parts of it then do you expect us that we might see?
Perhaps a broad kind of an assertion of what this case is about. And we now think we know that it's about more than just they wanted to get their documents back, because otherwise they wouldn't be fighting so hard to keep this secret. Right. And they've said this is an ongoing investigation involving these 3 statutes that go to the mishandling of government records. Yeah. So I think we're going to learn a little bit more about what they think may have happened here.
Carol Ann, are you as surprised as Ken Delaney?
I guess I'm surprised to an extent that it would have been easy and it would have been accepted if this judge had said, we're not even going to have a hearing. This is an ongoing investigation that's been represented to me by the Department of Justice. So I'm just going to exercise my discretion here and say we're not having a hearing, and you can appeal me if you want, media. But given that he granted the hearing, I did begin to suspect that he was going to start looking at whether redactions were a possibility. Now, remember that the Justice Department represented in their papers that they've already gone through this exercise. They already tried to see what the document would look like if they redacted everything that was confidential in their view, and they said the result would be incoherent to a reader. So they've already gone through this exercise, which is why I think they didn't ask for more time, because they've already made the decision that not much can be exposed. Having done a lot of search warrants, especially white-collar search warrants, I tried to put myself in the position of these prosecutors in what could possibly be disclosed. I don't think that they would even want to disclose the scope of the potential case, because that's just more than they would want to hand out at this time. They haven't made that decision. They don't know where the evidence is going to lead them down the road. What they would probably be willing to expose are the visits that they made to Mar-a-Lago in the past, because that's already been in the public domain. There are background things that you say in a search warrant. You might say, in my experience, as an FBI agent, I know that documents are often kept in this form, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But these are really not going to tell you anything about the current investigation. So I think the department's going to come in very conservative. The judge will make his decision about whether he agrees or disagrees with the department. But remember, he was an assistant U.S. attorney for 11 years, and he worked for the Justice Department.
Is this appealable?
It is absolutely appealable.
Okay.
It is appealable to the district court, then the appellate court, then, if necessary, the Supreme Court. So if the Justice Department is not satisfied with the judge's decision, no one's going to see anything for a while.
Is your sense, Ken, that they would be willing to file an appeal if they didn't like where this was headed by this judge?
Absolutely. There's such a sensitivity right now about exposing the names of FBI agents, for example.
Right.
You know, two were leaked when the warrant was
some news organization posted, right?
Yes, and they
got the version leaked from another source, not the government.
And there have been threats against those particular agents. And now the Trump folks are talking about putting out the surveillance video of the search. And the Justice Department has formally asked news organizations, if they do that, please blur out the faces of FBI agents.
Carol, big picture here. To me, the most important news story, the most important development over the last 48 hours was that Justice was fighting this. I mean, doesn't that tell you that this is not about just getting some classified documents back into the hands of the U.S. government?
Chuck, I've never thought that this was only about getting the documents back. I don't think that the department would use these techniques if it was just about getting the documents back, because you're supposed to use search warrants in furtherance of a criminal investigation. And if there are classified or even sensitive documents out there, and they execute a search warrant, and for that matter, grand jury subpoenas, which we've now been told took place, there has to be a good faith belief that somebody may be criminally liable here. So none of that is surprising to me, but I have a lot of concern about what's going to happen in the future regarding search warrants.
Ken, does Trump's lawyers get to see the affidavit?
They're going to get to see whatever we see.
Yeah, that's why they want it released. They want to see the whole thing. That's why it's easy for them to say, hey, release the whole thing, because they want to know the scope of the investigation.
Strategically, that helps them, but they didn't ask for the release in court, and I was wondering whether that's because it may help them strategically, but it could be terrible for the president as a public relations matter.
Interesting. Ken Delaney and Carol Lamb, before that, Mark Caputo, who was on site for us. Thank you all. I think I understand this better, which is the point of the segment. So, up next, the CDC director, Rochelle Walensky, is calling for sweeping agency-wide changes as the U.S. responds to multiple ongoing virus outbreaks. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb will be here next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky is admitting that the agency must make some drastic changes to better respond to public health emergencies. As we reported here yesterday in an email to CDC employees, Walensky outlined some of those changes, including an overhaul of how the agency analyzes and shares data and how the CDC quickly communicates information to the public. The push for accountability comes as the nation is dealing with multiple public health challenges right now. The extremely transmissible BA.5 subvariant continues to be the dominant COVID strain in the United States. Some new boosters are being developed to target the strain, and that's expected to be available in the fall. The U.S. also has seen an outbreak of monkeypox, with cases now numbering more than 13,000. And then there's polio, which has been identified in New York City wastewater after a case was reported in Rockland County last month. So joining me now to sort of get the lay of the land here of our public health area is Dr. Scott Gottlieb. He's a former FDA commissioner himself, a CNBC contributor, and easily one of our country's foremost experts on public health. Dr. Gottlieb, it's good to see you, sir.
Thanks a lot.
So let's start with, in some ways, Director Walensky's statement and email was sort of a bit of like, okay, that's exactly what you would expect, you would hope an after-action report of sorts would indicate. Based on what you've read of the email and what she's talking about, is she on the right track?
I think she is. I think the CDC director was pretty unflinching in her analysis of what the systemic problems have been at CDC, not just in the setting of the COVID outbreak, COVID pandemic, and the monkeypox outbreak, but going back to Ebola and Zika, even seasonal flu, where the agency has suffered systemic problems. Trying to gather data, make it available to the public, speak directly to the public, put out guidance that's actionable, that's bottom line, that businesses and consumers can interpret. The agency's long suffered from the fact that it has a very academic culture. They are accustomed to trying to collect information, put out analysis and published articles, and not speak directly to consumers in actionable ways. And I think she was pretty unflinching in her analysis of that, and is on a path to trying to put in place some reforms that will start to address it.
It's always odd to me, Dr. Gottlieb, that that the CDC director was never the one front and center at the beginning of this pandemic, and whether it was the current CDC director or the previous one, that it was coming from NIH. You bring up the academic. Shouldn't NIH be the sort of more academic environment and CDC be the more public health emergency agency? No?
Yeah, look, parts of CDC are action-oriented. They're operationally driven. But by and large, that organization has a very academic culture where they're accustomed to collecting information and doing very long-dated analytical work and not putting out real-time information that can inform current decisions and inform policymakers. The decision in terms of whether or not the CDC is speaking to these issues on a daily basis or someone else in the administration was doing that, that's ultimately a decision made by the White House. If you remember, during the Ebola outbreak, the Obama administration had Besser, the CDC director, really run point on that and be the spokesperson. During the Trump administration, the CDC director didn't speak to the COVID epidemic. And in this administration, they've had other people running point for them in terms of the communication. That's really a decision by the White House.
Is there any of this in what she announced at CDC that her hands are going to be tied a little bit because of HHS?
Well, ultimately, she's going to need support of HHS, but I think the real challenge is going to be that in order to fundamentally reform that organization, you're going to need help from Congress. Ultimately, with certain aspects of what they do when it comes to their core disease control mission and really their national security mission, they need new authorities and new resources. I think in terms of getting a bargain from Congress, what they ought to be thinking about is trying to narrow the scope of the CDC's mission, trying to give to sister agencies components of what CDC currently does that other agencies may be able to do just as well, if not better. For example, post-market vaccine adverse event reporting. Some of the tobacco work can both be handled by FDA. Some of the disease prevention research can be handled by NIH. And then go to Congress and say, look, we want to focus on the disease control mission, but to do that well, we're going to need some new resources and new authorities. I think the only way that CDC is going to get those new resources and authorities from Congress is in some kind of bargain like that, where they more tightly focus the mission of that organization.
Is the current monkeypox outbreak sort of another exhibit to say, hey, this is how, boy, we were a little slow here, and yeah, this is another example of CDC being a little bit on their back foot?
Well, CDC and HHS, I think we've suffered from the fact that we've done things very sequentially in the setting of this outbreak rather than in parallel. For example, the issues around the vaccine supply. They could have made some decisions early on to start finishing some of that vaccine. They had 11.5 million doses in frozen bulk product that they could have started finishing right away while they worked with the manufacturer to scale up manufacturing of new stock. Those things were done very sequentially, and so we didn't have enough supply early in the setting of the outbreak really to address the public health challenge. So I think it's some of the same mistakes that are being made over again, but these really go back a decade. I think the agency's been operating this way for a very long time.
Let me ask you on COVID, should we take any positive feelings away, the fact that there hasn't been a new variant pop up in a while?
Well, I think it's too early to really draw conclusions, but there is a presumption that at some point the future mutations are going to continue to happen within one lineage. And it may be the fact that this Omicron lineage is the dominant lineage now, and then future mutations that do occur are going to continue to happen within this lineage. And if that's the case, then a lot of the immunity that we've built up from past variants of Omicron should provide sufficient cross-immunity that you won't see this spread as aggressively as you've seen with these new variants when they've emerged. So I think that you could take some comfort in that fact that we haven't seen a new variant emerge, although it's still early. These new variants seem to emerge on a sort of a 2 to 3 month timeline, so we're probably due for one within the next month if it's going to emerge.
And I hope my question didn't just jinx us there, right? It's like watching a football game and the announcer says the field goal kicker hasn't missed one in so long. Very quickly on polio. This finding in the wastewater, this should be containable. How concerned are you, though, with vaccine hesitancy that if we do try to get some folks revaccinated here, we may have a problem?
Well, it should be containable, but if you look at that county where it seems to be spreading, I think at this point there is community transmission. That seems to be the message coming out of the CDC and public health officials in New York. That community only has Rockland County only has about a 60% vaccination rate, and some parts of that county are as low as 37%. So we're going to have to do a lot better than that if we're going to control the spread of this. And vaccination rates have fallen all across the country. I think a lot of the criticism of COVID vaccinations spilled over into people's willingness to take other vaccines.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't cause other nearly eradicated diseases to start popping up as well. Dr. Scott Gottlieb, good to have you on. Thanks for sharing your perspective with us.
Thanks a lot.
After the break, a Democratic Senate candidate makes a rare stop in one of the key counties we've been watching all fall. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. When we picked Anson County, North Carolina as one of the places we want to watch this year with our NBC County to County project, it was in part a measure of whether the Democratic Party was figuring out how to engage and turn out the rural black vote. It's something that they had not done very well the last couple of cycles. Its population didn't turn out for Joe Biden in 2020, didn't turn out for Hillary Clinton in 2016, did turn out for Barack Obama in 2008, and he carried North Carolina. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, the North Carolina Senate race is one we're keeping an eye on in November, and turnout is everything. Democratic Senate candidate Sherry Beasley will be facing off against Trump-backed Republican Congressman Ted Budd in the general. It's probably the most competitive under-the-radar race going on right now because there's no extra celebrity involved these days. And after an incredibly narrow loss in 2020 in her race for Chief Justice of the state Supreme Court, yes, North Carolina is one of those states that elects judges, Beasley has been adopting what she calls a campaign everywhere approach, working to spend as much time in some rural counties as well as urban areas. One of the rural areas that Beasley went recently was Anson County, and that's where our own Antonia Hilton caught up with her, speaking with the candidate and some voters.
Do politicians come here that often?
No. We usually see them in Mecklenburg County.
What do you think is at stake right now?
Well, again, being a rural county, just getting people out to vote.
With less than 3 months until the election, Beasley is betting on rural voters. She needs them, and they need someone who won't forget them once in Washington.
It felt good here today, right? It felt good here in Anson County. It felt good in Richmond County. And no one should feel discounted. No one should feel a sense of disengagement.
The real test will be not just the candidates showing up. We'll find Antonia Hilton's going to be finding out whether you actually see the campaigns engage when the candidates are not there. You can see more of Antonia Hilton's County to County reporting on meetthepress.com. Antonia is also working with Ted Budd's campaign to spend a day with him on the trail, and we will bring some of that to you in the coming weeks. After the break, states are scrambling to find staffing amid this national teacher shortage. I'm going to talk to two reporters from two different places that are feeling the pressure about how schools in their states are trying to convince teachers to stay in school. Please don't retire. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal
Sal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop. Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. Unless you live in the Northeast, many students are already back in the classroom now in many other parts of the country, but plenty of school districts are still struggling to recruit and hire the teachers and staff they need. The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates about 300,000 public school teachers and staff left the profession between February 2020, start of the COVID pandemic, and May of 2022. Governors and superintendents across the country are using all sorts of means to try to address the teacher shortage. In Arizona, Governor Ducey signed a bill last month that allows college students to take teaching jobs while they complete their degree. In New Jersey, the state legislature passed a bill that would eliminate a testing requirement for new teachers, though Governor Murphy has yet to sign this bill. Other states are hoping to retain their teachers by simply increasing salaries by thousands of dollars, lowering qualifications. And then the most extreme cases are contemplating shortening the school week. But many of these proposals are only short-term fixes at best, and there is little to signal that this teacher shortage will ease anytime soon. The biggest problem, of course, is many college students are not majoring in education, so the actual pool of new teachers continues to shrink. I'm joined now by two people who have been covering this issue extensively in different parts of the country. Tricia Powell-Crane is a reporter for the Alabama Education Lab at AL.com, and Brian Lopez is a public education reporter at the Texas Tribune. So, look, let me start with you in Alabama there, and just walk me through. I mean, I have some family in Northwest Florida. I know the situation there. I imagine it is similar. But it's not just teachers. It's across the board in Alabama, isn't it?
It is. I think, there's always a shortage in the areas like special education, high school math, high school science. But now we're seeing shortages in the number of elementary school teachers, the pool of elementary school teachers, which is unusual. I think that's really what's changed for us.
And the retirement issue. I mean, that's what I keep hearing more and more, that you've had so many teachers just file for retirement because it's just been too much over the last 2 years. Are you seeing a lot of that, Tricia?
Well, not as much. Our lawmakers did something last spring where they decided to pay more experienced teachers more money. Mm-hmm. And instead of getting a salary raise every 3 years, they get one every year. And it was a substantial amount. I mean, some teachers at the top end of experience got as much as a 21% raise this year. So I think that changed a lot of folks' minds about retiring.
And that will have an impact there. Brian Lopez, tell me the story in Texas.
So very similar, I think, to Alabama. Retaining teachers is starting to be hard. The attrition rate is shot up from when the pandemic first started. The amount of teachers that are retiring is also up. So those are the two main factors that Texas is seeing as to why teachers are leaving. And behind that, a lot of it is because of the pandemic, because of a lot of the attacks on books and critical race theory here, a lot of them have called that the last straw. And
Brian, there's been a lot of stories about a couple of districts in rural Texas thinking about 4-day weeks. How likely is that to spread?
Right now, it's very unlikely in your big, urban cities. Mm-hmm. Rural districts usually have a little bit of more flexibility in terms of, transportation, in terms of the community there. I was talking to some school districts and they were telling me, if they can't come on Friday, but, they can go down and work with their mom or dad, or they can go spend the day with their aunts and uncles. So it's just a different kind of world they're living in compared to, your Dallas, for example.
And Brian, what about in those urban areas? Are they seeing an increase in kids in affluent areas getting pulled out of public schools and going to the privates?
I can't speak too much a little bit about that right now. That's something that, we're watching with interest, that we want to look at to see what's going to happen. We do know that enrollment rates in your districts here in Texas, not even the small and the big ones, have been declining. And so, it's up to us to figure out where those kids are going. And, I want to touch on a little bit about the urban, more, richer, affluent districts. Their response to this is heavy pay raises, which, your rural school districts just don't have the money to do. So they have to do, well, we got 4 days here. You get that extra day for your weekend.
Interesting. Tricia Crane, are you seeing, any of this sort of where an increase in homeschooling or things like, or private schooling, as parents sort of start to get nervous about the public school system?
We have seen that, and the pandemic, I think, really stepped it up. A lot of our schools were closed when they went back to school in 2020, and the parents we saw an increase in homeschooling, and we saw a decrease in enrollment last year, but it was, 2020. And then in 2021, we really kind of rebounded. So it seemed like if kids were pulled out, then they were put back in. So anxiously awaiting this year's enrollment numbers. I think we'll get them probably in November, and we'll have a better feel about that.
And Brian, we heard Tricia was saying in Alabama, they went hard at raising teacher salaries. Is the Texas legislature, is anybody talking about in there that, educate, one of the things in the Bush era when he was governor, it was one of those things that seemed to be bipartisan love for throwing money at the public school systems down there. I imagine that attitude isn't the same these days.
So in Texas, actually, in 2019, I think it's similar to Alabama as well. They passed redid the school finances, and they gave teachers pay raises. And one of them is called the teacher incentive allotment. So your really high performing, master teachers are getting, can make 3-figure salaries in Texas. The problem is, when you're talking to, the people that represent teachers, your lobbyists that are representing public education and schools, this isn't really a big, spread out thing where a lot of teachers are making this money. So there's, talks in this upcoming legislature that they're going to, figure out how to, tweak this thing if it can be tweaked. How do you get more money to teachers? Because, of course, that's one of the first things people will say, right? Like, get teachers more money and they'll stay in the profession.
Right. And Tricia, are we seeing this teacher shortage create larger class sizes? What are other ways that I think parents have to expect that they may feel this impact?
Well, that's one thing, larger class sizes, but also things like a shortage of bus drivers. I just saw a notice that a school district put out that said, I'm sorry, we're really short on bus drivers, so expect late pickup and drop off tomorrow. So it's really all throughout the schools. But again, it's the same as Brian was saying, the rural schools have a different type of challenge than the urban schools.
But each one of them have separate challenges, and at some point, parents aren't going to care about the differences. They just want some action. Anyway, Tricia Powell-Kane in Alabama, Brian Lopez in Texas, thank you both for sharing your reporting experiences with us. And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with that surprising decision out of a Florida court, right? With the judge suggesting they'll release some, but not all of the justification for why the FBI took documents from former President Trump's Florida home. We're going to take you inside the courtroom with what the Justice Department has to do now. Plus, new steps today to slow down this monkeypox outbreak, with the White House pumping out more vaccines and antivirals. What new research is telling us about how this thing spreads. And experts say we're in a so-called housing recession, with sales slowing down. So wait a second. If there's not a ton of demand, why are houses still so expensive? We'll explain. Plus, that umbrella you forgot at home, you don't need it, because for more than half the country, there is no rain in sight. The new numbers out today showing how these extreme drought conditions now could affect this country for years. And Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson getting an 11-game suspension because of the dozens of sexual assault allegations against him. How the NFL settled on this number after they wanted something a lot tougher, coming up later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with this surprise move from a judge in Florida, not totally smacking down the request to unseal the affidavit that explains why the former president's Mar-a-Lago home was searched. We're talking about the document that led the FBI to take back 11 sets of classified material from this place. The ball now in the Justice Department's court. We just got our hands on Judge Bruce Reinhart's order, where he says, quote, I find that on the president record, the government has not met its burden of showing that the entire affidavit should remain sealed. Okay, in human terms, what does that mean? It means, sorry, government, you're not going to get to keep this whole thing a secret. And so as we now know from that 90-minute hearing, the DOJ will get 7 days. So they have a week from today to propose redactions, basically what they want Sharpied out. When that's done, they'll give it to the judge, and he makes the call on whether or not that's acceptable. Again, to be clear, the DOJ didn't want any of this. They said releasing any part of the affidavit could jeopardize the early stages of its investigation. Lawyers from media organizations like us here at NBC News who want it released did not object to this kind of middle ground choice from the judge. The speculation, of course, has been swirling since Attorney General Merrick Garland had let this judge unseal the warrant and list of items the FBI took. Two law enforcement sources tell NBC News they're still sifting through that material, trying to figure out exactly what is relevant to their case. Mr. Trump, for his part, he wants this out there, he says now. A spokesperson for the former president says no redactions should be necessary and the whole affidavit should be released. And on that note, we're learning today there are talks inside Trump world about releasing surveillance video from the search. We'll get to that and the bigger picture with Ken Delanian in a second. But I want to start with our Sam Brock in West Palm Beach. And this is super interesting, Sam. I've talked with legal experts who say they're kind of blown away by this, right? Including one former judge who said she was really surprised that this judge went ahead and found this kind of middle ground, right? Cracking the door open for at least some of this affidavit to be unsealed. Tell us more about what it was like at the courthouse today.
And the middle ground remains to be seen. Is that redacted version going to be mostly blocks of black on pages, or will there actually be substantive information that comes out of this? So that's a huge question that still needs to be determined, Hallie. But I will say this, a couple observations from behind the scenes, because I know you love that. There was some media presence here. There was not a ton. It wasn't throngs of media. And I suspect the reason why is because the expectation coming into this is it would be a blanket rejection of requests to unseal that affidavit. Obviously, that's not what's going to happen. Christina Bobb Hallie, who was the attorney for Trump and for his team, she didn't say anything. That was also shocking. She was in the front row of this. We heard from multiple lawyers representing media corporations, such as our own. We also heard from judicial watchdog groups. Nada, crickets from Trump's own attorney. That was a bit of a surprise as well. But here we are in a position where the judge has basically said, look, I understand the concerns that DOJ is voicing, but you got to prove it. The burden is on you to show why releasing this information would imperil someone's life or derail this investigation. There's a few different quotes that I think are pretty exemplary of what happened today. So let's show you those. The first one relates to the DOJ saying, we understand the heightened concern right now, the heightened risk, that the public has a right to know. However, they say there is another public interest at stake. That interest is that the criminal investigation is actually able to go forward. Now, Charles Tobin, who is the lawyer for NBC Universal, represented a couple of other media outlets as well, Washington Post, Associated Press. He says you cannot trust what you cannot see. In other words, you can say that this information is privileged, but that should be for us to decide. Once we go through the legal lens of what is or is not appropriate, I think really we should put this in the public forum and let them decide. James Moon from Judicial Watch. This is not business as usual, and it should not be treated as such. And this is a really important point. He's saying, look, we understand DOJ. You're saying you've already broken precedent by releasing the search warrant, by releasing the inventory of the documents that were taken. All right, that cat's out of the bag. You've already gone above and beyond. Why would you stop now in terms of viewing this as what precedent says we should do? You've already broken your own rules. There is no reason not to continue to explore that, given the extraordinary nature of this investigation, Hallie.
You know, Sam, you're right. We do love to see when you pull back the curtain and give us some of a sense of this behind the scenes. When we do that, I think we also have to think about the broader climate here, and that is of security concerns, frankly. We saw that joint bulletin. We reported it here on this show about warnings to federal law enforcement agents at risk of more violence ever since this search happened. And that includes, by the way, the very judge who is going to decide on whether or not to unseal all or pieces of this affidavit, Judge Reinhart. Talk to us about that.
I'm so glad you made that point because it really struck me as really significant in this case as well. The judge himself, the same judge who signed off on the search warrant, has been looking at death threats, an absolute wave of anti-Semitic remarks, largely from the far right on social media platforms. He has been under duress, and he's hearing arguments from the federal government that FBI agents are already receiving death threats. In fact, 2 of them, whose names were unredacted in the original search warrant, they have faced death threats. And this isn't like a hypothetical. Last week in Cincinnati, there was an attack on an FBI office. So he's looking at this in real time, and even knowing what he's receiving, made this decision to try to toe the line for the public between what is necessary for the American people to see and to digest for themselves and what needs to be kept under wraps. But I will also say Palm Beach Gardens County, excuse me, their police force did also issue a statement in which they said the Palm Beach Gardens Police Department is aware of the threats against Judge Reinhardt. We are working with our federal law enforcement partners. Looking at that statement, it appears to be an ongoing threat. There is no question at all that this is part of the conversation. It's part of the DOJ's argument for why they want to keep this all sealed. They say it is core to that argument that there is a real threat that confidential sources and witnesses could be imperiled by releasing this information. The judge will ultimately decide.
Sam Brock, glad you're there for us in West Palm Beach. It's good to see you as always. Thank you. I want to go to Ken Delaney. And Ken, let me pick up where Sam is leaving off there, right? So bottom line, in a week, DOJ is going to either submit a whole bunch of Sharpied out pages or just some Sharpied out pages, whatever they think the redaction should be. But on this climate, this sort of this threat climate, if you will, that exists around this case, it relates to another piece of developing news we're learning this afternoon, which is that there are some in Donald Trump's inner circle who want him to release surveillance video of this search. I know you have some reporting that the DOJ says, please no, don't do that. Why?
Well, they're very concerned that the agents involved in the search will be identified by their faces and would be subject to the same kind of threats that those other agents who were named in the warrant, which was disclosed by some news organizations, have been subject to, which is some very serious threats in the wake of an attack on an FBI office. And they're asking, the DOJ is asking news organizations that if the Trump folks do release the surveillance camera, to please blur the faces of FBI agents. That's what it's come to. And look, I think Sam beautifully laid out some of the risks involved here and the things that could be exposed in this affidavit. I am confident that there will, whatever happens here, there will be no names of witnesses, no names of FBI agents exposed. That's a no-brainer. Those will definitely be redacted. And in fact, I think we should temper our expectations about what we're going to see here because there's so many things, including grand jury material, which is secret by law, involved in this investigation that cannot be exposed, just can't be exposed. The only real question here is, are we going to see more than the background of the FBI agent who filled out the affidavit, which you often see in these things, you know, and you may see sort of there's usually a preamble about how classified information works and why, you know, top TSSCI stuff shouldn't be exposed. But in terms of the specifics, the roadmap to the investigation, it'd be hard to believe that some of that would be exposed. But this judge must think that the public can learn something from the parts that he ultimately will reveal.
Keeping in mind that this is an extraordinary case, this is not obviously, you know, your average Joe, if you will. This is the former president of the United States, and I think you saw some nods to that in court today. Talk to us then as we look at this investigation, like these documents that are at the center of it. Where are they? The FBI is still looking through them, right? I mean, that's a huge piece of this too.
They are. I mean, it was hard to judge from the returns that we saw exactly how many documents we're talking about because they talk about sets of documents and boxes of documents. But this is what we know. 10 days after the search, the filter team is still going through this stuff. And that's the team of independent prosecutors and agents who are trying to pick out things that are covered by attorney-client privilege. They're trying to pick out things that are irrelevant, like Trump's passports, which they gave back to him. And they're also looking for classified material. And once they, remove all the stuff that's not relevant and shouldn't be seen, then they'll turn the material over to the actual investigating case agents who are going to go through it for their case. And the fact that it's still going on speaks to the large volume of documents we're talking about and the care with which the FBI is approaching this case. And the fact that they returned Trump's passports, that would not normally happen to a typical defendant. Even when they see stuff that probably isn't relevant to the investigation, a normal defendant or subject has to wait for a while. They're clearly treating this as a special case, Hallie.
Let me take a turn with you here, Ken, to something that is still sort of Donald Trump related, but in a different orbit, because there is some significant news on the part of the longtime Donald Trump money man, a guy named Alan Weisselberg, who was the CFO of the Trump Organization. He now, as of today, he pled guilty as part of a plea deal. He's getting 5 months in prison, and he's going to have to testify against the Trump Organization in this broader look at the Trump Organization's finances. But what's important here is the distinction. There is no indication that Weisselberg will try to implicate his former boss, Mr. Trump himself.
That's right. He's going to do 5 months at Rikers Island. He's going to pay $2 million in back taxes and fines, and he's going to testify, if he fulfills this agreement, against the Trump Organization, but not against the former president. And for that reason, backers of the former president see this as a victory for him, because what they believe is that this prosecution was solely designed to pressure Weisselberg to provide incriminating information about Trump, and that's not what's happening. At the same time, if they convict the Trump Organization of crimes in court, that will presumably impact Donald Trump's real estate empire, Hallie.
Ken Delanian on top of it, as always, for us tonight. Thank you. A lot of news to get to, too, unrelated to Donald Trump, including the White House and the CDC stepping up the push to try and stop the monkeypox outbreak. They've got a new plan out today involving more vaccines. We're talking 1.8 million more shots. They're also trying to get people more access to an antiviral treatment called TPOXX. The administration says it's on phase 4 of this national vaccine strategy, and now they're trying to raise awareness about this even more. They're sending teams to cities with big gay pride events coming up, like in Atlanta and Charlotte, hoping to spread the word about vaccines and safety. At the same time, there are some new questions about how exactly this disease is spreading, with new research suggesting sex between men, not skin contact, is what's fueling this monkeypox outbreak. Let's bring in Dr. John Torres here. And let's start broadly with this plan, Dr. John, because the CDC is confirming more than 13,000 cases in the U.S., 93% of them, so the vast majority, among men who have sex with men. Talk about, as you look at this new plan the government has laid out that we just described, is that going to help, right? Presumably it will. Is it too little, too late?
Yeah, Hallie, I think when you look at the plan on paper, it looks great. It looks like it's going to help, and it's at least a start in the right direction of trying to get this under control quicker than they've tried in the past. But like anything else, plans on paper aren't necessarily the way plans pan out. And so let's see what happens over the next couple weeks. But like you mentioned, number one, they're increasing the dosing. They've done that, splitting one dose into 5 now, using a different way of administering the vaccine that is effective. And so they're saying we have 1.8 million doses now. We're going to give it to jurisdictions that are using that new way of administering it and have used over 90% of what they've already been given. On top of that, like you mentioned, they are targeting events that men who have sex with men end up going to, private and public events, and what they're doing is allocating 50,000 doses at those events and letting people know at the event, and this is important, the communication part of it, that, hey, we're giving you this vaccine right now. It's not going to protect you during this event. It's going to protect you down the road, and you need to follow up with a second vaccine. And so they're trying that communication part as well. But I think overall, what they're doing here is trying to both make sure that people get vaccinated, have the knowledge they need to protect themselves, and try to use all these to keep it under control. Now, one of the big problems with this, though, is they're not ignoring, but they're basically not putting as much emphasis in the areas where there aren't high numbers of this monkeypox right now. And it's like a fire. They're hitting the big fires, and they're letting the smoldering embers stay there. Hopefully those smoldering embers don't reignite themselves and cause other issues, but time will tell with that, Hallie.
How should we understand these new studies, this new research that suggests it is sex between men and not skin contact that is fueling monkeypox? Because I think it is worth noting here that, this is not a sexually transmitted disease so far as we had known. It seemed like anybody could get it.
And, this is a huge debate in the medical community and the public health community. Is this a sexually transmitted infection? And the reason being that up until now, monkeypox has been spread by skin-to-skin contact. And initially, the thought was, okay, this is skin-to-skin contact that they're having during these sexual encounters. But now it looks like it might be driven by sex itself. And like you mentioned, the vast majority of the cases are men who've been having sex with men. And so the thinking is, and the definition of sexually transmitted infection is an infection that is predominantly transmitted through sex. And so the thinking is this part of that? The other issue, though, on the other side of the coin is we are seeing cases where children have gotten it. We've seen cases where adults have gotten it that have not had sexual encounters. And so that skin-to-skin contact is still causing the spread. What they need to figure out is what's causing this. And the reason this is important is because getting that message out and communicating it appropriately is one step in making sure that we get this under control.
Dr. John Torres, good insight. Thank you so much, as always, for being on for us tonight. We've been talking on the show about how the economy has been giving us all sorts of mixed signals. And a new housing report out today is showing that the market for possible home buyers, well, that's also a little bit confusing. According to the National Association of Realtors, the housing market is slowing down. The sale of previously owned homes, in other words, homes that aren't like brand new built, those fell by about 6% in July, 20% in all since the same time a year ago. And those numbers aren't a total shocker, right? With the Fed raising interest rates to fight record high inflation, mortgage rates have been up, and usually inventory slows down in the summer. But economists and realtors are telling CNBC we are in a housing recession. That's right. They are using the R word on this one. CNBC's housing expert, Diana Olick, a reporter for the network, joins us now. So what is up with this dip in home sales? Is it low inventory? Is it the fact that housing prices are still really high? Help us understand this.
Yes, and yes. It's all of the above. Look, you've got low supply, still strong demand, but very high home prices, sharply rising mortgage rates, not to mention inflation and concern among consumers in the greater economy that maybe now is not the time to make the biggest purchase of my life, right? So all these things put together are pulling home buyers back. Affordability is absolutely weaker than it was just 6 months ago. And for some buyers, especially first-time buyers, sky-high rents are keeping them from being able to save for a down payment. Also, some of them are just no longer qualifying for a mortgage at these higher rates. Hallie?
We've got this, you talked about this drop in demand, right? Let me split it into two buckets here. People who already own a home and people who want to own a home, okay? If you already own a home, should you be like, oh man, this huge investment that I've made, should I be concerned about it? If you want to buy a home, are you like, hey, yeah, mortgage rates are high. Also, the housing prices are really high. How should we understand this?
So if you own a home and you've owned it for a while, don't worry about it. You've gotten so much equity in the last couple of years. Home prices are up over 40% since the start of the pandemic. So even if the price gains start to shrink a little bit, you're not losing anything because you have gained so much, trillions of dollars collectively of home equity over the last several years. Now, if you bought in the last 6 months, well, maybe you have a little more to worry about. But again, the vast majority of Americans who own a home have nothing to worry about when it comes to the value. Also, mortgage underwriting has been much stricter since the Great Recession, so we don't have any of those low doc, no doc, subprime mortgages that crashed the economy before. So don't worry about that. If you're a home buyer, you know, it's a pricey market. It's still slightly competitive, but not nearly as it was before. It's just, you know, you have to look at your affordability level, at your comfort level in putting this kind of money down, knowing that the market is significantly softer than it was.
Diana Olick from CNBC. Love having you on. I feel like I get it now, and that's kind of the point. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Yay!
New numbers out today show that more of the Northeast, right, where we are, Washington, New York, et cetera, now under extreme drought conditions. How about that? So now one county in New York is taking some pretty extreme measures, like saying restaurants cannot serve water unless customers specifically ask for it. They're saying you can only water your lawn on certain days. It comes as the government agency that monitors climate shows that it is super dry for a whole lot more people across the country. Drought affecting 174 million people, more than half of us, 56% of this country's population. Gabe Gutierrez joins me now from Rockland County, New York, where there's a state of emergency. And I'm so struck by this, Gabe. You know, I used to live out in California. And out in California, right, we would have certain days you could water your lawn. You had to ask for water if you wanted it at restaurants. Now it's hitting the East Coast. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. We don't often see this happen in the Northeast. And of course, as you've been reporting on, we have been seeing these dramatic images out of the Southwest, California, also Texas, Arizona, the Colorado River and all that. But this is what we're starting to see in the Northeast. Now, this is Rockland County, and this is just, you know, one river here. And as you can see, there's still water, of course. There is still water here, but it's kind of slowed to a trickle. And the locals here say that the water level, though, is much lower than it normally is. All this in white, this is typically where water would be well above this. I would be standing in water, but that's changed over the last couple of weeks. And you mentioned that Rockland County is now in a stage 2 water emergency, and starting today, they've imposed these water restrictions, essentially making it so that if you go to a restaurant, you don't automatically get water. You have to ask for it. People can only, you know, water their lawns on specific days. And earlier this afternoon, just a short time ago, we spoke with a business owner here in Rockland County who owns a landscaping company, and he says that his business has already dropped by nearly half over the past few weeks. Take a listen. How much drier has it been over the past couple weeks than the past couple years?
Severely. We haven't had any decent rain. Nothing is really growing. It's really affected my business.
So yeah, Hallie, that man that we spoke with, he says that, normally on a week his landscaping company has around 500 customers. Now that's down to less than 300, and he expects it to get even worse with these new water restrictions taking effect. Hallie.
I think what's important to think about when we look at the broader context of this, Gabe, is that there is a domino effect here, because it's like, I don't know, I think sometimes maybe people think, oh, it's a drought, okay, it's not going to rain, my lawn's going to look not ideal. Right. It's way more than that, because if there's not rain, right, if there's not water, it affects agriculture. You got dairy farms in Vermont. They're already having problems, right, getting enough to feed their livestock. It feels like there is going to be a trickle-down effect where this hits our pocketbooks.
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. And look, I've, been covering droughts across this, country for, at least the past decade. And while we do hear about it in different parts of the country, I remember in Georgia several years ago, there was a very significant drought. So it does move to different pockets. But here in the Northeast, doesn't quite happen quite as often. This is the worst drought, according to local officials in this area, in at least 6 years, and it's expected to get even worse. There is some rain forecast in this area in the next week, but not nearly enough to make a dent in this drought. And as you mentioned, yes, in Vermont, dairy farmers struggling to feed their livestock. That, of course, trickles down into other parts of the U.S. economy. We spoke with one expert from Yale. It says that this is, climate changes will have a dramatic effect on the U.S. economy moving forward. And we're even starting to see it a worldwide problem, Hallie. And in China, for example, this heat wave that's hitting that country with temperatures more than 100 degrees Fahrenheit is shutting down semiconductor factories there that make microchips that are exported here to the U.S. And so worldwide economy under threat by this unprecedented drought in many parts of the world, really, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, I'm glad to see you. Thank you. We'll look for more of your reporting tonight on Nightly News, as always, Gabe. Thanks. To Ukraine now, with more and more concern about Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. NBC News spoke with Ukrainian military intelligence, who say Russia told its workers not to show up to work tomorrow. Don't go to the plant. You think, why? Why would you be told not to go, right? Well, there's speculation that Russia is planning something, potentially some kind of a false flag operation. Officials are holding disaster drills in hazmat suits. In this war overall, 12 people have now been killed after Russian missiles hit the Kharkiv area just recently. All of it as Ukrainian's President Volodymyr Zelensky hosted the leaders of Turkey and the United Nations to talk about getting more grain exported. That's been a big deal. Megan Fitzgerald is joining us now from Kyiv, Ukraine. Megan, talk about this, first of all, this warning here, this idea that these workers at a nuclear plant are saying, hey, we shouldn't come to work tomorrow here. Explain the significance of that, because it is significant.
Yeah, Hal, you're absolutely right. Incredibly significant. We're talking about a really serious situation that certainly appears to just be escalating. Just within the last couple of hours, the U.S. State Department saying they are deeply concerned that Russia is occupying this nuclear power plant. Just within the last couple of hours as well, we heard from the UN Secretary General, who is saying that this is of grave concern, and he is calling on Russia to pull out. Take a listen to what he had to say earlier today.
Common sense must prevail to avoid any actions that might endanger the physical integrity, safety or security of the nuclear plant, and the facility must not be used as part of any military operation.
Yeah, now earlier today, Russian military officials accused Ukraine of planning a provocation. Then, of course, we're hearing from Ukraine, who says, look, this is just an example of Russia laying the groundwork here so that they can create an incident inside that plant and then blame Ukraine for it. Also, keep in mind that Russia has threatened to shut that plant down, something that Ukrainian officials say could be catastrophic. Because remember, the biggest concern here right now is for a leak of radioactive material being picked up by winds that could sweep across Europe, putting in danger millions of people, Hallie.
The two headlines out of Ukraine today, and Megan, you've explained it so well, but it's nukes and it's grain, right? So we've talked about the nuclear part of it. Let's talk about the grain part of it, because the UN chief said today there is no solution to the global food crisis without making sure that people have access to the food that Ukraine produces, Russia, fertilizers, et cetera. Where do we stand now in these discussions?
Yeah, Hallie, I'm so glad to be talking about this. This is an absolutely critical situation, and that deal that was brokered by Turkish President Erdogan, along with UN Secretary General Guterres, between Russia and Ukraine is just paramount in this entire situation. It's a 4-month deal that started on August 1st that allows these ships to leave the ports with that critical grain heading towards these nations that are desperate for it, to places in Africa, along with Asia and the Middle East. They can leave without the fear of being targeted, without the fear of being shot at. And, you know, we're talking about a global food crisis here. We know that 82 nations are food insecure. 45 of them are on the brink of famine. The UN Secretary General saying earlier today that this is a successful mission so far. Since August 1st, they've seen 21 ships leave the port heading to these critical destinations to try and get that food out. And so far, he says that it's already having a positive impact, Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald live for us there in Kyiv with that important reporting. Megan, thank you so much. Coming up, the Big Ten scoring a big broadcast deal. No, it's not big. It is enormous. We're going to be able to watch those games starting next year. And from the Big Ten to big bugs. How's that for a transition? Where somebody saw this huge moth in the U.S. that you usually only see in Asia. We're going to talk about that later this hour in The Local.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today, Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson reached a settlement with the NFL and the Players Union for an 11-game suspension and a $5 million fine. He'll also have to be evaluated by behavioral experts after some 24 women made sexual misconduct allegations against him. Today, Watson, who's been embroiled in this controversy, says he's grateful the process has ended, but he says he's innocent.
I'm moving on with my career, with my life, and I'm continuing to stand on my innocence. Just because, settlements and things like that happen doesn't mean that a person is guilty for anything.
This whole saga really has been just hugely controversial. Watson had initially gotten a 6-game suspension earlier this month. The NFL got some backlash for that. Some people said those repercussions were nowhere near what they should have been, given the extent of the accusations made against Watson. He settled 23 out of 24 lawsuits filed by women who said he harassed or assaulted them in massage appointments. George Solis is joining us now. And there had been a lot of anticipation, George, on where this suspension would ultimately land. It's tougher than it was initially. It's not as tough as what the NFL had wanted. What more do we know about the decision making here?
Yeah, Hallie, good to be with you. This was a back and forth, and as you mentioned, a federal judge who presided over that initial hearing called for that 6-game suspension. And yes, the NFL said, hey, that's not good enough. We're looking at suspending him for the entire football season. So what did they do? Well, the NFL brings in former New Jersey Attorney General Peter C. Harvey to appeal that decision. And of course, some decisions are being held through some closed-door meetings. There's a back and forth. Of course, through all this, Watson is still denying, then sort of alluding to the fact that some of these allegations may be true. Eventually, we get to the decision that we saw today.
This really felt like, and while this 11-game suspension is now one of the stricter punishments in the league's history, this felt in many ways like a test for the league and how they have chosen to handle sexual misconduct allegations. When you talk with experts, when you talk with observers of this extremely popular league, what do they say about where the NFL is right now on this?
That's right, Hallie. And this sort of kind of goes in line with what Roger Goodell has always sort of painted a picture of for the league. He's handed out some of the strictest punishments we have seen to date. One of the first ones that comes to mind was Michael Vick during the dogfighting scandal. He missed out on 2 seasons of playing football. But Goodell has also put in some provisions where he will punish players even if they aren't necessarily convicted of crime. Another one that comes to mind, Deflategate with Tom Brady. Brady missing out on 4 games. So again, this is still kind of going in line with his policies, even though at this point sometimes we do see, as we saw in this case, a third party will come in to do some of the arbitration, but it's still the NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, that gets the final say.
George Solis, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate it. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the alleged attacker of author Salman Rushdie pleaded not guilty today to attempted murder and assault. 24-year-old Hadi Matar is going to be held without bail until his next court appearance set for next month. Rushdie is still being treated in a Pennsylvania hospital for the multiple stab wounds from this incident. Number 2, federal officials say more than 9,500 people were killed in traffic crashes over the first 3 months of this year. That's more than this time last year, 7% jump. And it's the most traffic deaths in that time period in the past 2 decades. So why, right? Public health experts suggest maybe it's because of the pandemic, which left a lot of people isolated and stressed out. Number 3, tourists in Venice have been fined for surfing on the Grand Canal in the city. Look at this. You see the social media social media video. So the ride, it looks like electric surfboards. You kind of can't tell, but the mayor was really not happy, saying that, listen, Venice is a World Heritage Site. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The mayor's like, you shouldn't be doing this and making a mockery of our place. Number 4, a huge broadcast deal for the Big Ten. The College Football Conference says it has hit a 7-year agreement with Fox, CBS, and NBC to share the rights to its football, basketball, and other games, reportedly worth something like, get ready, $1 billion a year, making it the richest ever sports conference. This whole thing starts in 2023. Some games, by the way, will also be on Peacock. Number 5, speaking of streaming, top streaming services had more viewers than cable did for the first time last month, according to a report from Nielsen. Analysts have been anticipating this tipping point moment for a long time now. Both streaming and cable had more viewers than broadcast in July. But hey, listen, we'd love to be on the streaming forefront, gang. It's our place. Love that you're watching. When we come back, we got some breaking news for you. 3 men, we've just learned, have been indicted in connection with the beating death of Whitey Bulger, the infamous mob boss. We're going to have that right after the break. We're also learning more about an alleged incident between Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt on a private plane. So why was the FBI involved? We're going to tell you after the break.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
FBI documents obtained by NBC News are giving us a look into what exactly happened between 2 international superstars, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, during a heated and apparently sometimes physical fight they had on their private jet back in 2016. That's when Pitt, according to the documents, allegedly grabbed Jolie by the head, shaking her, and punched the ceiling of the plane something like 4 times. The documents say that when Jolie and the kids tried to get off the plane, Pitt would not let them, yelling, "You are not getting off this effing plane, F you all." The FBI started looking into what happened, and 5 weeks later, after this all went down, they decided to close their investigation, filing no charges against anybody, not against Pitt. And you'll remember what happened not too long after that. Jolie filed for divorce in September of 2016 in a very public split. Even though Jolie was declared legally single in 2018, the two still are going through some custody stuff. The FBI representatives for Jolie and Pitt have all declined to comment. Ryan Riley joins us now. So Ryan, I think first question that comes to mind for a lot of people is we are learning this now from FBI documents that have now been obtained by NBC. Why is the FBI even involved in this Pitt-Jolie thing to begin with?
You know, it's the location of the incident here that really comes into play, Haley. It's essentially because it happened on a plane. The FBI handles a number of these investigations into incidents that happen on planes, air rage, you might call it. That's a common charge that we sort of see, or investigation that we sort of see coming out of this. So it's really just about the location of where this took place because of jurisdictional issues. When you're up in the air, it's a little bit of a complicated matter when you're flying over the sky about what jurisdiction you're actually committing an alleged crime in. So that's essentially why the FBI has gotten involved here.
So tell us more about what we've learned from this report, these documents now.
Sure. So, you know, FBI documents aren't typically the way that you would go to your local police department and you get a report, right? Like a lot of this, the reason that this has been such a struggle is because then the reason that there's this FOIA lawsuit, this Freedom of Information Act lawsuit attached to this is because it's difficult to get these underlying FBI documents if you're not directly involved. A lot of news organizations, you know, including NBC News, frequently file requests after someone has died. That's really the only way you can get information from an FBI file afterwards. You are allowed to request information about you individually if you sign a particular form. So because Angelina Jolie was involved in this incident, she had a right to obtain some of those documents. But, you know, given the history of the FBI, they very much like to not send out those documents and about ongoing investigations or even previous investigations unless there's some sort of privacy waiver that is filed in these cases. So, you know, Angelina Jolie in this case would have a right to view a more limited number of documents because she was directly involved in this incident, Haley.
There are a lot of questions here. We know that the FBI shared this report, or at least that is what those around this incident have said, that both parties, Jolie and Pitt, both got this in 2017. But there's been this recently, as you talk about, this FOIA lawsuit looking to get the documents released. There's some talk to us about the speculation behind that. Who's behind this? What the sort of broader picture is here.
Right. So it was filed anonymously as a Jane Doe lawsuit initially, and then there had been some more disclosure about who exactly, and sort of reporters put the dots together and figuring out who exactly this was. But, you know, there are a lot of documents that are involved in FBI investigations beyond perhaps what they initially got. So I think they want to get into the details about exactly why this decision not to bring charges forward was decided upon apparently by the U.S. Attorney's Office, which would have made the ultimate prosecutorial decision about whether or not to bring any charges forward based upon the FBI's report that they wrote up of this incident. So I think they want some more of those broader documents that might shed some more light on this incident as this sort of custody battle continues. Haley.
Ryan Riley, thank you very much. Good to see you. We've got to get to some of that breaking news now out of West Virginia, because we've just learned in about the last 20 minutes that 3 men have been indicted for beating mob boss Whitey Bulger to death back in October of 2018 at a federal prison in West Virginia. Bulger was 89 years old and spent 10 years on the FBI's most wanted fugitives list. At the time, he'd been serving, I think it was 2 consecutive life sentences when he died. He was found guilty in 2013 on 31 counts related to his time running Boston's notorious Winter Hill Gang. I want to go to our legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Danny, tell us what we know about this indictment, what we're learning, your takeaways.
So far, 3 men indicted, one of them, Freddie Gass, who was, as I understand, a suspect for some time. I mean, this beating death happened in 2018. Keep in mind, it happened in 2018 at USP Hazleton in West Virginia. The USP in the prison hierarchy is reserved for higher security, much more dangerous offenders than your FCI, Federal Correctional Institute. So Whitey Bulger was at a prison full of other dangerous folks. And so he was beaten to death, found in a wheelchair, apparently almost unrecognizable. It's taken several years to determine who to charge, which is surprising. But finally, an indictment coming down. Most likely, I don't believe Gass was actually incarcerated at the time. I could be wrong about that. So he may have been possibly someone outside that was involved orchestrating it. But DOJ doesn't have the indictment on their press release website yet, have not seen the indictment yet. So maybe that has some more information once that makes its round.
Danny Savalos, thank you for the debrief. As always, good to see you, especially when it's breaking news. Thanks. Coming up, the Biden administration stepping in to try to keep our supply chain on track. Why? Because we run the risk of a rail strike in just a couple of weeks. We'll talk to you about it coming up. Plus, a new video showing a woman in the back of a police car escaping her cuffs and shooting at officers. Look at this. We're going to show you more coming up next in The Local. Thanks.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, the CDC is warning of an E. coli outbreak after at least 29 cases have been reported in Ohio and Michigan. It sent 9 people to the hospital so far. We don't know what the source of the outbreak is yet, but officials are talking with people about what they ate before they got symptoms. We'll keep you updated on that. From our Southeast Bureau, new video out of Oklahoma shows the moments that a woman detained in a police car slipped out of her handcuffs. Are you looking at this? She grabs a gun. She starts firing out the window. She hit somebody standing nearby and a deputy, and then police say she barricaded herself inside the car for 5 hours. The sheriff's office says the handcuffs were secure, they say, but they're looking into changing security measures inside patrol cars. The woman is facing 3 counts now of shooting with intent to kill. From our West Coast Bureau, you are looking at one of the world's biggest moths, an Atlas moth that doesn't live in the U.S. so far as we know, but it was spotted for the very first time in Washington state. Now, it can be 10 inches of a wingspan. It's typically found in Asian forests. Officials are asking people to keep an eye out for them. They don't know if this is a random escapee, right, or if there's a whole bunch of Atlas moths out there that we just don't know about. So, West Coast fans, keep your peepers peeled. The clock is ticking now to prevent a big crisis that could totally upend our supply chain in this country at a time when it's already struggling. Because if railroads and 115,000 workers don't come to some kind of a labor deal in the next 30 days, basically all the freight trains in this country could grind to a halt. So in steps President Biden with an offer put together by a special advisory board. Right, this is a big enough deal that the White House is stepping in. This proposal suggests a 24% pay raise over 5 years, right in the middle of what both sides want. The deal includes $5,000 in bonuses, but it makes employees take on a bigger share of health care costs with no changes to the sick day policy at the railroads. That policy, by the way, is 0 days. Neither side so far has tipped their hands on whether they like the deal, but listen, the anger is real right now. Workers who haven't gotten a raise in 3 years tell NBC News the industry's 24/7 on-call lifestyle, they say, is turning one of the country's best blue-collar jobs into one marred by misery and neglect. Carol Lee is traveling with the president in Wilmington, Delaware. And Carol, we were really intrigued by this story because it's under the radar right now, but could really bubble up to the surface sometime soon. We haven't seen a rail strike in decades, since 1991. That one ended pretty quickly, but walk us through how we got to this point and why it got so intense that President Biden and the White House team needed to step in.
Well, if you step back, these are negotiations that have been going on for several years. And look, from the workers' perspective, they've been being asked to do a lot more with a lot less. And so there's a lot of frustration there. The number of employees that working for railroad companies has really decreased in recent years and continues to drop. Railroad companies have been making cuts and again, asking people who work for them now to do more. There are longer trains. There are fewer people who are being able to work on them, and so it's become a very arduous sort of job that it hadn't always been. Now, from the company's perspective, they're saying they recognize that they need to do more. They feel like a deal would actually allow them to hire more workers, and that they need to step up in terms of making sure that things are running on time. So there's recognition on both sides that they need to come to some sort of resolution. but they've been at a stalemate for some time. And so that's why you saw the White House step in for those reasons you said, Hallie, that this could really affect supply chains. People aren't thinking about this now, but they will be in 30 days if there's no deal, because prices will go up, goods will be delayed, and there'll be a number of all these supply chain issues that we've been seeing will be exacerbated. So the White House appointed this board to make a recommendation to basically say, hey guys, here's what we think you can do, and here's how you meet in the middle. They have that now, and they just need to work it out over the next 30 days. But as you said, the clock is ticking.
Yeah, you make a really important point, Carol, because if there's two things that President Biden has made clear in his nearly 5 decades of public service, he likes trains and he likes unions. Okay, so this is in his wheelhouse. But the timing on this, 30 days from now puts us just a couple of months out from the midterms. You know, it feels like reputationally there's a lot riding on the president to get a deal done, even if this is not at the top of the front burner in the eyes of the public at the moment.
That's right. And so there's a couple ways this will affect the president, and they intersect. So that economically, this is something, there's already concerns about the economy. People are hurting. There's inflation. There's supply chain issues. All of that would get potentially worse if there was a strike. So the president doesn't want that, because then that feeds into the second thing, which is the political ramifications of this, which is that if the president, this happens on the president's watch, again, hasn't happened since 1991. So it would be another thing that we haven't seen in decades that's happening while President Biden is in office. Politically speaking, that would be disastrous for him. And you make a good point. This trains, unions, this train station behind me is named after President Biden here in Wilmington. He is a big fan of trains, right? And so that, and unions who've backed him, he's been a long time backer of unions. And so he's caught in the middle here a little bit. And I got a statement from the White House on this just about an hour ago where they said, look, the president is optimistic that they can reach a deal, but underscored that this is something that is in the national interest, that the country needs these parties to reach some sort of resolution here within the next 30 days, in their view, as soon as possible, in order to avert some sort of disaster here.
Carol Lee, live for us there, traveling with the president in Wilmington, home of the, what is it, the Joseph Robinette Biden train station, right? That's what it's called? The Joseph R. Biden train station. Yeah, they say it several times when you arrive here. Carol Lee with racking up those Amtrak points. Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Coming up, Tiger Woods reportedly rallying top golfers, at least the ones who haven't already joined the Live Golf League, the PGA competitor. So what's next for the PGA and its big fight with this Saudi-backed series? We've got the latest in the world of golf drama after the break.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change